In her previous life, Cheng Yinian sacrificed her flourishing career for Ling Zhan, returning to the domestic sphere only to be treated as a mere servant by him and his family for year upon year, all the while being belittled for her lack of financial contribution. Ultimately, Ling Zhan betrayed her with her closest friend, Shen Xinyue, conspiring with her to confine Cheng Yinian to a psychiatric hospital, where she was surrounded by the deranged. They administered muscle atrophy injections, rendering her a mere shadow of her former self, neither human nor ghost. Adding to her torment, her mother urged her to relinquish everything to her friend, leading to her demise filled with resentment. Upon her rebirth, she vowed to cast aside her former meekness, sever all ties, and seek vengeance. Chapter 1, Your Love for Me is But a Trifle. Yunhai City Psychiatric Hospital. Cheng Yinian lay in a dimly lit and damp room, her body covered in filth, the air thick with a nauseating stench. Years of muscle atrophy injections had transformed her into a figure that resembled neither human nor specter, and as she lay there, bedsores began to form on her body. She struggled to turn over, attempting numerous times in vain, gritting her teeth, sweat streaming down her brow. With a sudden thud, she managed to roll over the edge of the bed, only to find herself tumbling to the floor. At that moment, 2 pairs of feet appeared beside her, followed by a voice dripping with disdain, disgusting. My brand new Prada shoes are ruined. Cheng Yinian looked up to see her husband, Ling Zhan, embracing her friend, Shen Xinyue, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon her. Upon seeing them, Cheng Yinian's eyes ignited with intense hatred. Her fingers dug deeply into the leg of the nearby table, her nails having already broken, blood streaming forth, yet she still endeavored to sit up straight, striving to appear less disheveled. Ling Zhan furrowed his brow. Cheng Yinian, do not regard me with such disdainful eyes. I prefer the gaze of admiration you once bestowed upon me. Suddenly, Cheng Yinian erupted into laughter, tears streaking her face. You treat me this way, yet still expect me to continue loving you? Isn't love supposed to be selfless? If I have not sacrificed for you, does that mean you no longer care for me? Cheng Yinian, it appears your affection for me is rather superficial. Ling Zhan replied coldly. Superficial. Cheng Yinian murmured as she closed her eyes, only she knew how deeply she had once loved Ling Zhan. They met and fell in love during their university years. Coming from a modest background, she never allowed him to spend a single penny during their relationship, whether dining out or enjoying outings. She covered all expenses, even his living costs. Even the house gifted to her by her father was transferred into his name, as she wished to avoid any whispers of him being a freeloader. He brought his mother and sister to live with them, and in her efforts to maintain harmonious relationships within the family, she almost acted as a full-time caretaker for his mother and sister. Upon graduating from university, she received an offer from a Fortune 500 company, yet Ling Zhan expressed his desire to start a business, unwilling to become an employee. Subsequently, she stood by him, toiling relentlessly. To secure a project, she imbibed with clients until her stomach hemorrhaged, and labored on proposals, blurring the lines between day and night. To retain a client for him, she endured countless scornful glances, derision, and obstruction. She even embarked on a business trip for one of his projects, and upon her father's demise, she was unable to return. For his sake, she was branded as unfilial and an ingrate, nearly resulting in complete alienation. He has completely forgotten these sacrifices, yet he dares to assert that her love for him was merely superficial. Enough with the pretense of being at death's door. As long as you sign that equity transfer agreement and diligently create design drafts for Xi and you at home, I assure you, the remainder of your life will be quite comfortable, Ling Zhan stated. Cheng Yinian smiled ruefully. A comfortable life, in her current state, was a comfortable life even attainable? Moreover, she raised her head to look at Ling Zhan, and said coldly, the 20 equity in the company was earned through my own endeavors. Why should I transfer it to you? And why should I create design drafts for Shen Xinyue, allowing her to achieve fame and radiance? What justification is there for that? Chapter 2, I look down on you. Ling Zhan remained silent, while Shen Xinyue, feigning concern, implored, Yinian, you should agree. If you do, you can live well. And we will arrange your future life for you, ensuring that you have no say here, Cheng Yinian interjected sharply, her voice laced with icy disdain. You, the daughter of a mere driver, are hardly in a position to negotiate with me. In the past, she had regarded Shen Xinyue as her closest friend, confiding in her and sharing everything. They would buy items in pairs, one for each, believing themselves to be the best of companions. Never had she imagined that Shen Xinyue would ally with Ling Zhan and bring her to such a wretched place. Fuming, Shen Xinyue clenched her fists, though she knew she needed to maintain a faade before Ling Zhan. With a tone laced with feigned sorrow, she lamented, Yinian, I have always considered you a dear sister. It appears you have never regarded me as a friend, you've looked down on me from the very beginning, haven't you? Cheng Yinian responded with a cold smirk, recognizing Shen Xinyue's duplicitous nature, her demeanor one of both innocence and cunning. Indeed, I do look down on you. Throughout our lives, you have never matched me in looks, academics, family background, or social connections. What merit do you possess that would compel me to regard you favorably? Cheng Yinian, do not overstep your bounds. Xinyue is offering you a chance at humanity, you ought to reflect on your current state, neither human nor ghost. Xinyue is the esteemed young lady of the Shen family, while you are merely a patient in a psychiatric hospital. Ling Zhan spoke coldly on behalf of Shen Xinyue. Shen Xinyue was infuriated, yet she maintained a demeanor of both grievance and strength, soothing Ling Zhan. Ah Zhan, please do not speak of Yinian in such a manner. You, please step outside, I shall persuade her. Xinyue, do not feel wronged on my behalf, Ling Zhan remarked. It is nothing, for you. I do not mind enduring a little injustice. Please go out, I will surely convince Yinian to agree to transfer that 20 of the shares to you. Shen Xinyue gently replied. Ling Zhan cast one last glance at Cheng Yinian, let out a cold huff, and exited. Shen Xinyue closed the door, and when she turned back, the pitiful expression on her face had transformed into one of venomous malice. Cheng Yinian stood tall, her slender neck slightly arched as she leaned against the table leg. Her face adorned with a carefree smile. Shen Xinyue observed Cheng Yinian, who, despite her emaciated form and atrophied muscles, still bore an air of pride and arrogance. Effortlessly captivating yet chilling. Even though sitting against the table leg seemed laborious, she appeared utterly unperturbed. Shen Xinyue loathed this demeanor, it seemed as though nothing could unhinge her. Forever resembling a goddess perched upon a cloud. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to drag Cheng Yinian down from her lofty heights. Relishing the sight of her plunging into the mire. With a cold laugh, she taunted, Cheng Yinian, what is there for you to be so smug about? Once you were exceptional, beautiful, and came from a prestigious family, but so what? Now, everything you possess belongs to me. Look at your current state. Where's the beauty you once claimed? You pride yourself on your designs, yet all your drafts are now credited to my name. You believe yourself to be of noble lineage, a precious daughter, however, with your father's demise, your mother wed my father, inheriting all his wealth. Now I am the true heiress of the Shen family, while you are but a shadow. Listening to Shen Xinyue's words, Cheng Yinian maintained an expression of indifference. Chapter 3, It was she who caused my father's death. Shen Xinyue harbored an intense disdain for Cheng Yinian. For everything she had worked so hard to attain seemed utterly inconsequential to her. She could not fathom that there existed anything in this world that Cheng Yinian truly valued. Shen Xinyue glared at Cheng Yinian for a considerable period, then suddenly broke into a coy smile. Do you know how your father met his end? It was my father who tampered with his vehicle. That day, my father feigned a stomach ailment, prompting him to drive alone, which ultimately led to his tragic accident. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Cheng Yinian's face, she glared at Shen Xinyue in fury. What did you say? Shen Xinyue reveled in the anger and despair that finally surfaced on Cheng Yinian's face, her delight palpable. She continued, he truly suffered a horrendous fate. His visage unrecognizable, how pitiable. Ah, but I almost forgot, you missed it, didn't you? You were away on business at that time. Alas, how unfilial of you. Sacrificing the chance to see your father one last time for a project for Ling Zhan's company. As she spoke, her laughter grew more pronounced. Ironically, despite your father's recent passing, you dare to conspire with me against your mother and my father. Your mother, possessing all your father's wealth, married mine, willingly bestowing her fortune upon both him and me. Tell me, do you suppose your father harbors any resentment towards you? Upon hearing such a truth, Cheng Yinian's fingers dug into the floor, her broken nails tearing painfully from her flesh, leaving her fingertips a bloody mess. Her father, the man she cherished above all, had been betrayed by what she once believed to be her closest friend. She felt an overwhelming regret. She truly should not have allowed her father to bring Shen Xinyue to Yunhai City to live with them. It was only at the age of 17 that she was reunited with her father. Before that, her mother had been a single parent, leaving her in the care of her aunt in a small town, rarely visiting. During those times, her existence was quite miserable, often bullied by other children. Shen Xinyue had been a true friend, providing food and clothing, and together they would confront those who tormented her. Later, when she was brought back to Yunhai City, Shen Xinyue's mother had passed away, and she implored her father to bring Shen Xinyue and her father to the city, even asking Shen Xinyue's father to serve as her father's chauffeur. It was she who had unwittingly caused her father's demise. She closed her eyes, then opened them again, her gaze piercing as she demanded, "Why? Was my father unkind to you both? And what of it? That was merely charity. Akin to how I once offered you my discarded clothes and food in the small town, merely to showcase my own virtue." Shen Xinyue scoffed and remarked. "If he truly cared for me, why did he purchase a house for you but not for me?" "Ha ha." Cheng Yinian erupted into wild laughter, realizing that Shen Xinyue's past kindness towards her was merely an act of charity. Observing Cheng Yinian in tears, a hint of compassion tinged Shen Xinyue's voice as she gently caressed Cheng Yinian's face, her fingertips brushing away the tears. "You are truly pitiful. Yet I find pleasure in your wretched state, reminiscent of your frail and helpless self back in the village, utterly dependent upon me." With that, she erupted into a fit of laughter, doubling over in mirth. Then, she crouched down closer to Cheng Yinian's ear and whispered softly, "Yinian, do not blame me, after all. Your fate is rather fortunate. How could I resign myself to a life of mediocrity? I have come to enlighten you today, hoping you will be wiser in your next life. Should you wish to see your father, go find him. I shall thoroughly enjoy your ideal life on your behalf." Chapter 4, Rebirth. Cheng Yinian suddenly glared at Shen Xinyue, a smile breaking on her lips. "Shen Xinyue, you sent Ling Zhan away to provoke me into suicide, didn't you? You fear that the things you've stolen will eventually be returned, and you dread that Ling Zhan may still harbor feelings for me." Faced with Cheng Yinian's piercing insight, Shen Xinyue swallowed hard and replied, "Your father died because of you, shouldn't you seek repentance from him below?" Cheng Yinian let out a cold laugh. "I should, indeed, but you should even more." Unbeknownst to her, a dagger had suddenly materialized in Cheng Yinian's hand, which she plunged mercilessly into Shen Xinyue's chest. Shen Xinyue was utterly unprepared for this abrupt turn of events. She could hardly fathom that Cheng Yinian would wield a knife against her. She believed she had triumphed, having come to compel Cheng Yinian to take her own life. Once Cheng Yinian was dead, her own beautiful life would commence. Little did she anticipate that her own demise would come at the hands of Cheng Yinian. Gazing down at the crimson stain blossoming across her chest, she stammered, "You have lost your mind. By killing me, you too will perish." Cheng Yinian erupted into laughter, a mad and frenzied sound. "Shen Xinyue, let us meet again in hell." With those words, she drove the blade into herself as well. In her fading consciousness, she dimly perceived Ling Zhan bursting through the door, his face a portrait of urgency she had never witnessed before. He did not cast a glance at Shen Xinyue. Instead, he enveloped her in his arms, his voice laced with desperation. "Cheng Yinian, I won't allow you to die." A sudden urge to laugh washed over her. It dawned on her that in Ling Zhan's heart, both she and Shen Xinyue were inconsequential. Even as they lay dying, Ling Zhan was preoccupied with the 20 share, which was likely why he had neglected to acknowledge Shen Xinyue. Cheng Yinian felt an intense pain in her abdomen, as if it were being torn apart. Was it true that one could still feel pain even in death? Surely, she and Shen Xinyue had descended into hell together. Might she also reunite with her father? She yearned to open her eyes, yet her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, refusing to part. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds reached her ears. "Today is my birthday, you all must come to my house for dinner." It was Ling Zhan's sister, Ling Man's voice, followed by an excited exclamation, "Really? How delightful. I am absolutely yearning for the dishes prepared by Cheng Yinian. Please request her to make a fragrant lobster and garlic sauce for me." Another voice chimed in, "I desire a delicacy of snow frog braised with shark fin. And I wish for a steamed tiger grouper with soy sauce. Alas, I am currently on a diet. I shall have a vegetarian dish, perhaps sauteed mushrooms with seasonal vegetables." A chorus of young ladies continued to list their culinary desires. At that moment, a youthful voice inquired, "Ling Man, does your chef master every cuisine?" This remark elicited a wave of laughter, followed by a teasing tone, "What chef, Xinyue? You returned to the country recently and still do not know. Cheng Yinian is not merely Ling Man's chef, she is the future sister-in-law." The youthful voice responded with surprise, "The future sister-in-law would go to such lengths to prepare a birthday feast for you?" The teasing voice chuckled, "Xinyue. If you mingled more within our circle, you would understand. Cheng Yinian is indeed a devoted admirer of brother Ling Zhan. She is exceedingly obedient. She would even comply if asked to perform the most degrading tasks, let alone prepare a grand feast, wouldn't she, man?" Ling Man replied with a sense of pride, my brother is handsome, wealthy, and runs his own company, a true young talent. Cheng Yinian lacks even a job and clings to my brother like a leech. Naturally, she would not wish to part ways with him. The only skill she possesses is her culinary prowess, having studied under a Michelin chef. To win my brother's affection, she must ensure that my mother and I are well taken care of, otherwise, my brother would never consider marrying her. Chapter 5, to make them pay. The cacophony outside irritated Cheng Yinian, causing her to abruptly open her eyes. Before her lay a pale blue ceiling, intricately adorned with lotus carvings. She sat up in bed and glanced around. This was the home she once shared with Ling Zhan. Was she no longer in the psychiatric hospital? Had she not perished? Her gaze fell upon the perpetual calendar mounted on the wall, revealing the date, July 8, 2015. Cheng Yinian was momentarily taken aback. It was 5 years ago, indeed, 5 years. Drawing from her extensive experience with novels, she immediately surmised that she had been reborn. Unsure of her own conclusion, she raised her hand to inspect her wrist. The scar from where she had once slashed her wrist for Ling Zhan had vanished. Her skin was as smooth as it had ever been. It was true, she had been granted a second chance at life. She resolved to live it fully. To avenge her father, and to ensure that Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue would pay dearly for their transgressions. Just as Cheng Yinian began to comprehend her current predicament, she heard Ling Man's voice from outside, exclaiming, all right, I'll go call her to make dinner. You all wait and don't hang up the video just yet. Tell her what you want to eat. I can't cook and one tea remember all those dish names. With a series of loud knocks, Ling Man pounded on Cheng Yinian's door. Startled, Cheng Yinian leapt from her bed, her face pale as she flung open the door. Her gaze icy as it met Ling Man's. Ling Man was taken aback by her demeanor. Why did Cheng Yinian's gaze seem so different today? At this moment, she was engaged in a video call with her friends and, mustering her courage, arrogantly declared, Cheng Yinian, today is my birthday. And I intend to treat my classmates to a meal. Hurry and buy some groceries to prepare the food. After speaking, she turned to her phone, asking, what do you all wish to eat? Please list the dishes, and I'll have her go shopping. The girls on the other end chattered excitedly, naming various dishes. Ling Man glanced at Cheng Yinian, tilting her chin and inquiring, did you hear that? Can you remember it all? If not, fetch some paper and write it down. Cheng Yinian let out a derisive laugh, recalling the events of this day in her previous life. She had been suffering from menstrual cramps, lying in bed to rest, while Ling Man knocked at her door, video calling her friends and asking them to list dishes for her to remember and prepare quickly. At that time, she had explained her condition, stating she could not handle cold water and suggested that Ling Man book a private room at a hotel instead. However, Ling Man became upset and called Ling Zhan, lamenting her plight. Ling Zhan then contacted her, insisting that his sister only had one birthday a year and that she must cook for Ling Man. She had intended to express that it was the anniversary of her father's passing, yet Ling Zhan did not allow her the opportunity to speak. Coldly, he remarked, I work tirelessly every day, can't you manage these matters at home? Do you plan for me to bear both domestic and external responsibilities after we marry? If so, why should I even consider marriage? At that moment, upon hearing Ling Zhan's words, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She believed that Ling Zhan genuinely wished to build a life with her, entrusting her with the responsibilities of his life, yet she had failed to manage them properly. In that instant, she apologized to Ling Zhan and to Ling Man, and then, with a heavy heart, rose to prepare an elaborate feast for Ling Man. After all, time was still on her side. She intended to cook for Ling Man before paying tribute to her father. However, after completing the meal, Ling Man, along with her classmates, indulged in merriment at home, frequently commanding her to serve drinks and tea, preventing her from leaving. When she finally insisted on departing, Shen Xinyue and Ling Zhan arrived. Shen Xinyue tripped her, causing her to fall and sustain a grievous injury. Shen Xinyue insisted on taking her to the hospital, although she maintained that it was unnecessary. Shen Xinyue wept profusely, pleading, Yinian, please go to the hospital, don't let me feel guilty. Ling Zhan, with a stern countenance, added, Xinyue did not trip you on purpose. If you refuse to go to the hospital now, do you wish for Xinyue to be burdened with guilt? Cheng Yinian, how have you become so unreasonable? In a state of panic, she desperately tried to explain and push past them, but Ling Zhan continuously obstructed her. Due to her menstrual cycle, she had already lost a significant amount of blood, and ultimately, she fainted, necessitating their intervention to take her to the hospital. Consequently, she missed the anniversary of her father's passing. Chapter 6. If you wish to host, do it yourself. When her father passed away, she was not present. On the anniversary of his death, she chose to forego attending in order to celebrate Ling Man's birthday. Later, Shen Xinyue even extended apologies to Ling Zhan and Ling Man on her behalf. She devoted an entire day to preparing a feast for Ling Man, neglecting to pay her respects to her father. The video she shared with her father's old friends only served to reinforce the perception that she was ungrateful, leading her uncles and relatives to regard her as a heartless daughter. In stark contrast, Shen Xinyue attended the memorial with a display of profound grief, prompting the relatives to lament that Shen Xinyue, the daughter of a mere chauffeur, was more deserving of sympathy than her own flesh and blood. When misfortune later befell her, not a single one of those relatives came to her aid. Instead, they doted on Shen Xinyue, treating her as the cherished orphan of a dear friend. In this lifetime, she vowed never to repeat the past. She must honor her father, not only to secure future assistance from her relatives but also because she yearned to confess her regrets to him. Cheng Yinian coldly declared, if you wish to host, do it yourself. What did you say? Ling Man was taken aback by Cheng Yinian's refusal. She was currently engaged in a video call with her friends, and this blatant disregard for her feelings left her visibly upset. Are you so young yet so deaf? I said, if you wish to host, do it yourself. Cheng Yinian reiterated her earlier statement with an icy tone. Ling Man trembled with anger, biting her lip as she retorted. It was my brother who asked you to do this. Before she could finish her sentence, Cheng Yinian had already slammed the door shut, leaving her locked outside. Ling Man kicked the door with a forceful thrust. Cheng Yinian, do you think that just because my brother and my mother are not here, you can neglect your duty to care for me? With that, she declared, I shall call my brother and let him scold you. After her outburst, Ling Man, eager to regain her composure, addressed her friends on the phone, I am about to call my brother. This Cheng Yinian, taking advantage of my brother and mother's absence, treats me this way. I must ensure my brother teaches her a proper lesson. Voices echoed through the line. Man, you must inform brother Ling Zhan about this. If he is not here and Cheng Yinian behaves like this towards you, if you remain silent, she will continue to treat you poorly in the future. Indeed, man. You should demand an apology from Cheng Yinian, one that requires her to kneel, ensuring she remembers this lesson. Oh. How I wish to see Cheng Yinian grovel before brother Ling Zhan. How amusing. My father once insisted I learn from her, praising her work ethic and capabilities. Man. Do remember to record a video, send it to me later. I want my father to witness Cheng Yinian's current demeanor and reconsider his advice. The girls chattered excitedly, offering Ling Man various suggestions. Ling Man smirked, alright, I shall hang up now and call my brother. It's my birthday today, and he will undoubtedly return. Once he is back, I will video call you all, and you shall witness how she apologizes to me. Listening to the conversation outside, Cheng Yinian merely chuckled coldly, disinterested in their antics, and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. After her bath, she donned a flowing black gown. As she stepped out of her room, she encountered Ling Zhan returning home, clad in a dark red plaid suit from Brand L, with a matching blue tie elegantly knotted at his neck. His meticulously groomed hair and poised demeanor radiated the aura of a successful individual, completely shedding the awkwardness and uncertainty of his past. His every gesture exuded composure and sophistication. Chapter 7. I have no time to attend to you. Indeed, Ling Zhan dreaded being labeled a phoenix man. Since the company's rise, he placed immense importance on his outward appearance. Following closely behind him was Shen Xinyue, adorned in a striking red spaghetti strap dress, her chestnut curls cascading gracefully over her shoulders, and her face adorned with exquisite makeup. In stark contrast, Cheng Yinian, with her bare face and simple black gown, appeared rather austere and lackluster. As Ling Zhan entered, Ling Man's face brightened with a smug smile. She discreetly pulled out her phone to initiate a group video call with her friends. Once the call connected, she hurried to Ling Zhan's side, entwining her arm with his, and lamented, brother, with you and mom away lately, Cheng Yinian has neglected to care for me. Today is my birthday, and I wanted to invite friends for dinner, but she refuses to cook and scolds me instead. Just look at her now, all dolled up. One wonders if she's planning to sneak off to meet someone behind your back. Upon hearing Ling Man's grievances, Ling Zhan's gaze sharpened as it turned to Cheng Yinian. His brows knitting together as he inquired, "What trouble are you causing now?" Cheng Yinian retorted with a cold smile, "Me? What trouble have I caused?" "You aren't causing trouble? Then why won't you cook?" Ling Zhan asked with an air of expectation, implying that it was indeed Cheng Yinian's duty to prepare meals in their home. "Am I causing a commotion simply because I refuse to cook? Am I the maid of this household?" Cheng Yinian inquired. Ling Zhan rubbed his temples and replied, "Cheng Yinian, do you have any idea how busy the company is right now? How exhausted I am each day? Must you create more issues for me? Creating issues? Is my refusal to play the role of a maid considered a problem?" Cheng Yinian scoffed. "Have your mother and sister lost their hands? Must I be the one to prepare meals? How is it that when you were not seeking a girlfriend, they managed without food every day?" Ling Zhan regarded her with a derisive laugh. "Is it simply because I have not been home to share a meal with you recently that you have chosen to go on strike? Fine. I shall dine at home today to celebrate Man's birthday. You may go buy groceries and cook. I have no time to serve you." Cheng Yinian retorted coldly as she grabbed her bag, changed her shoes, and prepared to leave. Ling Zhan frowned. He had already compromised, yet she still chose to be obstinate. Was this merely a ploy to coerce him into spending more time with her? Nonetheless, he would not indulge her, otherwise she might threaten him with such antics in the future. He sat on the sofa, his tone icy. "Cheng Yinian, do you believe your current attitude and actions qualify you to be a wife? How could I dare to marry you?" He was acutely aware of Cheng Yinian's deep desire to wed him. Uttering such words would compel her to comply with him. Indeed, Cheng Yinian halted in her tracks. He smirked, realizing she was still dependent on him. He settled into the sofa, coolly observing her, awaiting her return with soft words of apology. Ling Man proudly addressed the video, urging everyone to pay attention to the recording, exclaiming, "Watch her apologize. I must say, Cheng Yinian's attempts to appease my brother are absolutely entertaining, resembling a little lapdog." At that moment, Shen Xinyue, who had been quietly observing the spectacle, discreetly took out her phone to record the scene. She intended to capture Cheng Yinian's obsequiousness towards Ling Zhan and share it online, allowing everyone to witness how the once esteemed young lady of the Cheng family now humiliated herself for a man. She also planned to send this video to Cheng Kanyu's former acquaintances, illustrating how their niece had forsaken her father's passing for a man. Ideally, Cheng Yinian would be preparing Ling Man's birthday celebration today instead of paying respects to Cheng Kanyu. Shen Xinyue intended to share everything with Cheng Kanyu's old friends, ensuring their complete disillusionment with Cheng Yinian, rendering her entirely vulnerable henceforth. Chapter 8. Let today mark the beginning. Cheng Yinian was naturally aware of Shen Xinyue's actions and had heard Ling Man's remarks. A faint smile graced her lips as she shifted her gaze from the others to Ling Zhan. Assuming she was about to apologize or concoct an excuse, Ling Zhan, growing impatient, remarked, "I don't wish to hear your excuses. Apologize directly to Man, then change your clothes, buy groceries, and prepare dinner." After uttering this, his eyes fell upon Cheng Yinian, his brow furrowing deeply as he added, "What a disarray you are in, dressed all in black, do you not find it ominous?" Listening to Ling Zhan's words, Cheng Yinian couldn't help but smirk derisively. He had entirely forgotten that today marked the anniversary of her father's death. Her voice dripped with sarcasm as she remarked, "Ling Zhan, in your heart, I am merely a housekeeper, am I not?" Ling Zhan cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at Cheng Yinian, seemingly attempting to decipher something from her expression. Today, she struck him as peculiar. Ordinarily, she would have already apologized and assured him of her diligence in the future. Why, today, was she questioning him instead? His brows knitted together as he replied, "If that's how you perceive it, I cannot change your mind. Now, I simply ask you, can you prepare today's meal?" Cheng Yinian lowered her gaze and smiled faintly. "I cannot." "Cannot?" Ling Zhan's voice took on a tone of astonishment. How could she declare such a thing? "Ling Zhan, let us end this here," Cheng Yinian stated once more. Ling Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly. Was she playing her coy games a bit too fervently this time? His voice turned icy as he said, "Cheng Yinian, do not engage me in such games of seduction and retreat. I lack both the time and the energy for such trivialities." "I too have no time for games, thus let us refrain from wasting each other's time," Cheng Yinian retorted coldly before turning to leave. Ling Man and her friends were rendered utterly astonished. Ling Man furrowed her brows, biting her lip as she murmured, Cheng Yinian has lost her mind. She then abruptly ended the video call. Shen Xinyue also furrowed her brows, pondering what had come over Cheng Yinian. Why was she so different from before? Her planned video recording had not materialized, so she slipped her phone into her pocket and hurried over to grasp Cheng Yinian's arm, saying, Yinian, please do not throw a tantrum. Recently, Ling Zhan has been unable to join you for meals because the company is genuinely overwhelmed with work. Upon uttering this, she lowered her voice and, adopting the tone of a close confidant, reassured, rest assured, I will keep an eye on him, he has no women outside. Cheng Yinian's gaze fell upon Shen Xinyue, recalling that when she left the company, she feared Ling Zhan might be involved with other women. Thus, she placed her trusted friend Shen Xinyue by his side as his secretary, believing that Shen Xinyue would supervise him on her behalf. Shen Xinyue often told her that Ling Zhan was exceedingly busy and had no romantic entanglements, urging her to focus on managing their home, insisting that he favored women who were devoted to their families. Cheng Yinian had once placed unwavering trust in Shen Xinyue and had never contemplated that Ling Zhan might have an affair with her. Consequently, she had wholeheartedly committed herself to serving Ling Zhan's mother and sister as a caregiver for several years. Now, Shen Xinyue remained oblivious to the fact that Cheng Yinian was aware of her relationship with Ling Zhan, continuing to feign deep sisterly affection. Since she enjoyed the pretense, Cheng Yinian was more than willing to indulge her. With a slight smile, she inquired, is that so? Then, Xinyue, you will assist me, won't you? Of course. I will help you. Just apologize to Man and focus more on family matters. CEO Ling will not hold it against you, as he adores women who are family-oriented. Shen Xinyue replied. Cheng Yinian inwardly scoffed at the continued deception. However, she had wised up and would no longer be fooled. She was determined to reclaim everything that Shen Xinyue had taken from her, commencing from this very moment. Chapter 9, Allow me to go in your stead. On the anniversary of her father's death in her previous life, she had refrained from attending, allowing Shen Xinyue to exploit the situation and garner the affection of their relatives. Consequently, she had been branded as an unfilial ingrate. In this lifetime, she is determined to unveil Shen Xinyue's true nature to their relatives. Shen Xinyue should not forget to put on a show, otherwise, all the preparations she has made for Shen Xinyue would be in vain. She felt compelled to offer a reminder, thus she spoke, Xinyue. Today marks the anniversary of my father's passing. Alas, my spirits are rather low due to this, which explains my earlier outburst. However, Zhan is currently upset with me and is unlikely to listen to what I have to say. Would you kindly explain the situation to him for me? I must take my leave now. Shen Xinyue felt a surge of anxiety. She could not permit Cheng Yinian to shine in front of Cheng Kanyue's old acquaintances. Those acquaintances were all individuals of status, wealth, and influence. Should they lend their support to Cheng Yinian, Ling Zhan would likely hesitate to sever ties with her, as he needed their resources. She had worked tirelessly to reach this point, to suppress Cheng Yinian's brilliance, to transform her into a mere housewife beneath her. She could not allow her resurgence. Instead, she needed to turn those influential individuals into her allies. As long as Cheng Yinian did not attend today, she would devise a means to make them despise Cheng Yinian further and favor her instead. She hurriedly called out to Cheng Yinian, Yinian, it is your uncle's memorial day. You certainly ought to attend. However, pausing momentarily, she hesitated before continuing, however, you were not present when your uncle passed away, and his old friends harbor quite a bit of discontent towards you. If you go today, I fear they may not greet you warmly. Cheng Yinian gazed at Shen Xinyue and inquired, so what? Let me go in your stead and explain things to those uncles and elders. Once their tempers have cooled, it will not be too late for you to visit, Shen Xinyue said with concern. Yinian, I do not wish for you to suffer any grievances. Cheng Yinian scoffed inwardly. Realizing Shen Xinyue was quite the strategist, under the guise of caring for her, she was merely exacerbating the disdain of those elders. Pretending to share a deep sisterly bond? She could play that game as well. With a gentle tone, she replied, no need for that, Xinyue. While you worry about my grievances, I am equally concerned for yours. It would not do for you to face those uncles alone. I shall leave first, please explain to Zhan on my behalf. As Cheng Yinian exited, she stopped at a flower shop downstairs to purchase flowers. The shop attendant greeted her warmly, Miss, what flowers would you like? What is the occasion? To commemorate the deceased, Cheng Yinian responded. The attendant promptly suggested, then chrysanthemums would be suitable, we have both white and yellow varieties. Cheng Yinian scanned the shop and was pleasantly surprised to discover white orchids, her father's favorite flower during his lifetime. She remarked, I will take the orchids. The attendant was momentarily taken aback before responding, very well, I shall prepare them for you. After acquiring the flowers, Cheng Yinian remarked to the shop assistant, in truth, daisies are quite suitable for commemorating the deceased. I noticed that your shop has some splendid daisies, why not recommend them to your customers? The assistant scratched his head, saying, I'm new here and still unfamiliar with these matters. Cheng Yinian smiled playfully, the next time someone comes to purchase flowers for a memorial, do remember to suggest the daisies. I assure you they will sell well, and your boss will surely reward you with a raise. The assistant nodded appreciatively, thanking her. Thank you. You're welcome, Cheng Yinian replied with a smile as she departed. Chapter 10, You let her cook for me meanwhile. Shen Xinyue observed Cheng Yinian leave and anxiously turned to Ling Zhan, Mr. Ling, today marks the anniversary of Yinian's father's passing. She has gone to pay her respects. And as her fiancé, you ought to be present. Ling Zhan paused, realizing why Cheng Yinian seemed somewhat off today. It was indeed the anniversary of his father's death. He rose, took the car keys, and stated, I shall head there now. Please take me along, Cheng Bofu has shown kindness to both my father and me. And I too should pay my respects, Shen Xinyue said softly. Ling Zhan looked at the kind and grateful Shen Xinyue, his tone softening, let us go together. Just as they were about to leave, Ling Man rushed over, pouting, brother, what am I to do if you both leave? It's my birthday today. And I promised my friends I would host them for dinner at home, but I haven't even started cooking yet. It's quite embarrassing. Ling Zhan frowned slightly and said, I will arrange for 2 tables of food at a 5-star hotel, you can invite your friends there. I don't want to, Ling Man pouted playfully. Brother, I promised them to come over. Ling Zhan rubbed his temples and sighed, alright, I understand. Ask your friend to come over in the evening. And I will have her prepare a meal for you. Okay, thank you, brother. Ling Man joyfully embraced Ling Zhan and then cheerfully called her friend via video. As Shen Xinyue and Ling Zhan descended the stairs, Ling Zhan went to fetch the car, while Shen Xinyue decided to purchase flowers from the shop downstairs. The same clerk who had assisted Cheng Yinian earlier greeted her warmly, Miss, what flowers would you like to buy, and for what occasion? I can make some recommendations. For a memorial service, just wrap up a bouquet for me quickly, I'm in a hurry, Shen Xinyue responded anxiously, fearing that she might arrive too late. And Cheng Yinian would have already gained the favor of Cheng Kanyu's former friends. Upon hearing her request and recalling Cheng Yinian's earlier words, the clerk swiftly prepared a bouquet of daisies. When Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue arrived at the cemetery, a considerable number of people were already present, almost all of Cheng Kanyu's former friends. Shen Xinyue observed the crowd, recognizing them as prominent figures in the business world. She was resolute in ensuring that Cheng Yinian could not garner their support, intending to portray her as unfilial and ungrateful. As they stepped out of the car, she noticed Cheng Yinian kneeling before Cheng Kanyu's gravestone, weeping profusely, while Cheng Kanyu's friends beside her were offering words of comfort. Yinian, the deceased has departed. You must take care of yourself. A sense of unease washed over her. It appeared that Cheng Yinian had already endeared herself to these individuals. Without hesitation, she rushed over. Clutching a bouquet of daisies, her face alight with surprise. Yinian, you made it. I was worried you might change your mind and not come. You needn't fret. Although you weren't present when Uncle Cheng passed, he would never hold that against you. Neither would the uncles. Though he did not raise you by his side from childhood. Ever since he acknowledged you, he has treated you with great kindness. In conveying this, she subtly imparted 2 pieces of information to those around them. First, that Cheng Kangyu had passed away while Cheng Yinian was absent. Second, that on this occasion, Cheng Yinian had hesitated to attend out of fear of being blamed. And it was her earnest persuasion that led to her presence. This not only painted Cheng Yinian as unfilial in the eyes of others but also illuminated her affection for Cheng Kangyu. Cheng Yinian turned, a cold smile flickering within her heart, yet she spoke with exaggerated warmth, but you are here, aren't you? Father often remarked that you were like another daughter to him. Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's words, Shen Xinyue couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This foolish girl was attempting to garner favor in front of Cheng Kanyu's old friends. Accepting this, she thought that with these people shielding her, her life could only improve. She smiled and responded, "Indeed, Uncle Cheng treated me as if I were his own daughter. And I naturally regarded him as. Your father cared for you as his own, yet you seem indifferent towards him." Before Shen Xinyue could finish her sentence, Cheng Yinian abruptly interrupted her. Shen Xinyue was taken aback and hurriedly spoke, "How could I not care? Uncle has passed, and even now, I am present. My father despised daisies, yet you still brought them." Cheng Yinian interrupted her once more, her gaze fixated on the bouquet in Shen Xinyue's hands. Shen Xinyue froze, glancing at the daisies she held and then at the numerous bouquets placed before the tombstone, realizing that not a single daisy was among them. All those present were close friends of Cheng Yinian, well aware of his preferences, thus, no one brought daisies. Even though daisies are suitable for offerings, they remained absent. Indeed. Upon Cheng Yinian's remark, every individual in attendance turned their gaze toward Shen Xinyue, all frowning in disapproval. Someone muttered, "She is clearly not his biological daughter. Despite the kindness shown to her, she remains heartless." Indeed, Konyu loathed daisies the most, and she was oblivious. It is said that Konyu once treated the driver's daughter as he did Yinian. Such a lack of gratitude is astounding. Anyone who had interacted with Konyu would know this. Daisies were a painful memory for him. She herself mentioned that Konyu had treated her like his own daughter. Yet after his demise, she brought daisies to provoke him. Was this intentional, or was she truly unaware? Regardless of her intentions, it is inexcusable. If it were deliberate, it would be malicious. If out of ignorance, then it reflects a lack of concern. What an ungrateful wretch she is, considering how well Konyu once treated her. Listening to a group of elders criticize her for lacking gratitude and labeling her as an ungrateful wretch, Shen Xinyue clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly piercing her skin. She had not anticipated Cheng Yinian would suddenly make such a remark, nor had she ever taken note of what Cheng Konyu favored in flowers. Only to be caught off guard by Cheng Yinian's cunning ploy. At that moment, she stood there, feeling both humiliated and helpless. Ling Zhan observed Shen Xinyue's vulnerability and cast a cold glare at Cheng Yinian, questioning the necessity of her mention of daisies at such a moment. What flower was not suitable? Employing daisies during a memorial was entirely acceptable. Cheng Yinian was deliberately attempting to embarrass Xinyue. Just as he was about to approach Shen Xinyue to offer her some comfort, Cheng Yinian suddenly called out to him, "Zhan." With that utterance, all eyes turned toward him, halting his steps toward Shen Xinyue. At that moment, he was still Cheng Yinian's fiancé. It would be inappropriate to console Shen Xinyue. He could only respond with a hint of impatience, "What is it?" Cheng Yinian looked at Ling Zhan and said, "When my father passed away, you asked me to go on a business trip, and I didn't get to see him one last time. I am deeply saddened and filled with regret. It is our fault towards him. Come over and bow to him with me." With this statement, she sought not only to compel Ling Zhan to bow an apology but also to elucidate why she had been absent when her father passed. Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's request, Ling Zhan felt an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes. Typically, memorials entailed merely presenting flowers and bowing. Had Cheng Yinian lost her senses to request that he kneel and bow? He stood there motionless, while Cheng Yinian fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes exuding a subtle chill. She uttered not a word, merely waiting in silence. She was eager to see whether Ling Zhan would approach. Should he choose not to bow before her, he could forget about receiving any favors from these uncles in the future. Chapter 12, sold out. The rapid development of Ling Zhan's company was largely attributed to her initial plea to her father, persuading his friends to grant Ling Zhan a helping hand. During the company's financially strained times, it was these uncles who provided him with projects that allowed him to endure. As the company grew stronger and larger, these uncles continued to support him both openly and discreetly. Everyone else was watching him as well. And Ling Zhan felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. He was reluctant to kneel before Cheng Konyu, yet if he refrained from doing so now, he feared he would never again secure projects from his old friends. Steeling himself, he walked over and knelt beside Cheng Yinian. Cheng Yinian averted her gaze, focusing instead on the photograph of Cheng Konyu on the tombstone. He wore a warm and sincere smile, reminding her of how her father would call her. Always with such tenderness. He would say, "My Yi is the best daughter in the world, my little princess. Whatever you desire, father will provide." While others referred to her as Yinian or Nian Nian, only her father called her Yi, for he declared her to be his one and only. As these thoughts consumed her, Cheng Yinian's tears fell uncontrollably. She felt an overwhelming sense of regret and resentment towards her own folly. with a heavy heart. She struck her forehead against the marble surface, instantly leaving a mark of bruised purple. Yet, such a trivial injury could not alleviate her inner turmoil. She continued to strike her head repeatedly until blood flowed freely. Ling Zhan, kneeling beside her, was taken aback by Cheng Yinian's actions. Yet his heart harbored even more resentment towards her. The severity of her self-inflicted wounds seemed to demand a show of sincerity from him. And thus he too struck his head against the marble, feeling the sharp pain. Most disconcertingly, he knew it would tarnish his image, however. He did not injure himself as grievously as Cheng Yinian. Witnessing her distress, the relatives nearby rushed to her side, urging, "Yinian, enough. Do not harm yourself further. Surely your father recognized your filial piety. His passing was merely an unfortunate accident, and your absence during his final moments is not your fault." With their support, Cheng Yinian rose to her feet, yet her tears continued to flow unabated. Shen Xinyue observed how Cheng Yinian had gained the forgiveness of Cheng Konyu's old friends, even eliciting their sympathy. A surge of jealousy coursed through her. Gritting her teeth, she disregarded the earlier embarrassment of having taken the daisies and approached Cheng Yinian, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Yinian, please do not despair. Surely your father would not wish to see you in such anguish, he would forgive us. Your absence at his funeral was unintentional, and my bringing the daisies was also without malice. Uncle Cheng was a kind soul, he would never hold it against us." Cheng Yinian gazed at Shen Xinyue with a subtly frosty demeanor. She truly knew how to find a way out for herself. However, today, she would not allow Shen Xinyue to escape that easily. Grasping Shen Xinyue's hand, she spoke with fervor and a remarkable innocence. "Xinyue, you are right. Father must have forgiven us, and so have the uncles and elders. You previously mentioned that I shouldn't come, for the uncles would surely not look kindly upon me. Yet, see. They have not scowled at me, they are quite amiable, are they not?" Shen Xinyue felt a wave of frustration. Was Cheng Yinian truly lacking in common sense? Such foolishness was astonishing. How could she speak in such a manner, effectively throwing her under the bus? Doubts began to creep in. Was this a deliberate act? However, upon witnessing Cheng Yinian's innocent and harmless expression, she dismissed the thought. Cheng Yinian was simply too naive to possess such cunning. Her folly was just that, pure foolishness. Upon Cheng Yinian's words, it was indeed evident that the acquaintances of Cheng Konyu regarded Shen Xinyue with disapproval. One of the acquaintances' wives even pulled Cheng Yinian to her side, urging her to maintain distance from Shen Xinyue, and in front of her, remarked, "Yinian, stop being so naive, not everyone is your friend." Shen Xinyue trembled with indignation but felt utterly silenced. Chapter 13, Retribution will come after paying their respects to Cheng Konyu. Everyone departed from the cemetery. Ling Zhan finally erupted in frustration, casting a cold stare at Cheng Yinian. "Cheng Yinian, what is wrong with you? Xinyue has your best interests at heart, yet you deliberately humiliate her, do you not? How could that be? What have I done to bring embarrassment upon myself?" Cheng Yinian blinked innocently and asked, "Xinyue, I care for your well-being. I feared that your uncles might turn their backs on you and prevent your attendance. Yet, here you are, having come only to sell me out." Ling Zhan coldly glared at her, questioning the nature of their friendship. "Isn't what I said merely the truth?" Cheng Yinian feigned innocence as she inquired of Shen Xinyue, "Is it you who wishes to bar me from honoring my father?" Shen Xinyue found this statement peculiar. As if she were deliberately obstructing another daughter from paying respects to her father. Clearing her throat, she replied, "I merely feared you would incur the displeasure of those uncles." "Oh, I was only informing you that the uncles are quite amiable and harbor no resentment towards me." Cheng Yinian continued in her naive tone. "What have I done wrong?" Shen Xinyue was nearly exasperated, yet she managed to respond, "You have done nothing wrong." Cheng Yinian turned to Ling Zhan, "Did you hear that? Xinyue herself said I am not in the wrong." Ling Zhan remained silent. Seeing that he had no retort, Cheng Yinian began to depart, only for Ling Zhan to interject. "Where do you think you are going? Why do you concern yourself with my actions? Did you not claim that you dared not marry me?" Cheng Yinian retorted mockingly. "You." Ling Zhan gritted his teeth, struggling to articulate a response. As Cheng Yinian prepared to leave once more, he coldly commanded, "Return home with me. But we still need to prepare for Man's birthday banquet this evening. If I do not return, who will?" Cheng Yinian replied. Shen Xinyue approached and linked her arm with Cheng Yinian's, urging, "Yinian, you should accompany Mr. Ling. It is quite late." If you do not go with him, where else could you possibly go? It is perilous for a young girl to be outside at night, as my father used to say. Daughters from respectable families do not spend the night out. Shen Xinyue's words were merely intended to convey a message to Ling Zhan, showcasing herself as a virtuous young lady. However, to Cheng Yinian, they resonated quite differently. Indeed, at such a late hour, where could she possibly go? With her father gone, she had no home to return to. The house she shared with Ling Zhan was originally a birthday gift from her father. Back then, Ling Zhan had nothing to his name. He had embraced her, saying, "Nian Nian, living in your house makes me feel immense pressure. People say I am living off you. Perhaps I should move out, our financial situations are too disparate. And we may not reach the end together." At that moment, she feared losing Ling Zhan more than anything, compelling her to transfer the property to him without hesitation. Reflecting on this, Cheng Yinian wished to slap herself. How could she have been so foolish in her past life, so hopelessly infatuated? However, in this lifetime, she was determined to reclaim that house. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and smiled gently, saying, "All right, let's go home." Upon hearing her intention to return, Ling Zhan scoffed, dismissing her as someone of great resolve, but was it really so? He turned away and entered the driver's seat. Shen Xinyue approached and opened the door to the passenger seat, addressing Cheng Yinian, "You know I get car sick, I'll sit in the front." Cheng Yinian chuckled softly, indifferent to such trivialities. She opened the door to the back seat and replied coolly, "Suit yourself." Chapter 14, You said you would help me, right? The three of them returned together, and Ling Man looked at Cheng Yinian with a mocking smile. "Oh, you spoke so boldly today. I thought you were going to break up with my brother. Why are you back?" Cheng Yinian, disinterested, prepared to retreat to her room for some rest. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the sofa, Man, let us speak nicely." It was then that Cheng Yinian realized that Yu Huixin, who had been traveling last week, had returned. Ling Zhan approached with a smile, "Mom, you're back?" Shen Xinyue cheerfully added, "Auntie, you're back." Yu Huixin settled onto the sofa, smiling, "Today is Man's birthday. Of course, I had to come back." She then turned to Cheng Yinian and said, "The deceased has passed, but the living must continue their lives. Do not let a dead person cause discord between you and John. You are soon to marry him, you should know how to be a good wife. Go prepare the meal, there are many dishes to be made today, so start early." Listening to Yu Huixin's words, Cheng Yinian's lips curled coldly. Yu Huixin always donned the demeanor of a prospective mother-in-law, pretending to be the most reasonable person. Yet, her words and actions consistently favored Ling Zhan, often resorting to psychological manipulation, making Cheng Yinian feel inferior to him, as if her role as a wife was solely to serve her husband. In her past life, she had thought Yu Huixin was the best mother-in-law in the world, wholeheartedly devoted to her. It was evident now that there was something amiss in her thinking. In this life, she would no longer be manipulated by her. She spoke up, "I am weary and shall take my rest. As a mother, it is only fitting for Auntie to prepare a meal for her daughter on Ling Man's birthday, is it not?" With that, she smiled and walked toward her room. Yu Huixin's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that the usually obedient Cheng Yinian would dare to defy her today. Anger coursed through her, causing her hands to tremble as she turned to Ling Zhan, exclaiming, "Ling Zhan, is this truly the girlfriend you have chosen?" Ling Zhan furrowed his brow, intercepting Cheng Yinian. He stated firmly, "Today marks the anniversary of your father's passing. I overlooked your tantrum this morning, and now that the memorial has concluded, my mother is right. Do not let the dead provoke quarrels with the living, go and prepare the meal." His tone was one of command. Cheng Yinian raised an eyebrow. "And what if I refuse?" "Excuse?" Ling Zhan replied coldly. "There is no excuse, simply laziness. Now, you shall cook." Cheng Yinian emphasized the last three words with a pronounced bite. Ling Zhan's frustration was palpable as he clenched his fists tightly, while Shen Xinyue hastily approached to mediate. "Yinian, Mr. Ling works exceedingly hard at the company, do not escalate matters with him." Lowering her voice, she added, "Yinian, have you forgotten what I told you? Men are drawn to women who are devoted to family." Cheng Yinian regarded Shen Xinyue, a smile curving her lips as she grasped Shen Xinyue's hand and sweetly said, "Xinyue, you mentioned you would assist me, did you not?" "Indeed, I shall help you," Shen Xinyue replied without hesitation. "Then, would you be so kind as to prepare the meal today?" Cheng Yinian smiled, for Shen Xinyue seemed eager to play the role of a supportive sister. And she was more than willing to indulge her in this charade. As the situation unfolded, Shen Xinyue's expression shifted dramatically. Ah? You won't help me? Cheng Yinian blinked. Her eyes wide. Did you not say we were the best of sisters? I have my period today, don't you feel sorry for me? Shen Xinyue cursed Cheng Yinian silently 1,000 times in her mind, yet at that moment, if she were to refuse her, it would surely lead to misunderstandings. Thus, she could only manage a dry chuckle and replied, it's just that my culinary skills are not as proficient as yours. That's all right, I shall teach you, Cheng Yinian declared. Well, fine, Shen Xinyue reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 15, Sympathy for Brother Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan had initially intended to intervene. But he could not resist Shen Xinyue's willingness to assist. After all, she was keen on preventing Cheng Yinian from swiftly discovering the superficiality of their sisterhood. The two ventured into the kitchen, where Cheng Yinian leaned casually against the doorframe, her hands tucked into her pockets as she directed Shen Xinyue. Xinyue, first wash that meat. Slice it, and let it marinate. Oh, meat should be washed in cold water, using hot water will alter its flavor, she added. And you must also attend to the fish, scrape off the scales. Shen Xinyue found herself flustered under her commands, nearly on the verge of exploding with frustration. However, she could not vent her anger at Cheng Yinian and could only smile as she said, Yinian, you are merely standing there giving orders, and I am struggling. Why don't you join me in the preparation? Ah, but I am on my period, I can't touch cold water, Cheng Yinian replied. With a resigned heart, Shen Xinyue continued to heed Cheng Yinian's directives. The meal took 4 hours to prepare, resulting in a total of 10 dishes, predominantly elaborate ones. One must admit that Ling Man's friends possess a remarkable talent for selecting dishes. This feast nearly drove Shen Xinyue to madness, her hands were cut 3 times while chopping. And her arms and face were splattered with oil, resulting in countless painful blisters. By the end of the meal, her once pristine makeup had been reduced to a visage of grease and soot. In contrast, Cheng Yinian remained refreshingly composed, though she wore no makeup. Her natural beauty appeared even more radiant and translucent. Once the dishes were completed, Cheng Yinian remarked, oh, how exhausting. This is even more tiring than cooking for myself. I shall take a rest and forego dinner. With that, she turned and retreated to her own room. Shen Xinyue resignedly began to carry the dishes to the table. Ling Man's friends had already arrived, and upon seeing Shen Xinyue serving the food, several newcomers, unaware of Cheng Yinian's presence, mistook Shen Xinyue for her. Knowing Ling Man's disdain for Cheng Yinian, they sought to ingratiate themselves with her by making disparaging remarks. Oh, man, your future sister-in-law is quite the eyesore. She spends all day cooking and still wears makeup. I wouldn't dare touch her food for fear of finding false eyelashes in it. Indeed, she truly embodies the essence of a housewife. No wonder she clings so desperately to Brother Ling Zhan. With her appearance, no man would ever want her. Brother Ling Zhan is truly kind-hearted, it's astonishing that he would settle for such a woman. I didn't catch the video today. But I heard your sister-in-law is quite stubborn and refuses to cook for you. How is it that she ended up doing so? Quite the hypocrite, isn't she? Just look at her face, it screams desperation, with that sharp chin and gaunt cheeks. A group of individuals exchanged words, and one among them tasted a dish. Furrowing their brows and exclaiming, oh dear, I assumed that although it may not be exquisite in appearance, as long as the food is palatable, it would suffice. However, this dish is rather unappetizing. My heart ached for Brother Ling Zhan, how unfortunate that he became entangled with such a woman. Their conversation was rapid and loud, leaving Ling Man unable to intervene before Shen Xinyue overheard everything. Shen Xinyue, infuriated to the point of tears, prompted Ling Man to address her friends, stating, please refrain from making such remarks. This young lady is my brother's secretary, she is merely here to assist us. Naturally, her culinary skills may not be up to par, for she is not a housewife. The friends who were visiting for the first time felt increasingly awkward. Ultimately, the meal was uncomfortable, primarily due to the lackluster dishes. Cheng Yinian sat in her room, enjoying the air conditioning and applying a facial mask, while relishing the mocking remarks cast upon Shen Xinyue by Ling Man's friends outside. Chapter 16, Ling Zhan, I am your girlfriend. Once Ling Man's friends departed, Ling Zhan pulled Cheng Yinian from her room, his voice laced with irritation. Cheng Yinian, you have gone too far today, apologize to Xinyue. Cheng Yinian blinked innocently, what have I done? It was not I who harmed Shen Xinyue, but rather Ling Man's friends. Why does he not reprimand them? Ling Zhan's cold voice continued, the humiliation Xinyue endured today was on your behalf, shouldn't you be the one apologizing? Ling Man nodded in agreement, indeed, it was Sister Xinyue who prepared the meal for you, a task that rightfully belonged to you. Cheng Yinian smiled faintly, raising her gaze towards Ling Zhan. Am I to bear this on your behalf? Then why must I endure such humiliation? Am I inherently inferior? Or do you believe I deserve to be treated in this manner? She continued, Ling Zhan, I am your girlfriend. Ling Zhan opened his mouth, yet words eluded him, creating a palpable tension in the air. Shen Xinyue, wishing to appear understanding before Yu Huixin and Ling Zhan, interjected, it's all right, I am good friends with Yinian. It doesn't matter if I endure this for her. Sister Xinyue, you are far too kind. You consider her a sister, yet I see she does not reciprocate that sentiment. Ling Man retorted, her arm entwining with Shen Xinyue's in indignation. Yu Huixin chimed in, Xinyue is Zhan's secretary and should not be subjected to such tasks. Her hands are meant for typing and drafting documents, not for chopping vegetables or cooking. Cheng Yinian disregarded Yu Huixin's remarks, her focus unwavering on Ling Zhan. Once. My hands were also used for typing and drafting. Who transformed me into this? She pressed. You have shaped me into this version of myself. And do you still believe I was meant to be this way? Ling Zhan found himself at a loss for words, deep down, he recognized Cheng Yinian's truth. Yet. He was reluctant to admit it. Moreover, he subconsciously wished for her not to return to the workforce. After all, during their entrepreneurial journey, Cheng Yinian had far surpassed him, securing numerous projects that were attributed to her reputation, rather than his own. Thus, he harbored jealousy towards Cheng Yinian, coupled with an underlying fear of her ascending to heights he could never hope to reach. Consequently, he deliberately sought to suppress her, even wishing for her to suffer, believing that only then would he deem himself worthy of her. While he endeavored to hold her down, he simultaneously felt a sense of disdain for her current state. At that moment, he was at a loss for words in response to Cheng Yinian, ultimately uttering coldly, you do not believe you have erred, do you? Very well. Ponder it well until clarity dawns upon you. From this day forth, I shall not return. When you have come to an understanding, seek me out. With that, he took the car keys and turned to leave. Ling Man let out a derisive laugh, humph, have you angered my brother? Let us see how you fare now. Before retreating to her own room, Yu Huixin merely remarked, alas, it is getting late, I must retire for my beauty sleep. Do remember to tidy up the kitchen and dining table. Once they departed, the living room was left with only Shen Xinyue and Cheng Yinian. Shen Xinyue grasped Cheng Yinian's hand, embodying the essence of a caring best friend, and said, Yinian, you have truly vexed President Ling today. Cheng Yinian looked up at Shen Xinyue, who smiled gently, but fret not, I shall assist you. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, Yinian, why not wait until Ling Zhan's birthday to present him with a grand gift and offer your apologies? Chapter 17, that day. Her life turned gloomy. Cheng Yinian gazed at Shen Xinyue, who appeared to be genuinely concerned for her. Shen Xinyue was remarkably adept at feigning sincerity. Had it not been for her rebirth, she might have been deceived by this facade of pure benevolence. She recalls that in her previous life, despite preparing meals for Ling Man, Ling Zhan still became irate. This was because Yu Huixin did not enjoy spicy food. Yet she had included chili in 3 of the dishes. After the meal, Yu Huixin clutched her chest, claiming discomfort and accusing her of deliberately cooking spicy dishes to intimidate her future mother-in-law. Eventually, Shen Xinyue offered her a suggestion, to present herself to Ling Zhan on his birthday, since they were destined to marry. What difference did it make if it was a day sooner or later? She assured her that she would arrange everything. At that time, Shen Xinyue had booked a presidential suite and purchased intimate apparel. Deep down, she remained rather conservative and refrained from wearing the enticing lingerie. Shen Xinyue was somewhat displeased, but ultimately conceded, suggesting that not wearing it was acceptable as long as it was placed on the bed to enhance allure. She acquiesced. With the lingerie laid out on the bed, she sat in the room awaiting Ling Zhan. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, as she waited, an unexpected wave of heat enveloped her, prompting her to shed her garments one by one. She lay on the bed, writhing in discomfort. Soon, Ling Qi arrived. But it was not just Ling Zhan who entered, a throng of individuals followed, comprising company employees and Ling Zhan's close friends. That day, she suffered a significant loss of face, and for a considerable time thereafter, she became the subject of gossip among the company staff and Ling Zhan's circle. Women labeled her as shameless, while men lewdly speculated about her physique, even remarking on her prowess in bed, questioning whether she had indeed given her virginity to Ling Zhan. Subsequently, the events of that day were disseminated online by an unknown source, rendering her nearly unable to venture outside and face anyone, regardless of gender. The online discourse branded her as licentious and shameless, with insinuations that while others donned enticing lingerie to entice men, she had discarded hers carelessly, showcasing a certain audacity. Even her mother chastised her for her perceived debasement, accusing her of summoning numerous men to witness her indiscretions. She attempted to explain to her mother that she had not. Yet her mother remained unconvinced. Having married Shen Xinyue's father, her mother had developed a tendency to believe Shen Xinyue unequivocally, selectively disregarding her explanations. During that tumultuous period, she yearned for maternal affection and bore her trials in silence, maintaining a seemingly harmonious mother-daughter relationship. However, following this incident, their bond plummeted to an icy abyss. Although Ling Zhan ultimately married her, she initially held the belief that his willingness to wed stemmed from lingering affection. It was only later that she comprehended his true motivation, a desire for the 20 stake in her company that she possessed. Merely 3 days into their marriage, he insisted she transfer the 20 shares to him, declaring, "Having married you despite your disgraceful actions, how can you still doubt me and refuse to relinquish those shares? If you hold such distrust, perhaps we ought to consider divorce." It was at that moment she felt an acute sense of urgency. She realized that once she transferred the shares to him, he would undoubtedly seek to dissolve their marriage, leaving her with nothing. Consequently, she steadfastly refused to cede her shares to Ling Zhan. After their marriage, he never laid a finger on her, merely treating her like a caretaker for his family. Whenever Hui Xian forced her to do things against her will, she would remind her of how many men had gazed upon her body, insisting that since her son did not disdain her and chose to marry her, she ought to be grateful and dutifully serve their family. Chapter 18, A scheme within a scheme. In her previous life, she had never deeply contemplated this matter, but now reflecting on it, it seemed that incident must have been shared online by Shen Xinyue. Moreover, she had felt an unbearable heat that day, only later realizing it was due to the ambience candles. However, she had never suspected that Shen Xinyue had switched the candles, always assuming they were simply provided by the hotel. She truly felt foolish. With this thought, Cheng Yinian withdrew her hand from Shen Xinyue's grasp, looking at her coolly as she inquired, "What do you think I should gift him? Why not offer yourself to him? After all, you are to be wed. So whether it's a day sooner or later, it matters not, he would surely be delighted," Shen Xinyue replied with a sweet smile, playfully blinking at Cheng Yinian. "That way, you would truly belong to him, and he to you." Cheng Yinian scoffed coldly. Since Shen Xinyue was so intent on orchestrating a scheme for her, how could she let such effort go to waste? She responded, "Very well, then you arrange it for me. His birthday is the day after tomorrow. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is perfectly arranged," Shen Xinyue said gently, her smile so sweet it could be overwhelming. No wonder Ling Zhan was fond of her. He had always had a penchant for sweetness. "All right, you may proceed." Cheng Yinian nodded and turned to return to her room. Only Shen Xinyue remained in the living room, gazing at the remnants of a meal laid upon the table. Hastily, she grabbed her bag and departed, unwilling to linger and tidy up. That night, as Cheng Yinian lay in bed, sleep eluded her. She needed to carefully devise her future plans. In her previous life, she had devoted everything to Ling Zhan. Yet he had treated her so poorly. Now, she resolved to reclaim all that she had given him. She wanted him to understand that when she cared for him, she could offer him everything, but when she chose not to, she could just as easily reduce him to nothing. She intended to reclaim the house her father had gifted her. However, she had no intention of recovering Ling Fashion, the company named after her and Ling Zhan, as it only served to remind her of how foolish she once was. Nevertheless, she would not leave Ling Fashion for Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue. The empire she had built would be dismantled by her own hands. The only valuable asset she possessed now was her 20 stake in Ling Fashion, and she knew she must utilize it wisely. Covering her eyes with her hand, she pondered deeply, when suddenly, a name sprang to her mind, Si Qingma, the president of Emolan Qingyi, and Ling Zhan's archrival. Emolan Qingyi was registered only 3 years ago, akin to Ling Yi Apparel, and also specializes in fashion. Compared to Ling Yi apparel, it resembles a nascent child, innocent and unversed in the intricacies of the industry. Yet its very youth imbues it with a fearless audacity akin to that of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Remarkably, in the span of merely 2 years, it has experienced meteoric growth, emerging as a formidable contender alongside Ling Yi apparel, boasting its own brand and designs, renowned for their uniqueness and distinctiveness. During her tenure at the company, she would employ every conceivable strategy to unveil new products ahead of Lan Qingyi, tirelessly engaging esteemed designers and models for promotion and creation. Thus, despite the undeniable strength of Lan Qingyi, it often found itself overshadowed by Ling Yi apparel. She could discern that the decision-maker behind Lan Qingyi was an astute individual, and her defeats were merely a consequence of her subordinates' slower reactions. Chapter 19, Seeking Ling Zhan's archenemy. Cheng Yinian recalled that 2 years prior, the president of Lan Qingyi, Cheng, had extended an olive branch to her, attempting to entice her to join their company. At that time, she contemplated a refusal, but Ling Zhan insisted she should not decline, suggesting it was merely a game to keep him engaged. At that moment, her fondness for Ling Zhan compelled her to heed his wishes, and she relayed numerous demands to Cheng, each time probing his limits, to which he repeatedly acquiesced. She remembered that Ling Zhan's final request was for a welcome banquet, with invitations extended to the titans of the fashion industry in Yunhai City. For several days, Cheng did not respond to this request, until a week later, when he finally replied to her email, confirming his agreement and stating that the welcome banquet was already in preparation. On that day, she adorned herself elegantly, standing on the stage with a microphone in hand. Addressing Cheng, "Mr. C, are you aware of my relationship with the esteemed general manager of Ling Yi apparel? He is my fiancé. Do you truly believe I would oppose my betrothed? Do you invite others to collaborate without investigating their backgrounds? I must express my doubts regarding your professional capabilities." After delivering these words, she confidently linked arms with Ling Zhan and exited the welcome banquet. Consequently, Cheng became the subject of ridicule within their circle. Reflecting on this, Cheng Yinian inhaled deeply. Now, as she contemplated approaching Cheng for collaboration, she wondered if he would acquiesce. But how could she ascertain without making the attempt? She could leverage the 20 shares of Ling Yi apparel as a bargaining chip. The following day, Cheng Yinian rose early. After freshening up, she noticed the remnants of last night's meal still adorning the dining table, with spills of beverages and sauces staining the floor. In the past, she would have tidied up and prepared breakfast for Ling Man and Yu Huixin, but now it was of no concern to her. Grabbing her bag, she stepped outside and purchased fried dough sticks and steamed buns from a street vendor. Ever since Ling Yi apparel gained prominence, Ling Zhan, eager to showcase his newfound wealth, had forsaken such humble breakfasts, opting instead for what he deemed high-end fare like coffee and sandwiches. She had accompanied him in indulging those choices. For the first time in years, she relished her meal so heartily. After finishing breakfast, she donned a pair of soft-soled, low-heeled flats and cheerfully boarded the subway, heading towards Lan apparel. Perhaps it was her fortunate luck that, while negotiating at the reception of Lan Qingyi, she chanced upon Cheng entering from outside. He was clad in the most ordinary white shirt, with a black suit draped over his elbow. Unlike Ling Zhan, whose hair was always meticulously styled, his appeared somewhat tousled, yet it exuded an inexplicable elegance. His tall and slender figure stood upright as he walked. And even without any deliberate poses, he possessed a demeanor more captivating than that of a male model. As Cheng Yinian beheld Cheng in such splendor, she pondered whether she had been blind in the past, failing to recognize such a handsome man, while fixating on the crooked tree that was Ling Zhan. At that moment, Cheng was engaged in conversation with his assistant, nearing the elevator. Cheng Yinian promptly called out, "Mr. C." He paused, turning to glance at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. She hurried towards him, but at that instant, the receptionist from Lan Qingyi rushed over to intercept her, saying, "Mr. C, I apologize. This young lady insists on seeing you without an appointment, despite my explanation that she cannot meet you. Please attend to your duties," Cheng instructed the young receptionist, who, as if granted a reprieve, hastily departed. "Mr. C, I wish to discuss something with you," Cheng Yinian stated. Cheng smirked slightly. "Ms. Cheng, do you believe that 2 years ago, the embarrassment I suffered was insufficient? What mischief do you intend this time?" Cheng Yinian realized he harbored resentment and swallowed hard. Replying, "I would like to work at Lan Qingyi." Si Qingma scoffed, Miss Cheng, you have been unemployed for 2 years. What reason do we at Mo Lan Qingyi have to hire someone who has been out of touch with society for so long? This is not a place for refuse. Upon hearing Si Qingma refer to her as refuse, Cheng Yinian felt a pang in her chest. However, she quickly composed herself and smiled at him. What if I offer 20 of Ling Yi's shares in exchange for a job opportunity? Si Qingma raised an eyebrow and glanced at his watch, then replied, I have a meeting in 10 minutes. Miss Cheng seems earnest. I assume you are willing to wait. Cheng Yinian nodded eagerly, of course. Si Qingma gave her a long, penetrating look before turning and entering the elevator. Cheng Yinian took a seat on the sofa in the lobby, not anticipating that she would wait an entire day. She had not eaten all day. Fearful of missing the opportunity to discuss matters with Si Qingma, she remained there from morning until evening, enduring hunger pangs as she awaited his return. By around 8 in the evening, Si Qingma's assistant, Su Yi, came down to inform Cheng Yinian, Miss Cheng, Mr. Si has already left. You should head home as well. Left? Cheng Yinian exclaimed in surprise. He clearly promised to discuss things in detail with me. Su Yi replied matter-of-factly, Mr. Si only agreed to discuss matters in depth. No specific time was confirmed. After a pause, he added, perhaps Mr. Si will have time tomorrow. Cheng Yinian felt a tinge of disappointment and a hint of anger, nevertheless. She managed a smile and nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, I shall return tomorrow. She pressed a hand to her abdomen and stood up, but faltered momentarily, nearly losing her balance. Sui reached out to steady her, and she smiled at him, saying, thank you. As she made her way outside, Sui watched her depart before heading to a nearby convenience store to purchase 2 boxes of instant noodles. He then ascended the stairs back to Si Qingma's office. Sir. Miss Cheng has left, he informed. Si Qingma replied nonchalantly, his gaze never straying from the computer screen. After a few moments of silence, Sui continued. Miss Cheng mentioned she would return tomorrow. Si Qingma glanced up at Sui, poised to respond when suddenly the office door swung open, revealing Cheng Yinian once more. It seems you hold a grudge, President Si. Did I embarrass you earlier? Is this your way of seeking revenge? Si Qingma turned his attention to the re-entering Cheng Yinian and remarked, was the staff elevator not in operation? I shall have the person in charge of it dismissed by tomorrow. His words, however, were directed at Sui rather than Cheng Yinian. Sui was taken aback. He had observed the staff elevator in operation when he ascended moments ago. The president's elevator required a key card for access. Upon hearing his comment, Cheng Yinian quickly interjected. I did not take the elevator, I ascended the stairs. At her words, Si Qingma, who had been preparing to focus on his computer, was momentarily taken aback. His gaze now resting on Cheng Yinian's bare feet, his brow furrowing slightly. Cheng Yinian suddenly recalled that she had removed her shoes while climbing the stairs. Hastily, she bent down to put them on, clearing her throat gently, and said, I apologize for forgetting to wear my shoes, however. I assure you my feet do not have an unpleasant odor. Sui. Chapter 21, Doubts regarding Miss Cheng's capabilities. Si Qingma seemed to be amused by her remark, letting out a cough before addressing Sui, you may go for your meal. Meal? Sui asked uncertainly, are you certain, Mr. Si, that you mean a proper meal and not instant noodles? Si Qingma cast a cold glance in his direction, prompting Sui to chuckle, very well, would you like me to pack a meal for you, Mr. Si? No need, Si Qingma retorted with another glance. You may leave for the day. Suyi's spirits lifted at this, and he glanced gratefully at Cheng Yinian before turning to Si Qingma. Thank you, Mr. Si. I shall take my leave now, truly. Si Qingma shot him a glare, do you not wish to leave? Then continue working. Alright, I'm off. Sui exclaimed, darting out the door with a speed rivaling that of a rabbit. Cheng Yinian observed the dynamic between the two and was reminded of her experiences at Ling Yi fashion. Ling Zhan would never speak to his assistant in such a manner, he always maintained an air of superiority. It seems Si Qingma is indeed a commendable boss. Please. Have a seat, Si Qingma instructed Cheng Yinian. She sat down across from him. He inquired, what made you choose to work at Mo Lan Qingyi? Did you not mention that you would not stand in opposition to your fiancé? Cheng Yinian's complexion paled, and she pressed her lips together before responding honestly. He is no longer my fiancé, he has become an adversary. Si Qingma raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Cheng Yinian continued. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I believe we can collaborate. I will elevate Mo Lanqi to new heights, overshadowing Ling Yi apparel. At that moment, Si Qingma's phone vibrated. He reached for it, glanced at the screen, and replied, I stand by my previous statement, Miss Cheng. You have been out of work for 2 years, why should I take you in? Cheng Yinian was acutely aware of her prolonged absence from the workforce and the resultant disconnect from society, which made her realize that he would undoubtedly have doubts about her credibility. Consequently, she swiftly presented her proposition. Mr. C. I am willing to offer you 20 of my shares in Ling Yi Apparel in exchange for an opportunity to work at Mo Lanqi. I assure you that within 2 years, I will ensure that Mo Lanqi acquires Ling Yi Apparel. After a brief pause, she added, of course. I have one more request. Once the deal is finalized, I would need your assistance in securing the property at number 3, Linhai Pavilion. Si Qingma glanced at his phone again and continued, it has been 2 years, yet Miss Cheng has not transformed her fiancé into a husband. I harbor doubts regarding your capabilities. Cheng Yinian thought to herself, cursing silently, this dogged man really holds a grudge. The words she had spoken 2 years ago were now being thrown back at her verbatim. She took a deep breath, mustered a professional smile, and said, if I fail to deliver, consider the 20 shares as a gift to Mr. C. Si Qingma did not respond. At that moment, he was engrossed in a WeChat group. More specifically, his family group, which was incessantly tagging him. Embrace the natural flow, Si Qingma, when will you finally marry? Will I still be around to witness your wedding? Yun Danfengking, Mo, I have several exceptional young ladies in mind for you. When will you return to meet them? Look, your grandfather and I are of advanced age. You wouldn't want us to leave this world with unfulfilled wishes, would you? Si Haoyuan, Si Qingma, you rascal, when will you bring forth a child? Your Uncle Han has been enjoying grandchildren for 2 years, and yet you remain unmarried. With a city as vast as Beijing, is it not enough for you? Why choose to develop in that small city of Yunhai? Do you wish for your father to pass away without ever holding a grandchild? Su Molan, Mo, dear. Your mother longs to embrace a grandchild. Could you not consider starting a family? Chapter 22, After Marriage, I shall not partake in this. Si Qingma gazed at the messages in the group chat, gently lifting his finger to type. Si Qingma, grandfather, it would be prudent to change your online name. Embrace the natural flow no longer suits your current demeanor. Grandmother, you too should consider a change, you no longer embody the essence of clouds light and breezy. And father. Mother, look at yourselves, you lack the fashionable flair of your parents, even your usernames are uninspired, merely your actual names. Si Haoyuan, how can you criticize us when you, too, use your own name? Si Qingma, I feared you might not recognize me. Thus I altered my nickname in the group. Si Haoyuan, you are my son, even if you turn to ash, I would still recognize you. Su Molan, Qin Haoyuan, how dare you suggest our son could turn to ash? As the gentle breeze caressed the air, a message from the group caught Si Qingma's attention. You two should take your quarrels to the bedroom, do not disturb me while I introduce prospective matches to my grandson. Mo, dear, there are several lovely young ladies here, each with their own unique temperament. Shall I send them to Yunhai City to seek you out? Surely, among them, you will find someone to your liking. Feeling a mix of exasperation and dread, Si Qingma feared that his grandmother might indeed send those young ladies to pursue him. To evade the relentless pressure of marriage, he had fled from Beijing to Yunhai City, yet they continued to hound him. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly turned to Cheng Yinian and said, you need not worry about the 20 shares, if we marry, I shall offer you a position. He reasoned that rather than wed a complete stranger, it would be preferable to marry this woman with whom he had sparred for several years. At least he knew she would not fall in love with him, making any future separation less cumbersome. What? Cheng Yinian thought she must have misheard. Si Qingma set down his phone and fixed his gaze on her. Only through marriage can I ascertain that Miss Cheng has truly parted ways with President Ling otherwise. I might suspect that you are merely acting as a spy for him, especially since Ling Yi fashion has stagnated for the past 2 years. Cheng Yinian opened her mouth to counter his assertion, but suddenly found herself at a loss for words. After some contemplation, she realized that she would not be pursuing love in the future, and marrying anyone would suffice. Resolving this in her mind, she nodded, very well. Since Presidency wishes to use marriage as a guarantee, let us proceed. Now it was Si Qingma's turn to be astonished. He gazed at Cheng Yinian and asked, are you certain? Yes, I am certain, Cheng Yinian replied with a nod. Alright, let's meet at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 8, Cheng Yinian remarked. Cheng Yinian nodded in agreement. Okay, see you tomorrow. After exiting from the Menglan clothing store, Cheng Yinian made her way to a nearby convenience store that was open 24 hours to purchase a box of instant noodles, planning to have it for dinner. However, as she retrieved her phone to make the payment, she was taken aback to discover that she had missed 54 calls. Upon checking, she noted that all the calls were from Yu Huixin and Ling Man. Perhaps they were calling to scold her once again for not tidying the dining table and kitchen from the previous night? She chose to ignore it, completed her transaction, and tucked her phone away. She approached the staff to request water and her instant noodles. Reflecting on the past 2 years, she realized she hadn't truly savored her favorite foods, so she decided to indulge herself today with instant noodles. She then grabbed 2 cheese sticks, 2 soft-boiled eggs, and a rice ball. She asked the staff to add a small amount of water to her noodles, placing the soft-boiled eggs and rice ball into the noodle cup, followed by the 2 cheese sticks on top, and requested the staff to heat it in the microwave. Before long, the noodles were ready, and as she pulled them out, the rich aroma of cheese wafted through the air. Cheng Yinian eagerly picked up her chopsticks and stirred the contents. The noodles, rice ball, and cheese melded together, creating a rather unappealing sight, yet Cheng Yinian could hardly contain her saliva at the enticing smell. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. I won't eat this after we get married. Chapter 23, Don't be late tomorrow. Cheng Yinian was startled and turned around, finding Si Qingma holding a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread, preparing to make his purchase. Cheng Yinian swallowed hard and remarked, This is my private recipe. If you wish to taste it, I may not offer to prepare it for you. I do not desire it, Si Qingma replied coolly, then found a seat, opened a loaf of bread, and began to eat it with water. Cheng Yinian sat beside him, observing him munching on the cold bread, and inquired, Is this your dinner? You truly do not cherish your stomach. Si Qingma glanced at the bowl of what appeared to be glue-like noodles in her hands and retorted, To my mind, your bowl of dark cuisine is far more detrimental to your stomach. Cheng Yinian pouted and chose not to engage further, instead devouring her noodles with vigor. Thereafter, silence enveloped them as they finished their meals. Si Qingma rose and exited, followed by Cheng Yinian as she left the convenience store. While waiting for a taxi by the roadside, Si Qingma's car approached and came to a halt before her. Cheng Yinian gazed at him, thinking to herself that this man was rather gentlemanly for offering to drive her home, a point in his favor, indeed. However, Si Qingma merely rolled down the window and instructed, Do not be late tomorrow. With that, he rolled the window back up and drove away, displaying no intention of escorting Cheng Yinian home. Watching the departing vehicle, Cheng Yinian clenched her teeth in frustration. That man, tomorrow is the wedding. Could he not at least see me home? How utterly ungentlemanly. She was left with no choice but to hail a taxi for her return. Upon arriving at Linghai Pavilion, she attempted to enter using her code, only to discover that no matter how she entered it, the door would not open. It seemed that Yu Huixin and Ling Man had changed the entrance code, perhaps intending to assert dominance over her. She curled her lips into a smile, retrieved her phone, and directly dialed Ling Zhan's number. At that moment, Ling Zhan was enjoying drinks with a few close friends at a quiet bar owned by one of their acquaintances. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smirk graced his lips. He had anticipated that Cheng Yinian would withstand the pressure a little longer before coming to him for forgiveness. Clearly, he had overestimated her resolve. He held the phone, deliberately refraining from answering immediately, eager to witness Cheng Yinian's anxious apology. Noticing his distraction, his friends leaned in to see the screen, and upon recognizing Cheng Yinian's number, they erupted into laughter. Didn't you say you had a quarrel? How come she's calling so soon? One teased. Ling Zhan chuckled, I thought she'd last longer this time, but it's only been a day. How disappointing. Brother Zhan, you really have a knack for training women. Share your secrets with us. His friends implored, encircling him with curiosity. Ling Zhan smiled slyly, Want to learn? Fine. After I answer this call, I shall impart some wisdom. One must never indulge these women. With that, he finally pressed the answer button. Ling Zhan raised an eyebrow, not allowing Cheng Yinian to speak first. He initiated the conversation, Realized your mistake, have you? There is no need for you to apologize to me, after all. It was Xinyue whose feelings you toyed with yesterday. You should apologize to her instead. If she forgives you, then I shall let it go. I'll return when I have the time, and you needn't keep calling me. Just take care of my mother and sister at home. On the other end of the line, Cheng Yinian patiently listened to his words before coldly retorting, do not overthink it. I am merely calling to inform you that within 3 minutes, you must have your mother open the door for me and send the new password for the main entrance to my mobile phone. Otherwise, you shall never obtain the 20 shares that I hold. As these words left Cheng Yinian's lips, Ling Zhan's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Cheng Yinian would resort to threats. She was becoming increasingly unruly. Ling Zhan replied icily, Cheng Yinian, you are playing the game of allure and retreat rather excessively, you might genuinely lose me. You are aware that I do not appreciate women playing such games. 3 minutes. Cheng Yinian interrupted him decisively, casting aside his words, and promptly hung up the phone. The device emitted a series of busy tones. And Ling Zhan trembled with rage. Yet, he did not wish to lose face before his comrades. Pretending that Cheng Yinian had not ended the call, he gripped the phone and chastised it for a moment, saying, enough, no need for apologies. I am drinking with my brothers, so refrain from calling unless it is urgent. Having completed his soliloquy, he finally set his phone down. His companions looked at him, showering him with praise. Brother Zhan, you're truly remarkable. You've managed to subdue that young lady from the Cheng family. Sighing, one of them added, a few years ago, we all spoke of the Cheng family's young lady as being formidable and imperious. Brother Zhan, you have tamed her in just 2 years. Perhaps you should write a book to teach others how to master women. Ling Zhan listened to the flattery from those around him, yet felt a pang of anxiety. Cheng Yinian had only granted him 3 minutes, and he needed to quickly call his mother to let her in. Thus, he took his phone and informed his companions. I'm stepping out to call my mother, lest she worry. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Without waiting for their responses, he grasped his phone and exited the lounge. Once outside, he promptly dialed Yu Huixin. The call was answered almost immediately, ringing only twice before she picked up. As soon as the connection was made, Yu Huixin's anxious voice came through, Ah Zhan. Do you have any idea that Cheng Yinian has been absent from home all day? No one has prepared meals for me and Xiaoman. Last night's kitchen and dining table remain untouched. We've been trying to reach her all day, but she hasn't answered. This is utterly unacceptable. You must have a serious talk with her. Tell her that if this happens again, you needn't marry her. Upon hearing his mother's words about Cheng Yinian's absence, Ling Zhan furrowed his brow, discomfort settling within him. He had always perceived Cheng Yinian to be within his control, but now it felt as though things were slipping away. Nevertheless, he quickly responded, Mom, Cheng Yinian is outside. Please let her in and provide her with the entrance code. She is outside? Yu Huixin hurriedly made her way to the door, peering through the peephole. Indeed. She spotted Cheng Yinian standing there and scoffed, so she knows to return after all? Ah Zhan, it is not that I am criticizing you. But have you ever seen a married woman returning home at such a late hour? And you still speak in her defense. A woman should not be indulged in such a manner. The more she is pampered, the worse she becomes. Ling Zhan furrowed his brows and replied, Mother, please open the door for her and let her in. Linghai Pavilion is an affluent neighborhood. How can you leave my future daughter-in-law outside for others to see? Once she is inside, you may choose how to handle her as you wish. All right, I understand, Yu Huixin acquiesced, ending the call and proceeding to unlock the door. Cheng Yinian glanced at Yu Huixin before stepping inside. Yu Huixin reproached her, why are you only returning now? Do you even realize what time it is? You are a woman on the verge of marriage, you ought not to behave like a carefree girl frolicking about. If you wish for Ah Zhan to feel secure outside, you must take care of the household, do you understand? Cheng Yinian disregarded her and walked directly to her room. Chapter 25, 3,000 dresses, cash or bank transfer? Yu Huixin frowned and reached out to pull her back, exclaiming, Cheng Yinian, are you deaf? I am speaking to you, can you not hear me? Her grip was somewhat forceful, resulting in a tearing sound as a gash appeared in the white dress worn by Cheng Yinian. Cheng Yinian glanced at the tear in her dress, then raised her gaze to Yu Huixin, her eyes as cold as shards of ice. Yu Huixin, taken aback by Cheng Yinian's piercing stare, instinctively stepped back. However, she soon reminded herself that she was, after all, Cheng Yinian's future mother-in-law. A mother-in-law should not be intimidated by her daughter-in-law. With this thought, she straightened her posture and said, why are you looking at me like that? A woman on the brink of marriage, not at home tending to her mother-in-law for just a day, dresses in such a manner as if to lure another man? This dress is torn, and it is best she never wears it again. A daughter-in-law of the Ling family must not don such attire post-marriage. Well, she has worn it today, so let it be. However, it shall not happen again. Now, go prepare some snow fungus soup. The takeout from noon was utterly unpalatable. Oh. And do inquire what Xiaoman wishes to eat for dinner this evening. We shall prepare that as well. At this moment, Ling Man also emerged from her room and spoke. For dinner, I desire steamed eggs with sea urchin. Make a couple of extra. The takeout for lunch was dreadful, leaving me unsatisfied. Cheng Yinian disregarded Ling Man's remark. Her tone icy as she addressed Huixin. 3,000 for the dress. Will it be cash or a bank transfer? Huixin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? A dress costing 3,000 yuan? Do you think my son's money comes from thin air? Such wastefulness. Cheng Yinian had grown weary of Huixin's incessant complaints. In the past, when she prepared meals for their family, both she and Ling Man often desired finer fare, sometimes spending several thousand on a single meal, yet she had always purchased the groceries, and Huixin never uttered a word about the expense. When Ling Zhan wished to buy her a gift worth 100 or 200 yuan, she would admonish him, saying, earning money is no easy task, and since you have been together for so long, why bother with festivities? What purpose do such gifts serve but to squander money? Cheng Yinian cast a glance at her, her voice cold. Will you give it or not? If not, I shall ask your son for 30,000. Ling Man, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, You think my brother will just give it to you? Humph. Who do you think you are? Cheng Yinian curled her lips in a playful manner, suggesting they attempt to see if he would acquiesce. Yu Huixin understood that her son had long coveted the 20 shares held by Cheng Yinian, thus, whenever she sought a financial favor, he would generally comply. However, parting with 30,000 for Cheng Yinian was something she could not abide. How could she justify such a sum for her? She quickly interjected, All right. I will give you the money. Cheng Yinian displayed her WeChat payment code, and Yu Huixin reluctantly transferred 3,000 to her, then added, 3,000 is no small amount. Do be frugal. Refrain from purchasing such expensive dresses. Jean works so hard for his earnings. You could simply buy a pair of pants online for around 20. Which would suit you just fine. Cheng Yinian, disinterested in her mother's admonitions, grabbed her bag and retreated to her room. Ling Man called out from behind. What are you doing in there? Are you going to buy sea urchins? It'll be too late if you wait any longer. Cheng Yinian feigned ignorance, locked the door, and proceeded to the bathroom to shower, apply a face mask, and then picked up a book from her bedside to read for a while before lying down to sleep. Outside her room, Ling Man and Yu Huixin intermittently knocked on the door. What on earth are you doing in there? Aren't you going to cook? The kitchen and dining table are a mess, we'll starve. Irritated by the incessant knocking, Cheng Yinian decided to don her headphones and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 26, The breakup. The following day, Cheng Yinian rose with renewed vigor. She began to gather her belongings, for after obtaining her marriage certificate with Si Qingma today, she could no longer reside here. It would be unseemly to marry Si Qingma while still living with Ling Zhan. Even if she were not residing with Si Qingma, she had to leave this place. She lifted her gaze to the house, a birthday gift from her father, where she had spent so many years. Now, she was about to depart. Taking a deep breath, she smiled softly. It was all right, for she would reclaim this house sooner or later. For now, it was merely a temporary arrangement for the Ling family to occupy. When the time came, she would retrieve it along with interest. She grasped her suitcase and slowly made her way out. The remnants of the previous night's meal still lay untouched on the dining table, beginning to emit a foul odor in the sweltering summer heat. Upon stepping outside, she dialed her close friend, Lan Yingying. Yingying, may I stay at your place for a few days? Lan Yingying, who was at work, answered in a hushed tone. What's the matter? Did you have an argument with Ling Zhan? No, Cheng Yinian replied calmly. We broke up. What? Lan Yingying's voice suddenly escalated, then dropped to a whisper. Wait a moment. Let me step outside to talk. It's too quiet in the office for me to speak loudly. Cheng Yinian could only hear a few rustling sounds, and soon after, Lan Yingying's voice pierced through the silence with excitement. Cheng Yinian, you're not deceiving me, are you? You truly broke up with Ling Zhan? Indeed. Cheng Yinian's voice remained faint, yet on the other end of the line, Lan Yingying was anything but calm. With palpable excitement, she exclaimed, "How wonderful! You are finally free. No longer bound to the kitchen, and no longer a caretaker for your future mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Henceforth, we can indulge in hot pot and catch a movie together. It has been ages since I last savored hot pot or enjoyed a film." Listening to her friend, Cheng Yinian felt a pang of sadness. It dawned on her that, in the eyes of others, she had merely been a maid within the Ling family, while she herself had remained oblivious to this fact. Just as she was about to respond, a cold male voice interrupted from the other end of the call. "Lan Yingying, are you slacking off during work hours? Don't even think about this month's bonus." Immediately following was Lan Yingying's voice, "Mr. Ming, I am not slacking off, I merely stepped out for a quick call. It hasn't even been 2 minutes. I'll be working late tonight and will film a couple of short videos at the hot pot restaurant and the cinema." The icy voice returned, "All right then, when you come back, make sure to brew me a cup of coffee." Soon after, footsteps echoed in the background. Lan Yingying gritted her teeth and muttered, "The malevolent capitalist, always scheming to make me work overtime." Cheng Yinian raised an eyebrow, sensing that perhaps Mr. Ming had a soft spot for Yingying. Indeed, love can often cloud one's judgment. Yet, matters of the heart must be discerned through personal experience. Just as Lan Yingying had once urged her to leave Ling Zhan, she had foolishly heeded Shen Xinyue's misleading words and even resented Yingying for attempting to disrupt her relationship. For a time, she had deliberately distanced herself from Yingying, but now, having gained insight, she realized just how naive she had been. She spoke again. "I will stay at your place for a few days until I find a house to move into." Lan Yingying exclaimed, "Cheng Yinian, do you not consider me a good friend? Don't even think about moving out, you can stay with me as long as you wish. That big house feels so lonely with just me." Chapter 27, From now on, you will be the one on my marriage certificate. "All right," Cheng Yinian replied verbally. Yet she still intended to rent her own place. The action she was about to undertake might offend Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue. If she were to reside at Lan Yingying's home, it could potentially drag her into the ire of Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue. After all, when Yingying had advised her against spending all her time in the kitchen, Ling Zhan had overheard and developed a disdain for Yingying. "Fine, you go ahead. I need to get to work. The key is still in the usual spot, you know where it is," Lan Yingying said. "Okay, I will wait for your return." Cheng Yinian replied with a gentle smile. "Work hard tonight." Lan Yingying retorted, "Humph, I will definitely fire him eventually." After hanging up, Cheng Yinian took a taxi to Lan Yingying's house, dropped off her suitcase, and glanced at the time. It was already 7:30. She hurriedly grabbed her ID card and household registration book, racing toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. She initially hailed a cab, but during rush hour, the vehicle became ensnared in traffic. Cheng Yinian kept checking the time on her phone. It was now 7:50, and she was still 2 kilometers away from the bureau. Ultimately, she opted to exit the taxi and swiftly scanned for a shared bicycle on the roadside to continue her journey. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Siqingma glanced at his watch. It was 8:10, and the woman had yet to arrive. He lit a cigarette, leaning against a Mercedes, his brow furrowed, a sense of agitation enveloping him. Taking a deep drag, he gritted his teeth. Once again, he found himself outmaneuvered by this woman. Throughout his life, Siqingma had never stumbled in the same place twice. In North City, he was a force to be reckoned with, but here in the small city of Yunhai, he had been outsmarted by the same woman on 2 occasions. How foolish he had been to rise early that morning, neglecting his work to wait for her. Was he truly losing his mind? After several more inhales, he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray of a nearby bin, clenched his teeth, and opened the car door. Just then, a girl on a yellow shared bicycle, her hair in a ponytail, rushed toward him, nearly colliding with him. It was Cheng Yinian. Upon seeing Siqingma, she smiled apologetically, sorry. I got caught in traffic and arrived 12 minutes late." As she spoke, she felt relieved that she had chosen to wear a white shirt and jeans today. Had she worn a dress, she would not have been able to pedal with such vigor. Siqingma regarded her with a frown, stating, "I believe I reminded you yesterday not to be late." Cheng Yinian was taken aback, not expecting him to be so particular. Did he really think that the Civil Affairs Bureau would close its doors after a mere 12 minutes? She shrugged, "It wasn't intentional. Now that I'm late, what do you propose?" After a brief pause, she added, "Perhaps I should make it up to you." Si Qingma gazed at her as she wore a particularly professional smile. I will compensate you with 12 yuan. Do you know how much I earn in a minute? Si Qingma raised an eyebrow and inquired. Cheng Yinian maintained her professional smile, responding, I am aware that you, President Si, are quite adept at making money. However, as far as I understand, you only arrive at the office between 8:30 and 9. At 8 o'clock, you should still be in slumber. I apologize for encroaching upon your 12 minutes of sleep, yet I believe that 12 yuan is sufficient compensation. Suddenly, a smile crept upon Si Qingma's lips. You seem rather familiar with my schedule. Cheng Yinian replied with a smile, naturally, it is essential to be informed. Especially since you will soon be the individual on my marriage certificate. Chapter 28, Since we are married. Let us exchange contact information. Si Qingma stared at Cheng Yinian for quite a while, observing the beads of sweat on her forehead. His mood improved significantly. Her choice to ride a shared bicycle here indicated that she must value this occasion of obtaining the marriage certificate. Do you have your household registration book and ID with you? Si Qingma asked. Of course, Cheng Yinian replied, her lips curling into a smile. I know exactly why I am here today. Then let us proceed inside, Si Qingma said, leading the way into the Civil Affairs Bureau without waiting for Cheng Yinian. She hurriedly secured the shared bicycle before following him inside. The process of obtaining the certificate went remarkably smoothly, taking merely half an hour to receive 2 red books. Carefully tucked away the marriage certificate and addressed Cheng Yinian, stating, now that we are wed, I have 3 stipulations. First, I am not fond of infidelity, therefore, I expect you to clarify your relationship with your former fiancé. Second, as a married couple, we share the responsibility of supporting each other in dealing with our respective families. Lastly, and this is crucial, he fixed his gaze upon Cheng Yinian, do not fall in love with me, for I am not one to welcome complications. Matters of the heart are rather bothersome. Cheng Yinian listened with a smile and presented her own requirements. Very well, I too have a few requests. I also prefer not to wear the proverbial green hat, thus, I hope Mr. C can manage his own affairs within our marriage. Secondly, I trust that Mr. C will honor the conditions we discussed prior to the wedding. Thirdly, I have my own pursuits to attend to and will not cater to your family or engage in cooking. Moreover, I would appreciate it if Mr. C refrained from meddling in my affairs. Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's final request, Si Qingma burst into laughter, as if he had encountered the most amusing jest in the world. You, with your culinary disasters, wish to enter the kitchen? I kindly suggest you keep your distance from it. Cheng Yinian stared at him, bewildered. Did he not know that she could cook? Was it not common knowledge that she had trained under a Michelin chef to impress Ling Zhan? Was he not part of that social circle? Indeed, Si Qingma was not in the same realm as Ling Zhan, he was the heir to the foremost family in Beijing. Now in Yunhai City for business endeavors, ostensibly to expand his enterprise, but in reality, merely to experience life. Ling Zhan and Si Qingma truly inhabit different realms. It is merely that Si Qingma conceals his identity rather adeptly. In Yunhai City, only a handful are privy to his true nature. Cheng Yinian, naturally, remains oblivious. Believing Si Qingma to be akin to Ling Zhan, merely a newcomer stepping into the so-called upper echelons of society, yet to penetrate the true elite circles. Why are you gazing at me? Si Qingma inquired, brow slightly furrowed as he absent-mindedly touched his face, questioning whether something marred his countenance. Meanwhile, Cheng Yinian pondered that his ignorance of her culinary skills was fortuitous, it meant she could avoid the kitchen altogether. After years of being with Ling Zhan, she had grown weary of cooking. Most disheartening was the fact that even when she poured her heart into a meal, Ling Man and Yu Huixin would devour it as if they had never encountered food before, leaving her feeling that her efforts were utterly in vain. Very well. Let's leave it at that. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Cheng Yinian said, waving goodbye to Ling Zhan. She had not forgotten the elaborate scheme set up by Shen Xinyue on her behalf, and felt it necessary to express her gratitude to her dear friend. As she retrieved her phone, preparing to scan for a shared bicycle, Si Qingma called out to her, Miss Cheng. She looked up at him. And he pressed his lips together before continuing, since we are married now, we should exchange contact information. Chapter 29, that is precisely what I wanted to hear. Si Qingma was concerned that his family might stage an unexpected visit to Yunhai City, necessitating his enlistment of Cheng Yinian to manage his relatives. Cheng Yinian found his request somewhat peculiar, yet still took out her phone and queried. Shall I scan your code or will you scan mine? Xinyue remained silent, merely retrieving his phone to display his QR code to Cheng Yinian. Cheng Yinian pouted, displaying a touch of pride. After scanning Xinyue's code and adding him as a friend, she proceeded to scan a shared bicycle, mounted it, and rode away. Her first stop was to purchase a pinhole camera, which she connected to her phone. Once everything was properly configured, she cycled to the hotel booked by Shen Xinyue. She checked into a room directly beneath the one reserved for Shen Xinyue. After completing these tasks, she reclined on the bed, enjoying the air conditioning while calling Shen Xinyue. Her voice laced with urgency and helplessness. Xinyue, today is Azin's birthday, you promised to help me. Listening to Cheng Yinian's desperate tone, Shen Xinyue couldn't help but chuckle. Even now, this foolish girl remained so reliant on her. Of course, I will assist you, we are good sisters after all. I've already booked the hotel for you. But he's still angry with me. I'm afraid that if I invite him, he won't come, Cheng Yinian confessed. I'll arrange the invitation for you, Shen Xinyue replied. Cheng Yinian smiled, having anticipated this response. Thank you, Xinyue, you are so kind to me. She innocently added. By the way, are you at the hotel now? I want to come and take a look. I wish to give my first time to Azin in the most perfect setting. I want to see how the arrangements turned out. Alright, I'll send you the hotel address. Come over. After Shen Xinyue finished her call, a mocking smile adorned her face. Did Cheng Yinian truly believe that tonight would be her first perfect evening? Today. She intended to ruin Cheng Yinian's reputation, transforming her into a laughingstock within their circle, while also demonstrating to Ling Zhan just how despicable Cheng Yinian was. Only she, Shen Xinyue, was worthy of him. What of the Cheng family's esteemed daughter? There would be no more Cheng family's esteemed daughter. And she would no longer be the daughter of the family driver. Shen Xinyue put away her phone and glanced at the presidential suite she had reserved, which had cost her a considerable sum. Yet, it mattered not, she could always reclaim the money from Bai Jinxiu later. Little did she realize that this woman was her father's first love. It was no wonder that when she had attempted to play matchmaker between her and Cheng Yinian, Bai Jinxiu swiftly married her father, taking with her all of Cheng Konyu's assets. Perhaps she feared others would criticize her for being a poor stepmother, thus. She treated Shen Xinyue far better than she did Cheng Yinian, being more generous with her finances. She replaced all the ambience candles provided by the hotel with those she had brought herself. The candles were procured through special channels and possessed aphrodisiac properties. Once lit, these candles would surely transform any virtuous maiden into a woman devoid of morals. A triumphant smile curled her lips as she reveled in her scheme. Meanwhile, Cheng Yinian ordered a cup of coffee from a nearby CAF. After savoring it, she leisurely ascended to the upper floor, allowing Shen Xinyue some time to exchange the candles. Shen Xinyue guided her around the room and asked, "What do you think? Isn't this environment splendid?" Cheng Yinian nodded in agreement, replying, "The environment is indeed lovely. But the ambience feels somewhat lacking." Shen Xinyue couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. Chapter 30, A Game Within a Game. Cheng Yinian spoke up, "Xinyue, I wish to add a purple gauze curtain to the bed, it would enhance the allure, wouldn't it?" Initially reluctant to accommodate Cheng Yinian's request, Shen Xinyue reconsidered and acknowledged that a curtain would indeed add a touch of seduction. The more provocative Cheng Yinian appeared, the more effective it would be, wouldn't it? Ultimately, she smirked and enthusiastically replied, "Alright, make sure to wear something exquisite underneath. I shall go out now to purchase the gauze curtain and some lingerie for you." "Great." Cheng Yinian nodded, expressing her gratitude, "Thank you, Xinyue. You go ahead and shop, I will stay here and see if there's anything else I need to prepare." Shen Xinyue acquiesced, "Alright, take your time." Yet, she pondered, what more could one desire in a presidential suite? As Shen Xinyue departed, Cheng Yinian took a moment to install the pinhole camera she had prepared in advance. She glanced at the candles arranged in the corners of the room, a smile gracing her lips. Donning a mask she had prepped, she ensured all doors and windows were secured before igniting the ambience candles that Shen Xinyue had thoughtfully arranged. Stepping out of the room, she positioned herself by the window in the corridor, affording her a perfect view of the entrance below. When she spotted Shen Xinyue returning, she slipped back inside and extinguished all the candles. Upon entering, Shen Xinyue greeted Cheng Yinian with a smile, "Nian Nian, I have procured everything you asked for. Come. Tell me, how do you find this lingerie? Is it enticing enough?" Cheng Yinian held her breath as she reached for the alluring lingerie purchased by Shen Xinyue. It was a delicate black lace piece, devoid of any substantial fabric to provide coverage. She tossed the lingerie onto the bed and turned to Shen Xinyue, saying, "Xinyue, you are truly wonderful. Would you send a message to Zhan for me? Please don't mention that I asked you to, just say it was your own idea. I fear that if I invite him directly, he might not show up." Shen Xinyue nodded in agreement, of course. She picked up her phone to compose a WeChat message while Cheng Yinian observed closely, ensuring that the content did not reference her. Once Shen Xinyue had framed the invitation under her own name, Cheng Yinian smiled and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Xinyue. However, I must trouble you a bit more. Could you help me set up the room? I need to step out to do my makeup and hairstyle. I cannot possibly appear without any makeup." Shen Xinyue nodded, "Sure. Go ahead. Just remember to make your look enchanting." Cheng Yinian acknowledged, "Alright, I'm off then. Oh, and I've taken the room key. Once I finish my makeup and style, I'll come straight back in. You can leave after you've finished the setup." "Alright, take it with you." Shen Xinyue replied with a gentle smile. Cheng Yinian turned and exited the room, shutting the door behind her. Once outside, she inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Despite having held her breath moments earlier, she had inhaled a considerable amount of the fumes from the burning candles. She needed to quickly wash her face with cool water. From her previous experience, she understood that the potent substances in the candles used by Shen Xinyue could cloud one's senses. She hurried down the stairs and entered the room she had prepared, splashing cold water on her face. Still feeling uneasy, she took a cold shower, which finally eased her mind. Sitting on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, she picked up her phone to check on the situation with Shen Xinyue. Shen Xinyue sat in her room, yet to begin the decorations. Instead, she was busy sending messages via WeChat to all her colleagues and to Ling Zhan's close friends, announcing that it was Ling Zhan's birthday and that she had booked a presidential suite at a hotel, urging everyone to come in the afternoon to celebrate together. After sending the messages, Shen Xinyue excitedly began to arrange the room. However, while hanging the sheer curtains, she suddenly felt an intense heat, accompanied by a dryness in her mouth. She carelessly removed her outer garment and tossed it onto the sofa, continuing with the curtains. Once the curtains were hung, her discomfort intensified, her mind became foggy, and she felt overwhelmed by the heat, her body yearning for something deeply. In a frenzied state, she began tearing off her clothes, shedding them one by one, before rolling onto the bed, twisting and turning. Beside her lay the enticing lingerie she had personally purchased. Cheng Yinian watched the surveillance footage on her phone, her gaze icy. In her past life, she had witnessed this very scene. She observed Shen Xinyue, now in a daze, exiting the room and heading upstairs. With the room key card in hand, she opened the door without locking it, leaving it ajar. This way, when Ling Zhan and the others arrived, they would not be hindered from entering, ensuring that the day's performance would not be in vain. After gently closing the door, Cheng Yinian descended the staircase once more. She ventured out to procure her lunch and settled by the window in her room to eat. From her vantage point, she observed Ling Zhan, accompanied by his colleagues and close friends, arriving at the hotel below. Unhurried, she finished her meal and washed her face before ascending the stairs leisurely. Upon exiting the elevator, she took a moment to compose herself. Shortly, she would need to perform a grand act, and her emotions must be perfectly attuned. As she approached the entrance to the presidential suite, she noticed it was filled with people, each bearing expressions of excitement and curiosity, some even recording videos on their phones. Cheng Yinian curled her lips into a smile and stepped inside. At that moment, all eyes turned towards her. With a bright smile, she exclaimed, "Ah, everyone is here. Today is Zhan's birthday, and you all have come to celebrate." Continuing deeper into the room, she spotted Shen Xinyue writhing on the bed, while Ling Zhan draped his jacket over her. However, Shen Xinyue dismissively tossed it aside, then nestled into his embrace, her hands entwining around his neck as she pressed her lips against his. Witnessing this, Cheng Yinian felt a cold smirk form within her. Yet she forced herself to shed a cascade of tears, storming into the scene with fervor. She yanked Shen Xinyue away from Ling Zhan with all her might and delivered a resounding slap. "Shen Xinyue, how could you do this? I considered you my dearest sister. Yet you brazenly seduced my fiancé. How dare you? How could you?" Cheng Yinian endeavored to amplify her facade of anger, sorrow, and disappointment. Undoubtedly, These emotions were not solely feigned, she was genuinely angry, sorrowful, and disappointed, albeit all in the past tense. Shen Xinyue's face was swollen from the blows. Yet she remained in a dazed state. Consequently, Cheng Yinian lifted a glass of water from the table and splashed it directly onto Shen Xinyue's face, aiming to jolt her into awareness and allow her to fully comprehend the humiliation of the day. Indeed, after that single splash, Shen Xinyue regained some clarity. And instinctively she sought refuge in Ling Zhan's embrace, attempting to shield her disheveled form with his body. Ling Zhan hurriedly wrapped Shen Xinyue in his suit jacket. Shen Xinyue, in a state of despair, cried out, "How could this happen?" Cheng Yinian, with a cold smirk in her heart, exclaimed frantically, "How could this happen? Who are you asking?" Chapter 32, You should believe her. As Cheng Yinian raised her hand to deliver another slap, Ling Zhan grasped her wrist and forcefully pushed her away, frowning as he said, "Cheng Yinian, that is enough." The strength Ling Zhan used was not excessive, yet Cheng Yinian stumbled backward, ultimately falling to the ground. She strained to force tears from her eyes, crying out in anguish, "Enough? Ling Zhan, we have known each other since university. I stood by you as you built your company from the ground up to its current public success. We fought together, and you promised me you would marry me. That you would make me the happiest woman in the world. Yet now, for this shameless woman, you dare to lay a hand on me?" Ling Zhan had not anticipated that Cheng Yinian would stumble. He stared blankly at his own hands, yet he had grown accustomed to looking down upon Cheng Yinian. With a cold tone, he remarked, "Xinyue is your close companion, is this how you treat your sister?" Cheng Yinian, in tears, retorted, "Indeed, she is my dear sister. The person I trust the most. Yet she secretly entices my fiancé behind my back. I wonder, is this how one treats their own sister?" Shen Xinyue shook her head, insisting, "I did not, Yinian, I truly did not." "Did you hear that?" Xinyue claimed she did not. Ling Zhan's gaze turned icy as he directed his attention toward Cheng Yinian. "You ought to trust her." "Trust her? But I am not blind," Cheng Yinian accused. "Ling Zhan, the evidence is right before us, and you still choose to defend her? Have you two been colluding all along?" Before Ling Zhan could respond, the employees of the company began to murmur among themselves. "I always thought Secretary Shen had a fondness for the president. She frequently visits his office, spending entire afternoons there. Who would have thought she would so brazenly entice him now? Poor Miss Cheng, from what she just said, the company was built by her and the president. Now Secretary Shen seems to want to reap the rewards without effort. Her character leaves much to be desired. One must guard against fire, theft, and even close friends." Looking at the president's demeanor, it appears he harbors feelings for Secretary Shen as well. Miss Cheng is in a dire situation. Betrayed simultaneously by her closest friend and fiancé, there could be no one more unfortunate than her. Listening to the words of her colleagues, Shen Xinyue clutched Ling Zhan's suit tightly, her mind racing with questions. Why had this occurred? This was supposed to be a surprise for Cheng Yinian. How had it transformed into something that involved her instead? She raised her gaze toward Cheng Yinian, who was unadorned, just as she had been when she left. Was it possible that she had been outmaneuvered by Cheng Yinian? How could this be? She felt foolish, naive, and overly trusting, following every word Cheng Yinian said. How could this be her doing? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, as the disdainful glances from those around her were palpable, some men's eyes even betraying desire. Although Ling Zhan was currently shielding her, surely, this incident would leave a mark on his heart. She had to clarify the situation. And it had to be in front of everyone. In a voice that trembled with fragility, she implored, "Yinian, this room was prepared for you and General Ling. You said you wanted to celebrate his birthday and offer yourself to him. That is why I arranged all this." "Prepared for me? Then why are you lying in his embrace?" Cheng Yinian asked, her voice laced with sorrow. "Shen Xinyue, do you think me a fool?" Shen Xinyue trembled with anger. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, compelled to maintain her facade of vulnerability. I don't know how this happened. It must be a misunderstanding, General Ling. Please believe me." "Misunderstanding?" Cheng Yinian cast a glance at the phone Shen Xinyue had placed on the coffee table. She strode over, picked it up, and confronted Shen Xinyue with determination. Chapter 33, A surprising revelation. Shen Xinyue huddled closer into Ling Zhan's embrace, and he instinctively sheltered her protectively while casting a fierce glare at Cheng Yinian. "What are you planning to do?" he demanded. Cheng Yinian retorted mockingly, fear not. I have no intention of causing harm to your precious one. I merely require her finger to unlock a phone. With that, she forcefully seized Shen Xinyue's hand and used her finger to unlock the device. She opened Shen Xinyue's WeChat and navigated to the chat history with Ling Zhan. In a desolate tone, she proclaimed, you claim this is for me, yet it is evident that you summoned Ling Zhan here. She displayed the chat records between Shen Xinyue and Ling Zhan for all to see. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Indeed. It was Shen Xinyue who had invited the esteemed Ling. Someone read aloud Shen Xinyue's message, Ling Zhan. I have booked the presidential suite at the Imperial Palace Hotel for your birthday celebration. You must come, I have a surprise for you. Oh my, what a grand surprise. They murmured. Was the surprise her own self offered to Ling Zhan? Quite audacious indeed. Typically, Shen Xinyue appeared rather reserved as his secretary. Who would have guessed she harbored such boldness? In that moment, Shen Xinyue finally realized that Cheng Yinian was the architect of her predicament. She had deliberately claimed that she had invited Ling Zhan, instilling fear that he would not attend, compelling Shen Xinyue to send the message herself. All to frame this very moment. Did Cheng Yinian know something? It seemed implausible, she had concealed her actions so meticulously. Listening to the myriad of comments surrounding her, Shen Xinyue anxiously clarified, Yinian, you were the one who asked me to help you invite Ling Zhan. As his fiancée. Do you truly believe I would require your assistance to summon him? Before Shen Xinyue could finish her words, Cheng Yinian interrupted her. Shen Xinyue took a deep breath and said, you mentioned that President Ling is upset with you, and that he might not come if you invite him. Why do you have to falsely accuse me of saying it was my invitation? Cheng Yinian smiled slightly and retorted. Anyone who knows me and understands how deeply I adore him. How could I possibly bear to provoke his ire? Shen Xinyue, even when lying. One ought to prepare a script. As soon as Cheng Yinian finished speaking, Ling Zhan's companions immediately voiced their agreement. Indeed. Who in our circle doesn't know that Cheng Yinian is our Zhan Ji's devoted admirer? She would never dare to upset him. They recalled how just yesterday, while drinking with Zhang Ge, Cheng Yinian had called to sweetly express her concern for him. Listening to Ling Zhan's friends vouching for Cheng Yinian, Shen Xinyue felt a surge of frustration. Had she known it would come to this, she would have never allowed the entire circle to witness Cheng Yinian's obsequiousness before Ling Zhan. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. She lifted her gaze to Ling Zhan, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, President Ling, it was truly Yinian who made me send that. Ling Zhan cast a cold glance at Cheng Yinian and remarked, so, your tantrum these past few days was merely to frame Xinyue? Xinyue is merely my secretary. And it was you who recommended her to me in the first place. What jealousy do you harbor now? Cheng Yinian scoffed, jealousy? Ling Zhan. If it were indeed I who had her message you, would I not have had her message the company employees and your close friends as well? If what she claims is true, that she wishes to devote herself to me, have I truly lost my sanity? With that, she took out Shen Xinyue's phone and displayed the messages she had sent to the employees of Ling Yi Fashion and the numerous messages directed at Ling Zhan's close friends. Cheng Yinian's words and actions rendered Ling Zhan utterly speechless. Chapter 34, Provocation. At that moment, one of Ling Zhan's close friends suddenly interjected, jestingly remarking, our Zhan Ge is indeed fortunate to have such an alluring secretary, one can hardly expect him to focus on work amidst such distractions. Another, brimming with excitement, chimed in. Shen Xinyue personally messaged me, inviting me to celebrate Zhan Ge's birthday. Could it be that she aims to entice me as well? She sent me a message too. Which must mean she has intentions towards me, right? Hee, while Shen Xinyue's figure isn't particularly outstanding, her bosom is quite ample, to my liking. So, do you think she is still a virgin? I believe she probably is not. Haha, who would have thought she was so playful? Surely. She isn't contemplating something more adventurous, like an NP? Everyone chimed in, and in their banter, Shen Xinyue was reduced to a scandalous figure. Ling Zhan's fists clenched in fury as he bellowed, get out. All of you, just leave. One of Ling Zhan's friends, still grinning, remarked, Zhan Ge. Shen Xinyue wants us to see her, why be so stingy? Why not share the joy? In a fit of rage, Ling Zhan lifted his foot and sent his friend sprawling to the ground. His brother's family is somewhat affluent, and when Ling Zhan had not yet made a fortune, this individual looked down upon him. It was only after Ling Zhan achieved success that they began to associate with one another. At this moment, Ling Zhan kicked him to the ground. The man, incensed, rose from the floor and exclaimed, "How dare you? Have I given you too much respect? I usually show you courtesy by calling you Brother Zhan, and you truly believe yourself to be someone of importance? You kick me over a mere chicken? It is indeed you whom I kicked. Who asked you to have such a foul mouth?" Ling Zhan shouted back. "Oh, you can act, but I cannot voice my thoughts." The man retorted with a disdainful sniff. "Get out," Ling Zhan commanded coldly. The man scoffed and said, "Fine, I shall leave. Who cares about celebrating your birthday anyway?" With that, he turned and departed. Ling Zhan glanced at the others, who, understanding the situation, also chose to leave. Only Cheng Yinian, Ling Zhan, and Shen Xinyue remained. Ling Zhan turned to Cheng Yinian and began to call her name, Yinian. However, Shen Xinyue, nestled in his arms, weakly interjected, "Mr. Ling, I feel unwell." Ling Zhan shot a glance at Shen Xinyue, bent down, and lifted her up, heading toward the bathroom. As they passed by Cheng Yinian, Shen Xinyue gave her a provocative smile. Cheng Yinian responded with a cold laugh before turning away. Ling Zhan entered the bathroom with Shen Xinyue. Placing her gently on the wash basin, filling the bathtub with cold water, and then cradling Shen Xinyue as he placed her into the tub. At this moment, Shen Xinyue was engulfed in profound discomfort, yet her mind remained inexorably active. Although Ling Zhan had always shown her kindness and supported her during conflicts with Cheng Yinian, he had never made any explicit declarations of affection toward her, nor had he severed ties with Cheng Yinian. She was resolute in her determination to claim Ling Zhan for herself. Such an exceptional man should not be left to Cheng Yinian. If she could usurp Cheng Yinian's mother and seize her family's wealth, surely she could also win Ling Zhan's heart. Thus, fueled by the effects of the medication, she abruptly rose from the bathtub, her hands encircling Ling Zhan's neck as she leaned in to kiss him, her breaths coming in quick gasps. In a sultry tone, she implored, "Mr. Ling, I feel so unwell, please help me." The sudden onslaught of her soft body caused Ling Zhan to stiffen momentarily. His head tilting back as he gasped, "Xinyue, you are not in your right mind. Do not engage in actions you might regret. Please, take a cold shower. You will feel better afterward." Chapter 35, Ling Zhan will eventually be hers. "I don't want that, I want you." Seeing him tilt his head to evade her kiss, she abandoned her attempt on his lips and instead nibbled at his Adam's apple. Ling Zhan's body tensed further, and Shen Xinyue could distinctly sense the shift in him. He was unable to resist her advances, and a smile crept into her mind as she mused, "Oh, Cheng Yinian. You are unknowingly handing your man over to me." I was troubled about how to deepen my relationship with Ling Zhan, but now, with the aid of this medication, I can ensnare him. She usually presents herself as the epitome of purity in front of Ling Zhan, and she maintains a faade of being good friends with Cheng Yinian, making it impossible for her to seduce him. She does not wish to jeopardize her innocent image in Ling Zhan's eyes. Today, however, presents a perfect opportunity. If anything transpires between her and Ling Zhan, she would have a means to compel him to marry her, thus claiming everything that belongs to Cheng Yinian. Consequently, she becomes even more daring. Just as it seems that Ling Zhan is on the verge of relinquishing his defenses, his phone suddenly rings. In a fluster, he pushes Shen Xinyue away, saying, "I need to take this call." The caller is Yu Huixin. As soon as the line connects, she wishes him a happy birthday before exclaiming, "Ah Zhan. You must have a serious talk with Cheng Yinian. She has become as lazy as a pig. The dining table from 2 days ago remains untouched. And she hasn't cooked for Man and me even once yesterday. We ended up having takeout for dinner, and my stomach is in agony. I asked her to make some white fungus soup, but she didn't bother. I must tell you, I cannot accept a daughter-in-law like that." At this moment, Ling Zhan is overwhelmed with confusion and irritation. He responds, "You need not concern yourself with her. If I do not, then who will clean up the chaotic mess at home? Who will maintain the household? Who will cook?" Yu Huixin retorts indignantly, "I will handle her from now on. For today, just go out and enjoy yourselves, as if you are celebrating my birthday. I am quite busy at the moment." Ling Zhan lacks the inclination to deal with his sister and mother and adds, "I will transfer you 100,000. Go have fun." 100,000? Thank you, brother and mother. Recently, there is a popular beach in the neighboring city that I wish to visit and take some photos. Let's go there. A voice drifted from the opposite side, belonging to Ling Man. Yu Huixing glanced helplessly at Ling Man and said to Ling Zhan. Please take care of yourself and don't just focus on work. I will hang up now. Ling Zhan ended the call and transferred 100,000 yuan to Yu Huixing before re-entering the room. Standing at the bathroom door, he knocked gently but did not enter. Instead saying from outside, Xinyue, I am heading back to the company now. Take your time to calm down. Having said that, he left in haste. Shen Xinyue sat in the cold bathtub, furious, splashing water everywhere. Success was within reach, so who was the fool that called Ling Zhan? It must be Cheng Yinian. That wretched woman. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, Cheng Yinian, don't get too smug, Ling Zhan will eventually be mine. Cheng Yinian had just exited the hotel when her phone rang, a WeChat voice message. She glanced at the unknown WeChat ID and pondered whether it was someone from earlier. Did they wish to inquire about her feelings? Disinterested, she directly hung up. Moments later, the same WeChat account sent her a message, come to my house tonight. Cheng Yinian frowned, muttering, what a lunatic. Do you think I am Shen Xinyue? Having said that, she swiftly blocked the account. In a better mood this time. She opted for a taxi instead of a shared bicycle and headed to Lan Yingying's house. Chapter 36, Getting the Certificate, Living with Her Fiancé? After finishing a video call with his mother, Si Qingma noticed that Cheng Yinian had not replied to his message. He sent another message. Only to find it marked with a red exclamation point. Frowning, he scoffed, just married, and she blocks me? What audacity. He attempted to call her. Only to realize he did not possess her phone number. The thought of visiting her crossed his mind, yet he was unaware of her residence. Frustration boiled within him. No one had ever dared to treat him this way throughout his life. Si Qingma tossed his phone onto the desk, placed his hands on his hips, and paced in circles around the office, gritting his teeth, fine, just splendid. After a moment of seething, an idea struck him. He picked up the landline and dialed an internal extension, Sui, come in. Upon hearing his boss's voice, Sui trembled. Who had managed to provoke the usually composed CEO? Si Qingma rarely lost his temper. The last time was 2 years ago when Ms. Cheng had played him for a fool. Now, he wondered who had the audacity to incite his boss's ire again. After hanging up, he knocked on the door of Si Qingma's office. Boss, how may I assist you? Sui said, eager to avoid incurring his wrath. With one hand on his hip and the other pressed to his lips, Si Qingma gritted his teeth, find out Cheng Yinian's phone number and her current address. Sui paused, realizing it was once again Ms. Cheng who had managed to ruffle their boss's feathers. Truly, she was a force to be reckoned with. Did Ms. Cheng once again outwit their esteemed boss last night, reminiscent of that incident 2 years ago? He yearned for some gossip. Yet the stern expression on the boss's face stifled his curiosity. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until the boss's temper had cooled before indulging in idle chatter. Thus, he promptly replied, of course, I will investigate immediately. One must commend Suyi's remarkable work ethic. He swiftly uncovered Cheng Yinian's phone number and residence. As Si Qingma scrutinized the details Sui presented, his gaze lingered on the address for an extended moment. Number 3, Linhai Pavilion, isn't that Ling Zhan's property? Sui nodded in affirmation. Indeed. But why does she still reside there? Si Qingma's brow furrowed deeply. Sui felt a twinge of confusion. Had their boss truly forgotten that Miss Cheng was Ling Zhan's fiancée? Despite the boss's evident displeasure, he felt compelled to remind him that Miss Cheng was indeed Mr. Ling's betrothed, making her continued presence at that location rather unremarkable. In an instant, the expression on Si Qingma's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. This woman was undeniably skilled. She had married him yet continued to live with her former fiancé. What could possibly motivate her to marry him? Was it merely for a job? And why, then, had she chosen to work at Mo Lan Qingyi? Surely, it must have been to act as a spy for Ling Zhan. This woman was willing to go to great lengths for Ling Zhan. From staying up late drinking to securing sponsorships, and now she was even ready to marry him. But did he truly appear to be a fool? He ground his teeth, crumpling the piece of paper that Sui had brought in, tossing it into the wastebasket. Sui noticed that his boss was even angrier, and feeling a bit flustered. He hastily remarked, Boss, if there's nothing urgent, I'll take my leave. Before Si Qingma could respond, he darted out like a rabbit. Si Qingma, infuriated, Paced around the office several times before retrieving the paper from the trash and dialing the number inscribed upon it. Chapter 37, Add me back at this moment. Cheng Yinian had just returned to Lan Yingying's home, reclining on the sofa with a face mask on, savoring watermelon. She had accomplished something significant today and was in high spirits. When an unfamiliar call came through, she cheerfully answered, still nibbling on her watermelon, and mumbled, "Hello. Who is this?" Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's indistinct voice, Xinyue's mind was suddenly flooded with inappropriate images. Was she kissing Ling Zhan? Speaking in such a muddled manner. She must be nestled in Ling Zhan's embrace, laughing at him for being repeatedly deceived by Cheng Yinian, like a great fool. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth and muttering, "I am not well, very unwell." Cheng Yinian immediately recognized his voice, blinking in surprise as she asked, "Xinyue?" "Humph." Xinyue let out a cold snort. Cheng Yinian pressed her lips together and inquired, "Are you calling me to say you're not well, hoping for some comfort from me?" Xinyue sneered, "Who do you think you are? Who would crave your consolation?" Then why did you call me?" Cheng Yinian was somewhat bewildered. "Where are you?" Xinyue asked. "At my friend's residence," Cheng Yinian answered honestly. "Boyfriend?" Xinyue scoffed. "No, girlfriend," Cheng Yinian blinked and replied, "I am your wife now." "How could I possibly have a boyfriend?" "Humph, as long as you know," Xinyue retorted coldly. "Of course I know," Cheng Yinian affirmed. "Send me your address." "I will pick you up after work," Xinyue stated. "Huh? Pick me up? For what?" Cheng Yinian asked, bewildered. "You just said you know you are my wife. Why would you question the need for me to pick you up? Shouldn't a married couple reside together?" Xinyue remarked icily. "Is it necessary?" Cheng Yinian probed cautiously. "So, does this mean we must fulfill our marital obligations? Are you unwilling?" Xinyue raised an eyebrow. Cheng Yinian pondered for a moment. Now that they were married, fulfilling their duties as a couple was not entirely out of the question, though it felt somewhat regrettable. After all, she had maintained her boundaries with Ling Zhan for so many years. A sigh escaped her lips as she replied, "It's not that I'm unwilling. I just find it a bit awkward." Xinyue suddenly smiled and said, "If you are willing, then I might not be." "Hurry and send me the address," he insisted. Cheng Yinian breathed a sigh of relief and said cheerfully, "All right, I will send it to you via WeChat." However, upon mentioning WeChat, Xinyue's expression darkened again. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You want to send it via WeChat? Do you even still have me as a friend?" "Of course. We added each other after getting our marriage certificate today," Cheng Yinian responded, puzzled. "Add me back." Weary of further dialogue with Cheng Yinian, uttered a brief statement before abruptly terminating the call. As the incessant beep emanated from her phone, Cheng Yinian found herself momentarily perplexed, pondering the peculiar behavior of this man. She retrieved her phone, searching through her contacts for Xinyue's WeChat, yet after an extensive search, she was unable to locate him. Primarily due to her inability to recall his WeChat name. Reflecting on his earlier words, a sudden realization struck her. Could it be that the account she had blocked earlier that afternoon belonged to him? Hastily, she unblocked him and sent a message, inquiring, "Xinyue?" A swift response arrived, mirroring the tone of their previous conversation, "Humph." Despite the absence of any emoticons accompanying his terse reply, Cheng Yinian found herself inexplicably amused. Picturing his expression in that moment, after all, it was not her first endeavor to provoke his irritation. In Chapter 38, entitled The Best Stepmother in the World, The Worst Biological Mother, Cheng Yinian promptly shared the address of Lan Yingying's residence with him. His response was simply a solitary one. She understood the meaning behind that numeral, as she often employed the same brevity when preoccupied, indicating acknowledgement or receipt of information. Setting her phone aside, she resumed her enjoyment of the watermelon. After indulging in the fruit, she reclined comfortably on her bed and succumbed to a refreshing nap. Upon awakening, she noted the encroaching dusk. The clock indicated it was already 7 o'clock, yet Lan Yingying had yet to return. Cheng Yinian surmised that her friend was likely engaged in a date orchestrated by her superior. Uncertain of the hour when Xinyue would arrive, she rose early to tidy up and send a WeChat message to Lan Yingying, informing her that she could no longer stay at her place. Lan Yingying responded, "Oh no, you're not staying at my house again? I was so hopeful that we could finally enjoy our time together, cooking, dining, sleeping, watching movies, and gossiping. Why must you leave? Where will you stay now? As Cheng Yinian read Lan Yingying's message, she pondered how to respond when another message arrived. No way, you're not returning to Ling Zhan, are you? Cheng Yinian smiled helplessly. No. That's good to hear, please don't go back. Have some self-respect, Lan Yingying replied. Cheng Yinian typed, Yingying, I need to get ready. Someone will be picking me up shortly, and I can't keep them waiting. Let us meet and chat when you're free tomorrow. After sending the message, she proceeded to freshen up. However, once she was ready, she noticed that Si Qingma had neither called nor messaged her. Instead, her phone displayed 5 missed calls. All from her mother, by Jin Xiu. It was evident what her mother wanted. Surely, Shen Xinyue had exaggerated the events of the afternoon, prompting her mother to call and reprimand her, urging her to apologize or make amends. Bai Jinxiu was perhaps the best stepmother in the world, always showing more kindness to Shen Xinyue than to her own daughter. She still vividly recalls that in her previous life, she was conspired against by Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue, leading her to a psychiatric hospital. With fervent hope, she awaited her mother's arrival to rescue her. When her mother finally came, she was elated. She poured out her grievances, her bitterness, and her sorrow, yet after listening to her heart-wrenching lament, her mother merely remarked, Since Xinyue has affection for Ling Zhan, why not relinquish him to her? Moreover, you have the talent to create design drafts, why not assist Xinyue in her endeavors? She is set to become the design director for Ling Yi Apparel, and it's essential for her to possess design skills. As her close friend and sister, what is the harm in helping her? Why dwell in sadness? Also, regarding the 20 shares you hold in Ling Yi Apparel, be sure not to transfer them to Ling Zhan, instead, give them to Xinyue. Only with some leverage will she be able to stand her ground when she is with Ling Zhan, for without any means, she will be vulnerable to the Ling family's bullying. She was astounded by her mother's meticulous concern for Shen Xinyue. Yet not once did she inquire about her own well-being as her biological daughter. At that moment, she could not comprehend why her mother treated her in such a manner. She felt resentment, anguish, and sorrow, yearning to ask her mother why she was subjected to such treatment. Later, Cheng Yinian came to understand that her mother's disdain for her father led her to extend that same disfavor towards her. Her union with her father was merely a consequence of a fleeting encounter. She had been compelled to bear her because of an unplanned pregnancy, and due to health complications, she was unable to terminate the pregnancy. Consequently, throughout her childhood, her mother had left her in the care of her aunt, seldom making the effort to visit. Shen Xinyue's father, Shen Zishan, was her mother's first love, a love so profound that it extended to include Shen Xinyue herself. In her past life, she only realized at the brink of death that even her name was bestowed upon her by her mother in fond remembrance of Shen Zishan, Yinyan. A lingering homage to that affection. Contemplating this, Cheng Yinian offered a bittersweet smile. In her previous existence, she yearned for familial bonds, for maternal love, and adhered unquestioningly to her mother's wishes. When her mother instructed her to accommodate Shen Xinyue, she complied. When her mother asked her to prepare meals for Shen Xinyue and help nurture her health, she obliged. When her mother urged her to treat Shen Xinyue with kindness, she acquiesced. Yet, what did she ultimately gain? Nothing, no familial affection, no maternal warmth, and she bore the tragic burden of her father's death, ultimately finding herself confined to a psychiatric institution. In this lifetime, she sought no maternal love, she only desired to reclaim what was rightfully hers and avenge her father. She had no intention of returning Mrs. Bai Jinxiu's call. However, there was still one task left undone. The incident this afternoon involving Shen Xinyue's seduction of Ling Zhan should have already begun to circulate within the company by now. She intended to deliver another grand surprise to Ling Zhan. She opened her laptop and anonymously logged into the Ling Apparel Company forum, adopting the role of an observer. There, she detailed how she had assisted Ling Zhan in managing the company, alongside the promises he had made to her in the past, accompanied by evidence in the form of their previous chat records. Those conversations were still preserved. A fortunate consequence of her once infatuated heart, she had meticulously retained every single exchange with Ling Zhan, none deleted, now proving to be quite fortuitous. After posting these, she proceeded to upload the audio of Ling Zhan maintaining Shen Xinyue in the afternoon. As an observer, she logically analyzed the current relationship dynamics between Ling Zhan, herself, and Shen Xinyue, thoroughly branding Ling Zhan with a label of ingratitude. She understood that, given the substantial growth of Lingy fashion, these matters might exert some influence on the brand. However, the impact would be negligible, and she remained indifferent. Just as an ant gradually consumes an elephant, she intended to dismantle Lingy fashion piece by piece, demonstrating to Ling Zhan that she could both uphold and destroy it. Having accomplished this, she found that Xinyue had yet to arrive, so she turned on the television, watching while she waited. To her surprise, the wait extended until 9 o'clock. And although Lan Yingying had returned, Xinyue was still absent. Upon entering, Lan Yingying was elated to see Cheng Yinian still there. She rushed over and embraced her tightly. "Nian Nian, you're still here. Hee, does this mean you're not leaving?" Cheng Yinian responded with a hint of resignation. "Perhaps. I won't be leaving, as my ride hasn't come." Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's tone of resignation, Lan Yingying immediately deduced that she must be waiting for Ling Zhan. Over the years, she had witnessed Yinyan's unwavering devotion to Ling Zhan and understood the depth of her affection. Matters of the heart cannot simply be forgotten. When Yinian previously mentioned on WeChat that she wasn't returning to Ling Zhan, it was likely out of fear that Lan Yingying would accuse her of lacking resolve. Chapter 40. It's really not Ling Zhan. Lan Yingying gave Cheng Yinian another hug and remarked, "That scoundrel Ling Zhan has stood you up again, hasn't he? Alas. Do not be disheartened, let us not dwell on him. I shall take you to sing karaoke. I installed a karaoke system at my home last week. Let us give it a try." Cheng Yinian's lips twitched as she replied, "With your home soundproofing. Are you certain that singing at this late hour won't provoke complaints from the neighbors?" Lan Yingying scratched her head. "So what if they complain? Let's indulge ourselves for once." "Indulge, you say?" Cheng Yinian lightly tapped her forehead. Lan Yingying rubbed her head. "I simply do not wish for you to feel sorrow, Yinian. I am aware that you cannot part with Ling Zhan. After all these years, I have witnessed the sacrifices you have made for him. However, could we not remain a tad angry for a while longer? Let that scoundrel feel a hint of urgency. Look at you, just this morning. You mentioned wanting to stay at my place, and now that he says he will pick you up, you hastily prepare to return. How can he ever cherish you this way?" Cheng Yinian replied, "It truly has nothing to do with Ling Zhan." Suddenly, a familiar tune echoed. "Please return what you have taken from me, and if you have consumed my share, regurgitate it forth." The records within the twinkling stars transform into dialogue of the present. "Repay what you owe me and return what you have stolen." Just as Lan Yingying finished her sentence, Cheng Yinian's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was the same number that had called earlier in the afternoon. She quickly answered, "Hello." Xinyue responded, "Have you not saved my number yet?" Cheng Yinian blinked and replied, "I have saved it." "Then why the formalities?" Xinyue said, somewhat exasperated. Clearing her throat, Cheng Yinian replied, "I am unsure what to say as an opening line. Come downstairs." Xinyue spoke directly, "Oh." As Cheng Yinian responded with a soft "oh." Xinyue had already ended the call. Observing Cheng Yinian's demeanor while on the phone, Lan Yingying inquired, "Who was it?" "The person here to pick me up." Cheng Yinian replied, pursing her lips. "I must be on my way." With that, she moved to drag her suitcase towards the exit. Lan Yingying followed her out, exclaiming, "It's not Ling Zhan, is it? Let me accompany you. If it is Ling Zhan, you shouldn't leave tonight, you can stay with me." "All right." Cheng Yinian nodded in agreement. Together, Lan Yingying and Cheng Yinian descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they spotted a Mercedes parked below. With a strikingly handsome man leaning against the car, a cigarette delicately held between his fingers, resembling a character come to life from a comic book. Lan Yingying couldn't contain her excitement. "Oh my gosh. When did our community have such an incredibly handsome guy? Goodness, he's breathtakingly attractive. Even more so than those young idols on television, and most importantly, he exudes a captivating masculinity." Cheng Yinian lifted her gaze and found Xinyue looking back at them. His eyes slightly narrowed, his features shrouded in smoke, imparting an air of mysterious depth. Lan Yingying, brimming with exhilaration, tugged at Cheng Yinian's sleeve. "He is so alluring. Yinian. He is gazing at us." Cheng Yinian swatted her hand away. "I see him. Quickly remove your greasy fingers from my white shirt." Lan Yingying retracted her hand, still gazing at Xinyue with infatuation. As Xinyue observed Cheng Yinian making her way down, he extinguished the cigarette in his hand and approached her. Lan Yingying exclaimed with excitement, "Nian Nian, Nian Nian, he's coming over." Could it be that he wishes to strike up a conversation with us? I must say, this man is far more handsome than Ling Zhan. Why would you cling to that tree when you could easily capture the heart of a man like him? Given your figure and looks? Chapter 41. My husband Cheng Yinian gazed at Si Qingma, mentally contrasting his appearance with that of Ling Zhan. Ying was indeed correct. Si Qingma was undeniably more attractive than Ling Zhan. Just considering his height, he must be around 185 centimeters, a significant advantage over Ling Zhan's 175 centimeters. Furthermore, his face bore both righteous and mischievous charm, complemented by a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. Most importantly, his aura exuded an innate nobility and elegance. A stark contrast to Ling Zhan's cultivated demeanor. How had she once been so infatuated with Ling Zhan? As she continued to compare Si Qingma with Ling Zhan in her mind, Si Qingma had already approached her, taking the suitcase she was dragging and effortlessly lifting it. He frowned and remarked, "Is this all? So light?" Or perhaps she hadn't even gathered all her belongings, leaving some at Ling Zhan's home. Was she merely putting on an act for him at her friend's place? Just a few pieces of clothing. Cheng Yinian replied, "There are many things I deem unnecessary. One must understand the art of letting go." Si Qingma raised an eyebrow, skeptical of her sincerity. Did he look foolish? This woman, humph. He was determined to observe how she intended to assist Ling Zhan in acquiring confidential information from his company. He would keep her under his watchful eye and see how she would maneuver. He strode purposefully towards the car, carrying a suitcase. Cheng Yinian was about to follow when Lan Ying suddenly grasped her arm. "Nian, do you know him? Who is he? He's so handsome." Cheng Yinian, not wishing to conceal anything from her friend and eager to dispel the notion that she still harbored feelings for Ling Zhan, replied candidly, "He's my husband." "You." Lan Ying, initially oblivious, was fixated on Si Qingma. Suddenly, realization dawned on her, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "What did you say?" "My husband." Cheng Yinian reiterated with a smile. "Oh my goodness, say that again, I didn't catch it." Lan Ying cupped her ears. Cheng Yinian repeated several times, "My husband. He is my husband. Ying, I have truly moved on from Ling Zhan, and I am married now." Lan Ying swallowed hard, blinked, and after a moment's pause, inquired, "Married? So, you mean you tied the knot with him? When is the wedding ceremony?" Cheng Yinian shrugged, choosing not to answer, as it seemed unlikely there would be one. "What?" Lan Ying reacted explosively, "How can there be no ceremony? Yinian, this is a monumental occasion, you have entrusted your entire life to him. Is it reasonable for him not to give you a proper wedding? And what about the betrothal gifts? How much did he give?" Cheng Yinian paused, shaking her head, "None." "No betrothal gifts?" Lan Ying pinched her own philtrum. "Yinian, you didn't fall for another Phoenix man, did you? Are you engaged in a charitable endeavor? Helping one after another?" "Not really." Cheng Yinian found it somewhat difficult to articulate her thoughts. "Have you lost your mind?" Lan Ying playfully prodded her forehead. "Is your taste in men truly this poor?" Just as Cheng Yinian was about to respond, she heard Si Qingma's voice from behind, "Are we ready to leave?" She had no idea when he had arrived, nor whether he had overheard her conversation with Ying, or to what extent. Most importantly, had he caught her uttering the words "my husband"? Feeling flustered, she replied, "Yes, we can go." She quickly turned to Lan Ying and said, "I'll talk to you later when I have the time. I must be on my way now, it's getting late. And you should rest early too since you have work tomorrow." Chapter 42. I won't fall in love with you. Lan Ying bit her lip and cast a glance at Si Qingma. Initially, she intended to confront him on behalf of her friend, questioning him about when the wedding would take place and the amount of the betrothal gifts. However, upon meeting his gaze, she felt a wave of intimidation wash over her. His aura was too formidable, exuding an overwhelming pressure that left her speechless. Instead, she leaned in and whispered to Cheng Yinian, "This time, keep your eyes wide open and don't settle for less." "I understand, I'm leaving now," Cheng Yinian replied, waving goodbye to Lan Ying as she slid into the passenger seat of the car. Si Qingma nodded slightly at Lan Ying, acknowledging her presence before he climbed into the driver's seat. As Lan Ying watched them drive away, she headed upstairs. Yet, after Cheng Yinian had been seated in the car for quite a while, Si Qingma made no move to start the engine. Instead, he continued to gaze at her intently, his deep black eyes penetrating. She blinked, contemplating whether he intended to emulate the romantic gestures of television dramas, particularly since he had mentioned fulfilling his marital obligations today. A sense of unease enveloped her as she grasped the seat tightly, swallowing hard before her voice quivered as she suggested, "Perhaps we should return home? It doesn't seem appropriate to linger here." Raising an eyebrow, Cheng responded, "You might want to fasten your seatbelt." Cheng Yinian paused, realizing she hadn't buckled up. In her preoccupation with whether he had overheard her conversation with Ying, she had entirely forgotten to secure the belt. Flustered, she fumbled to attach it. While Cheng leaned over to assist her, pulling the seatbelt and fastening it with deftness, unable to resist a teasing remark, "Your friend was indeed correct. Your mind seems to be wandering." Cheng Yinian retorted, "Mr. C, as the president of a company, is it proper for you to eavesdrop on others?" "Eavesdrop? I was merely listening openly. You were conversing in the middle of the road, should I cover my ears?" Cheng shot her a sidelong glance. Cheng Yinian scrutinized him for a moment, then grumbled, "How can you possess no semblance of gentlemanly decorum?" Cheng scoffed, "If I lack gentlemanly manners, then who does? Ling Zhan? Ha, your friend's words ring true, not only is your judgment lacking regarding men, but your intellect seems to falter as well." Cheng Yinian, incensed, forced a smile and replied, "Indeed, my judgment in men may be poor, which is precisely why I chose Mr. C as my husband." Through the rearview mirror, Cheng cast a glance at Cheng Yinian and coldly remarked, "I am not the one you chose, rather, it is I who have chosen you." Cheng Yinian exhaled deeply, reflecting on how she had never realized that this Mr. C possessed such a sharp tongue. She made an effort to calm her emotions and, presenting an enchanting smile, she inquired, "I am grateful that you have chosen me, Mr. C. May I ask when you will fulfill the opportunity for employment that I have earned? When may I commence my duties?" Cheng pondered for a few moments before responding, "Tomorrow morning." After a brief pause, he added, "You are to start work at 8:30. Do not be late." Cheng Yinian acknowledged him with a soft and chose to disregard him, leaning back against her seat and closing her eyes. Cheng glanced at her once more and spoke again, "You remember the condition I mentioned after we obtain the certificate, do you not?" "Yes," Cheng Yinian nodded. "I shall not fall in love with you." Though she spoke these words, her heart mused, has this sharp-tongued man gone mad to think anyone could love him? Chapter 43, Reluctance to answer. Cheng exasperated, clarified, "Not that condition, the other one, assisting each other in dealing with our families." "Oh," Cheng Yinian responded once again. Cheng pressed his lips together and stated, "My family will be making a video call this evening, please cooperate and engage appropriately during the call." Indeed. His urgency to bring her to his residence tonight was primarily to manage the incessant video calls from his family, who, as per tradition, relentlessly pressured him about marriage throughout the day. In a bid to quell their inquiries, he had shared his marriage certificate in the family group chat, hoping to convince them to cease their insistence. However, his relatives remained skeptical, dismissing it as a forgery, insisting that they must see the bride to believe it. He eventually acquiesced to their demands, promising that his wife and granddaughter would join a video call later in the evening, which finally silenced their persistent nagging. Listening to Chengma's account, Cheng Yinian instinctively glanced at her phone. It was already 9:30. By the time they reached his abode and tidied up, it would likely be past 10. "Are you certain your family will still call?" she inquired. "Indeed," Chengma replied, "their nightlife is quite vibrant. 10 o'clock is still early for them." Cheng Yinian couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. What kind of family had such an active nightlife among the elders? After approximately half an hour's drive, they finally arrived at Tianhua, the upscale community where Chengma resided. The location was prime, and the surroundings were exquisite. Although it did not compare to the grandeur of Linghai Pavilion, it was certainly not a residence accessible to just anyone. Chengma had concealed his identity since arriving in Yunhai City, thus lowering his living standards significantly. Naturally, he could not afford to choose an overly luxurious residence. Tianhua was the perfect choice: pleasant environment, robust security, and a fitting match for someone like him, who had achieved entrepreneurial success and had just begun to ascend into high society, yet had not yet reached the heights of true aristocracy. Chengma drove directly into the underground parking garage and then took the elevator upstairs. Cheng Yinian did not inquire about anything, she simply followed closely behind him. Although he was not particularly chivalrous, at this moment, he helped her carry the suitcase. When the elevator halted on the 8th floor and they exited, Cheng Yinian glanced around. surprised to discover a single unit per floor, which appeared quite appealing. Si Qingma unlocked the door with his fingerprint, casually instructing, "You should register your fingerprint as well." Cheng Yinian nodded in agreement. They entered the abode together. Upon stepping inside, Si Qingma placed the suitcase aside and hurriedly made his way to the bathroom. Seemingly in urgent need, Cheng Yinian stood alone in the living room, surveying the spacious apartment, which was comparable in size to the seaside residence gifted to her by her father. The decor was fashionably minimalist and radiated sunlight, unlike the dark, monochrome interiors often depicted in novels about domineering CEOs. The furnishings were harmoniously coordinated, as if designed by a professional. What astonished her most was the pristine cleanliness of the apartment. It was remarkable that a man like Si Qingma would maintain such order. During her time with Ling Zhan, he had never engaged in household chores, believing that such responsibilities were solely hers, as reinforced by his mother and sister. As she meticulously examined the space, her phone buzzed again. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Ms. Bai Jinxiu once more. A smirk tugged at her lips as she answered the call. Before she could utter a single word, Ms. Bai's frantic voice erupted from the other end. "Cheng Yinian, have you grown some skills, or what? Today. I called you numerous times, why did you not answer?" "I simply did not wish to." Cheng Yinian offered no further explanation, only a nonchalant remark. Chapter 44, If you are capable, arrange for Ling Zhan to marry her. Surprised by Cheng Yinian's response, Bai Jinxiu paused for a considerable time before speaking. "What are you causing a scene about? How can you still have the audacity to create a ruckus? What have you done today? What have you done to Xinyue? Now, you must return immediately and apologize to Xinyue." Cheng Yinian let out a soft laugh and replied. "Apologize to her? Pray tell, what have I done that warrants an apology? You still question what you have done wrong? Today, you schemed against Xinyue, exposing her to the gaze of so many. You dare to ask me why you should apologize? How could I have given birth to such a malicious daughter? Why is your jealousy so profound?" Bai Jinxiu retorted coldly. Cheng Yinian chuckled. "What do I envy about her? Am I envious of her unattractiveness, or her lack of ability? How can you speak like that?" Bai Jinxiu's voice turned icy. "I speak the truth. Furthermore, regarding today's events, I suggest you inquire with others. It is not I who harmed her, but rather she who sought to harm me. She is merely reaping the consequences of her own actions. I have no time for this, I will hang up now." Cheng Yinian stated coldly, preparing to end the call. Bai Jinxiu, anxious on the other end, urged. "Wait a moment." Cheng Yinian neither hung up nor spoke, but waited to see what more Mrs. Bai had to say. Bai Jinxiu continued, "Today, Ling Zhan also saw Xinyue's form. You should yield Ling Zhan to Xinyue and allow them to be together." Cheng Yinian let out a light scoff, asserting that if she possessed the ability, she would compel Ling Zhan to marry her. Bai Jinxiu retorted with a cold laugh, questioning whether Xinyue lacked the means to secure his affection. Were it not for Cheng Yinian's hold on the 20 shares of Ling Yi's fashion line, Ling Zhan would have long been with Xinyue. If you were to transfer your shares to Xinyue, he would undoubtedly marry her. Why should I relinquish my possessions to her? Am I a thief? Cheng Yinian sneered, reiterating her belief that if Xinyue had the capability, she should make Ling Zhan marry her on her own accord. At that moment, a delicate voice emerged from the phone, as Shen Xinyue implored, "Auntie, please do not pressure Yinian. She loves Ling Qi so deeply, how could I ever take someone else's beloved? I will not marry Ling Zhan." "Xinyue, why are you so kind-hearted?" Bai Jinxiu lamented. "So many people are watching you, they believe you are trying to seduce Ling Zhan. If you refuse to marry him, what will they say about you?" "It's all right, Shen Xinyue continued in a soft, demure tone. Cheng Yinian had grown weary of their conversation and abruptly hung up the phone. As she put her phone away and turned around, she found Si Qingma standing behind her, wearing an expression akin to constipation. Cheng Yinian instinctively asked, "Are you constipated?" Si Qingma's face was particularly grim. He did not respond but instead turned to the water dispenser, pouring himself a glass and gulping it down. Cheng Yinian approached him and inquired, "Which room am I staying in?" Si Qingma pointed to the 2 rooms on the left and said, "This one is my bedroom, and that one is the study. Beyond these 2, you may choose from the other 2 at your leisure." Cheng Yinian blinked and remarked, "Mr. C, do you always speak in such a verbose manner? You could simply say that I may choose either of the two rooms, why bother with unnecessary preamble? Si Qingma cast her a cold glance, stating, I am merely indicating which room is my bedroom. Do not wander in without reason, nor attempt to take advantage of me. With that, he set down his cup and turned to walk toward his own room. Cheng Yinian stood behind him, her lips twitching slightly. Did he think she was trying to take advantage of him? It was rather absurd. He should be more concerned about the fact that she was a woman. Dragging her suitcase, she made her way to one of the rooms on the right. Chapter 45, What do you call me? Cheng Yinian chose a room situated a distance from Si Qingma's, which was not overly large, yet well furnished. It featured a spacious 2-meter bed adorned with pristine white linens and a row of wardrobes lining the wall. A desk by the window held only a lamp. To her surprise, the small bedroom even boasted a balcony, though it was devoid of any furnishings. She placed her suitcase down and stepped onto the balcony. Gazing out at the entire community, she couldn't help but admire the neighborhood. It was quite impressive, with a larger green space than most, and a swimming pool below. Standing on the balcony, feeling the cool breeze, was truly delightful. Cheng Yinian closed her eyes, tilting her head back to inhale the fresh air. Likely infused with the fragrance of osmanthus from the trees in the community. Since her rebirth, her nerves had been taut, making this rare moment of relaxation all the more precious. She raised her hand, stretching lazily, but just as she was halfway through, a knock echoed at the door. Upon turning around, Cheng Yinian found Si Qingma standing at the entrance, an enigmatic smile adorning his face. He called out to her, Wife, what are you doing standing there? Upon hearing him refer to her as wife, Cheng Yinian couldn't help but shudder. What was he thinking? What did you just call me? She arched an eyebrow and retorted. Are you out of your mind? Si Qingma merely smiled at her again, striding confidently into the room, and wrapping his arms around her, he leaned in close. His voice a low growl in her ear, just play along. Startled, she turned to face him, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in his embrace. She instinctively pushed him away. But he coldly murmured in her ear, don't move, just for a moment. Cheng Yinian ceased her resistance. He wore a subtle smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. And his voice was soft enough to evoke a sense of warmth. Oh, right, you mentioned I should call you dear, not wife. I had forgotten, dear. Suddenly, Cheng Yinian seemed to grasp the situation, glancing at the phone he held in his hand. Indeed, he was on a video call. As she peered at the screen, a woman's face, magnified and beaming, greeted her from the other end, calling out, daughter-in-law, you finally noticed me. Si Qingma introduced her, this is my mother, Ms. Lan. Then he turned to the video, adding, Mom, this is my new wife, Cheng Yinian. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, she waved her hand awkwardly, saying, hello. After that, she instinctively checked her attire, concerned that it might be inappropriate. Today, she donned a white shirt paired with jeans, exuding a certain youthful innocence, yet without any semblance of impropriety. This realization brought her a sense of relief as she continued to watch a video on her phone. The woman on the other end of the video kept nodding, leaning closer, her face dominating the screen at an awkward angle. Beside her, Si Qingma remarked, Mom, could you please be more mindful of your appearance? Just look at how unflattering you appear on the video. Lan was momentarily taken aback. She stepped back slightly and cleared her throat, saying, daughter-in-law, fear not, your mother-in-law is not terribly unattractive, I'm not frightful, so don't be alarmed. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yinian chuckled softly. She had never encountered someone of such an age who could embody such innocence. With a gentle smile, she replied, you are truly beautiful. Her words were not mere flattery. The Lady Lan possessed an innate beauty, one that was not artificially constructed through cosmetics, but rather characterized by a natural elegance and grace that surpassed the pretentious charm of her own mother. Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's compliment, Lan beamed with delight, her eyes crinkling with joy. Did you hear that? My daughter-in-law is praising me. Si Qingma, however, candidly remarked that she was merely being polite. Lan shot him a glare before turning back to Cheng Yinian with a warm smile, asking, daughter-in-law, you're not just being polite, are you? Cheng Yinian smiled back, saying, I'm not one to understand the concept of politeness, I always prefer to speak the truth. Did you hear that? Lan triumphantly declared to Si Qingma. You little rascal, your mother was once the belle of Beijing. Indeed, my dear Miss Yi Hua, you are the epitome of beauty, remarked Si Qingma. That is true, responded Lan, her pride evident. After a brief pause, she continued, "Why are you all still awake at such a late hour? And why haven't you even changed into your pajamas, dear daughter-in-law?" Cheng Yinian was at a loss for words, glancing towards Si Qingma for guidance. With a smile directed at the screen, he replied, "Our nightlife is rather vibrant, why sleep so early?" The woman on the other end of the video paused. Then playfully scolded, "My daughter-in-law appears to be a well-behaved girl, do not lead her astray. Make sure to get to bed early." "Understood," Si Qingma acknowledged. "You should also refrain from indulging in late-night activities and get some rest. You are not getting any younger, it is time to prioritize your health." "Indeed. We should all take care of our health, and you should do the same. A good life leads to a prosperous future," the woman responded, her smile widening. Si Qingma's expression darkened slightly. "Mother, we have only just married, please do not frighten my wife." "Oh, my boy, you have learned to care for others," the woman teased. "Certainly," Si Qingma replied with pride, his demeanor mirroring that of Emo Lan when she had made a similar remark. Their playful banter was unmistakably a reflection of their mother-son bond. Listening to their conversation, Cheng Yinian felt a warm sense of comfort, such a familial atmosphere was truly delightful. She gazed up at Si Qingma, who, in that moment, resembled a cherished child spoiled by his mother, reckless yet refreshingly candid, undeniably captivating. Observing her daughter-in-law looking up at her son with such tender affection, Emo Lan felt a surge of excitement and promptly captured the moment with a screenshot. Saving it earnestly on her phone. "Where's my granddaughter-in-law? Please show me my granddaughter-in-law," a faint voice came through the phone. Si Qingma's lips twitched as he addressed his mother, "Mom, it's getting late. I must hang up, my wife needs her beauty sleep. We'll chat another time." "Oh. Your grandmother just wants to take a look." Before the person on the other end could finish, Si Qingma had already disconnected the video call. He withdrew his hand from her shoulder and remarked, "Your acting skills are rather lacking, you should practice more." Cheng Yinian rolled her eyes, feeling utterly exasperated. Just moments ago, she had found this sharp-tongued man somewhat appealing. "I am not an actress, naturally, I lack the requisite skills." "Perhaps you should hire a professional actor," she retorted. "Do you think it's appropriate to change the person now?" Si Qingma raised an eyebrow. "Humph," Cheng Yinian scoffed and ignored him. He added, "Don't be late for work tomorrow." Cheng Yinian huffed, "If I'm late, will you deduct my salary?" "Of course I will. Don't think that just because we're married, you can neglect your work." With that, he grasped his phone and walked away. Fuming, Cheng Yinian shook her fists behind him. He was already sending a voice message on WeChat, "Mom, tell Grandma to take care of her health. Once she is well, I will bring my granddaughter-in-law to see her. If she doesn't get better, then she shouldn't expect to meet her granddaughter-in-law." Chapter 47, Is This What You Call Good? Listening to Si Qingma's words, Cheng Yinian found him to be rather filial. However, it was baffling how he chose to express his concern for the elderly in such a threatening tone. It was quite foolish, as it only served to deplete familial affection. Unbeknownst to her, old Madame C actually preferred to intimidate. She had little interest in mere expressions of care, for her will was paramount. Cheng Yinian, disinterested in his affairs, hung her scant few outfits in the wardrobe before preparing for her evening routine and sleep. It was then she realized that the room she had chosen lacked a private bathroom, compelling her to gather her clothes and toiletries to seek out the shared facilities. As she approached the door to the public restroom, ready to push it open, the door swung ajar unexpectedly. Emerging from the bathroom was Si Qingma, his hair slightly damp, clad only in a towel, and holding a phone. Clearly taken aback by her presence, he dropped his phone with a startling clatter, instinctively gripping the loosely wrapped towel around his waist, as if fearing it might fall. Cheng Yinian took in the sight of his well-defined physique and sculpted abs, swallowing hard. She had not anticipated that beneath his clothing, he possessed such an admirable physique. Noticing her reaction, Si Qingma furrowed his brow, questioning, "Are you spying on me? What? Is Ling Zhan's physique too lacking to satisfy your desires?" Cheng Yinian rolled her eyes at the audacity of the man. Truly, one could not expect wisdom from a fool. She stepped closer and playfully stomped on his foot. "Brother, I merely came to take a shower. Do you harbor some misconceptions about your own physique? Is this what you consider impressive?" As she spoke, she scrutinized Si Qingma from head to toe, finding him somewhat diminutive. After their exchange, she felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she was residing in his home, living under his roof. Such audacity was inappropriate, so she hastily adjusted her expression and tone. Si Qingma was about to retort her earlier remarks when Cheng Yinian, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Mr. Si, may I take a shower in this bathroom?" Si Qingma was taken aback, wondering if this woman was experiencing a split personality. Just moments ago, she had been so confrontational, yet now she was smiling at him. Noticing his silence, Cheng Yinian pressed on, "Mr. Si, is it permissible?" After a prolonged pause, Si Qingma finally managed to utter a single word, "Yes." "Thank you." Cheng Yinian replied cheerfully, clutching her clothes as she prepared to enter the bathroom. She turned back to him, grinning, and added, "Please don't peek." Si Qingma could only respond with a speechless expression. As Cheng Yinian showered, she too felt a flicker of trepidation, ensuring that the bathroom door was tightly shut. Meanwhile, Si Qingma retreated to his own room. He typically left his door unlocked, sometimes even ajar, having lived alone in this house for so long. However, tonight, the memory of Cheng Yinian's gaze prompted him to instinctively lock his door. After finishing her shower and tidying herself up, Cheng Yinian entered her room and secured the door with equal diligence. Finally, she settled down comfortably, expecting that the change of environment would hinder her sleep. To her surprise, as soon as her head touched the pillow, she drifted off swiftly. While some slept soundly, others found themselves unable to close their eyes. Shen Xinyue lay in bed, her frustration manifesting in restless kicks at the covers. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, Cheng Yinian, Cheng Yinian, Cheng Yinian, you vile wretch." The intricate trap she had meticulously crafted for Cheng Yinian had ensnared her instead. It was that wretched girl who had brought her to this predicament. How could she possibly return to the office now? What would her colleagues think of her? How could she face Ling Zhan's comrades? Chapter 48, the absence of pleas for her to stay upon her return today, she poured her heart out to Bai Jinxiu, seeking her assistance. Hoping that Bai Jinxiu could persuade Cheng Yinian to transfer her 20 stake to her. If that were to happen, Ling Zhan would no longer be entangled with Cheng Yinian. He would surely marry her instead. However, to her astonishment, the typically obedient Cheng Yinian had suddenly become rebellious. It felt as if events were spiraling towards an uncontrollable outcome. Why was this happening? Everything had previously unfolded so smoothly, ensuring Cheng Konyu's accident, facilitating Bai Jinxiu's marriage to her father, compelling Cheng Yinian to return as a homemaker, and establishing her presence in Lingyi fashion. Every detail had aligned with her plans. Yet, just as success seemed within her grasp, the trajectory shifted unexpectedly. What had gone awry? No matter how hard she pondered, she could not fathom why Cheng Yinian had transformed. It was as though she had become astoundingly astute overnight. Abandoning her previous loyalties, had she not once cherished her mother, Bai Jinxiu? Today, it seemed those affections had vanished. Most infuriatingly, Cheng Yinian had dared to declare that if Shen Xinyue possessed the capability, she should compel Ling Zhan to marry her. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Abruptly sitting upright. Let her marry if she wishes. Now, Ling Zhan's heart is entirely devoted to her. Cheng Yinian is merely relying on the 20 shares she holds in Lingyi Apparel. All she needs to do is convince Ling Zhan that she is more significant than that 20 stake, and he will undoubtedly marry her. At that moment, it will be Cheng Yinian who regrets it. With this thought in mind, she picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Ling Zhan, "Mr. Ling. I truly appreciate your kindness today, but I can no longer bear to face anyone. Starting tomorrow, I will not be coming to the office. I will miss you all dearly." After sending the message, she fixated on her phone, certain that Ling Zhan would plead for her to stay. Once he did, she would feign weakness and lament. Men are susceptible to such tactics, and he would surely feel a pang of sympathy for her. However, after waiting for over half an hour, Ling Zhan finally replied, "All right, take good care of yourself. You need not thank me or overthink it. I will find someone else to take over your role." Upon reading this message, Shen Xinyue became unsettled. She tightened her grip on the phone. Ling Zhan had not attempted to retain her. If she were to leave Lingyi Apparel and no longer be by Ling Zhan's side, their relationship would inevitably grow distant. No. She could not afford to be away from Ling Zhan. She had painstakingly built up a favorable impression in front of him and had only just managed to secure a position at Lingyi Apparel. She was determined to replace Cheng Yinian. Initially, Cheng Yinian held the position of either the marketing director or the design director at Lingyi Apparel. While she was merely a secretary, yet to attain such prestigious roles, how could she possibly leave? With this resolve, she immediately dialed Ling Zhan's number. "Xinyue, what troubles you?" Ling Zhan's voice carried a hint of exhaustion as he inquired. The events of this afternoon at the hotel had left a significant impact on both him and Shen Xinyue. The employees at the company were abuzz with discussions about the incident, although no one dared to speak openly in his presence. Whispers circulated behind his back, with many rallying in defense of Cheng Yinian. It was baffling that someone had shared the story of his initial collaboration with Cheng Yinian in founding Ling Fashion on the company forum. Consequently, the staff privately condemned him as ungrateful, suggesting that despite their considerable contributions to the company, it ultimately came down to his whims regarding their employment. This sentiment led to a noticeable decline in morale. Several project leaders had even taken leave today, causing projects to stagnate. Chapter 49, I Believe in You. Ling Zhan had spent the entire afternoon addressing these issues, attempting to soothe the employees, yet the results were far from satisfactory. He found himself overwhelmed with work until this very moment, utterly fatigued. As he massaged his temples, he answered Shen Xinyue's call. "President Ling," she spoke softly. "I've given it some thought, and I believe I should return to the office tomorrow." "What's the matter? Why do you feel compelled to come back?" "Don't push yourself," Ling Zhan replied. Shen Xinyue sniffled, feeling aggrieved. I am concerned about you. I fear they may forget your habits. You require a cup of sugar-free coffee every morning, at precisely 45 degrees, not too hot, nor too cold. If you have no lunch engagements, you will surely indulge in the dishes from Luoxuan. In the afternoon, you must allocate an hour to work out in the gym downstairs. And I need to prepare your workout clothes. For dinner, you prefer light meals. These myriad details worry me. I fear they may not remember them. I will stay for a few more days and bring someone to assist you until they become familiar with your routine, after which I shall take my leave. Initially weary, Ling Zhan felt a warmth spread through him as he listened to Shen Xinyue's words, moved by her concern. He replied gently, "Xinyue, you are incredibly kind to me. However, I am worried about the burden you may bear. Perhaps it would be best if you rested for a few days. I can manage." "No, I will come by tomorrow. I am capable of handling it, Ling Zhan. I stand firm in my integrity, and I have no fear of shadows. The events of this afternoon were not my doing. I am a victim in this situation. I trust that the heavens will grant me justice," Shen Xinyue declared with strength and righteousness. Ling Zhan chuckled softly. "Xinyue, you are so innocent and kind. The heavens do not concern themselves with such matters. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive justice. I will have Yinian publicly apologize to you and clarify the situation." "Thank you, Mr. Ling. I have faith in you," Shen Xinyue replied quietly, her voice soft with trust. Her demeanor greatly satisfied Ling Zhan's vanity. He said tenderly, "Very well, it is getting late. You should rest early. We shall meet in the morning." As she prepared to retire for the night, Shen Xinyue bid goodnight to Ling Zhan with a satisfied smirk. After hanging up the phone, she raised an eyebrow in triumph. Convinced that, given the current momentum, Ling Zhan would soon come to realize her value surpassed that of the 20 stake. A smirk played on her lips as she mused. "Cheng Yinian, your days of triumph are numbered. Ling Zhan will inevitably be with me. Did you truly believe that holding Ling Yi's shares granted you invulnerability? How foolish." With a sense of relief, she finally settled down for a restful sleep. The following morning, Cheng Yinian awoke at 7. As she was about to wash up, she noticed an unfamiliar presence in the house, a woman in her 40s, warm and amiable in appearance. Upon seeing Cheng Yinian, the woman greeted her with a smile. "Miss Cheng. You're awake. What would you like for breakfast today? Chinese or Western cuisine? I should have asked yesterday, but Mo didn't inform me of your arrival. So today might be a bit rushed. Please bear with us for a meal." Cheng Yinian blinked in surprise. "And you are?" "Oh, I'm Sister Zhang. Responsible for cleaning and cooking for you. I don't reside here, so please rest assured, Miss Cheng, I won't be a bother." Sister Zhang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Cheng Yinian's eyes widened in realization, so there was a housekeeper. She had initially thought that Si Qingma was particularly diligent and tidy, believing he was the one maintaining the cleanliness of the house. With a polite smile, she chose not to disturb Sister Zhang. "Miss Cheng, will you be having Chinese or Western breakfast?" Sister Zhang inquired once more. "I am quite adaptable," Cheng Yinian remarked with a smile. Indeed, she was not picky. Even if she were to dine outside, a simple fried dough stick or a bun would suffice. Very well, I shall prepare it according to Amo's taste. Sister Zhang said cheerfully before turning to the kitchen. Having finished her morning routine, Cheng Yinian approached the dining table, where she found Si Qingma already seated, enjoying his breakfast. He was sipping a bowl of porridge while engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Beside him lay a bamboo steamer filled with delicate soup dumplings. The sight momentarily stunned Cheng Yinian. Was this truly the breakfast of Si Qingma? So unpretentious, utterly unlike the image of a domineering CEO. She recalled her university days when she and Ling Zhan would indulge in romantic novels featuring such powerful male leads, who typically consumed nothing but black coffee, no sugar added. Later, when Ling Zhan ascended to the role of CEO himself, he mimicked those fictional characters, often opting for coffee at breakfast, occasionally accompanied by a sandwich. Or sometimes just the coffee alone. Despite his sweet tooth, he adhered to the notion that only black coffee could embody the essence of a commanding figure. Miss Cheng. Please take a seat, your breakfast is ready, Sister Zhang announced, placing a bowl of vegetable porridge before her, followed by a steamer of soup dumplings. These are filled with minced meat and green onions. Do give them a try. Thank you, Cheng Yinian replied gratefully. Hearing her expression of thanks, Si Qingma finally lifted his gaze to glance at her. If you find it unpalatable, do inform Sister Zhang, she can prepare something else. These are merely my preferences. I truly enjoy it, Cheng Yinian replied. Si Qingma raised an eyebrow. There is no need to feign affection merely to accommodate me. Cheng Yinian inwardly rolled her eyes, thinking him overly sentimental. Yet, she maintained a smile and insisted, I genuinely like it, it's a breakfast brimming with life. Si Qingma was momentarily taken aback. Typically, urban white-collar workers favored lighter fare, and it was rare to find someone who relished congee and steamed buns. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and returned his attention to his phone. Cheng Yinian took a sip of the congee, savoring its fresh, slightly sweet flavor, which she thoroughly enjoyed. She finished an entire bowl in one go. Aunt Zhang, noticing her delight, eagerly inquired, would you like another bowl? Is that permissible? Cheng Yinian asked. Of course. Not, Si Qingma interjected, glancing at Cheng Yinian. There's one bowl remaining, and it belongs to me. Aunt Zhang chided, Amo, as a grown man. You should consider letting your wife have some. Tomorrow, I shall prepare more. Tomorrow is tomorrow, and today is today, Si Qingma replied nonchalantly, surprising everyone by fetching a bowl for himself from the kitchen. Amo. Aunt Zhang began to protest, but Cheng Yinian, feeling somewhat awkward, quickly interjected, Aunt Zhang. It's quite all right. I'm not particularly hungry, it's just that your cooking is so delectable that I'm a bit tempted. Please let him have it. Cheng Yinian's words were artfully crafted. She graciously offered the dish while alleviating her own embarrassment and bestowing praise upon Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang beamed with joy, her smile wide enough to reveal her teeth, and declared, if you enjoy it, I shall prepare more tomorrow. Alternatively, shall we try a different congee tomorrow? After finishing breakfast, Cheng Yinian felt it inappropriate to leave Zhang Sa to tidy up alone. Having spent several years as a caretaker for Ling Zhan's mother and sister, she understood the considerable time it took to prepare breakfast and wash the dishes afterward. She recognized the importance of respecting others' efforts. Thus, she joined Zhang Sa in clearing the table, who insisted, oh no, you needn't bother. I can handle these few dishes by myself. It's perfectly fine, I'll help you. It will be quicker this way. I often do this at home, and if you don't allow me to assist now, I would feel embarrassed to enjoy your breakfast in the future, Cheng Yinian replied. Zhang Sa, conceding, allowed her to assist. Together, they carried the dishes into the kitchen, where Cheng Yinian skillfully poured dish soap and began washing. Observing her adeptness, Zhang Sa nodded approvingly and quickly took out her phone to send a WeChat message to Lan. Madam, I have seen her in person. She is quite lovely and very considerate, even helping me tidy the kitchen. She is a bit slender, which may pose challenges for nurturing. Lan responded, oh dear. I noticed she seemed a bit thin in the video last night. Zhang Sa, please ensure my daughter-in-law receives ample nutrition. Of course, madam. I will prepare a variety of nutritious meals for her every day, Zhang Sa replied before discreetly putting away her phone to attend to the steamer. In the kitchen, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Sister Zhang, reflecting on Si Qingma's earlier demeanor, wondered if it might have left a negative impression on Cheng Yinian. Thus, She spoke up in his defense, Miss Cheng, please do not hold it against AMO. His parents were always preoccupied with work during his childhood. And he was raised by his grandparents. You know how it is, the affection from grandparents can spoil a child. He lacks an understanding of humility. But he is inherently good-natured. With your guidance, he will surely comprehend in due time. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yinian thought to herself, so he is a left-behind child. No wonder his personality is so peculiar and his words so sharp. However, she had no time to teach him. I am not blaming him, she replied with a smile. Her hands continuing to wash the last bowl. Just then, Xinyue stood at the kitchen door and said to Sister Zhang, I'm heading to work now. All right. Drive safely, Sister Zhang advised hurriedly. Xinyue nodded and turned to leave. Cheng Yinian remembered that she was also supposed to report to Imolan Qingyi today. It was a place she rarely visited, and she was not particularly familiar with the bus or subway routes. She was uncertain about the availability of taxis as well. Xinyue had emphasized yesterday that she must not be late, he was one to be meticulous about time. When she had been 12 minutes late while obtaining their marriage certificate, he had fussed for quite a while. Thus, she decided to catch a ride with him to the company, reasoning that he surely would not accuse her of tardiness today. With this thought in mind, she hurried after him and called out, Mr. C, may I catch a ride with you? I will share the fuel costs. Xinyue raised an eyebrow and looked at her, are you certain you wish to join me for the ride? Indeed, Cheng Yinian nodded. Please hurry. Xinyue urged. All right. Cheng Yinian replied, hastily retreating inside to retrieve her bag before swiftly emerging. Xinyue was already seated in the car, gently tapping his fingers on the steering wheel as he awaited her. Cheng Yinian promptly entered the vehicle, this time mindful to fasten her seatbelt, lest he chide her for her lack of foresight. As Xinyue ignited the engine, he gradually navigated out of the residential complex. Chapter 52, Your awareness needs improvement. He trailed behind a bus, driving leisurely. Whenever the bus halted, he similarly came to a stop, projecting an air of nonchalance. Cheng Yinian felt exasperated as she glanced at her phone, noting the time, 8:20. With merely 10 minutes to spare before they would be tardy. The current pace and distance suggested they would require at least another half hour of travel. With a wry smile, she remarked, Mr. C, I must say, your driving pace resembles that of a tortoise. One might question if you acquired your license through monetary means. Xinyue raised an eyebrow, responding, Miss Cheng. While I can tolerate your slander against me, how can you so unjustly malign our nation? With the strict regulations governing the driving test, it is inconceivable to think one could simply purchase a license. Your awareness leaves much to be desired if you entertain such notions. Cheng Yinian. She decided to dismiss the matter, allowing him to drive at his own pace. After all, as long as she accompanied him to the office, her tardiness would equally reflect upon him. She closed her eyes, seeking to rest and no longer engaging with Xinyue. After driving for a while, Xinyue glanced at the time, it was 8:40. He then accelerated to overtake the bus, proceeding at a normal speed towards Imolan Qingyi. As they neared their destination, Xinyue inquired, do you wish to disembark now? Cheng Yinian pondered for a moment, dismissing the idea of getting out. It would require crossing a road to reach her destination. Instead, she preferred to accompany him to the underground parking lot, from where they could ascend directly to the Human Resources Department. I will join you to the underground parking lot, Cheng Yinian replied. Xinyue cast her a peculiar glance and said, as you wish. With that, he pressed the accelerator once more, driving straight into the underground parking area. Cheng Yinian patiently awaited his parking, having already noted the location of the elevator. However, to her astonishment, he did not come to a halt. As the elevator grew increasingly distant, she could not help but remind him, there are available parking spaces here. Xinyue responded, I will not stop here. With that, he deftly maneuvered the car to the elevator entrance, where he opened the window and swiped a card. A beep resonated, and the elevator door slid open. He drove the car inside, swiped the card again, and the doors closed, propelling them straight to the top floor. Upon arrival, he drove out, revealing an exclusive rooftop parking lot, where only his car occupied the space. Cheng Yinian alighted the vehicle alongside him, where Sui awaited at the entrance of the parking lot. Mr. C, you have finally arrived, the regular meeting is about to commence. And you are scheduled to discuss next quarter's new products with several senior executives. Cheng Yinian observed their departure and hurriedly pursued them. I. Sui seemed to have only just noticed her, expressing surprise. Miss Cheng, what brings you here? Cheng Yinian fell silent, uncertain of her own presence. Cheng Ma addressed Sui, instructing, please inform Miss Cheng how to reach the Human Resources Department. Upon delivering his directive, he entered another elevator and descended with a swipe of his card. Sui flashed a smile at Cheng Yinian and said, this way, please, Miss Cheng. Thank you. Cheng Yinian had anticipated at least being directed to an elevator, perhaps even an employee lift to descend, but to her astonishment, Sui led her to the stairwell. Miss Cheng, you may proceed from here. The Human Resources Department is on the 8th floor, and this is the 37th floor. Each descent features LED indicators for the respective floors, so please be cautious not to overshoot. Cheng Yinian could only think, how could they possibly make her take the stairs? She felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Swallowing her discontent, she turned to Sui and asked, Assistant Sue, could you possibly assist me by swiping the elevator for me to use? Sui pressed his lips together and said, I'm afraid that's not possible. If I swipe my card to assist you, I won't be able to return. This card operates under a real name system. Once I swipe down, I must swipe back up. If I fail to do so, I will never be able to descend again. Given my appearance, I hardly resemble a benevolent deity, do I? I certainly wouldn't sacrifice myself for others. Cheng Yinian remained silent. Sui glanced at her shoes and remarked, Miss Cheng, you are wearing flats today. You shouldn't need to remove your shoes while navigating the stairs. Cheng Yinian remained quiet again. Sui concluded, please take care. With that, he swiftly made his way to the elevator that Cheng Ma had just descended, swiped his card, and went downstairs. Cheng Yinian stood at the stairway, grinding her teeth in frustration. What a ridiculous elevator system, and a real name policy at that. Once I become a key member of this company, I will certainly propose the abolition of such a nonsensical regulation. After venting her frustrations, she begrudgingly climbed the stairs to the 8th floor. Upon reaching the ground floor, Sui entered Cheng Ma's office and inquired, President C, is it appropriate for us to treat Miss Cheng this way? Cheng Ma turned his head, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. When did you become so compassionate? Would you like me to buy you a ticket to Leshan? Leshan? What for? Sui asked, bewildered. To let the great Buddha there rise up and have you sit next to it, Cheng Ma replied. Sui responded, perhaps not. Shall we proceed with the meeting instead? Please call the Human Resources Department and have them arrange for Cheng Yinian to report to the secretarial office. Also, since she was late today, her wages should be deducted accordingly, Cheng Ma instructed. However, the secretary's office is already at full capacity, we do not require additional secretaries. Moreover, having a business-savvy talent like Miss Cheng serve as a secretary would be a misallocation of her abilities, Sui stated. Cheng Ma cast a sidelong glance at Sui, remarking, I believe you are keen on going to Leshan. Not at all, I am considering what is best for our company, utilizing resources to their fullest potential, including personnel. Sui countered. Let her be my personal secretary, that would also serve the purpose of resource optimization, Cheng Ma declared. He was determined to keep this woman under his watchful eye, curious to see how she might assist Ling Zhan in acquiring the confidential matters of his company. Go now. And spare me the chatter. If you continue to prattle, you can forego Leshan altogether and proceed to Africa for business expansion, Cheng Ma said coldly. Understood. Sui responded promptly, then turned and exited. Once outside, he exhaled deeply, reflecting on how their CEO truly lacked an appreciation for delicate sensibilities. Furthermore, such a vengeful disposition was rather alarming. He was fortunate not to be on the opposing side. It took Cheng Yinian a full 15 minutes to reach the 8th floor. She took a moment to compose herself and steady her breath before knocking on the door of the Human Resources Department. Inside, 6 individuals looked up at her. Yet no one responded. She bit her lip and awkwardly announced, Hello, I am here to report in. Oh, are you Miss Cheng? A woman, seemingly in her 30s, finally stood and asked. Yes, I am Cheng Yinian, she confirmed. Come with me, the woman instructed, leading her to a small conference room. Please fill out this form. Then proceed to see Xiao Lu to collect your work badge, and finally report on the 37th floor. Cheng Yinian's eyelid twitched, and she inwardly cursed, exclaiming in her mind. Damn it, I've just come down, and now I must ascend to the 37th floor again? Nevertheless, She maintained a smile as she accepted the form handed to her by the woman. A glance revealed the position listed, secretary. Chapter 54, A Fine Individual. Cheng Yinian furrowed her brows and inquired, "Hello, I was informed my position would be in the business department. Why am I listed as a secretary? Is there an error?" The woman replied with surprise, "There is no mistake, we have received instructions from above that your role is indeed secretary." Clenching her teeth, Cheng Yinian thought, "What a fine individual, Cheng Ma." The woman observed her and remarked, "If Miss Cheng is dissatisfied, you may choose not to take the position. This is a mutual selection process, and we will not compel you to undertake any role against your will." Cheng Yinian smiled lightly and said, "Please hold on a moment." With that, she stepped outside and dialed Cheng Ma's number. After 2 rings, the call was disconnected. Frustrated, she gritted her teeth and redialed, only to be met with another abrupt termination. By the time she attempted a third call, the message indicated that the number was out of service. She understood all too well that out of service likely meant she had been blocked. Exhaling deeply, she realized that Cheng Ma was indeed vindictive. After she had blocked him on WeChat previously, he had now reciprocated by blocking her calls. Well played, she thought. Since this job opportunity had been hard-won, she resolved to accept the position. She could always consider a transfer later. With her phone stowed away, she re-entered the small conference room. "Hello. I am here to complete my onboarding," Cheng Yinian stated. "Upon following my previous instructions, I must now attend to other matters. Once you have completed the form, please hand it to Xiao Lu, who is seated at the entrance in a red dress." After the woman departed, Cheng Yinian meticulously filled out the form and then sought out Xiao Lu. She successfully obtained her work badge. Xiao Lu informed her, "Miss Cheng, please report to the 37th floor. You are half an hour late today, therefore, your bonus for this month will not be granted." Cheng Yinian smiled through gritted teeth, responding, "Very well." This was truly enough of a trial with Cheng Ma. Exiting the Human Resources Department, she was relieved to have her work badge, allowing her direct access to the elevator without the need to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the 37th floor, she proceeded to the secretary's office for her report. The 37th floor housed Cheng Ma's office, with the secretary's office positioned just outside. There were 6 secretaries in total, each exceptionally beautiful, boasting enviable figures and long legs. Their professional attire doing little to conceal their allure. Cheng Yinian grimaced. Cheng Ma, the old lecher, had an abundance of stunning women serving as his secretaries. She approached and began, "Hello, I am the new secretary." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, one of the women seated at the front abruptly raised her head, a frown creasing her brow, and interjected, "Miss, I believe you are mistaken. This secretary office is at full capacity and is not hiring. There should be no error." Cheng Yinian spoke with her lips, yet her mind was elsewhere. She secretly hoped it was a mistake. She had no desire to serve as a secretary. What was the point of a talent in business and design like herself being relegated to such a role? The woman furrowed her brow and remarked, "What do you mean by should? Our general office's secretarial department is always at full capacity, and we are not hiring. You must have made an error. By the way, it seems that Director Su from the Public Relations Department is looking for a secretary. You should head over there, it's on the 5th floor." Observing the woman's demeanor, Cheng Yinian frowned and replied, "The Human Resources Department instructed me to report to the 37th floor." The Human Resources Department? The woman's brow knitted even tighter. How could they make such a mistake? Wait a moment, I will call them. Just as she picked up the phone, a female voice came through, "Xiaya, what's the matter? Is there something you need?" Chapter 55, Secretary Lin Yu. The woman promptly set down the phone, stood up, and called out, "Sister Lin Yu. This young lady claims to be the new secretary, stating that she was sent by the Human Resources Department to report for duty. However, our secretarial office has always been fully staffed, and we are not hiring. She must be mistaken, or perhaps the Human Resources Department has erred. I was just about to call them for confirmation." The woman addressed as Lin Yu regarded Cheng Yinian with a slight smirk, her expression seemingly amiable yet tinged with arrogance, and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname, miss?" Cheng Yinian returned her professional smile and replied, "No need for formality, just Cheng. Miss Cheng. I firmly believe that our Human Resources Department would not make such a trivial mistake. Therefore, Miss Cheng must be well aware of the reasons for her presence here." Of course, a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a good soldier. Similarly, a secretary who does not wish to serve as the assistant to General Manager C is not an exemplary secretary. It is commendable that you possess such grand ambitions. Yet one must approach both life and work with steady, deliberate steps. Attempting to succeed through opportunistic means in this environment may prove futile. Lin Yu approached Cheng Yinian, gazing at her cool yet beautiful visage, feeling a twinge of jealousy. She had been by General Manager C's side for several years, accompanying him to every significant event and participating in business negotiations. There were occasions when Assistant Su was unavailable, yet she remained present. Despite their seemingly close relationship, General Manager C had never exhibited any intimate gestures towards her, nor had he ever exchanged a single personal word with her. It was always about work, work, and more work. She had long pondered the reason behind this, until one day she inadvertently overheard a conversation between Assistant Su and General Manager C, during which Assistant Su inquired about the type of woman he preferred. General Manager C's response was simply beautiful, stating that at the very least, it should be pleasing to the eye. Hence, it dawned upon her that his lack of affection towards her might stem from her own perceived lack of beauty. She had always been sensitive about her appearance. Over the years, she had taken it upon herself to oversee the recruitment process in the Human Resources Department, striving to prevent the company from introducing any more strikingly beautiful faces. Where, she wondered, had this woman come from? She gazed haughtily at Cheng Yinian and declared, "Miss Cheng, it would be best for you to leave. Your actions today render you unsuitable for our company, even if you were to apply to another department. I shall notify the HR department of your unsuitability." Cheng Yinian raised an eyebrow at Lin Yu, incredulous that a mere secretary could jeopardize the position she fought so hard to secure. With a cold laugh, she retorted, "What actions are you referring to?" Lin Yu shot her a frosty glance and commanded, "Xiaoya, please inform security to escort any unrelated personnel out of the company." With that, she strode confidently toward her office. Indeed, she had her own office as the chief secretary to Cheng Ma, and the 6 individuals seated in the public area were under her authority. "Understood, Sister Lin." Lu Yu promptly picked up the desk phone to call the security department. Cheng Yinian chuckled coldly. She did not perceive the secretary's animosity as personal, considering she had no prior interaction with Lin Yu. It seemed unreasonable for Lin Yu to harbor hostility upon their first encounter. Thus, she concluded that Lin Yu's behavior stemmed from Cheng Ma's intention to withhold a position from her, deliberately instructing his secretary to treat her disdainfully. Initially, she anticipated a role in either the design or business department, and though she had reluctantly accepted the position of secretary, now it appeared even that was being stripped away from her. Was this merely a game at her expense? Chapter 56, Future Misses. See, could it be that he sought revenge for the humiliation she had inflicted upon him 2 years prior? Was this grand act of retribution designed to ensnare her even further? The more she contemplated, the more infuriated she became, prompting her to pick up her phone and dial Cheng Ma's number. This time, the call connected rather swiftly, and his voice, imbued with a hint of magnetism, resonated on the other end. "Is there something you need? Dog of a man, why are you so petty?" Cheng Yinian retorted, exasperated. "It's been 2 years, 2 whole years. I have already offered my apologies, and now I have invested myself entirely into this, yet you expect me to act as your secretary? We had a prior agreement. Did we not? Are you truly so lacking in integrity?" Cheng Ma had just concluded a meeting and was currently seated with Sui in the break room, sipping coffee while discussing the recent conference. Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's furious tirade, his brow furrowed. "How am I lacking in integrity? I only promised you a job, without specifying what kind. A secretary's position is, after all, a job. Fine, I concede that it is a job, but what do you mean by this? Are you denying me the secretary role? Have your other secretaries pushed me aside? I, Cheng Yinian, am not someone to be trifled with." Grinding her teeth, she continued. "Do you believe me? I could return immediately and inform Sister Zhan that you and I are not truly husband and wife, urging your family not to wait for a grandchild that will never arrive." Cheng Ma frowned. "Who is pushing you away? Are you still pretending?" Cheng Yinian scoffed. "I just called the HR department, and no one answered. Now that I call again, you feign ignorance? During the meeting, my phone was on silent. Now, please hold on a moment, I will have Sui handle this." Si Qingma rubbed his temples, ended the call, and briefly explained the situation to Sui. You take care of it. Sui nodded and promptly rose to head towards the secretary's office. Lin Yu sat in her office. Her gaze fixed outside as she observed Cheng Yinian engaged in a phone conversation. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Could it be that this woman had influential connections? Whose backing could she possibly possess? Regardless of the identity, Lin Yu was determined that such a woman would not be allowed to linger in front of the CEO. Her grip on the mouse tightened while her eyes remained focused outside. Before long, Sui approached. Assistant Su, Luya exclaimed upon seeing him, rushing forward. Sui glanced at her and instructed, arrange a workstation for Miss Cheng, she is the new secretary. Assistant Su, there is no vacancy in our secretarial office. The positions are currently filled, Luya replied. Sui shot her a sidelong look, the allocation of these positions is not solely at your discretion. Luya opened her mouth to protest, but Suyi's gaze silenced her. It appeared that Luya had not fully acquainted herself with the employee handbook. In that case, I would not mind having Miss Cheng take your place, he added. Panic surged within Luya, and she stammered, I will arrange it right away. Only then did Sui turn to leave. Once he was gone, Luya coldly remarked, so, she entered through the back door. But do not believe that your association with Assistant Su guarantees your stay. Ultimately, it is up to Sister Lin Yu whether you remain. Although Assistant Su is favored by the CEO, the secretarial office is governed by Lin Yu's authority. Let me inform you. Sister Lin is not only the CEO's chief secretary but will also become Mrs. C in the future. Who do you think the CEO will support, Assistant Su's woman or his own? Cheng Yinian was taken aback by these revelations. Mrs. C? What did that make her? Chapter 57, A Hero's Dilemma at the Beauty's Gate. Cheng Yinian smiled faintly, expressing her curiosity about whether she could indeed remain. Humph, Luya scoffed dismissively. At that moment, Lin Yu emerged from her office, prompting Luya to hastily approach her. Sister Lin Yu, she came in through the back door, courtesy of Assistant Su. She absolutely cannot stay. Lin Yu raised her hand to interrupt Luya, scrutinizing Cheng Yinian from head to toe. With a cold smirk, she remarked. You possess quite a skill, Assistant Su is notoriously loyal only to General Manager C. The fact that you managed to secure a backdoor entry is indeed impressive. Cheng Yinian arched her brow and smiled gently, in the future, you shall witness even greater feats. Lin Yu snorted derisively, do not presume that beauty is all-encompassing. Here at Mo Lan Ching Yi, we prioritize capability. Without the necessary skills, one cannot remain. Upon finishing her statement, she directed Luya, facilitate her onboarding. Sister Lin Yu. Luya attempted to protest, but Lin Yu cast her a penetrating glance, silencing her immediately. After Lin Yu departed, Luya huffily turned to Cheng Yinian. Hand over your employee badge, I'll take care of your onboarding. Cheng Yinian complied, handing her badge to Luya. Luya glanced at the photograph on the badge and muttered under her breath, what a beguiling countenance. After her quiet remark, she proceeded to register Cheng Yinian's information. Cheng Yinian patiently awaited as Luya completed the filing process and then took the documents to Lin Yu's office. Lin Yu gazed at Cheng Yinian's file. Her brow furrowing slightly. It is she, indeed. Who? Luya inquired, her curiosity piqued. She is the woman who humiliated President C 2 years ago. The fiancée of our rival's president, Lin Yu replied. Ah? She has a man? Yet she is entangled with Assistant Su. Luya exclaimed, astonished. Is it possible that Assistant Su is unaware of her true identity, deceived by her? Should we warn him? Lin Yu scoffed. How could someone as astute as Assistant Su be oblivious to her identity? Then why is he still involved with her? Luya questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. Even heroes may falter in the presence of such beauty. With looks like hers, no man can resist, Lin Yu coldly stated. Sighing, Luya bit her lip. Reflecting on how even the valiant Assistant Su could fall under the spell of such a seductress. Lin Yu clenched her jaw, her long nails digging into Cheng Yinian's file. Crumpling the thin sheets of paper as she murmured, no man can withstand her allure. It is imperative that President C does not encounter her. Then, Lin Yu. Can you devise a plan to have her resign? Luya urged anxiously. Lin Yu pressed her lips together. Assistant Su's position in the company is one we cannot afford to offend at this moment. What shall we do then? Luya furrowed her brow in concern. Lin Yu said, arrange her workstation at the farthest end. You all are responsible for the daily affairs of the general manager. so she should avoid any direct contact with him. Instead, let her run errands to other departments, delivering documents and collecting reports, ensuring she spends minimal time at her desk. Understood, Luya nodded, though she hesitated before adding, but as long as she is here, there will always be a chance for her to encounter the general manager. Lin Yu responded with a cold chuckle, we cannot afford to offend Assistant Su, but if she makes a mistake and gets dismissed, Assistant Su will have nothing to say. Upon hearing this, Luya's eyes lit up with excitement. I see. Sister Lin Yu, you are brilliant. This way, we can avoid offending Assistant Su while also getting rid of her. It's simply marvelous, killing two birds with one stone. No, it's threefold, Lin Yu replied with a smug smile. Threefold? What else do we gain? Luya inquired, perplexed. Lin Yu asserted, we also avenge the humiliation suffered by the general manager 2 years ago. But the general manager is unaware of it, Luya lamented. It doesn't matter whether he knows or not, what matters is that I have avenged him. Lin Yu said earnestly. Sister Lin Yu, you are truly wonderful to the general manager. When will you make your relationship public? When will you become engaged and married? Luya asked. Lin Yu cleared her throat lightly, the general manager's career is currently on the rise, we are not considering such matters at this time. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Yu and Si Qingma are undoubtedly a couple. After all, Si Qingma brings Lin Yu to every banquet and significant occasion, leading everyone to believe they are in a romantic relationship, albeit an undisclosed one. Even Lin Yu harbors this belief. Though the CEO might not be entirely satisfied with her appearance, he undoubtedly holds affection for her, otherwise, why would he insist on her company for all these years? Their conversations revolve solely around work, which she attributes to his reserved nature and singular focus on his career. She is convinced that once Si Qingma tires of the frivolous allure of others, he will ultimately choose to marry her. Oh, how I long for your public announcement. How I anticipate your wedding. I am certain Mr. C will bestow upon you a wedding for the ages, Luya remarked with envy. Lin Yu smiled softly. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Enough of that, let us focus on our work. Luya chuckled, Sister Lin Yu, are you feeling shy? Hurry and get back to work. Lin Yu playfully chastised her, prompting Luya to leave her office. Once outside, Luya sought to arrange a desk for Cheng Yinian in the far corner of the common area. Cheng Yinian was indifferent to such matters, settling into her new workspace with ease. She powered on her computer, intending to thoroughly explore the founding history of Mo Lan Ching Yi and review their previous design styles. She needed to ascertain if there were any breakthroughs, fully aware of the distinctive style of Ling Yi apparel, and she was determined to discover how she could surpass them. After merely a couple of minutes of observation, Luya summoned her, instructing Cheng Yinian to take the thick stack of documents for photocopying and distribute them to each department, ensuring that everyone received a copy. Cheng Yinian rose and approached, only to be presented with a hefty pile of papers, at least 1,000 sheets, each requiring multiple copies. The prospect of merely photocopying these documents alone could consume an entire day, leaving her tethered to the photocopier until the following morning. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Was this a deliberate attempt to inconvenience her? Was it Lin Yu's directive or perhaps Si Qingma's? Casting a glance at the documents, which comprised fundamental company files, she frowned and inquired, are there no digital copies available in the company's database? Can't we send them electronically? Luya, caught off guard by her question, stammered, well, there are no electronic files. Cheng Yinian frowned again, reflecting on how antiquated the company's management seemed. The absence of digital copies for such essential documents was not only a waste of resources but also of manpower. Chapter 59, First, let us see what she is doing. Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's remarks, Luya's expression darkened. This was not a matter for her to comment on. She was simply expected to fulfill the task assigned to her without further discussion. Cheng Yinian nodded, acknowledging the directive with a simple okay. She then proceeded to the front desk's photocopying area, where a line of individuals awaited their turn at the machine. Upon witnessing this scenario, she pondered for a moment. With the substantial number of documents she needed to photocopy, it would take her the entire day, and others would soon arrive to use the copier as well. It would not be courteous for her to monopolize the large machine. Thus, she proceeded directly to the break room, found an unoccupied spot, and began photographing each page of the documents with her phone. At that moment, Si Qingma was in the break room, enjoying coffee and discussing the upcoming product launch with Sui. Suddenly, he noticed Cheng Yinian approaching, cradling a stack of papers. while simultaneously capturing them page by page with her phone. He let out a derisive snort and remarked to Sui. I knew her presence in our company was not fortuitous. She is indeed here to procure our confidential information on behalf of Ling Zhan. Sui frowned, questioning. Then why does Mr. C permit her to work here? Si Qingma cast a sidelong glance at Sui. Suddenly, Sui seemed to have an epiphany and said. I understand now. Mr. C, you must be intending to gather evidence to have her incarcerated. Since we have proof now, should I not report her for stealing company secrets? Si Qingma raised an eyebrow and replied, there is no rush, let us first observe what she is photographing. Indeed, Sui nodded in agreement. The two then rose from their seats and maneuvered around a pillar. Behind Cheng Yinian's position was a decorative wall adorned with numerous circular openings. As they circled behind the wall, they could peer through the holes to observe Cheng Yinian. The two scrutinized the documents she was photographing with utmost seriousness. Sui furrowed his brow and, using his lips to form the words, conveyed to Si Qingma, the company's history, this hardly qualifies as confidential information, as it is readily available on our corporate website. Si Qingma furrowed his brow and gestured to Sui with his lips, let us observe a bit longer. The two continued to watch for quite some time, observing Cheng Yinian as she completed the documentation. The material she captured included not only the company's entrepreneurial history but also previously released apparel introductions and even promotional brochures, none of which could be considered substantive. Cheng Yinian spent approximately half an hour on these documents before departing, without even taking a sip of water. Once she had left, Sui spoke up. These aren't confidential, are they? I wonder what Miss Cheng intends to do with these. Si Qingma frowned. Confident that she would not be foolish enough to think they were company secrets. Go see for yourself what she is up to, he replied. Understood, Sui nodded, promptly following in Cheng Yinian's footsteps to the secretary's office. Luya, noticing Cheng Yinian's swift return after just half an hour, frowned and remarked, Cheng Yinian. Weren't you instructed to photocopy the documents and distribute them to everyone? You're back so soon, isn't this a sign of laziness? Cheng Yinian looked at her and said, I plan to send out an electronic version, which is significantly faster than photocopying and distributing. I have already stated that there is no electronic version, Luya retorted angrily. I can create the electronic version myself, Cheng Yinian asserted. Are you suggesting you will manually input all of this into the computer? Cheng Yinian, the company is paying you to work, not to engage in futile tasks. If you continue to pursue such meaningless activities, you may not be suited for this position any longer, Luya declared. You might as well go to the HR department and resign if you believe you cannot handle this job. Who said I would be manually entering all of this? Cheng Yinian raised an eyebrow. What do you intend to do? Luya inquired, her brow furrowed. Chapter 60, indeed, a woman who can infuriate presidency, just wait. I assure you I will have these electronic versions ready within an hour, Cheng Yinian proclaimed before returning to her workstation. Luya scoffed. If you can't distribute those documents to everyone within an hour, you might as well resign. Cheng Yinian chuckled lightly, very well. But what will you say if I manage to send them out? Will it be your resignation then? Fuming, Luya retorted, you, a newcomer, have no right to dictate my departure. And what authority does a mere secretary possess to threaten my position? Cheng Yinian replied coolly. That is because you have failed to perform your duties adequately, Luya stated. If I successfully send the documents to everyone, does that not imply that Secretary Lu's capabilities are lacking? The chief secretary has made it clear that those without competence will not remain, Cheng Yinian countered. Luya opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Don't get too smug, I am eager to see how you will complete this task within an hour. Luya huffed, returning to her seat. Cheng Yinian proceeded to upload the photos she had taken on her phone to her computer, converting the image files into PDF format. She then swiftly downloaded a conversion software to transform the PDFs into Word documents, the process occurring with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously for each page. In approximately half an hour, Cheng Yinian completed the transformation of all the images. She subsequently adjusted the format, edited the header and footer of the document, and inserted page numbers. Having organized everything meticulously, she packaged the file and sent it to every member of the company via the OA system, including Sui and Si Qingma. Luya, upon noticing a new file in her OA system, opened it to find the very document she had requested Cheng Yinian to prepare. She was astonished that Cheng had actually accomplished it, and in less than an hour, no less, while also enhancing the format so adeptly. Staring blankly at the file on her screen, she gripped the mouse tightly. Cheng Yinian approached with a gentle smile, saying, "Secretary Liu, I have sent it to everyone." Luya exhaled, thinking, what is the big deal about sending a file? Is that all it is, just sending a file? Cheng Yinian queried coolly. Luya clenched her jaw, ready to retort, but upon noticing Sui standing nearby, her tone softened immediately as she replied, "Secretary Cheng. Distributing a file is indeed part of our duties as secretaries, there is no need to seek accolades for it." Cheng Yinian raised an eyebrow, bemused by the woman's swift change in demeanor. In the past, she might have been perplexed by such behavior, but after spending time with Shen Xinyue, she had become well acquainted with the subtleties of such social maneuvering. Typically, such abrupt shifts in attitude indicated the presence of someone they held in high regard or feared. As she turned around, she spotted Sui approaching. A subtle smile graced her lips, indeed. Noticing Sui's approach, Luya, fearing that Cheng Yinian might inform Sui of her misdeeds, spoke up, "Assistant Su, Miss Cheng is likely just overly eager, wishing to achieve results to present to you. She just sent a document and is already seeking recognition. What immense pressure have you placed upon Miss Cheng?" Sui cast a glance at Cheng Yinian, expecting her to voice her grievances, yet she remained silent, merely smiling before returning to her seat. This unexpected composure astonished Sui. He had already grasped the situation and intended to advocate for Cheng Yinian, ready to support her should she choose to speak up. However, it turned out that this Miss Cheng was rather proud, opting not to complain. Truly, she possessed the ability to vex their department head. Chapter 61, a touch of cunning. Seeing that Cheng Yinian remained reticent, Luya breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Sui, inquiring, "Assistant Su, have you come over for a specific matter, or is it merely to pay a visit to Miss Cheng?" Sui regarded Luya with a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Secretary Liu, it would be wise to focus your thoughts on work and refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you." "Of course," Luya quickly nodded, eager to appease. Sui then turned to leave, prompting a derisive snort from Luya behind him. She mused about how Sui would fare once their department head discovered he was involved with someone who had once humiliated him. It remained to be seen if he would continue to bask in favor. Returning to the break room, Su Qingma looked at him and asked, "What is she doing with those company documents?" Sui recounted the recent events to Si Qingma, who smirked with a sense of pride and remarked, "There is indeed a touch of cleverness." Sui observed Si Qingma's expression of self-satisfaction, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, after praising Cheng Yinian, Si Qingma turned to Sui and inquired, "What about that secretary? Who brought in the one who has been causing her trouble? Why is she so incompetent?" After a moment of contemplation, Sui replied, "The HR department hired her." "Oh, who made the decision to keep her on?" Si Qingma pressed further. "It was you." Sui began to answer but was met with a piercing gaze from Si Qingma, akin to a knife. Sui forced a dry laugh and quickly rephrased, "No. No, it was my decision. My fault. Let us observe her for a while longer. If she proves unfit, we shall terminate her," Si Qingma stated decisively. "Understood." Sui nodded in agreement. The two continued to deliberate on the various aspects of the upcoming product launch before Si Qingma returned to his office. As he passed by the tea room, he instinctively glanced towards the secretary's office, searching for Cheng Yinian's figure. Ling Yu, spotting Si Qingma approaching her office, hurriedly stepped out and instinctively blocked his line of sight, preventing him from seeing Cheng Yinian. "Mr. Si, would you like some coffee? I can brew some for you." Ling Yu offered. "Not necessary," Si Qingma replied, without pausing in his stride as he continued to his office. Not having spotted Cheng Yinian, he did not dwell on it. Upon reaching his office, he addressed Lin Yu, saying, "Please have the business department send me the process for this season's product launch. Additionally, how are the new designs coming along? The design drafts have yet to be submitted." "I will urge him now," Lin Yu replied immediately. "Go ahead." Si Qingma remarked in a detached tone, returning his focus to his computer without casting another glance at Lin Yu. She lingered for a moment, but sensing that Mr. Si had no intention of engaging her further, she turned to leave, a twinge of disappointment gnawing at her heart. Mr. Si remained the same as ever, treating her solely as an employee. Yet, he exhibited the same demeanor towards everyone. And it was evident that he had never allowed any woman to encroach upon his professional sphere. Given that she was the one who interacted with him the most, it implied that she held a unique position. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself that there was still hope. One day, she would become Mrs. C. Approaching Luya, she discreetly signaled her to send Cheng Yinian away. Moments ago, Mr. C had nearly caught sight of that woman, had Lin Yu not intervened in time. He surely would have. Luya found herself at a loss for a solution, as her initial plan had been to assign Cheng Yinian to make copies and distribute documents, which would have kept her away from her desk for the entire day. However, Lin Yu's intervention thwarted that, necessitating a new strategy. Biting her lower lip, Luya replied, "I will think of another way." Lin Yu then returned to her office. Chapter 62, Cheng Yinian's return at this moment. Cheng Yinian had no other tasks at hand, so she settled in front of her computer to continue her research on the development history of Mo Lan Cheng Yi. She believed that to work effectively within a company, one must first understand it. As a secretary, this phase should be relatively effortless, allowing her to gather insights that would serve her well when contending with Ling Yi in the future, thereby enabling her to know both herself and her adversary. However, she had only glanced at her phone for a brief moment when it began to ring. Upon checking the caller ID, she discovered it was Yu Huixin calling. She chose not to answer and promptly ended the call. On the other end, Yu Huixin had prepared an entire script of emotional manipulation for Cheng Yinian. But upon being abruptly disconnected, she trembled with rage and redialed. Cheng Yinian once again rejected the call. Yu Huixin, incensed, hurled her phone to the ground and Lin Man, standing nearby, inquired, "Is she refusing to answer?" Gritting her teeth, Yu Huixin replied, "That little wretch actually dared to hang up on me. When she returns, I shall teach her a lesson. We cannot allow her to waltz into the Ling family without establishing some ground rules." Lin Man pursed her lips and said, "Mother, I believe Cheng Yinian has changed. She no longer seems as obedient as before. Just look at the state of the house, she hasn't even washed the dishes for my birthday celebration. We were away all day yesterday, expecting her to tidy up. Yet it remains in disarray. I checked earlier, and the dishes are crawling with maggots. It's utterly revolting." Cheng Yinian used to be the epitome of cleanliness. Yu Huixin fumed. "Indeed, she has changed, she has become lazy. I must have a serious talk with your brother. A lazy woman is not fit for marriage. Marrying a slothful woman could lead to 3 generations of poverty." However, Lin Man countered, "But brother desires the shares she possesses, he will certainly marry her. Even if she has changed, he will still go through with it." Lin Man, feeling somewhat vexed, added, "If you ask me, Xinyue is far superior to Cheng Yinian. After all, isn't Cheng Yinian merely relying on the shares of the company?" Yu Huixin furrowed her brows and remarked, "I cannot fathom what your brother was thinking when he allowed her to acquire 20 of the company's shares. Now, it seems he is compelled to marry her." However, Ling Man suddenly interjected, "But it is of little consequence. A man of my brother's caliber attracts numerous women eager to marry him. Once they wed and he secures those shares, he can simply divorce her afterward. After all, he will have no trouble finding another spouse. While it will be Cheng Yinian who will be left worrying about her prospects." Yu Huixin chuckled with satisfaction, acknowledging, "Indeed, with your brother's attributes, even a second marriage would make him a coveted prize among women." The mother and daughter reveled in their thoughts for a moment until Ling Man, clutching her stomach, exclaimed, "Mom, I am famished. What shall we do with no one to prepare lunch?" Yu Huixin pursed her lips and suggested, "Why not order takeout? When Cheng Yinian returns, I shall have a word with her." Ling Man pouted, "But Mom, takeout is dreadful. Do you not remember the last meal we had? It was overly salty and greasy, and utterly unappetizing. I would much prefer the meals prepared by Cheng Yinian." Yu Huixin was well aware that takeout could not compare to Cheng Yinian's cooking. Moreover, ordering takeout meant spending their own money, while Cheng Yinian would purchase the ingredients herself, ensuring a meal that was both delicious and nutritious. After contemplating, she proposed, "Let us check that wretched girl's room. If she cares so much for her father, I shall find something he left for her. I will send her a message. And if she does not return to cook, I shall destroy whatever memento her father left behind." Ling Man nodded in agreement, retrieved a spare key, and hurried towards the room where Cheng Yinian once resided. She initially believed the door was locked, but upon a gentle push, it swung open. Chapter 63, Cheng Yinian has moved out. As Ling Man entered the room, she was taken aback to find it completely empty. Hastily, she rushed to the wardrobe, only to discover that all the clothes were gone. In shock, she exclaimed, "Mom, that wretched Cheng Yinian seems to have moved out." "What did you say?" Yu Huixin responded. Astonished. She quickly entered Cheng Yinian's former room, surveyed the surroundings, and then urgently grabbed Ling Man's phone to call Ling Zhan. At that moment, when Yu Huixin dialed Ling Zhan, he was comforting Shen Xinyue, who was still gritting her teeth and had come to work that day. However, upon her arrival at the office, her colleagues regarded her with peculiar glances, leaving her feeling both despondent and humiliated. Yet, in Ling Zhan's presence, she maintained a facade of strength, which only made him feel more heartbroken. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Ling Man calling. As he was about to decline the call, Shen Xinyue, ever perceptive, said, "Ling Zhan, I'm all right now. Please answer the call, I just lost my composure for a moment." Ling Zhan gently stroked her hair and assured her, "I will finish this call quickly, and then we can go out for dinner." Shen Xinyue nodded, "Okay." As Ling Zhan pressed the answer button, Yu Huixin's agitated and urgent voice came through the line, "Ah Zhan, are you planning to stay out with Cheng Yinian? Do you intend to neglect your sister and me?" "What?" Ling Zhan was momentarily bewildered. "Mom, what are you talking about? Cheng Yinian has moved all her belongings out." "Has she gone to find you?" Yu Huixin inquired. However, before Ling Zhan could respond, she spoke again, "Ah Zhan, how many times have I told you? A woman should not be indulged. How long do you plan to coddle her? If she dares to treat me and your sister like this before marriage, how will she behave once you are wed? You and Man lack a father, I have single-handedly raised you both through thick and thin. Are you willing to watch your mother, at her age, continue to suffer for the sake of a woman?" After listening to his mother's lengthy admonition, Ling Zhan finally interjected. "Mom, wait a moment, what did you just say? You mentioned Cheng Yinian moved out?" Yu Huixin was taken aback. "What? You didn't know? She hasn't come to find you?" Ling Zhan furrowed his brows. "No. Then where has she gone?" This left Yu Huixin equally perplexed. Ling Zhan scoffed, "I thought she was braver than that. After what happened yesterday, perhaps she is hiding from me. Let's not concern ourselves with her, she will eventually return on her own." Yu Huixin was even more bewildered. She and Ling Man had originally planned to celebrate Ling Zhan's birthday, but he later said he was quite busy and encouraged them to enjoy themselves, even sending them some money. Hence, they embarked on a short trip and returned only today, completely unaware of the events that transpired yesterday. "What did she do?" Yu Huixin inquired. Ling Zhan glanced at Shen Xinyue, hesitant to speak, fearing it might cause her further distress. Yet, Shen Xinyue, displaying remarkable strength, urged, "It's all right, Ling Zhan. You may tell Auntie." Thus, Ling Zhan recounted the events to Yu Huixin, naturally portraying everything in favor of Shen Xinyue, while depicting Cheng Yinian as a malicious, envious White Lotus. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yu Huixin exclaimed in anger, how could she commit such an act? Poor Xinyue. At this moment, Ling Man also leaned in to listen. After grasping the situation from Ling Zhan's account, she indignantly remarked, "Brother, Xinyue is only doing this for you. In my opinion, you should break up with Cheng Yinian and be with Xinyue." Chapter 64, She Cannot Live Without Me. Ling Zhan had activated the speakerphone with the intention of allowing his mother and sister to comfort Shen Xinyue, believing that women could communicate more easily. However, he did not anticipate Ling Man's sudden declaration. This prompted him to recall the events of yesterday when Shen Xinyue, under the influence of medication, acted towards him in a manner that left him feeling embarrassed. He cast a sidelong glance at her, noticing her face flush slightly as she gently interjected, Man, please do not speak recklessly. Everything I do for President Ling is entirely voluntary, there is no need for responsibility. He and Yinian are the true pair." As she uttered the final words, her tone was imbued with a mixture of clarity and despondency. Ling Zhan fixed his gaze intently on Shen Xinyue. Initially, he had assumed her actions yesterday were merely a result of the medication. But her current words illuminated the truth, Shen Xinyue harbored feelings for him. He felt a flicker of happiness within. Yet he understood that he could not be with Shen Xinyue at present, he must marry Cheng Yinian and secure the coveted 20% of shares. Otherwise, the company would not wholly belong to him, a thought that unsettled him greatly. Thus, he spoke up, indeed, Man, do refrain from making baseless remarks. There is nothing between me and your sister Xinyue. Please do not tarnish her reputation. As soon as these words left his lips, Shen Xinyue suddenly burst into tears. Though she maintained an appearance of strength, her voice trembling as she said, I need to visit the restroom. With that, she hurriedly departed. Ling Zhan felt a pang of urgency to follow her, but ultimately refrained. He realized that if he pursued her now, it might lead to a relationship between them. A prospect he could not entertain as he was bound to marry Cheng Yinian. It would be profoundly unfair to Xinyue, who had already endured enough. He could not allow her further anguish, so he chose to suppress his urge to chase after her. On the other end of the line, Ling Man exclaimed, Brother! You have wounded Sister Xinyue's heart, she has feelings for you, deep feelings. You must go after her. Yu Huixin chimed in, Ah Zhan, comfort Xinyue, she is a wonderful girl. Ling Zhan frowned and replied, Mother, man, please do not meddle in my affairs, I know what I am doing. Brother, what do you know? Are you truly intending to continue with Cheng Yinian? She is unworthy of you, Ling Man retorted, her voice tinged with frustration at her brother's obstinacy. Yu Huixin, aware that Ling Zhan's motivations were tied to the shares, sensed that he likely harbored feelings for Shen Xinyue as well. Thus, she cautioned Ling Man. Your brother will manage his own matters, do not interfere. With a huff, Ling Man sat down on the sofa, brooding in silence. Yu Huixin turned to Ling Zhan and remarked, Cheng Yinian has moved away, and you have no idea where she has gone. What about your shares? Do you think you can still retrieve them? We don't even know where to begin looking for her. Ling Zhan chuckled coldly, Mother. She will come out on her own, she cannot escape me. If I were to buy a ring for another woman, I refuse to believe she would remain composed. This time, if she wishes to return, I shall ensure she kneels outside for several hours, her antics have gone too far this time. Yu Huixin retorted with indignation, Fine. When she returns, you can make her kneel for however long you desire. Ling Zhan responded with a grin, All right then. I shall end the call. You should comfort Xinyue and ensure she isn't too heartbroken. Once you secure your shares, if you wish to pursue her, she may no longer be inclined to marry you. I understand. By the way, remember to hire a few cleaners to tidy up the house, tonight. I will bring Xinyue home for dinner, Ling Zhan instructed. Absolutely, Yu Huixin replied, elated. Chapter 65, She is nothing but a burden after hanging up. Yu Huixin called a housekeeping company to arrange for cleaning services at her home. 2 cleaners arrived and were appalled to find the oil on the dining table so rancid that it had attracted maggots. They requested additional payment, but she, being miserly, refused. And they left without doing any work. She once again called to lodge a complaint against the cleaning staff, insisting that the housekeeping service send someone else. Upon learning that her home was infested with maggots, the agency candidly replied that she could either pay more or clean it herself. Furious, she blacklisted the housekeeping company and switched to another, only to face the same predicament. Ultimately, she was compelled to pay extra for the service. Typically, a standard cleaning would cost around 1,000, but this time it amounted to over 3,000, leaving her heartbroken. She berated Cheng Yinian, exclaiming that this wretched girl had caused her to spend an unnecessary 3,000. When she returned, she vowed to demand double that amount back from her, otherwise Cheng would have to kneel at the door without hope of entry. Ling Man, nearby, fanned the flames, adding that had Cheng taken care of the cleaning, they would not have spent a single cent. Now, forced to pay 3,000, Cheng was nothing but a financial burden. The mother and daughter spent the entire afternoon cursing Cheng Yinian over the 3,000. Meanwhile, Cheng was blissfully unaware of the tirade directed at her by Yu Huixin and Ling Man. After blocking their numbers, she felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility envelop her. However, Luya had found her a new job, instructing her to go to the design department to urge for the design drafts. It was made clear that if the drafts were not retrieved, she should not return, but rather remain in the design department. Having once worked in design herself, she understood that creativity requires inspiration, one cannot simply produce drafts on command. Luya's insistence for her to pressure the designers seemed nothing more than a ploy to make her unpopular. She is not foolish. Upon entering the design department, she greeted them, Hello, I am the new secretary from the secretary's office. Secretary Lu has instructed you to expedite the submission of the design drafts. She sent me to collect them. If I cannot retrieve the designs, there is no need for me to return to the secretary's office. However, it is of no consequence, I will not be returning to the office for the next few days, so you may take your time with your drawings. Upon hearing her words, the employees of the design department frowned and muttered, "It's that foolish Luya again, always pressuring us. Does she think the design drafts can be created so easily? The more she rushes us, the less we can produce. Last time, she insisted on watching me draw, staring at my sketches as if I were under a microscope. It was utterly frustrating, her gaze muddled my thoughts. I asked her to wait, assuring her I would deliver on time, yet she insisted on remaining right in front of me. What does it matter if she is sitting there? During my last design draft, she was beside me giving unsolicited advice, claiming my lines weren't straight enough, saying that someone who has studied drawing should produce straight lines. She has no idea what I am doing, she simply demands straightness. In fashion design, how can everything be perfectly straight? An amateur attempting to critique a professional. After venting their frustrations regarding Luya, they shifted their sympathy towards Cheng Yinian. "Ah, you are in a pitiable situation, being put in such a predicament by her." Someone inquired, "If you return to the secretary's office, could she fire you?" Cheng Yinian feigned ignorance, eliciting considerable sympathy from the design department employees. "I don't know. I have just arrived and am unaware of everything. I will do as they instruct me." "It's nothing, she merely arrived a bit earlier than you. You are both secretaries to the general manager, and she lacks the authority to dismiss you. You need not worry," remarked one of the more senior employees from the design department. Another nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, she is not qualified. However, she maintains a close relationship with the chief secretary of your office, so do exercise caution. We certainly do not intend to make things difficult for you. We will complete our work promptly." "Thank you," Cheng Yinian replied with a gentle smile. The design department staff directed her to the lounge and prepared her a cup of coffee. "Just sit here and relax, we will let you know when we are finished." "All right," Cheng Yinian nodded. The lounge was adorned with some older design catalogs, showcasing garments previously released by Mo Lan Qingyi. As she sipped her coffee, she perused the catalogs, keen to observe the direction of Mo Lan Qingyi's design style. Before she realized it, the workday had come to a close. Seeing that Cheng Yinian had yet to return, Luya felt a surge of joy and approached Linyu to boast. "Sister Linyu, I devised a splendid plan to send Cheng Yinian to the design department, and she still hasn't returned. Given the nature of those in the design department, I suspect she might remain there for several days." Linyu listened, a smirk playing on her lips as she nodded in approval. "Well done. This is fortunate. I can use this as an opportunity to have her dismissed." "Sister Linyu, do you have a plan?" Luya inquired eagerly. "Yes," Linyu replied, her smile radiating satisfaction. "All right, you may leave now. Don't you have a date with your boyfriend? Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Sister Linyu." With a cheerful remark, Luya gathered her belongings and departed in her high heels. Mo Lan, who held a firm stance against employees working overtime, ensured that most of the staff left the office on time, though this did not apply to Si Qingma and Sui. Ironically, while Si Qingma opposed the notion of overtime for others, he himself toiled relentlessly, finding little to occupy his time at home. The emptiness of his residence weighed heavily on him, especially in the evenings when Zhang, the housekeeper, was absent, leaving him alone. Standing on the balcony, he often gazed at the myriad lights twinkling in the distance, a reminder of his solitude, prompting thoughts of home. Yet, the prospect of returning to face his family's relentless pressure for marriage made him reconsider, leading him to immerse himself in work. As the office emptied, Linyu lingered outside Si Qingma's office, peering through the glass doors. She observed him engrossed in his phone, typing away, and she wondered who he was communicating with. At times, she felt an intimate closeness to him, while at other moments, an insurmountable distance seemed to separate them. Despite seeing him daily and sharing the same space, she remained oblivious to the details of his life, what conversations transpired on his phone, whether his contacts were predominantly male or female. Was he engaged in a chat with a woman, or perhaps corresponding with family? She had never met his relatives and was left pondering their nature. In a trance, she continued to watch him, her curiosity about the device in his hand stirring a sense of longing within her. Suddenly, Sui approached from behind, giving her shoulder a light tap. "Secretary Lin, still at work?" he inquired. Linyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, offering a poised and professional smile in response. "Aren't you also still working, Assistant Sue?" Sui sighed, lamenting that she did not possess the same fortune as Secretary Lin, who seemed to have a charmed life. While Secretary Lin enjoyed the privilege of leaving work on time, Sui found herself perpetually ensnared by the demands of CEOC, never having experienced a normal departure from the office. Upon hearing this, Lin felt a mixture of envy and jealousy, wishing fervently that CEOC would beckon her to join him for overtime. In the stillness of the night, under the soft, amber glow of the office lights, only their silhouettes remained. How delightful that would be. Chapter 67, Not on the way. Secretary Lin, you should wrap up for the day. I'm off to see CEOC, hoping to leave early today, Sui said, striding briskly to the door of Chengma's office. She raised her hand and gently knocked. Without lifting his head, Chengma simply replied, come in. Sui entered and took a seat across from him. Entirely devoid of the deference typically shown by subordinates to their superiors, they conversed as if they were friends. CEO, will you be working late tonight? Sui inquired. Chengma instinctively glanced outside, noticing that all the staff in the secretary's office had already left, and Cheng Yinian was absent too. Had she left early? Humph. How eager she was to clock out. When Lenny was in charge, she worked tirelessly, yet now, under his management, she seemed to be slacking off. He had caught himself looking outside several times in the afternoon, failing to spot that woman. He resolved to confront her upon her return, questioning her intentions. If she was disinterested in her role at Mo Lan Qingyi, he would have no choice but to let her go. Turning his gaze back to Sui, he stated, I will not be working late. Sui was taken aback. You're not working late? Is the sun rising in the west today? From your tone, it seems you are quite eager to stay late. Chengma raised an eyebrow. Very well, then you can take care of these matters. Chengma handed a stack of documents to Sui before rising from his seat. I shall take my leave, he declared. Sui, with a tone of despair, called after him, oh, Mr. C, this is quite unfair. You are the head of the company, these documents require your approval. You must always remember. I am merely an assistant. However, Chengma offered not even a glance in his direction, nor did he turn back as he replied, you are not just any assistant. With that, he swiped his card and entered the elevator. Sui sighed, in what way am I different? Am I endowed with extraordinary powers? He felt helpless. Yet he had no choice. His relationship with Chengma was not only one of hierarchy but also of friendship, compelling him to deal with the documents on his behalf. Upon noticing Chengma's departure, Lin swiftly gathered her belongings and stepped outside. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, she called out, wait a moment. Chengma pressed the open button once more. Lin smiled gently, thank you, Mr. C. The staff elevator has already stopped. May I hitch a ride on your express lift? Chengma replied nonchalantly, not a problem. Generally, it was nearly impossible for anyone to catch a ride with Mr. C. Within the company, aside from Sui, she was perhaps the only one who could. A smile graced her lips as she watched their reflections in the elevator's walls. Her heart racing slightly. Eager to strike up a conversation, she found herself at a loss for words. While it was evident that Chengma had no intention of initiating dialogue, she gazed at the elevator ascending, fully aware that Mr. C's vehicle was typically parked on the rooftop garage. In merely 2 floors' time, the elevator would soon arrive. As Chengma stepped out of the elevator, he remarked, the elevator will automatically descend to the underground parking lot, there is no need for a card. With that, he proceeded towards his car. Lin bit her lip and exited the elevator, trailing behind Chengma. Mr. C, my car broke down and is in for repairs. I was wondering if I might catch a ride with you today? Chengma had already opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt as he replied in a detached tone, it's not on my way. Lin bit her lower lip, standing there with a somewhat pitiful expression. I was going to. She initially intended to mention a destination in the same direction as Chengma's, yet she was oblivious to where he resided. Chapter 68, Are you not moved at all? Previously, in her quest to discover his residence, she had even followed him in her car. But she had failed to keep up. Mr. C's driving skills were exceptional, akin to that of a trained racer, and he swiftly distanced himself from her. Chengma regarded her with a professional demeanor and said, have Sui swipe your card for you to go down, or... His gaze turned icy as he added that he would descend on his own. With that, he started the engine and drove into the car elevator, which began its descent floor by floor. Lin stood there, watching Chengma depart with wide eyes, her heart heavy with a mix of sadness and confusion. She could not comprehend why he could so effortlessly separate work from personal emotions. They spent the most time together each day. Yet did he truly harbor no feelings for her at all? Was it simply because she was not beautiful enough? However, she had assisted him immensely in his professional endeavors, managing the logistics of his company exceptionally well. Is it not true that a successful man requires a virtuous woman by his side? What purpose does a mere ornament serve? She felt too embarrassed to approach Sui for help in swiping her card to descend, thus, she could only make her way down step by step. Lacking the audacity of Cheng Yinian and burdened by the weight of her own image, she was apprehensive about encountering others on her journey down. She refused to remove her high heels, resolutely descending from the 39th floor in them, one cautious step at a time. Cheng Yinian spent the afternoon in the design department poring over design drafts. She stumbled upon an intriguing fact: every year, Lan Qingyi features a remarkable design by a mysterious designer, whose name remains uncredited. Yet, it is the creations of this anonymous designer that achieve the highest sales for Lan Qingyi. Engrossed in her observations, she lost track of time. And it was only when Tianyu, the last employee to lead the design department, came to turn off the lights in the break room that she realized Cheng Yinian was still there. Surprised, Tianyu exclaimed, "Secretary Cheng, you are still here. Your dedication is commendable, but it seems everyone else has submitted their designs for the day. It's quite late and we at Lan Qingyi do not advocate for overtime." Cheng Yinian smiled and replied, "There's no rush. I shall return tomorrow to await your work. Take your time." "Oh, you are truly kind," Tianyu remarked sincerely. Cheng Yinian responded with a smile. "Just ensure you all keep an eye on your submission deadlines. Rest assured, we always pay attention to time. Our manager, Mr. Yan, is quite formidable. He assigns tasks based on each individual's area of expertise and manages the schedule adeptly. We have never submitted our work past the deadline. Whenever the secretarial department comes to urge us, it is merely their own anxiety," Tianyu said to Cheng Yinian. Cheng Yinian nodded with a smile. "All right. I shall take my leave now." "You are off as well, I presume?" "Yes, let us go," Tianyu replied, nodding in agreement. Thus, the two of them exited together. The staff elevator had stopped, but fortunately, the design department was on the 3rd floor, so they decided to descend the stairs together. However, just as they stepped into the stairwell, they suddenly heard a thud-thud-thud sound from above, causing both to freeze in place. "What is that sound? It's rather frightening," Tianyu exclaimed, startled. Cheng Yinian blinked. "It sounds like the click of high heels." "Oh no, it can't be. It sounds like something out of a horror film. It's quite terrifying. Surely, it cannot be that the place is haunted?" Tianyu gulped nervously. Cheng Yinian pursed her lips. "Has there been a haunting here?" "No." Tianyu shook her head. Chapter 69, not particularly annoying. "That must be an employee of the company," Cheng Yinian asserted. "Our company does not encourage overtime. Everyone uses the staff elevator." "Who would take the stairs?" Tianyu whispered, as the sound of high heels grew increasingly nearer. She pulled Cheng Yinian to hide. "Let us quickly conceal ourselves." The two hurriedly retreated. It was merely that Cheng Yinian was unfamiliar with the route, and the dimness of the surroundings caused her leg to collide with the door, producing a resounding noise. Ling Yu, who had just descended to the 3rd floor, immediately inquired, "Who's there? Come out quickly." Cheng Yinian had no choice but to emerge. Tianyu, upon seeing Cheng Yinian step outside, attempted to grab her but failed. Instead, she hid behind the door, peeking out cautiously. Cheng Yinian, upon spotting Lin Yu, was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, Secretary Lin, what brings you down the stairs? Isn't the president's elevator operational? Are you on a diet?" Lin Yu's expression darkened. Everyone in the company knew she did not possess a pass for the president's elevator, and Cheng Yinian's remark seemed intentionally mocking. Her gaze turned icy as she glared at Cheng Yinian, panting slightly. Cheng Yinian, genuinely unaware of Lin Yu's lack of the elevator pass, assumed that after several years as the president's chief secretary, she would have managed to acquire one. Noting Lin Yu's high-heeled shoes, she kindly suggested, "It would be easier to walk if you took off your shoes." Lin Yu's stare grew increasingly frigid, fixated on Cheng Yinian as if she wished to bore a hole through her with her gaze. Feeling the intensity of Lin Yu's glare, Cheng Yinian quickly stepped aside, saying, My apologies, am I blocking your way? Please, go ahead." Yet, Lin Yu remained unmoved, continuing to observe Cheng Yinian. Bewildered, Cheng Yinian touched her nose, wondering. Is there something on my face? Lin Yu coldly instructed, today, you will act as though you have not seen me, do you understand? Cheng Yinian, perplexed but disinterested in the affairs of others, nodded, all right. Lin Yu strode away with an air of arrogance, her high heels clicking melodiously against the floor. Cheng Yinian stood there, observing her as she descended the stairs step by step, and let out a resigned sigh. Pondering the futility of trying to lose weight while navigating the staircase in stilettos, did she not fear a fall? In truth, it was not a matter of weight loss for her, she simply lacked the access card to the executive elevator. Tianyu emerged from behind the door, joining Cheng Yinian, and spoke languidly, she doesn't have the executive elevator card. Cheng Yinian looked at her in surprise, what did you say? She lacks the executive elevator card? Indeed. Tianyu affirmed with a nod. Cheng Yinian placed a hand on her forehead, then my previous remarks must have sounded particularly provocative to her. Tianyu shook her head. Not particularly provocative. Well, that's a relief, Cheng Yinian replied, easing her hand from her chest. Relief? What do you mean? Your comments were not merely provocative. They were exceedingly so, Tianyu retorted. You were essentially poking at a painful spot for her. The absence of the executive elevator card has long been a sore point for Lin Yu. Cheng Yinian raised an eyebrow, how so? Lin Yu has been with our company since its inception, the second person to align herself with President Xi, making her somewhat of a company veteran. President Xi places exceptional trust in her, and crucially, he always includes her in his endeavors. Whenever he requires a female companion, it is invariably her. Everyone assumes there is some special relationship between them, Tianyu divulged, her tone tinged with gossip. What kind of relationship? Cheng Yinian inquired. Oh, come now. Don't feign innocence, it's the kind of relationship that exists between men and women, Tianyu winked at Cheng Yinian. Cheng Yinian nodded, comprehending the implication. Chapter 70, He just loves to cause trouble. Cheng Yinian pondered whether all secretaries had an affair with their bosses. Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue did. As did Qingma and Lin Yu. Perhaps due to the influence of Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue, her impression of Qingma and Lin Yu was equally dismal. Most importantly, why was she always the victim? When she was with Ling Zhan, he cheated on her with his secretary, now that she was married to Qingma. He had another secretary as a confidant. She couldn't fathom what kind of misfortune had befallen her. They had agreed at the time of their marriage not to betray each other. If he had an affair with Lin Yu, why not marry her instead? Was it because she appeared more naive? As Cheng Yinian's indignation ignited within her, Tianyu remarked, but President Xi hasn't given Secretary Lin a presidential elevator card. Which makes their relationship a bit ambiguous. Cheng Yinian huffed, he just loves to cause trouble. Indeed, Secretary Lin seemed to revel in creating chaos, Tianyu concurred. Yet, Cheng Yinian was referring to Qingma, while Tianyu spoke of Lin Yu. After all, in Tianyu's eyes, Cheng Yinian was merely a lowly secretary who had never even met the president. How could she possibly know whether President Xi enjoyed stirring up trouble? The two exchanged gossip for a while before leaving the office and each taking a taxi home. Upon reaching her doorstep, Cheng Yinian suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to register her fingerprint, prompting her to ring the doorbell. At this moment, Qingma had already been chided by his grandmother on video for half an hour. He kept chuckling, attempting to amuse the elderly lady. The grandmother, in an indignant tone, proclaimed, "You did not allow me to see my granddaughter-in-law last night, don't think you can placate me again. This video call is not ending until I see her. Grandma, it's quite late, and I still need to shower and get some rest. Are you really hoping to witness your grandson bathing?" Qingma replied with a mischievous laugh. "What is there to see? I simply wish to behold my granddaughter-in-law," the elderly lady retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Qingma. Emma Lan, who was nearby, chimed in. "I heard from Sister Zhang that you both left for work together this morning. Why can't you bring my daughter-in-law back with you after work? How could you be so foolish? She is your wife, it's late, and she hasn't returned home. Aren't you concerned at all?" Qingma rubbed his forehead, "Mother, you've mentioned this several times. She is an adult, what is there for me to worry about?" "You may not be worried, but I am. What if someone takes my beautiful daughter-in-law away?" Emma Lan murmured. Just as Qingma was about to be overwhelmed by the two women, the doorbell rang. He quickly addressed the video, someone is at the door, I must hang up now to answer it. Impudent boy, do not disconnect. I need to supervise you for my granddaughter-in-law to ensure no wild woman is coming to seek you out at this late hour, Grandma Si interjected. Si Qingma's lips twitched slightly, Grandma, who is truly your flesh and blood? Humph, hurry and open the door, she urged, are you afraid to answer? Is there truly a wild woman? Mo Lian remarked beside her, Mom, with his appearance, what woman would ever find him appealing? If there were truly a woman attracted to him, would he still be unmarried at 30? Indeed, the elderly lady nodded in agreement. Listening to the two women engage in their conversation, Si Qingma placed his phone on the table and approached the door. Upon realizing it was Cheng Yinian, he was momentarily taken aback before frowning and asking, why didn't you open the door yourself? Cheng Yinian pursed her lips and replied, I haven't registered my fingerprint. Chapter 71, the first to call her besides father then let us register it now, Si Qingma suggested. Oh, Cheng Yinian nodded. Hanging her bag on the cabinet near the entrance, and began to fumble with the fingerprint registration by the door. Si Qingma walked over to the dining table, picked up his phone, and on the other end, Grandma Si eagerly inquired, who is it? It's your granddaughter-in-law, Si Qingma answered. Quick, let me see her. Grandma Si urged anxiously. Si Qingma approached with the phone, observing Cheng Yinian struggling with the fingerprint registration. After much effort, she still hadn't succeeded. Growing impatient, Si Qingma handed the phone to Cheng Yinian, saying, let me do it, you hold the phone. Instinctively, she took his phone, only to hear excited voices from the device. Granddaughter-in-law, quick, show Grandma. It was then that Cheng Yinian realized he was on a video call. She quickly smiled softly at the phone, her gaze landing on the screen where an elderly lady with silvery hair, yet vibrant, appeared. The wrinkles on her face bore witness to the passage of time. Yet she embodied the beauty of natural aging. Although she had aged, her elegance remained undiminished. At this moment, the elderly lady wore a smile that radiated warmth and kindness. Cheng Yinian was instantly reminded of her own grandmother, who had treated her with great affection during her stay at her aunt's home. Without thinking, she called out, Grandma. Upon hearing this endearment, the old lady on the other end of the phone, Mrs. C, was overjoyed, dancing with delight as she exclaimed to Mo Lan. You must listen. She called me Grandma. Mo Lan felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, she had spoken with Cheng Yinian just the night before. Yet her daughter-in-law had yet to call her Mom. With a wistful tone, she remarked, Mom, you are truly fortunate, your granddaughter-in-law has already addressed you so affectionately. Mrs. C beamed with pride at the compliment. Meanwhile, Si Qingma fiddled with the door lock for a moment before reaching out to grasp Cheng Yinian's hand, pulling her finger towards the fingerprint scanner. Cheng Yinian was taken aback by his sudden action. She felt a slight stiffness, noting the warmth of his large hand, dry yet comforting. It was evident that he had not tended to his hands, as they bore the marks of hard labor, with calluses that pressed against her skin, causing her some discomfort. Turning to look at him, she pondered his current wealth, which seemed comparable to Ling Zhan's. Ling Zhan had also come from humble beginnings. Yet his hands were not as rough as Si Qingma's. It led her to speculate that perhaps his upbringing had been even more challenging. She couldn't help but admire his resilience in achieving his current status. However, her assumptions were misguided. The roughness of Si Qingma's hands was not a testament to poverty, but rather a reflection of his immense wealth. The Sijia family, due to their vast wealth, feared the threat of kidnapping. Thus, every member, regardless of gender, was required to learn some form of self-defense from a young age. Among them, Si Qingma developed a particular fascination for martial arts, including taekwondo and fencing, leading him to practice more than the others, resulting in his hands becoming somewhat rougher. Unfortunately, Cheng Yinian was unaware of this. On the other end of the video call, Grandma Si and Mo Lan were thrilled to see their hands clasped together, eagerly taking screenshots. Once they had captured the moment, Grandma Si mused that it was inconvenient to reach out to her granddaughter-in-law through her grandson, prompting her to ask, My dear, would you be able to add your grandmother as a friend on WeChat? Upon hearing this endearing address, Cheng Yinian's gaze shot up to the screen. As this was the first time, aside from her father, that someone had called her A wave of emotion washed over her, causing her eyes to mist as she struggled to find her voice. Seeing Cheng Yinian's silence, Grandma Si assumed she was reluctant to add her, and hurriedly reassured her. Oh dear, look at this old woman. I honestly don't understand WeChat much. If you prefer not to add me, that's perfectly fine. I don't wish to intrude upon your lives. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yinian realized the misunderstanding and quickly replied, Grandma, it's not that. I just find it very endearing when you call me E. It has been quite a while since anyone has called me that. You like this name? Do you? Grandma C responded with joy. I like it too. I think E sounds much better than your formal name, Ilian. From now on, I'll call you E. Cheng Yinian nodded. Well, Grandma can choose any name she likes. I will have Mr. C share your WeChat with me shortly. No need for that. Let's simply scan and add each other now, replied Grandma C, her face lighting up with joy as she approached with her phone, opened her QR code, and directed it towards the camera for Cheng Yinian to scan. On the other end, the video call was being conducted through Mo Lan's phone, while Cheng Yinian utilized Si Chingma's device, leaving both of their phones idle. Remarkably, they managed to add each other as friends through the two screens. Once completed, Grandma C exclaimed happily, all right, we've added each other. Now, dear, can I see your moments? Of course, Cheng Yinian replied. Very well. I shall no longer disturb you with video calls, Grandma C said, cradling her phone as she departed. Mo Lan, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, well then, Yinian. Why don't you add me on WeChat as well? Cheng Yinian felt no embarrassment in addressing Grandma C as Grandma, considering her age, yet when Mo Lan referred to herself as Mom, a slight awkwardness washed over her. She cleared her throat softly and said, all right, Auntie. Mo Lan, feeling wronged, replied, does Yinian not like me? Not even willing to call me Mom? Upon hearing his mother's plaintive tone, Si Chingma glanced at Cheng Yinian, silently urging her to cooperate. Cheng Yinian pursed her lips and, albeit with some reluctance, said, okay. Mom. Wonderful. I will have Grandma share your WeChat with me shortly, and we shall connect as well. Mo Lan beamed with delight. Good, Cheng Yinian nodded. Very well, you all carry on, I'll hang up, Mo Lan said with a smile before ending the video call. Cheng Yinian watched as the video call was terminated and turned to Si Chingma, saying, Grandma and the others have hung up. Si Chingma replied absent-mindedly, continuing to hold her hand as he recorded her fingerprint. The design of this fingerprint lock was particularly intricate, requiring a complex process of recording 3 times or more from different angles for successful setup. Cheng Yinian placed her phone on the cabinet by the entrance, observing Si Chingma as he assisted her with the fingerprint registration. Once Si Chingma had completed recording her fingerprint, he suddenly realized that he had actively grasped a woman's hand. It was as if he had been jolted by electricity. He quickly released her hand, his ears tinged with a faint blush as he awkwardly stated, it's done. Don't ring the doorbell again, I can't always be at your service to open the door. Oh, Cheng Yinian nodded. Let us eat. Si Chingma picked up his phone and headed toward the kitchen. Zhang Sa has prepared lunch, and since we didn't return to eat, it's still on the table. It just needs to be heated. Chapter 73, a man who can handle household chores. I'll heat it up, Cheng Yinian thought. Since she was staying for free, it was only reasonable to contribute a bit. She proposed to warm the food. However, Si Chingma turned to her, a look of disdain on his face as he said, I mentioned on the day we registered that you shouldn't step into the kitchen. I have no desire to eat any culinary disasters. With that, he entered the kitchen himself to warm the food. Cheng Yinian stood at the kitchen door, watching him fumble about, clearly not accustomed to such tasks. She pressed her lips together, wanting to convey that her culinary skills were quite decent. Yet, as she began to speak, Si Chingma interjected, it will be ready soon. Don't just stand there, lingering here. One tea help you learn. Cheng Yinian felt somewhat speechless. What was so difficult about reheating a meal? However, perhaps it was for the best, since he didn't want her to cook, she was quite content not to. Thus, she retreated to her room, fetched some clothes, and took a shower. When she emerged, she had changed into a more comfortable loungewear. Si Chingma had already set the table with the meal. Cheng Yinian approached and sat down across from him. Si Chingma cast a fleeting glance her way and remarked, you can serve yourself, right? I won't need to do it for you, will I? Before she could respond, he added, if you can't even serve yourself, you might as well starve. Cheng Yinian thought to herself, why must a perfectly fine person have such a sharp tongue? After dinner, Cheng Yinian prepared to clear the table. But Si Chingma exclaimed in horror, don't touch that. My dishes are a complete set, a limited edition, you won't find another. If you break one, the entire set will be incomplete. Cheng Yinian. She then watched as he carefully handled the dishes, proceeding to wash them in the kitchen. She hadn't anticipated that she would find herself living a life where meals were served to her and clothes were handed to her. It felt rather unfamiliar. Leaning against the kitchen door, she observed Xinyue clumsily scrubbing the plates and bowls, and suddenly thought that a man who could manage household chores was rather charming. Do you really not need my assistance? Cheng Yinian inquired once more. Are you certain you want to just be a hindrance? Xinyue raised an eyebrow at her. She pressed her lips together, deciding that if it was unnecessary, she would simply retreat to her room to rest. After uttering those words, she returned to her own quarters. In the kitchen, Xinyue busied himself with the dishes, yet a flicker of irritation simmered within him. Why had he chosen to marry? Only to bring home a wife who would be treated as an ancestor? But who could he blame for this predicament? Rubbing his temples, he too made his way to his room. His chamber was the master suite, complete with an ensuite bathroom. Previously, he had always thought that showering in his room would render the entire space damp. Yet with the sudden presence of another person, particularly a woman, he deemed it prudent to bathe in the privacy of his room to avoid any awkwardness. By the time he finished his ablutions, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He opened his computer to review some documents but soon prepared for bed. Despite having gotten off from an early shift, he found little solace in it. He had intended to inquire about Cheng Yinian's whereabouts during the day, wondering where she had strayed off to instead of attending to her duties at the office, yet the busyness of the day had caused that thought to slip his mind. Meanwhile, Cheng Yinian lay in bed, reaching for her phone to check notifications. To her surprise, she noticed someone had added her on WeChat. Upon opening the request, she saw the verification message read, "I am Mom." Recognizing it to be Mrs. Mo Lan, she promptly accepted the friend request. It seemed Mrs. Mo was eagerly awaiting her response, for as soon as she accepted, a smiley emoji was dispatched her way. Gazing at the default smiley face on her phone, Cheng Yinian couldn't help but smile in return, sending back a cheerful emoji of her own, an irresistibly cute rabbit smiley she had downloaded. Chapter 74, The Malicious Female Antagonist? Mo Lan was delighted to see Cheng Yinian's response and eagerly engaged her in conversation. Look, Mama captured a wonderfully affectionate photo of you and AMO. Following this, she sent 2 images. The first was a screenshot from the previous night, showcasing her gaze towards Xinyue, imbued with a tenderness that seemed almost ethereal. The angle and lighting were nearly flawless, although the image was slightly blurred, lending it an air of intimacy. Cheng Yinian reflected on how she had indeed scrutinized him the night before, yet she hadn't realized that her expression had been so gentle. As she examined the second image, it depicted 2 hands intertwined, one distinctly masculine, the other feminine. The man's hand was well-defined, with long, elegant fingers gently holding the dainty fingers of the woman, evoking a sense of flirtation. Cheng Yinian recognized that this was a screenshot of Xinyue assisting her with fingerprint registration. And she found it peculiar how such a mundane moment could be captured so intimately. Mo Lan inquired, "What do you think of Mama's screenshot skills?" Cheng Yinian replied, "Good." Mo Lan responded, "I knew I did well. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Sleep early." Cheng Yinian wished her. "You too, rest well. Good night." "Good night," came Mo Lan's reply. Just as they exchanged their farewells, Cheng Yinian prepared to browse Weibo before retiring for the night. However, upon exiting WeChat, she received a message. She opened WeChat once more, only to find not a private message addressed to her, but rather a mention in a group chat. Upon inspection, it was Ling Man who had tagged her. After mentioning her, Ling Man proceeded to share a plethora of photographs, all depicting Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue selecting rings in a shopping mall. Following the barrage of images, a message ensued: some individuals, in their own folly, attempt to ensnare Sister Xinyue, believing that by harming her, my brother would love her more. Little did they know, it only served to draw my brother closer to Sister Xinyue. Subsequently, some of Ling Man's friends, acquaintances of Shen Xinyue, began to chime in. Ainixin Fei Yang remarked, Sister Xinyue is truly deserving. Han Danba Xin Jiaochu added, Sister Xinyue and brother Ling Zhan are the perfect match. He Bai Chou Xinyue and I exclaimed, wow, I've finally witnessed the union of lovers. The malicious supporting character has brought about her own downfall. Malicious supporting character? Observing these remarks, Cheng Yinian coldly curled her lips, dismissing them entirely. At this point, she no longer cared whom Ling Zhan chose to purchase a ring for. She exited the group chat and turned to scroll through Weibo. This group was one Ling Man had previously invited her to join, claiming it was filled with socialites from Yunhai City and some enterprising young talents. And she had mentioned that her brother was also a member. She did not think too much at the time. All she considered was that Ling Man did not regard her as an outsider, which is why she was invited into such a group. Hence, she joined with enthusiasm. Initially, she would engage in light conversations with the others, but soon she realized that she could hardly interject into their discussions. Their daily dialogues revolved around outings, drinking spots, recent purchases of designer handbags, or limited edition clothing. Meanwhile, she spent her days at home cooking for Ling Man and Yu Huixin, leaving her with no time for leisure. Yu Huixin held a strong belief in frugality, constantly instilling in her the notion that women should be economical, and that men prefer those who can manage a household well without extravagance. Chapter 75, Married. It had been several years since she last purchased clothes or bags, and gradually, she ceased to entertain such thoughts and stopped conversing with those individuals. However, the messages in the group were incessant, prompting her to mute the notifications. Unless someone tagged her directly, the group chat would remain silent. She nearly forgot about the group entirely, until today, when the chat erupted in a flurry of notifications. Members of the group were continuously tagging her. Cheng Yinian, now irritated by the constant notifications, reopened the chat and glanced at the screen, which was flooded with messages from Ling Man and Shen Xinyue's friends. Man slowly typed, Cheng Yinian, does it hurt to see my brother choosing a ring for Sister Xinyue? Just a child, she replied. Miss Cheng, do you regret it now? Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Why imprison your heart for him? Another chimed in. Haha, I have witnessed foolishness, but never such sheer folly, turning your own boyfriend into someone else's. I can only imagine you are now weeping in the restroom. At this moment, Ling Zhan, seated on the sofa, glanced at the messages in the group chat and smirked. Clutching his phone, he awaited Cheng Yinian's call, anticipating her apology. Today, he had deliberately taken Xinyue to select rings, orchestrating the entire affair within the group chat. He was confident that upon seeing him purchase a ring for Xinyue, Cheng Yinian would inevitably feel anxious. Having been together for so long, Cheng Yinian had bestowed everything upon him. Her love ran deep, to the very marrow of her being. How could she bear to witness him marry another? Cheng Yinian had even toyed with the idea of running away from home, yet he had simply allowed her to return on her own, expecting her to kneel and admit her faults. In recent days, Man and his mother had been quite agitated on behalf of Cheng Yinian, and when she returned, he intended for them to vent their frustrations appropriately. He was certain that Cheng Yinian would call him tonight. However, he had intentionally set his phone to silent, relishing the prospect of her anxiousness as she sought him out. Meanwhile, Cheng Yinian, apart from the messages that tagged her in the group, received a private message. Xinyue sent, do you know what a ring signifies? Smile, followed by, Cheng Yinian, Ling Zhan no longer wants you. Are you saddened? Xinyue, the very embodiment of Shen Xinyue, was acutely aware of how deeply Cheng Yinian loved Ling Zhan and recognized the weight of her emotions. If she were to part ways with Ling Zhan, it seemed likely that Cheng Yinian would never recover from the heartbreak. Xinyue desired nothing more than to witness Cheng Yinian's enduring suffering. Observing Shen Xinyue's triumphant demeanor, Cheng Yinian couldn't help but chuckle. She refrained from responding to any messages in the group chat or to Shen Xinyue, swiftly crafting a post for her moments, succinct and clear. It simply read, married. Subsequently, 2 images were attached, one depicting a marriage certificate, and the other a screenshot of a video sent by Imo Lan, capturing the moment when she and Si Qingma clasped hands. After posting on her social media, she suddenly realized that she had forgotten to block Si Qingma. Contemplating whether to delete and repost, she ultimately decided against it, reasoning that perhaps he would not notice her post, or that the sheer volume of content on his feed would cause her update to be quickly overlooked. With that thought, she switched off her phone and buried herself beneath the covers to sleep. Meanwhile, in another room, Si Qingma opened his social media to find Cheng Yinian's post. It was indeed due to his limited circle of friends. Beyond family, he had only a few close acquaintances and had scarcely added any relatives. His friends, all distinguished professionals, rarely posted updates. It was a rarity for them to share something even once every 10 days or so. Thus, Si Qingma immediately noticed Cheng Yinian's entry. He glanced at the image of their clasped hands, liked the post, and then placed his phone on the nightstand before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 76, How could she possibly get married? Ling Man had been vigilantly monitoring her phone. Eager to see what Cheng Yinian would say in the group chat, would she be lamenting with tears of regret, or would she maintain her stubborn facade? Furrowing her brow, she turned to Ling Zhan, saying, "Brother, why hasn't Cheng Yinian replied yet? We've tagged her so many times, it's unreasonable for her not to see it, right?" While seated on the sofa peeling an orange, Yu Huixin remarked, "She must have seen it, regretted it, and is probably hiding somewhere in tears." She divided the peeled orange in half, offering one portion to Ling Man and the other to Ling Zhan, while expressing her concern. "Ah, Zhan. You work so hard every day, you must eat more fruit and replenish your vitamins." Ling Zhan accepted the orange, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Mother. Since Cheng Yinian's return, you and Man should vent your frustrations, but do not dwell excessively on this matter. Ultimately, I shall marry her." "Alright, I understand. Mother will ensure she kneels before your father's memorial for a night. I shall not place her in too difficult a position," Hui Xian stated. Ling Man interjected, "Humph. She did not cook for my birthday banquet last time, I demand 100 meals as an apology. I intend to bring friends home for dinner every day. And if she refuses, I shan't forgive her." Ling Zhan shot a glance at Ling Man, advising, "You should associate less with those friends of yours, they are all aimless. They are all second-generation rich, with families that possess endless wealth. Even if they are idle, their expenses can easily be covered," Ling Man replied with pride. "The friends I choose are all scions of wealthy families, young masters, and young ladies." Ling Zhan chuckled softly, placing the last segment of the orange into his mouth, affectionately stating, "My sister is also a young lady now." Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon his phone, and his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes fixated on a post by Cheng Yinian. The two simple words seemed utterly foreign to him as he stared intently, reading and rereading. Finally, he clicked on her accompanying image, revealing a photograph of a marriage certificate and two hands intertwined. The hand of that woman was unmistakable to him. It was the hand of Cheng Yinian, the very hand he had held for many years. How could he possibly be mistaken? Yet, whose hand belonged to that man? He could not fathom, as for so many years, Cheng Yinian had devoted herself entirely to him, with no other man in her life. How could she possibly be married? He gripped his phone tightly, uncertainty mingling with rage, his chest heaving and fingers trembling. At that moment, someone had captured a screenshot of Cheng Yinian's post and shared it in the group chat. The group erupted in a frenzy, as several individuals who had always found Ling Zhan's pretentiousness unbearable began to tag him frantically. "Love you without question, Ling Zhan. President Ling, come out quickly. Your fiancé is getting married. The groom isn't you. Didn't she claim to love you to the brink of death? How could she be marrying someone else? Listen to the rain, haha, this is hilarious." Ling Zhan still thinks he is in demand, with a fiancé at home while flirting with his secretary, trying to make two women compete for him. Yet, Cheng Yinian completely ignored him and went ahead with the wedding. Ai Lian remarked, "No way, no way. Cheng Yinian is getting married? Didn't Ling Man say that Cheng Yinian couldn't live without his brother? Yet here she is, married. I reckon Cheng Yinian doesn't love Ling Zhan as much as he thinks." Shwe. So, it appears Cheng Yinian has dumped Ling Zhan? Haven't people in the circle claimed that Ling Zhan is skilled in handling women? Is this all he could manage? Shwe, Ling Zhan. Come and share your feelings at this moment. Listening to the rain, Ling Zhan, hey, did you think that Cheng Yinian would always remain in place waiting for you? And still flirting with the secretary? Well, your fiancé has left, ha ha ha. Chapter 77, Cheng Yinian has started to play mind games with me. Ling Man fixated on the screenshot, biting her teeth as she responded in the group chat. This cannot possibly be true. My brother is so outstanding, how could she bear to abandon him and marry someone else? Shwe, man, they've even released their marriage certificate, yet you still refuse to admit it. A flurry of emoticons followed, all depicting laughter and mockery, making it abundantly clear. Ling Man and Ling Zhan understood that they were the subjects of ridicule. Ling Zhan's expression turned grave as he abruptly stood up and said, "I need to make a phone call." He swiftly walked to the balcony and dialed Cheng Yinian's number, having prepared himself for a confrontation. Yet, on the other end, a mechanical female voice responded, "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." He dialed repeatedly, only to be met with the same robotic response each time. His frustration caused him to clench his fists, producing a sharp cracking sound. Yu Huixin, noticing his serious demeanor, approached and inquired, "Ah Zhan, what's wrong?" Ling Zhan, not wishing to conceal the matter from his mother, handed her the phone to show her. Yu Huixin glanced at it, her surprise evident as she exclaimed, "Cheng Yinian is married? To whom?" "I don't know," Ling Zhan replied, his face darkening. He had always believed that Cheng Yinian would be by his side forever. Now, the fact that she had married, and he remained oblivious to the identity of her husband, filled him with unease. During their relationship, did Cheng Yinian seek the company of other men? Did she betray him? Ling Man carefully scrutinized Cheng Yinian's social media posts and suddenly burst into laughter. Joyfully, she approached with her phone, and Yu Huixin pinched her, saying, "How can you still laugh? Cheng Yinian is married, and she still possesses shares in your brother's company, which have yet to be transferred to him." Ling Man pursed her lips and replied, "Mom, brother, you are both quite foolish, you've been deceived by Cheng Yinian. Who would have thought she still plays mind games? Brother. She merely wants you to take the initiative to call her back. You weren't just on the phone with her, were you? That would be falling into her trap." Ling Zhan looked at Ling Man in confusion. She continued, "Look at the accompanying image she posted. The photo of them holding hands. Have you ever seen a couple hold hands in such a peculiar manner, with the man pinching a single finger of the woman? Furthermore, observe how blurry the image is. The hands are so beautiful, clearly a still from some television drama, simply a close-up of hands. She truly is foolish. Even downloading a stock image would be better than this." After Ling Man's analysis, Ling Zhan glanced back at Cheng Yinian's social media post, and it indeed seemed so. The image of the hands appeared to be a screenshot. He smirked, realizing that Cheng Yinian had begun to play games with him. "Brother, just ignore her. Let her stew in her own impatience," Ling Man advised. Yu Huixin playfully tapped Ling Man, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? I have been cooking and tidying up the house for you these past few days, and I am nearly exhausted. If she doesn't return soon, who will take on these tasks? Do you expect me to serve you for a lifetime?" Ling Man bared her teeth in a mock grin, replying, "Mom, your cooking pales in comparison to Cheng Yinian's. Honestly, I find myself longing for her dishes. Why not call her back? However, she must apologize first." Yu Huixin turned to Ling Zhan, "You decide." Ling Zhan pressed his lips together and stated, "This has dragged on long enough, I will bring her back tomorrow." Yu Huixin nodded in agreement, "Yes, hurry and fetch her. The prices at the market are steep, and the balance in my WeChat account fluctuates daily. It truly pains me. When she returns, she should handle the grocery shopping." Ling Zhan acknowledged with a nod, "Indeed." Chapter 78, Amo truly pities his wife on a bright day. Cheng Yinian rose at 6:30, picking up her phone to glance at her social media from the previous night. Spotting a like from Si Qingma, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Their marriage was not a secret in the traditional sense. Yet he had only asked her to manage her family without making any public declarations, perhaps wishing to keep their relationship under wraps. Her public announcement felt awkward, as though she was pressuring him to disclose their union. Covering her head with the blanket, she wallowed in embarrassment for a moment before finally getting out of bed. After freshening up and applying a light layer of makeup, she completed her preparations by 7 o'clock. Stepping out of her room, she found Zhang Sa already preparing breakfast. Upon noticing Cheng Yinian awake, she greeted her with a warm smile, "Miss Cheng, you are up." Cheng Yinian smiled and said, "Please do not call me Miss Cheng. My name is Cheng Yinian. You may simply call me by my name." "Very well, I shall call you Nian Nian," Zhang Sa replied with a cheerful smile. "All right." Cheng Yinian nodded in agreement. "Nian Nian, today we shall have seafood porridge. I have prepared shumai and crystal shrimp dumplings," Zhang Sa announced with delight. I will help you," Cheng Yinian offered, preparing to wash her hands to assist Zhang Sa. At that moment, Si Qingma emerged from his room, already freshened up. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "Have you forgotten what was said just last night? Do not even think about entering the kitchen." Cheng Yinian. Zhang Sa chuckled. Mo truly cares for his wife. Cheng Yinian's lips twitched. It was not care for her, but rather concern for his utensils and ingredients. Nevertheless, she did not insist on entering the kitchen. Sitting down at the dining table, Si Qingma joined her, his gaze fixed on his phone rather than on her. As Zhang Sa served breakfast, Cheng Yinian stirred her porridge with a spoon while quietly observing him. Noticing his lack of reaction, she kept silent and took out her phone to check WeChat. She discovered a reply in her moments, and upon opening it, she found that Si Qingma had commented on her post, "Your photography skills require improvement." Her lips twitched again, and she looked up just as he set his phone down and glanced her way. In that instant, the mouthful of porridge she had not yet swallowed lodged in her throat, leaving her choking. She suddenly broke into a violent fit of coughing, prompting Si Qingma to hand her 2 tissues, his tone nonchalant as he remarked, "I typically consume only 2 bowls of porridge for breakfast. Aunt Zhang must have prepared extra. There is no need for you to rush." Cheng Yinian coughed again, speechless, before finally stating, "About that post from last night. I didn't include your name." Si Qingma raised an eyebrow, responding, "Whether or not you included my name is irrelevant, your photography skills leave much to be desired. You might benefit from practicing further. There are numerous tutorials on various video platforms that teach composition, perhaps you could take a look." Cheng Yinian silently criticized him in her mind, thinking, "What do I need to learn for? It was merely shared for the amusement of the Ling family, composition is hardly relevant to them." However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely offering a faint smile as she continued her breakfast. She finished her meal swiftly, grabbed her bag, and prepared to take the subway. Today, she decided against accepting Si Qingma's offer of a ride to work, otherwise, she would inevitably be late every day. By the end of the month, she might not receive her salary and could even end up owing money to the company. She had researched the subway route before bed last night. It required 1 transfer, which was a bit of a hassle, but it was preferable to being late in his car daily. Si Qingma observed her and inquired, "Aren't you taking my ride anymore?" "I can't afford it, I simply can't," Cheng Yinian replied. "Oh, then you'll need to reimburse me for yesterday's gas," Si Qingma stated. Chapter 79, A Shared Ride. Cheng Yinian glared at him through gritted teeth, thinking about how he made her late, cost her a bonus, and yet still had the audacity to demand reimbursement for gas. The miser, well, it is better not to dwell on such individuals. She gritted her teeth and spoke. "How much?" "I will transfer it to you via WeChat." "I don't recall." "How about you continue to hitch a ride, and once this tank of gas runs out, we can split the fuel costs?" Si Qingma suggested. Cheng Yinian pondered for a moment before responding, "But you mustn't intentionally make me late. I assure you, I lack the time for that," Si Qingma replied. "All right then, it's a deal." Cheng Yinian nodded, seated herself again, and waited for him to finish his breakfast before they departed together. This time, Cheng Yinian was wiser. She exited the car before it even entered the underground parking lot and walked into the office. At the entrance, she fortuitously encountered Tianyu. "Cheng Yinian." Tianyu called out, "Did you arrive in a private car?" "I saw it, a rather fine Mercedes, if I recall correctly." Cheng Yinian swallowed hard, anxious at the thought of others discovering that she had come to work in Si Qingma's car. Even if she were to achieve something at the company, people might say she relied on him, which would lead to unnecessary complications she preferred to avoid. Thus, she replied, "I caught a ride." "Oh, a ride? I thought it might belong to someone in our company. I must have misjudged," Tianyu chuckled, linking her arm with Cheng Yinian's as they walked inside together. Cheng Yinian felt somewhat uncomfortable with such intimacy with someone she did not know well. She wished to withdraw her hand but felt a twinge of hesitation. At that moment, Lin Yu entered, catching sight of Cheng Yinian and Tianyu intimately linked arm in arm. With a cold glance, she strode towards the elevator in her high heels. Tianyu rolled her eyes at Lin Yu's demeanor, thinking to herself, what a pompous attitude. Here is a secretary without even a VIP elevator card, looking down on us. In the end, we're all workers, who is truly superior? Humph. We all share the name anyway. Why should I be so amiable while she exudes such arrogance? It was then that Cheng Yinian realized both Tianyu and Lin Yu indeed shared the same surname. She merely smiled, choosing not to engage with Tianyu's words. Cheng Yinian headed to the 37th floor to clock in before proceeding to the design department. After clocking in, she made her way to the restroom. Upon entering, she found Lin Yu standing by the sink, her hands braced against the basin, water dripping from her face as if she had just splashed it on in a fit of rage, glaring at her reflection in the mirror. Cheng Yinian instinctively stepped back, intending to retreat into a stall. However, before she could enter, Lin Yu shot her a furious look, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, Cheng Yinian, you are so cunning. Do you think by slapping me in the face like this, you can elevate your status? Cheng Yinian was taken aback, utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? Lin Yu continued, last night, you promised me you wouldn't disclose that matter. Why are you spreading it everywhere now? Cheng Yinian paused for a moment before replying. I did not share it. Upon hearing that Cheng Yinian still refused to acknowledge the situation, Lin Yu exclaimed sharply, last night, only you witnessed me ascending the stairs. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Cheng Yinian contemplated mentioning that Tianyu had also seen her, but she hesitated to drag Tianyu into this matter. Instead, she pursed her lips and replied, I can only assert that it was not I who spoke of it. Furthermore, I have just joined the company and am unfamiliar with everyone here. To whom could I possibly confide? Chapter 80. To clarify one's position, are you not on amicable terms with that junior design assistant in the design department? It was she who mentioned it in the company group chat, not you informing her. Who else could it be? Lin Yu scrutinized Cheng Yinian with a cold gaze, adding, do not presume that your beauty grants you the privilege to play mind games. I have already informed you upon your entry that Molan Qingyi is a place that values competence. Cheng Yinian retorted, I shall reiterate, this was not disclosed by me. And whether you choose to believe it is entirely your prerogative. Moreover, I came to Molan Qingyi for work. If this truly is a place that eschews deceit and prioritizes ability, then that is even better. With that, she stepped into the cubicle and shut the door behind her. Lin Yu stood outside, glaring at the closed door, her teeth clenched in determination. She was resolute in her goal to expel this woman from Molan Qingyi. And she would eventually marry Mr. C, becoming Mrs. C. After reapplying her makeup, she donned her high heels and made her way back to the office. Along the way, she encountered other colleagues who regarded her with sympathetic glances, yet none dared to voice their thoughts in her presence. Enduring their stares, she indignantly entered her office and closed the door. After finishing her visit to the restroom, Cheng Yinian poured herself a glass of water. Just as she settled at her workstation, Lu Yu approached, rapping her knuckles against the desk and inquiring, where's the design draft I asked you to expedite yesterday? Why hasn't it been brought up yet? If it's still not here, you'll have to continue pestering the design department. Cheng Yinian cast a glance at Lu Yu, took a sip of her water, and without uttering a word, directly picked up a folder and headed to the design department. Upon her arrival at the design department, she found Tianyu engaged in hushed conversation with a few colleagues, seemingly discussing Lin Yu's escapade of descending the stairs the previous night. Cheng Yinian overheard Tianyu remark, she acts so aloof. Yet she doesn't even possess a card for the CEO's elevator. She trudged down from the 37th floor. You wouldn't believe, when we encountered her. She was utterly disheveled, drenched in sweat, her hair a mess, and she wouldn't part with her high heels. After all, she is a lady. How could she possibly take off her shoes? Perhaps the CEO simply doesn't fancy such refined women. Otherwise, why hasn't he provided her with a single elevator card after all this time? The group exchanged barbed comments about Lin Yu. Cheng Yinian, feeling somewhat exasperated, called out to Tianyu, Tianyu. Upon noticing Cheng Yinian, Tianyu joyfully beckoned her over, come here, come here. You must tell us what she looked like last night. I was hiding behind the door and didn't see anything. You stood right in front of her. Surely you saw clearly. Did you happen to snap a photo? Cheng Yinian frowned and replied, I had no time for such frivolities, Tianyu. What is the point of spreading this? It will only serve to infuriate her. And if it does? Tianyu huffed, expressing her disdain, she is merely a secretary. Yet she carries herself as though she were the president's spouse, meddling excessively in matters that do not concern her. Last year, when the secretary's office was short-staffed, her cousin, who was poised to join the company as a secretary after successfully navigating numerous interviews, was dismissed solely due to Lin Yu's interference. Lin Yu claimed that her cousin lacked sufficient qualifications. Wasn't it true that she herself had no relevant experience when she first accompanied President C? The only difference is that her cousin possesses a more appealing appearance. Lin Yu is evidently afraid that President C might take an interest in someone else, which could jeopardize her own standing. Thus, she has been obstructing the company's recruitment of young, attractive women. That may be her prerogative, but I refuse to be entangled in her schemes. I am here to work, not to engage in gossip. Please clarify in the group that this matter does not involve me, Cheng Yinian stated. Why should I clarify? I never claimed it was you spreading rumors, Tianyu retorted. If you wish to clarify, do it yourself. Chapter 81, Let Cheng Yinian stew. Seeing Tianyu's obstinacy, Cheng Yinian chose to refrain from further discussion. She turned to seek out the design department manager, intending to inquire about the completion timeline for the design drafts. Tianyu, suspecting that Cheng Yinian was going to report her, seized the collar of Cheng Yinian's shirt and demanded, "What are you doing? What does this have to do with you? Are you attempting to be Lin Yu's lapdog, reporting me to our manager?" Cheng Yinian regarded her coolly and replied, "I am merely here to work. I have no time to waste on your trivial matters." With that, she coldly extricated herself from Tianyu's grip and proceeded toward the design department manager's office. Tianyu winced from the pain in her hand as she watched Cheng Yinian's retreating figure, biting her lip in frustration. The others in the design department cast a glance at Tianyu, choosing not to engage with her further, and returned to their respective workstations. Xinyue parked his car and lingered on the top floor for a moment, inhaling the fresh air before descending to his office. As he walked toward his workspace, he glanced toward the secretary's area, yet failed to spot Cheng Yinian. His brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that she had yet to arrive? He had stood on the rooftop for a while, and still, she was absent. Or perhaps, she had wandered off to indulge in idleness once more? This woman certainly had a penchant for sloth. It seemed he needed to assign her some tasks. Upon settling into his office, he placed an internal call to Lin Yu. "Please bring me a cup of coffee." Lin Yu swiftly composed herself, responding affirmatively. Just as she was about to hang up, she heard Xinyue instruct her to have Cheng Yinian prepare it. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Xinyue frowned. His prolonged reliance on Lin Yu stemmed from her taciturn nature and her unwavering obedience, executing tasks with efficiency. It was rare for him to have to reiterate a request. But today marked such an occurrence. "Have Cheng Yinian make it," he reiterated patiently. Lin Yu tightened her grip on the phone, biting her lip, grappling with the urge to inquire why. Why should Cheng Yinian be the one to make it? She had only just arrived 2 days prior. Was it due to her beauty? After all, Lin Yu had previously managed everything regarding Xinyue. Now, it seemed he intended to have Cheng Yinian take her place. A pang of bitterness and discomfort welled up within her. She had clearly instructed Luya to send everyone away, ensuring that President C would not see her. Yet, why was he still requesting her to brew coffee? Gritting her teeth, she remained silent for a considerable time. Xinyue, growing increasingly impatient, spoke with a hint of indifference, questioning Secretary Lin's unfamiliarity with the office staff and inquiring about another secretary, Cheng. Hearing his voice grow cold sent a jolt of panic through Lin Yu, prompting her to hurriedly respond, "Apologies, President C. I understand now and will arrange it immediately." After hanging up, she nearly frantically grasped a document before her, crumpling it in her hand as her chest heaved heavily. She glanced up towards Xinyue's office, where he sat at his desk, fingers delicately tapping on the keyboard, exuding an air of elegance and allure. Striving to steady her breath, she stepped out of the office, noticing Cheng Yinian's workspace was empty. Approaching Luya, she inquired, "Where is Cheng Yinian?" Luya quickly replied, "Sister Lin Yu, I asked her to wait in the design department for the design drafts. Didn't you say to try and keep her away from here? I've been making sure to send her off." Chapter 82, Why should she brew coffee? Lin Yu's breathing grew labored, barely containing her emotions. "Call her back and have her prepare a cup of coffee for President Cheng." "What?" Luya exclaimed, followed swiftly by indignation. Why should she brew it? Indeed, why should she? In the secretarial department, there was a chief secretary and 6 secretaries. Everything concerning the general manager was meticulously handled by Sister Lin Yu. Even these 6 secretaries, who had been there for quite some time, did not possess the privilege to prepare a cup of coffee for the general manager. So, why should the newly arrived secretary, Cheng Yinian, be tasked with such a duty? Why must one comply without question? Lin Yu was already irked, and Luya's probing only served to ignite her frustration further. Seeing Lin Yu's anger, Luya refrained from saying anything more and made a call to the design department. Cheng Yinian quickly returned to the secretarial office, where Luya, in a curt tone, ordered, "Make a cup of coffee for the general manager and take it in." Cheng Yinian pointed to herself, questioning, "Me?" Luya's irritation mounted. "Yes, you. What is there to feel proud about?" Cheng Yinian's lips twitched, what gave her the impression that she felt proud. She clearly did not wish to fetch coffee. Who on earth relished such menial tasks? Hurry up, if the general manager gets impatient, you might as well find another job. Luya shot a cold glare at Cheng Yinian, her anger simmering. She could not fathom why it was that a newcomer like Cheng Yinian could prepare coffee for the general manager when she herself, having been there for so long, had never had the chance. The thought of Cheng Yinian delivering coffee and perhaps even having a private audience with the general manager infuriated her. As she brushed past Cheng Yinian, she forcefully shoved her aside. Cheng Yinian, quick on her feet, managed to sidestep, while Luya nearly lost her balance from the unanticipated shove. She bit her lip and shot a glare at Cheng Yinian, stating, once the coffee is brewed, continue to urge the design department for the drafts. With that, she strode off in her high heels. Cheng Yinian glanced toward Si Qingma's office. Although it was her first time as a secretary, she was no novice in the workforce, she was neither naive nor eccentric. It was essential to clarify Si Qingma's preferences. Should she consult Lin Yu? It was likely that Lin wouldn't divulge much. She decided to approach Sui directly instead. Sui's office was also on the 37th floor, separated from Si Qingma's office by a large communal area. As she made her way to Sui's office, she encountered Si Qingma there. She knocked and entered, catching Si Qingma off guard, suddenly at a loss for words. Sui looked at Cheng Yinian and inquired, Secretary Cheng, is there something you need? Cheng Yinian pressed her lips together, glancing at Si Qingma. Was it inappropriate to inquire about his preferences in his presence? Yet, having already entered, what could she possibly say without asking? She found herself in a quandary. Noticing her hesitation, Si Qingma scoffed, Secretary Cheng, is there something of mine that you cannot disclose to Assistant Su? Cheng Yinian nodded, acknowledging, yes. Could you perhaps step out for a moment? However, she refrained from voicing the latter part of her request, hoping Si Qingma would grasp her intention. Unfortunately, he lacked such awareness, responding with a cold huff, so. My assistant and my secretary, during work hours in my company, are discussing matters I am not privy to? Chapter 83, If you wish to know my habits. Simply inquire. As Sui listened to Si Qingma's rather sardonic remark, he hurriedly replied, no, that's not the case at all. He then turned earnestly to Cheng Yinian and added, Secretary Cheng, if you have something to say, please do, Mr. Si is not a stranger. After uttering this, he felt a sense of awkwardness, as if he and Miss Cheng were akin to family, and he did not wish for Mr. Si to misinterpret their relationship. Thus, he quickly corrected himself, Mr. Si is a close associate. Si Qingma cast a cold glance, causing Sui to swallow hard and clarify, what I mean is, my relationship with Miss Cheng does not necessitate discussing private matters. Cheng Yinian nodded lightly, cleared her throat, and pursed her lips, saying, I would like to inquire about Mr. Si's coffee preferences. Sui was taken aback. Upon hearing her question, Si Qingma's lips curled into a sly smile. If you wish to know my habits, simply ask me directly instead of bothering others. Cheng Yinian turned to him, inquiring, so, what are Mr. Si's preferences? Freshly ground and brewed, with milk but no sugar. Si Qingma replied. Understood, Cheng Yinian nodded. I'll remember that. You may carry on, I will take my leave now. As Si Qingma observed her retreating figure, a smirk graced his lips once more. He addressed Sui, what I mentioned earlier, please organize it promptly, I shall return to the office now. There are still some details regarding the product launch that remain unconfirmed. Sui replied, let's discuss it tomorrow. Si Qingma was already making his way out, continuing to speak as he walked. Once Si Qingma had departed, Sui, still in a daze, touched his nose and remarked. Wasn't there a sense of urgency just a moment ago? Why the sudden calm? Upon returning to his office, Si Qingma settled into his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the surface of the desk, patiently awaiting Cheng Yinian's arrival with his coffee. Cheng Yinian was remarkably swift, not making him wait long before she prepared a cup as instructed. When she knocked on Si Qingma's office door, all the secretaries turned to glance at her, with Luya, visibly irked, heading straight to the restroom. Ling Yu, from her own office, peered through the glass door at Cheng Yinian, who was balancing the coffee while knocking on Si Qingma's door. She fervently wished that the CEO was absent or had not permitted her entry. However, her hopes were soon dashed, for within seconds, Cheng Yinian pushed open the door and entered. The sound of crack echoed as Lin Yu snapped a pen in half. She fixated on the door to see Cheng Ma's office, counting the seconds, silently wishing for Cheng Yinian to emerge promptly after placing the coffee down. Ideally, she hoped the coffee would not meet the CEO's discerning taste, prompting him to send her away. Yet, as she counted second after second without any sign of Cheng Yinian's return, she could no longer contain herself. Suddenly, she stood up, seized a folder from her desk, and dashed towards Cheng Ma's office. She knocked twice on the door, and without waiting for a response, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Eager to observe any intimate exchanges between Cheng Ma and Cheng Yinian. At this moment, Cheng Ma sat at his desk, gazing intently at the computer. A coffee cup cradled in his hand. Meanwhile, Cheng Yinian occupied the sofa, surrounded by a pile of documents, seemingly engaged in organization. A chill crossed her gaze. This Cheng Yinian certainly knew how to embellish her role. The CEO had merely requested a cup of coffee. Yet she lingered to sort through files. Was she hoping to remain in his presence a while longer? Indeed, she was not one to be underestimated. Chapter 84, Is Secretary Lin busy? She clicked her heels as she approached Cheng Yinian and said, Secretary Cheng, you may step out. The documents in the CEO's office do not require your attention, I shall take care of them. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yinian felt a surge of joy. She had no desire to be here sorting through dreary papers. Earlier, when she delivered the coffee, that insufferable man had accused her of idly collecting her salary, claiming that he hardly ever saw her at her workstation for more than a few minutes. Thus, he had intentionally assigned her the task of organizing the heap of papers on his coffee table. Now that Lin Yu had arrived, it seemed she had been granted an unexpected reprieve. Elated, she turned to leave, only to be halted by Cheng Ma's voice, wait a moment. Cheng Yinian paused, glancing back at him, but he did not return her gaze. Instead, he looked up at Lin Yu and inquired, Secretary Lin, do you have something to discuss? Lin Yu swallowed hard and replied, I am here to report on the CEO's itinerary for today. After speaking, she turned her attention back to Cheng Yinian and added, the CEO's schedule is confidential, Secretary Cheng, please excuse yourself. That's unnecessary, Cheng Ma interjected before Cheng Yinian could respond. Lin Yu looked at him in astonishment, her fingers tightly gripping the folder, her knuckles turning white. President Xi does not allow Cheng Yinian to evade. Astonishingly, he insists that she stays. Typically, only she and Assistant Su are privy to President Xi's schedule. Has Cheng Yinian truly become an exception? A heavy sensation gripped her heart, filling her with anxiety. After all her efforts to draw closer to President Xi, the sudden emergence of Cheng Yinian threatened to undermine her plans to marry him. Absolutely not. Taking a deep breath, she forced a professional smile and said, very well, Miss Cheng shall remain to listen, as a learning opportunity. Cheng Yinian observed Lin Yu's barely contained frustration and offered a faint smile, remaining silent. However, President Xi spoke again, Secretary Lin, please hand the itinerary to Secretary Cheng. She will report to me, and I will entrust the scheduling to her from now on, which should alleviate some of your burdens. The moment Lin Yu heard those words, it felt as if thunder had struck her. President Xi was actually appointing Cheng Yinian to arrange his schedule, and today he even had her make him coffee. Was he intending to replace her bit by bit? She struggled to suppress her emotions, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. Her chest heaved, and her hands trembled slightly. Cheng Yinian cast a glance at Lin Yu and sighed softly, realizing that if she accepted the itinerary from Lin Yu today, any chance of reconciliation with her would vanish. She shot a glare at Cheng Tian, thinking that this wretched man was intentionally positioning her as an enemy, wanting to make her life difficult. Cheng Tian noticed Cheng Yinian's glare and smirked mischievously, addressing Lin Yu, Secretary Lin, please hand the itinerary to Secretary Cheng. Lin Yu tightly grasped the folder, her urgency palpable as she addressed Mr. Xi, this must not be given to her. Cheng Ma furrowed his brow, questioning her intent. Lin Yu was acutely aware that 2 years prior, this woman had turned Mr. Xi into a source of ridicule within the industry. A fact that had weighed heavily on him. No one dared to broach the subject, and she herself was reluctant to do so. Yet, at this moment, Mr. Xi's unwavering gaze bore down on her, creating an oppressive atmosphere. She resolved to speak, regardless of his potential displeasure, for if she did not, this woman might indeed usurp her position. She was convinced that merely mentioning the events of 2 years ago would compel Mr. Xi to dismiss this woman. Thus, she clenched her teeth and stated, Mr. Xi, have you forgotten? She is the fiancée of our rival, President Ling Zhan of Ling Yi. 2 years ago. At this juncture, she refrained from elaborating further, confident that Mr. C would recognize the woman's identity and recall the humiliation he had endured. Stealing a glance at Xinyue's expression, she noted his discontent. A smile crept onto her lips, for it seemed he had indeed remembered, which explained his grim demeanor. The prospect of this woman being expelled from the company filled her with delight, and she cast a triumphant glance at Cheng Yinian. Reflecting on her previous overthinking, fearing to offend Mr. C or Assistant Su, she had refrained from disclosing the woman's identity, resorting instead to a clumsy strategy to rid herself of her. Now, it appeared so simple, all she needed to do was clarify the woman's status. She smiled, eagerly awaiting Mr. C's command to evict her. Ready to escort her out without hesitation. However, just as her smile had yet to fully blossom, Xinyue inquired, "So?" Lin Yu paused, momentarily taken aback, before replying, "Therefore." She resorted to such despicable means to infiltrate our company, solely to assist her fiancé in acquiring our confidential information. Xinyue's gaze grew even colder at her words. Despicable means? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu clenched her teeth. She reasoned that as long as it would drive this woman away, offending Sui was of no consequence. Thus, she continued, she seduced Assistant Su, convincing him to grant her special access to our company, directly becoming your secretary. Her ulterior motives are evident to all. Seducing Assistant Su? Xinyue smirked slightly, casting a glance at Cheng Yinian, who rolled her eyes in response. Xinyue then turned his attention back to Lin Yu, his expression darkening. How do you know she seduced Assistant Su? And how exactly did she do so? Noticing Xinyue's apparent displeasure, Lin Yu felt a pang of anxiety. She surmised that he might be upset with her mention of Assistant Su, as their relationship had always been amicable. It was likely that the mention of Assistant Su would irk him. Therefore, she quickly sought to remedy the situation, stating, Assistant Su must have been momentarily misled. Enchanted by her allure. If we ensure her departure from the company and clarify matters with Assistant Su, I believe he will come to his senses. At that moment, Sui entered, burdened with a stack of documents. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, he placed the files on the coffee table, exhaling deeply, and remarked. Is it truly so easy for me to be beguiled in Secretary Lin's eyes? Lin Yu was taken aback by Suyi's sudden entrance. She cleared her throat awkwardly and spoke again, Assistant Su, I must apologize, I can no longer assist you. This matter has already reached President C. And it seems this woman cannot remain. Sui chuckled lightly, replying, whether she stays or not is not for us to decide. Lin Yu, puzzled by Suyi's words, cast him a bewildered glance, only to hear Xinyue say, the one who has been deceived is not Sui, but me. Lin Yu gasped in surprise, looking at Xinyue with astonishment. Thus, it was I who allowed her to enter the company and appointed her as your secretary, Xinyue remarked. A faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a calm tone, Secretary Lin, do you have any objections? Lin Yu's breath hitched. She had never anticipated that it was President C himself who had permitted this woman into the company and designated her as his secretary. Her voice suddenly sharpened, President C. Have you forgotten how she treated you 2 years ago? Why? Why allow her into the company and permit her to be your secretary? Chapter 86, you also said. Deceived by her. Xinyue's voice was low and contemplative, you also said, deceived by her. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yinian's lips twitched. What nonsense was this man uttering? Implying she was akin to a mere decorative vixen? How had she bewitched him? However, it was clear that this was not the moment for her to speak. Regardless of what she said, it would likely sound like boasting in Lin Yu's ears. Perhaps she should loathe herself even more? Thus, she merely shot Xinyue a silent glare, refraining from uttering a word. Lin Yu parted her lips, her mouth quivering. Yet ultimately refrained from uttering another word. The weight of Xinyue's remark stripped her of all her momentum. Secretary Lin, please hand the itinerary to Secretary Cheng. And you may leave, Xinyue instructed. Lin Yu stood there, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Why? Why was this happening? Secretary Lin? Sui called out to her as she remained motionless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu endeavored to compose her expression. Reluctantly extending the folder in her hand to Cheng Yinian. Secretary Cheng, please take this. Cheng Yinian accepted the folder, noticing the venomous glare and disordered steps of Lin Yu. She then turned to Xinyue, her frustration boiling over. Mr. C, I am merely a secretary. Is it appropriate for you to create an enemy for me like this? Moreover, how have I bewitched you? Mr. C, your actions are tarnishing my reputation. Si Qingma raised an eyebrow, regarding her with an apathetic air. Sui interjected, trying to soothe Cheng Yinian. Miss Cheng, Mr. C is actually complimenting you. The one whose reputation is at stake is himself. When he claims to be enchanted by you, he is praising your beauty, while he, in turn, is portrayed as a weak-willed lecher. Clearly, his loss is greater than yours. Upon reflection, Cheng Yinian realized this was indeed the case. She glanced back at Si Qingma, who now seemed less detestable. Si Qingma raised an eyebrow. I am aiding you in your endeavors, you ought to express gratitude, Secretary Cheng. A secretary should embody the essence of their role and not constantly seek to evade responsibilities. Now, please report the itinerary. Sui merely stated, the documents you requested, Mr. C, are all here. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned and exited. Cheng Yinian opened the folder and glanced at the itinerary prepared by Lin Yu, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Si Qingma's schedule was so packed each day, leaving scarcely a moment to breathe. It was no wonder he had managed to elevate Mo Lan Qingyi to the same esteemed status as Ling Yi Apparel in just over 2 short years. She meticulously read through the itinerary. Si Qingma listened attentively, refraining from interrupting Cheng Yinian during her reading. Once she concluded, he spoke, you will accompany me for all these appointments. Cheng Yinian could only respond with a stunned silence. Additionally, ensure tomorrow's schedule is arranged properly. Si Qingma took a sip from his cup before continuing, organize the documents, and then you may attend to your other tasks. Cheng Yinian inwardly cursed under her breath, exclaiming, really? I've already taken on so much work, and now I must sort through these documents as well? She had only been employed for 2 days, during this time. She had spent nearly all of it within the design department, still grappling with the complexities of her role, and now she was expected to handle such intricate responsibilities. If only someone were to guide her, it might have been manageable, however, it seemed she would be left to her own devices. And Lin Yu was hardly a source of support. Setting the folder aside, she silently began to organize the papers scattered across the coffee table. Si Qingma paid her no further mind, engrossed in addressing emails on his computer. After Cheng Yinian finished organizing the documents, she observed him diligently at work for a few silent moments before quietly retreating. Chapter 87, This woman must not remain. Upon witnessing Cheng Yinian exit from Si Qingma's office with a smile gracing her lips, Lin Yu felt a surge of unease. Her chest heaved with agitation. It became evident that this woman could no longer be permitted to stay, lest she one day usurp Lin Yu's position. She promptly dialed Luya, instructing, Xiaoya, come to my office. Luya arrived swiftly. Lin Yu lifted her gaze, her tone icy as she inquired, why has the design draft for the upcoming product launch not yet been submitted? Noticing Lin Yu's frosty demeanor, Luya hastily deflected, stating, it wasn't Timi who was supposed to urge for the draft, it was entrusted to Cheng Yinian. I care not to whom it was assigned. I must see the design draft before the close of business today. Lin Yu's voice turned even colder. All right, I will urge her immediately. Cheng Yinian is utterly unreliable. I have already pressed her for several days without success. Luya once again shifted the blame, fearing Lin Yu would hold her accountable for the oversight. Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at her, her tone devoid of warmth. It is Secretary Cheng's responsibility, and she should attend to it herself. However, since you have been mentoring her since her arrival in our secretarial office, you too bear a degree of accountability. Luya nodded, bewildered by Lin Yu's insinuation. Upon exiting Lin Yu's office, she confronted Cheng Yinian with a cold tone. Cheng Yinian, do you even possess the competence for this role? I tasked you with urging the design department for the draft, why has it not been done yet? Cease your idle sitting, go and press for it immediately. The draft must be submitted before the end of the day. Cheng Yinian promptly gathered her materials and made her way to the design department. Luya was once again concerned that Cheng Yinian might fail to submit the design drafts. Sister Lin remarked that she had not adequately urged Cheng Yinian, prompting Luya to directly call the manager of the design department. Manager Yan, why have the design drafts for the upcoming product launch not yet been submitted? Sister Lin just mentioned that they must be delivered before the end of today. It seems that Mr. C has issued a final ultimatum. Please handle this matter accordingly. By the end of today? Manager Yan pondered momentarily before reluctantly conceding, all right, we will do our utmost. It is not merely a matter of effort, Manager Yan. They must be submitted today, Luya asserted. Manager Yan took a deep breath, replying, understood, understood. Secretary Cheng from the secretary's office is with your design department. Once the drafts are completed, please hand them to her so she can bring them up. Very well, Manager Yan acknowledged, ending the call and immediately setting out to expedite the design drafts. However, as the workday drew to a close, the drafts were still not fully submitted. Manager Yan had no choice but to personally call Lin Yu to explain the situation, assuring her that the drafts would be delivered by morning. Lin Yu was generally amiable towards others and readily replied, "That's fine, no worries. I will speak on your behalf to Mr. C. There is no need for you to rush." Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Yinian, like herself, was feigning calmness. It was only Luya who felt the urgency. Consequently, it was Luya whom the design department resented. With Lin Yu's concession, Manager Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the end of the workday, he entrusted the task of collecting design drafts to Tianyu, who had recently joined the design department. As she was not yet a full-fledged designer but merely a design assistant, such menial tasks typically fell to her. The last time she stayed late was also due to an abundance of trivial duties. Chapter 88, A dismal dinner. Upon hearing that she would need to work overtime again, Tianyu felt a twinge of discomfort, yet there was little she could do. After all, she was merely a design assistant and had to endure it patiently. Reluctantly, she sat in the office, waiting for everyone to submit their design drafts. Once the office was empty, she meticulously organized all the drafts into a folder and then handed it to Cheng Yinian, who, like her, was still working late. Ever since their previous disagreement regarding Lin Yu's use of the stairs, Tianyu had found Cheng Yinian quite vexing. As she delivered the folder, her demeanor was markedly less cordial than before. "Here are all the design drafts. I don't understand what you're so anxious about. Lin Yu said there was no rush, yet you still press on. It's quite absurd. You previously claimed you weren't in a hurry, that it was the higher-ups who urged you, but now it's clear that you are simply eager to showcase yourself, dragging me into this overtime with you." Cheng Yinian received the folder with a faint smile. "Are you working overtime because of me? Is it not simply because you remain a design assistant?" She glanced around at the seats occupied by the designers and continued, "If you were a designer like them, you would have left long ago." The statement struck a nerve with Tianyu, who gritted her teeth and glared at Cheng Yinian, yet found herself unable to retort. Cheng Yinian, clutching her folder, departed the office directly, unwilling to ascend to the 37th floor merely to deposit her folder and then descend once more. The staff elevator had ceased operation, and should she wish to reach the 37th floor, it would require her to climb the stairs and later descend again. Any person of sound mind would opt to take the folder home. She tucked the folder into her bag and made her way to the stairwell. Tianyu, hurriedly locking the door, followed Cheng Yinian down the stairs. To Cheng Yinian's astonishment, upon exiting the company, she spotted Si Qingma emerging from the convenience store beside the office, 2 loaves of bread in hand. Upon noticing Cheng Yinian, he extended one towards her, stating, "Dinner." Cheng Yinian's lips twitched. "Bread again? It seems you have quite an affinity for it." "Not particularly," Si Qingma replied quietly, "but at this hour, what else is there to eat?" "Then how about we purchase something, and I shall prepare a meal for you?" Cheng Yinian suggested, truly reluctant to consume more bread. "I have no taste for unconventional cuisine." Si Qingma raised an eyebrow, casting her a glance before walking to the car parked at the convenience store entrance. He opened the door and took his place in the driver's seat, beckoning her, "Get in." Cheng Yinian approached, entered the vehicle, fastened her seatbelt, and once again broached the subject. "Mr. C, I actually cook quite well. Shall we buy some ingredients, and I can prepare something?" Si Qingma regarded her intently. "Is there a misunderstanding regarding your claim of being quite good?" Cheng Yinian offered a dry smile, realizing that this misunderstanding might be rather significant. Si Qingma had always assumed that she was incapable of cooking. As he started the car, he remarked, "From now on, I'll have Aunt Zhang prepare dinner before I return." Previously, due to his frequent overtime, he had always resolved his meals on his own, typically opting for a simple loaf of bread from the convenience store downstairs. Now that they were together, it seemed rather unseemly for both to subsist on bread alone. Cheng Yinian pressed her lips together and replied, "You may handle it as you see fit." Si Qingma fell silent, accelerating back home. Upon their arrival, they sat at the dining table, each with a cup of plain water and a cold loaf of bread. Cheng Yinian felt it had been ages since she had endured such a dismal dinner. She bit her lip, forced a smile, and said, I still have work to catch up on, so I'll head to my room now. Please enjoy your meal. Mr. C. With that, she took her bread and water and retreated to her room. Chapter 89, a bit peculiar. Ching gazed at the bread and water before him. He methodically took a bite of bread followed by a sip of water, savoring the austere meal. After a moment of contemplation, he knocked on Cheng Yinian's door. Cheng Yinian was indeed busy with work, having recently taken over Lin Yu's responsibilities. She found herself grappling with numerous tasks. And merely arranging Ching's schedule for the next day was a considerable undertaking. She opened the door and inquired, "Mr. C, is there something you need?" Ching pressed his lips together and asked, "Would you like to order takeout?" Cheng Yinian smiled and replied, "No, thank you. I am on a diet." Ching scrutinized her from head to toe and remarked, "Your physique is already quite frail. If you continue to lose weight, I fear my family might suspect that I have married a man and question my preferences." Cheng Yinian shot him an irate glare, then forced a signature faux smile, responding, "It's perfectly fine, Mr. C. Just declare yourself a woman and assure them that your inclinations remain traditional, allowing them to rest easy." Ching raised an eyebrow. His retort sharp. "If you have no pressing matters, then you should attend to your work." With that, without waiting for Ching to utter another word, she firmly closed the door. Ching chuckled softly to himself and returned to his own room. One must concede that Cheng Yinian was indeed quite formidable. By around 11 o'clock, she had already grasped the current situation of Mo Lan Ching Yi and prepared an itinerary for Ching. Satisfied, she shut her laptop, proceeded to freshen up, and retired for the night. The following day, Cheng Yinian accompanied Ching to the company. As usual, she alighted from the vehicle some distance away, opting to walk the rest of the way. Upon reaching the 37th floor, she was surprised to find Luya already present. Typically, Luya arrived precisely on time. But today she was early. As soon as Cheng Yinian took her seat, Luya approached her and inquired, "Cheng Yinian, did you manage to get the design draft I asked you to expedite yesterday?" "I did," Cheng Yinian replied nonchalantly. "Then you should deliver it to Sister Lin," Luya suggested. Taken aback by this request, Cheng Yinian hesitated. Under normal circumstances, she would have insisted on presenting it to Lin Yu herself, as she relished the opportunity to showcase her capabilities before her. Today, however, it was indeed peculiar that Luya was asking her to deliver it. She replied, "All right. I will bring it over shortly." Immediately, without delay. It was due yesterday, and yet you only present it today. The time was already late. And you still wish to dawdle? Is this your level of competence? One wonders how you managed your duties at Ling Apparel, Luya remarked with an air of arrogance. Cheng Yinian cast a sidelong glance at her, remaining silent, yet sensing that Luya's demeanor today was rather peculiar. It was still before work hours, and her eagerness to have the manuscript delivered to Lin Yu raised suspicions. She retrieved the folder from her bag that she had placed there yesterday, opened it, and meticulously confirmed that all the documents were in order. She then took out her phone and recorded a video of the entire manuscript before proceeding to Lin Yu's office. The recording function still active. "Secretary Lin, here are all the design drafts for this season's new collection," Cheng Yinian said as she handed over the folder. Lin Yu accepted it without flipping through the contents, merely offering Cheng Yinian a faint smile and saying, "All right, I have received it, you may leave now." Observing her expression, Cheng Yinian felt even more perplexed. Given Lin Yu's previous disdain for her, such a sweet smile was utterly uncharacteristic. Uncertain of the underlying issues, she knew something was amiss. Chapter 90, hadn't Secretary Lin also been involved? Both Lin Yu and Luya seemed to have ulterior motives. She nodded, her phone still recording, until she exited Lin Yu's office. Just as she was about to turn off the video recording feature, she suddenly saw Lin Yu take out a design draft from the folder she had just given her. Then, Lin Yu lifted her coffee cup from the desk and poured its contents onto the design draft. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What was Lin Yu intending to do? Was she harboring a grudge against someone in the design department, wishing to ruin their work? At that moment, she had her back to Lin Yu's office, and Lin Yu was completely unaware that her phone was recording. Did she really believe no one was watching? Who could have offended Lin Yu so deeply as to provoke such vindictiveness? While she pondered this, she noticed Lin Yu standing up from her seat, taking the folder and heading towards Ching's office. Cheng Yinian saved the video she had recorded and returned to her desk to resume her work. Shortly thereafter, Luya approached her, tapping on her desk. "Cheng Yinian, the CEO has called for you in his office." Cheng Yinian set aside her tasks and stood up to make her way to Siqingma's office. Lu Yu watched her retreating figure with a sneer, thinking to herself. Cheng Yinian, you are still too inexperienced to compete with Sister Lin Yu. Today marks your last day at Mo Lan Qingyi. She reached over and moved the potted money tree from Cheng Yinian's desk to her own, muttering softly, it won't be needed anymore anyway. Cheng Yinian knocked on the door of Siqingma's office, and after a considerable wait, a voice inside responded, come in. She pushed open the heavy frosted glass door and stepped inside. In the office were not only Siqingma but also Sui and Lin Yu, all wearing rather grim expressions. Cheng Yinian softly inquired, Mr. C, did you call for me? Siqingma cast a glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu brought the folder in her hands closer to Cheng Yinian, her voice icy as she remarked, Secretary Cheng. Could you possibly possess a modicum of common sense in your role? Cheng Yinian responded with a perplexed expression. Are you aware of how crucial a design draft is to a clothing company? Your carelessness is utterly unacceptable. After a brief pause, Lin Yu's tone suddenly turned frigid. Or perhaps this is deliberate on your part. Cheng Yinian replied, what are you implying, Secretary Lin? Lin Yu regarded Cheng Yinian with a frosty smile before opening the folder. Are you still pretending ignorance? Look at what you have done to this design draft. How can it be utilized in this condition? Cheng Yinian lowered her gaze, only to find a design draft marred by coffee stains, rendering the outlines nearly indistinguishable. It dawned on her that Lin Yu bore animosity not towards others, but rather towards her, intent on framing her for the destruction of the draft. No wonder she had sensed something amiss upon entering the office. Lu Yu was off, and Lin Yu was no different. However, Lin Yu could not possibly fathom that she had recorded a video on her phone, capturing all of her actions. A smirk tugged at her lips. On what grounds does Secretary Lin accuse me of this? If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? This folder has only passed through your hands. Lin Yu retorted with unwavering confidence, do you truly believe Manager Yan would destroy the design draft himself? Is he intent on resigning? Cheng Yinian curled her lips slightly. Did Secretary Lin not handle this matter as well? In Chapter 91, this is Ada's design draft. Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock. Cheng Yinian, are you aware of how long I have been with the company? What motive could I possibly have to sabotage the design draft? What benefit would it bring me? As she spoke, she cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Yinian. Secretary Cheng, however, has ample motivation for such actions, especially considering she is the fiancée of the president of Lingyi Apparel. With both companies set to launch new products and hold a press conference, is this merely an attempt to ensure that our Mo Lan Qingyi succumbs to Lingyi Apparel? Cheng Yinian smirked, recognizing Lin Yu's remarkable logical reasoning. Had she not possessed the video evidence today, she might have been unjustly accused. Yet she was in no rush to present the video. She wished to witness Lin Yu's performance unfold. The more she acted, the more severe her downfall would be when the evidence was revealed. Cheng Yinian gazed intently at Lin Yu. Seeing that Cheng Yinian remained silent, Lin Yu felt confident in her victory and sneered, has Secretary Cheng lost her words? Does that mean what I said is the truth? Siqingma's gaze was fixed on Cheng Yinian for a long moment before he addressed Sui, saying, call Manager Yan. Upon hearing Siqingma's words, Lin Yu clenched her fists. Despite the circumstances, President C still intended to protect Cheng Yinian. Gritting her teeth, she said, President C, do you still wish to defend her at this point? Manager Yan has been with our Mo Lan clothing for so many years without ever encountering such a blunder. Are you truly intending to shift the blame onto him for Cheng Yinian's sake? Siqingma cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu. Secretary Lin, without having investigated the matter, you hastily conclude it was Secretary Cheng's error, which seems rather rash. Lin Yu gritted her teeth, asserting that it was not an error but a deliberate act. Siqingma frowned slightly, stating, at Mo Lan clothing, I shall neither wrong any innocent individual nor tolerate anyone who undermines the company's interests. After speaking, he called out in a deep voice, Sui. Yes, Sui replied, promptly placing a call to Manager Yan of the design department. Upon hearing that the CEO was seeking him, Manager Yan immediately set aside his current tasks and rushed over. Upon entering the office, he noticed Assistant Su, Secretary Lin, and the newly appointed Secretary Cheng present, leaving him momentarily uncertain about the reason for Siqingma's summons. He glanced at Sui, hoping for a hint to avoid saying anything inappropriate. Sui directly handed Manager Yan the folder containing the design drafts, saying, Manager Yan, please take a look at this and provide an explanation. As Manager Yan received the folder and beheld the design draft stained by coffee, his hand trembled violently. And his complexion turned as pale as a sheet. How could this happen? He murmured, flipping through the contents of the folder in distress. Upon completing the review of an entire folder, his complexion had grown even paler, and his lips quivered slightly. This is Ada's design draft. Ada is not merely a designer for the company, she is the apprentice of the internationally renowned designer, Anna. Anna has always been elusive, her presence rarely felt. And no one has ever seen her visage or ascertained her nationality. She designs fashion at her whim, yet every piece is a paragon of excellence. It is said that she produces only one garment a year, inaccessible to the ordinary individual, as her creations are solely reserved for royal families across various nations. With even the royals required to wait patiently in line. In Chapter 92, one wonders how things have transformed so dramatically. A few years prior, Anna unexpectedly announced her mentorship of Ada, a name that had previously been absent from the design realm, which suddenly emerged as the darling of the fashion world. Ada's designs are consistently innovative, exhibiting remarkable concepts and exquisite aesthetics, reaching a level unattainable by other designers. Consequently, nearly all of Ada's creations have graced Milan Fashion Week. Each piece eagerly featured in prominent fashion magazines both domestically and internationally. Secretary Lin remains perplexed as to how he became acquainted with Ada and subsequently invited her to join the company as a designer. Although Ada declined the offer to join the company, she agreed to create designs for the firm, charging a fee for each piece. However, she stipulated one condition: her designs must remain anonymous, expressing her desire not to exploit her mentor's fame for personal gain. Initially, the executives and shareholders of the company believed that Ada's meteoric rise to fame was solely attributed to his association with Anna, a matter of reputation rather than merit. They collectively agreed that, without a signature, there was no justification for investing such a substantial sum in his designs. However, Mr. C resolutely dismissed the prevailing opinions and decisively opted to acquire an unsigned design from Ada at a premium price. Subsequently, Ada's creations consistently emerged as the company's bestsellers, demonstrating that even anonymous designs could captivate consumers. It was only then that the company's upper management and shareholders acknowledged Ada's undeniable talent. Each season, Ada would present a collection for the company, and his designs became invaluable assets. Yet now, the unfortunate reality is that his design drafts have been ruined, putting him in danger of being branded a pariah within the company. Overwhelmed by despair, he clung to the hope that he might be mistaken. Repeatedly sifting through the folder containing the drafts, Sui observed Manager Yan in a state of disbelief, tirelessly rifling through the design drafts. As though he could not accept that it was indeed Ada's work that had been destroyed. Sui felt compelled to confirm, yes, it is indeed Ada's design. After a brief pause, he continued, Manager Yan, all design drafts were previously stored in your department and were only handed over to Secretary Lin this morning. She stated that when she received the drafts, they were already in this condition. How did your design department manage the drafts? Hearing Suyi's words, Lin Yu felt a surge of anger. Even Assistant Su seemed to side with Cheng Yinian. It was evident that they were intent on shifting the blame onto Manager Yan. What is it about Cheng Yinian that captivates every man's attention? She pressed her lips together and, softening her tone, addressed Manager Yan. Manager Yan, we all know that your design department has never encountered such a blunder. This is not about assigning blame. We merely wish to ascertain how the design draft ended up in this state. Please, share the details. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Manager Yan's forehead as he swallowed hard and replied, Mr. C, Assistant Su, Secretary Lin. This design draft has always been securely stored in our design department. I kept it locked in my cabinet and took great care of it. Yesterday, the secretarial office requested the draft, and just before the end of the day, I retrieved it and placed it alongside our other drafts, preparing to deliver it to the secretarial office. When I set it down, everything was perfectly intact. Then why does it appear this way now? Sui inquired. I am uncertain, he stammered. After uttering this, he discreetly cast a glance at Si Qingma, aware that Mr. C detests such evasive remarks. He bit his lip and continued, it must have been altered after I handed over the draft. Chapter 93, Did the CEO take notice of her? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smirked and said, Mr. C, did you hear that? The draft was only altered after Manager Yan submitted it. Aside from Cheng Yinian's involvement, no one else had access to it. Manager Yan weakly remarked. No, Secretary Lin, this manuscript was also handled by our department's design assistant, Tianyu. Several designers had yet to submit their drafts yesterday. I had matters to attend to after work, so I entrusted the manuscript to Tianyu, instructing her to organize everything before presenting it to Secretary Cheng in the office. As for why the subsequent drafts turned out this way, I genuinely do not know. At this moment, Xinyue interjected, requesting that the design assistant join them. All right. Manager Yan promptly called Tianyu. Upon hearing that she was summoned to the office of the CEO, she felt a surge of excitement. As a mere design assistant, being called to meet the company's top executive sparked her imagination. Had her recent performance been outstanding? Was a promotion or a raise on the horizon? Or perhaps the CEO had taken a liking to her? Xinyue had never provided Linyu, the president, with an elevator card, possibly indicating a preference for someone like her instead. She often indulged in reading dominant CEOs falling in love with me novels, nurturing a lingering Cinderella dream in her heart. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, she decided to freshen up in the restroom before her meeting, reapplying her makeup and swapping her previously subtle lipstick for a vibrant shade. With newfound confidence, she ascended to the 37th floor. Upon arrival, she cast a disdainful glance at Luya, internally vowing that once she and the CEO were together, Luya would undoubtedly be dismissed. She found her most irksome. Luya, noticing Tianyu's smug demeanor, rolled her eyes in response. Tianyu gently knocked on the door of Xinyue's office. Manager Yan hurried over to open the door for her. Upon seeing Manager Yan, Tianyu's voice quivered with excitement as she softly inquired, Manager, is it true that Mr. C is looking for me? Manager Yan nodded and cleared his throat, stating that Mr. C had some questions for her, and she must answer truthfully. Tianyu nodded in acknowledgement and followed Manager Yan to stand quietly in front of Xinyue's desk. She furtively glanced up at him, her heart racing like a drum. Previously, she had only observed Mr. C from a distance, perceiving him as a character from a television drama, so distant and unattainable. Yet today, he sat right before her, as if in a dream, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Linyu observed Tianyu's demeanor and recognized that the young girl was harboring thoughts of Mr. C. With a scoff in her heart, she thought it absurd that someone so unremarkable would dare to aspire to Mr. C. After all, she was merely a design assistant. Coldly, she interrupted Tianyu's reverie. Assistant Tian, I have a question for you. When you submitted your design drafts to Secretary Cheng yesterday, were the documents in pristine condition? Linyu queried. Tianyu, bewildered by the sudden inquiry, looked lost. Linyu's voice turned icy as she cautioned, think carefully before you respond. If you misstate and take the blame for another, do not blame the company for its harshness. Tianyu continued to gaze blankly at Manager Yan, who wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, Tianyu, after I handed you the folder containing the design drafts yesterday, did you happen to spill anything on them? Tianyu shook her head in confusion. No, I didn't. Are you absolutely certain? Are you certain that the design drafts were intact when you handed them to Secretary Cheng? Inquired Manager Yan. Chapter 94, She did not drink coffee at home. Upon hearing Manager Yan's words, Tianyu immediately comprehended that there must have been an issue with the design drafts. Her gaze instinctively drifted toward the folder resting on the table, where she spotted a design draft marred by coffee stains. Upon closer examination, her heart sank. It appeared that the stained draft belonged to Ada. She swiftly abandoned her earlier confusion, shifting all blame onto Cheng Yinian, asserting, when I submitted the design drafts to Secretary Cheng, they were flawless. This is not my doing, it must have been Secretary Cheng's fault. She firmly insisted that it was Cheng Yinian who had caused the damage, fearing that the blame might fall upon her. Moments later, as if a realization struck her, she added, yes, it must have been Secretary Cheng. When I handed the design drafts over to her yesterday, it was after work hours. And not wanting to make the trek to the 37th floor to submit them, she likely took the drafts home with her, where they were inevitably ruined. She did not drink coffee at home, came the words of Xinyue. As soon as he spoke, all eyes in the office turned towards him, including Cheng Yinian, who looked at him in astonishment. Clearing his throat, he asked Cheng Yinian, you did not drink any, did you? Cheng Yinian nodded, affirming, I did not, therefore, it was not my doing. Upon hearing this, Tianyu became agitated. Secretary Cheng, what do you mean by that? By saying it wasn't you. Are you implying that it was me? General Manager C, I assure you, this is not my doing. It was intact when I submitted it to Secretary Cheng. It must have been altered by her. Cheng Yinian exchanged a glance with Tianyu, who glared at her fiercely. Cheng Yinian pursed her lips and spoke, indeed. This was not Assistant Tian's doing. At her words, Tianyu looked at Cheng Yinian in astonishment, you. However, Cheng Yinian averted her gaze and addressed Si Qingma. This matter does not concern Assistant Tian or Manager Yan, let them return to their duties. Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's statement, Lin Yu smirked. Interpreting it as Secretary Cheng's admission of responsibility for the damaged design draft. Cheng Yinian offered a faint smile, choosing silence as she lowered her eyes. Si Qingma turned to Manager Yan, saying, Manager Yan, please escort your team back to work. Manager Yan sighed with relief and whispered to Tianyu, let us go, quickly. Tianyu hurried to keep pace with him, and they exited Si Qingma's office together. Once outside, Manager Yan wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, that was too close. I nearly had a heart attack. Yet, Tianyu remained silent, her emotions a tumultuous blend. She had previously shifted all blame onto Cheng Yinian, harboring resentment towards her. Believing she had caused her predicament. Yet, Cheng Yinian had come to her aid, absolving both her and Manager Yan of any blame. Was she perhaps being a bit too malicious? She simply followed behind Manager Yan. As the two entered the elevator, Manager Yan spoke up, that Secretary Cheng is truly commendable. She did not shift the blame onto us but took full responsibility herself. However, it seems that Secretary Lin will not easily forgive her. She is in real danger this time. Tianyu bit her lip and murmured, will she be dismissed? Dismissed? Manager Yan shook his head, it shouldn't be that simple. The company will likely require her to compensate, especially since the ruined design belonged to Ada. Taking a deep breath, Tianyu remarked, she is quite foolish. Why would she admit to everything? Chapter 95, Secretary Lin's forgetfulness that draft was neither destroyed by you nor by me, it was most likely her doing. If she denies it, President C will ultimately find out, Manager Yan stated. I believe her admission is quite beneficial for us, if she hadn't accepted responsibility. President C would certainly investigate us as well. Tianyu pursed her lips, frowning, indeed, she was ill-suited for the role of secretary, especially to have ruined something so crucial. Manager Yan nodded in agreement. The two returned together to the design department. Meanwhile, in President C's office, Lin Yu smugly remarked. Since Secretary Cheng has admitted to destroying the design draft, she should bear the consequences. President C, with a grave expression, looked at Cheng Yinian, pressed his lips together. And said, now is not the time to assign blame, the product launch is imminent. Secretary Lin, you are acquainted with Ada, please ask her to recreate the design draft. President, do you still intend to shield this woman? It is her responsibility, and she should bear the consequences. Lin Yu glared at Cheng Yinian, indignantly exclaiming. Why should I clean up her mess? However, Cheng Yinian chuckled softly, looking up at Lin Yu and calmly responding, are you certain, Secretary Lin, that you are merely cleaning up my mess and not your own? Lin Yu seemed taken aback by Cheng Yinian's remark, her gaze fixed intently on her. Before she retorted coldly, you yourself have stated that this design draft's destruction has nothing to do with Manager Yan or Assistant Tian. The only individuals who had contact with this draft were the three of you, not them. So, why involve me? Secretary Lin certainly appears to have a selective memory. Cheng Yinian replied with an air of indifference, have I not mentioned before that you also had access to this design draft? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu seemed to have stumbled upon the most amusing jest in the world. What? Are you suggesting that I ruined this design draft? Who would believe that? Would Assistant Su buy it? Or perhaps Mr. C? Cheng Yinian smiled faintly, for in the face of evidence, disbelief was not an option. Lin Yu was unconvinced that Cheng Yinian possessed any evidence, and she had not afforded her the time to procure any. The moment Cheng Yinian brought in the design draft, Lin Yu had doused it in coffee and immediately sought out Mr. C. The time was too brief for Cheng Yinian to gather any proof. She lifted her chin defiantly and declared, if you truly have evidence, then I, as your chief secretary, will concede. Very well, it is settled then. Cheng Yinian smiled as she approached Si Qingma and said, Mr. C, may I borrow your computer and projector for a moment? Si Qingma pushed the computer forward. And Cheng Yinian connected her phone to his device before activating the projector, playing the video she had recorded earlier in its entirety. On the screen, Lin Yu appeared, laughing maniacally as she poured her cup of coffee over the design draft. Lin Yu stared at the scene in disbelief, questioning why this was happening. Had Cheng Yinian truly recorded a video? Why would she do so? Once the video concluded, Cheng Yinian looked at her with a smile and inquired, Secretary Lin. Is this evidence sufficient? Lin Yu felt her legs weaken slightly. She reached for the armrest of the nearby sofa to steady herself. Her lips moved as if to speak. Yet no words emerged. Sui frowned and asked, Secretary Lin, what do you mean by this? Since your arrival at the company, Mr. C has treated you well. Why would you act in this manner? Are you unaware of the catastrophic losses the company would incur if we lost Ada's design? Why would you choose to jeopardize the company? Lin Yu responded with agitation, I never intended to destroy the company. You truly believe you won't be dismissed? Are you oblivious to the extensive promotion our company has done for Ada's design? If we lose Ada's design, all that promotion will be in vain, and this quarter. We will have no flagship products left, Sui said, exasperated. Lin Yu swallowed hard and replied, Assistant Su, have you forgotten? It was I who brought Ada to our company, he is my friend. I can ask him to create another design. She smirked, casting a venomous glance at Cheng Yinian. And declared, I merely wish for Cheng Yinian to no longer remain in our company. As the fiancée of a rival CEO, her presence here surely harbors ill intentions. Yet, one by one, you all seem entranced by her visage. I am at my wit's end, I genuinely cannot tolerate this. I have witnessed our company grow from a mere trio to its current strength and stature. I refuse to let it crumble due to a single woman. I must see her gone. The final words were spoken through clenched teeth. At that moment, Si Qingma's expression darkened, his gaze toward Lin Yu laden with complexity. Cheng Yinian interjected, whether my intentions are malicious or not, that is for you, President Si, to discern. Secretary Lin's irrational approach, which jeopardizes the company's interests in her petty rivalry with a colleague, renders her unfit for this position. Si Qingma coldly regarded Lin Yu. Secretary Lin. Please transfer your responsibilities to Secretary Cheng. From now on, the position of Chief Secretary will be held by Secretary Cheng. Lin Yu could scarcely believe her ears. She jerked her head up to look at Si Qingma. President, are you truly dismissing me? Proceed with the handover, Si Qingma replied, his tone frigid. Trembling. Lin Yu gritted her teeth, her spirit somewhat defiant as she exclaimed, President, the design drafts from Ada have been destroyed. I am the only one capable of persuading him to create another. If I leave the company, the launch of this season's new collection will be ruined. And we shall once again be overshadowed by Ling Yi fashion. Over these past 2 years, we have managed to hold our ground against Ling Yi. Are you willing to accept defeat once more? Moreover, should I depart from the company, Ada will no longer provide design services for us. And we shall inevitably fall behind Ling Yi apparel. Sui, with a furrowed brow, called out to Sui. It must be said that Sui is truly a capable aide to Si Qingma, merely a summons from Si Qingma, and Sui promptly approached Lin Yu. Extending his hand, Secretary Lin, please. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, yet within her heart. She was convinced that Si Qingma would not allow Mo Lan Qingyi to be bested by Ling Yi. Ultimately, she would have to return. All she needed to do was wait. Lin Yu refrained from further comments and followed Sui and Cheng Yinian to the chief secretary's office. Sui observed her packing her belongings as Lin Yu handed a stack of folders from her desk to Cheng Yinian, saying, Secretary Cheng, please take this. I require a handover checklist from Secretary Lin, Cheng Yinian insisted. Lin Yu was about to decline when Sui interjected, Secretary Lin. A checklist is indeed necessary for the handover. Very well, Lin Yu replied with a cold smile, nodding as she sat before her computer, typing up a simple work checklist, which she printed and handed to Cheng Yinian. Cheng Yinian gazed at the exceedingly basic checklist, realizing that expecting Lin Yu to provide a detailed one was futile. Once the handover was complete, Lin Yu carried a cardboard box containing all her personal belongings and walked out. Chapter 97, How to Make Him the Scapegoat. The other 5 secretaries watched in astonishment as Lin Yu departed with her personal belongings, whispering amongst themselves in hushed tones. Who is this Secretary Cheng? How did she manage to usurp Secretary Lin's position? They felt a twinge of pity for Lin, who had served Director C for so long, only to be displaced by a newcomer. There had been murmurs regarding Secretary Cheng's connection with Assistant Su. The voices of the secretaries grew quieter as they furtively cast glances at Sui and Cheng Yinian. Sui felt somewhat exasperated. Why should he bear the brunt of this? Clearing his throat, he stated. Secretary Lin has deliberately compromised the interests of the company and is therefore no longer fit to serve as Director C's secretary. From now on, Secretary Cheng shall assume the role of chief secretary, and all work summaries and reports will be directed to her. He emphasized with a stern tone. This decision has been made by Director C. The other secretaries nodded in agreement as Sui swiftly returned to see Ching Ma's office. Meanwhile, inquiries flooded the company's group chat. What on earth happened? Why was Secretary Lin dismissed? Assistant Su claims she harmed the company's interests. Does anyone have insider information on what transpired? How could someone who has been with Director C for so long be ousted so abruptly? Now, her duties are taken over by the new Secretary Cheng. I thought Secretary Lin had a special relationship with Director C? How could she be dismissed? Isn't he worried she might retaliate? Could it be that Director C has found a new affection? After all, Cheng Yinian is quite stunning. You upstairs. Are you not afraid of repercussions for speaking so boldly? I have said nothing, I have said nothing. As Tianyu kept a close watch on the group messages. She was taken aback by the explosive news shared by a member of the secretary's office. However, a sense of relief washed over her. It seemed her earlier concerns for Cheng Yinian were indeed unfounded. To her astonishment, Cheng had managed to oust Lin Yu, who had been with President C for such a long time. Tianyu, who found her role as a design assistant rather leisurely and had a penchant for gossip, felt unburdened and quickly chimed in the group chat, "You mustn't speak so recklessly. How could President C be someone who forgets loyalty for the sake of beauty? It was that design draft by Ada that was ruined." Previously, Secretary Lin adamantly claimed that Secretary Cheng was responsible and even had her dismissed. Yet now, it is Lin herself who has been let go. Could it be that she destroyed the design draft herself? Her message stirred a considerable commotion. Xiao Wang from the design department remarked, "No way, no way. Ada's design has been ruined? The garments designed by Ada are the highlight of each season for our company. It is only through Ada's designs that we have been able to hold our ground against Ling Yi. If Ada's design is indeed destroyed, won't our company once again find itself overshadowed by Ling Yi?" Sun Xiang from the marketing department added, "No way. It is truly unfortunate that Ada's design has been ruined. What are we to do now? This season, our company lacks a flagship product, which will undoubtedly complicate matters for our marketing department. 2 years ago, we would watch with envy as Ling Yi's sales figures soared, leaving us salivating with admiration. Ever since we adopted Ada's design, our own performance has been the envy of other fashion companies in the industry. If we are to lose Ada's design now, will we not find ourselves regressing to where we were 2 years ago? Business department's Chi-Chi, oh no, will I once again be ridiculed by my cousin? I have a cousin at Ling Yi, and every year during the new year, she would mock me for working at a company with no sales, questioning whether my salary would even be paid." Chapter 98, Sister Lin Yu, will you truly return? Design department's Tianyu, that Secretary Lin is truly unhinged. Why destroy Ada's design for no reason? She even attempted to wrongfully accuse Secretary Cheng just now. Store manager of a branch in Lehigh District Design Department's Tianyu, Assistant Tian, do you know how it was destroyed? Is there any way to recover the design? Design Department's Tianyu, the design draft has been soaked in coffee, it seems irretrievable now. Even the basic outlines are indistinct, let alone the finer details. Store manager of a branch in Lehigh District, this is disastrous. Every season, our store has sold the best with Ada's designs. Although no one realizes that it is Ada's creation, it is undeniably the top seller. In the Lehigh District, the manager of the second store remarked, our store is also. Various members from different departments, who were usually quite active in the group chat, began to express their concerns. At that moment, Lin Yu was waiting for the elevator at the staff entrance when Luya, glancing at the messages in the chat, hurriedly ran out and called out, "Sister Lin Yu. What are you doing?" Lin Yu cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Yinian, her eyes filled with resentment, and coldly retorted, "I will return sooner or later." "Xiaoye, keep a close watch on that vixen Cheng Yinian, do not let her seduce General Manager C." Luya hesitated for a moment, "Sister Lin Yu. Do you really believe you will come back?" Lin Yu gazed intently at Luya. "Do you think I would not return?" "Xiaoye. Do not forget who brought you into this company. I remember it was you, Sister Lin Yu, who gave me the opportunity to work in such a prestigious company." Luya replied, biting her lip. Lin Yu smirked, "I am the only one in this entire company who knows Ada. And I alone can ensure that this season's product launch goes smoothly. I am the one who will prevent the company from being oppressed as it was 2 years ago. General Manager C will inevitably seek my return. As Luya pondered this, a smile began to form on her lips. Indeed. Ada could design for our company thanks to you, Sister Linyu. After all, Ada is your friend. Linyu raised an eyebrow as the elevator arrived. She stepped in without a hint of reluctance, knowing that her departure was merely temporary. As the elevator doors began to close, Luya quickly called out, Sister Linyu. I will keep an eye on General Manager C for you. I will be waiting for your return. Very soon, Linyu replied. As the elevator doors closed, she wore a triumphant smile. The launch event was imminent, and she would soon return. For the time being, she decided to indulge in a brief holiday, allowing herself to rest. After Linyu departed, Luya returned to her seat and began messaging in the group chat. Luya from the secretary's office, what are you all so worried about? Sister Lin can have Ada create a design draft, he can easily produce another one. Let us not forget, Ada's ability to design for our company is entirely thanks to Sister Lin, as he is her friend. Xiao Wang from the design department, that's true. Initially, it seems it was indeed Secretary Lin who brought Ada on board for our projects. Store manager of Nan'an District Branch 2, but didn't we just hear that Secretary Lin has resigned? How could she possibly assist us now? Luya from the secretary's office, just because she has resigned doesn't mean she can't return. It's not impossible for her to come back. Chi-Chi from the business department, that's right. I believe Secretary Lin will inevitably be sought after again. Presidency likely doesn't want our company to regress to the state it was in 2 years ago, constantly overshadowed by Ling Yi. Sun Xiang from the marketing department, well, in that case, why should we worry? Secretary Lin's resignation is merely a temporary escape, we should eagerly await her return. Store manager of Linhai District Branch 1, so that's the situation. I needn't fret, our store will undoubtedly secure the sales championship this season. Store manager of Linhai District Branch 2, our store must also vie for the championship. I hope Secretary Lin swiftly retrieves Ada's design draft, as I aim to win the highest sales bonus. Chapter 99, Unmerited Position? In the group chat, everyone eagerly awaited Linyu's return. At that moment, Luya typed, alas. Sister Linyu wishes to retrieve Ada's design draft as soon as possible. Unfortunately, some individuals, blinded by their own self-importance, aspire to usurp her position. It is a pity that their capabilities do not match their ambitions. Let us see how long a certain scheming woman can maintain her seat in Linyu's stead. Although she did not mention Cheng Yinian by name, it was clear to all who she referred to. Sun Xiang from the marketing department remarked, Secretary Cheng. Since you lack the ability to secure Ada's design for the company, perhaps it would be wise to relinquish your position back to Secretary Lin. Otherwise, our marketing department cannot afford such incompetence. The store manager from the Southern District commented, how can some individuals be so selfish? In their pursuit of the chief secretary position, they disregard the company's performance and our well-being. Such a person is unworthy of the role. I believe it is she who should resign. The store manager from the Linhai District added, unmerited positions, sigh. What kind of recruitment process does the HR department have these days? I recall my own interview was quite rigorous. Wang Hua from HR responded, we in HR are innocent. This individual was not hired by us but directly assigned from higher-ups. The store manager from the Southern District questioned, higher-ups? Who exactly is that? Could this woman be the mistress of one of the company's directors? The store manager from the Linhai District noted, as far as I know, the company's directors are all quite aged, with families of their own. If she were indeed the mistress of a director, she would certainly be a side piece. The conversation within the group began to shift from work-related matters to various speculations regarding Cheng Yinian's identity, often descending into personal attacks. Luya took screenshots of the chat and sent them to Linyu, who chuckled with satisfaction. Cheng Yinian wished to compete with her. But what could she possibly use to contend? Linyu, holding her phone, posted on her social media, a rare holiday, one must make the most of it. Yet, with my incessant toil, I wonder how many days I can truly rest. At that moment, Cheng Yinian was far too preoccupied to glance at her phone, let alone the group chat. She had never been particularly fond of group discussions, preferring to directly message individuals when necessary. Currently, she was engulfed in work. As Linyu had left behind a substantial amount of tasks without a thorough handover, just a simple checklist. Cheng Yinian had to review each document painstakingly, one by one. While in the office of Si Qingma, Sui spoke up, Mr. Si, if you send Linyu back, what will happen to the company? What about the design drafts? We are unfamiliar with Ada, and if we wish for another design draft from her, it seems we must rely on Secretary Lin. Xinyue fell silent for a moment before responding. We can consult Manager Yan and have the design department produce another draft. Sui replied with a resigned smile, Mr. C. Can any of our designers truly compare with Ada's caliber? Xinyue furrowed his brow and looked at Sui. Isn't Ada's name absent from the signature? What is there to compare? Sui, even if we cannot compare in terms of prestige, the quality of the design is undeniably superior. You are well aware that the most successful piece in each season is the one designed by Ada. What does this signify? It clearly indicates that Ada's designs possess exceptional qualities that our company's offerings cannot rival. Her renowned reputation is something that ordinary designers cannot match. Announce a new policy. Anyone within the company who can present a remarkable design will receive a 3-tier salary increase and a 3-level promotion. Xinyue remarked, regardless of a designer's status, what matters is the brilliance of their creative inspiration. Sui nodded in agreement. All right, I will take care of it. Chapter 100, She only has one opportunity. Sui disseminated the announcement, and a few individuals claimed to know some talented designers. He promptly instructed them to bring the designs forth. Soon, over a dozen designers arrived, each adorned in flamboyant attire, yet the designs they presented were utterly dismal. Throughout the day, Xinyue and Sui were inundated with a plethora of subpar creations, nearly overwhelmed by the experience. The following day, several more so-called designers appeared. One of whom owned a relatively popular online clothing store with decent sales. She was exceedingly arrogant. Before unveiling her design, she stipulated her demands. Not only did she wish to sell her design, but she also aspired to join Mo Lan Qingyi as a designer, specifically aiming for a senior designer position. Sui, sensing a glimmer of hope, relayed her conditions to Xinyue, who responded, if she truly possesses design talent, I will offer her a salary double the market rate. Sui negotiated the terms with the petite internet celebrity designer, who haughtily presented a design draft. As Sui scrutinized the sketch, a smirk of disbelief crept onto his face. What on earth was this peculiar creation? It was a high-neck dress, purportedly inspired by traditional Chinese qipao, yet it featured an exceedingly high slit and a daring open back, resembling little more than risque lingerie. Mr. Su, I must inform you that this design has undergone an entire year of revisions and has yet to be unveiled. It was originally intended to be the pièce d'identité or assistance of my own boutique, but now it seems I have graciously offered it to your company. The designer proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Sui chuckled lightly. Well, it appears we shall not take advantage of your generosity. Kindly take your leave. What do you mean? You are turning down such a remarkable design? You possess no sense of appreciation whatsoever. She retorted, indignantly. Sui awkwardly replied. I simply cannot appreciate it. It was no wonder that their company sought external designers, with such a lack of discernment, who would be willing to collaborate with them. Just a trashy company. As the designer grew increasingly irate, her tirade descended into a cacophony of profanities. Sui promptly instructed the security personnel to escort her out. He felt an overwhelming urge to pinch the bridge of his nose, utterly exasperated. After 3 exhausting days, not only had he failed to secure a design, but he was also left seething with frustration. On the 4th day, Sui nearly collapsed as he entered Xinyue's office. He sank into the sofa, his face pale and weary, and said, My dear CEO, perhaps we should consider inviting Secretary Lin back to have her collaborate with Ada on a new design. These past 3 days have nearly exhausted me. What manner of designers are these outside? I have never felt so drained. Xinyue remained silent for a few moments before responding. In 10 minutes, convene a meeting with all senior management. Sui pursed his lips. Are we seeking collective wisdom? Xinyue replied, there is always a solution. After a brief silence, Sui could not restrain himself from saying, in truth, if we simply bring Secretary Lin back, we would spare ourselves this dilemma. As long as she is willing to ask Ada for another design draft, everything would be fine. Xinyue furrowed his brow. Her recent actions have been excessive. If I allow her to remain, who knows what she might do in the future? Such behavior and such a person shall not be tolerated. Sui pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Xinyue's stance. However, he glanced at Xinyue, contemplating the implications if Lin Yu were to leverage her father. Xinyue cast a glance at Sui and stated flatly, she has only one chance. Chapter 101, It is best to invite Secretary Lin back. Sui nodded, very well, I shall now inform all departments to convene. 10 minutes later. All senior management gathered in the company's largest conference room, which was filled to capacity. Cheng Yinian, now serving as the chief secretary, naturally remained close to Si Qingma at all times. Upon entering the conference room, she settled beside Si Qingma, gazing in astonishment at the multitude gathered. Yet her past experiences at Lingyi had accustomed her to such grand occasions, alleviating any apprehension. Initially, as she stepped in, the attendees were engaged in hushed conversations, however. Upon Si Qingma's arrival, an immediate silence enveloped the room, with all eyes fixed upon him. Si Qingma cast a glance at Sui, who then rose to provide a brief overview of the matters at hand, ultimately articulating the purpose of the meeting. The intent of convening everyone was to inquire if anyone had a connection with Ada or possessed the capability to persuade her to create a design for the company. Should they succeed in enlisting Ada's talents for a design, or ideally, to secure her ongoing contributions, the company would bestow a generous reward. As his words resonated, a wave of glances exchanged amongst the attendees ensued, accompanied by soft murmurs of inquiry. Do you know Ada? I do not, I am not in the design field. How could I possibly know such a luminary in the design sphere? Perhaps we should consult Manager Yan, after all, he is immersed in the design industry. Indeed. Let us ask Manager Yan. Consequently, several individuals turned toward Manager Yan, quietly inquiring, Manager Yan, are you acquainted with Ada? Manager Yan wiped the sweat from his brow, offering a wry smile before shaking his head. Though I am engaged in design, I have yet to reach that echelon. After everyone inquired around, it became evident that no one in the company was acquainted with Ada, nor did anyone feel competent enough to secure her services. Eventually, the manager of the business department spoke up, Mr. C, Ada's design drafts have been destroyed, and with the product launch imminent, we must swiftly find a substitute design. Otherwise, we may need to engage a designer of equal stature to Ada to produce a new draft for us. We could offer a high price for their work. But once we navigate this crisis, we will be compelled to consistently pay a premium, and there is no guarantee we will even succeed in acquiring what we need. Sun Xiang, the assistant to the marketing department, chimed in, our marketing team has put considerable effort into promoting this upcoming product launch. Initially, Ada's design was inspired by the theme of the winter sweet blossom, and our promotional materials have revolved around this motif. If we suddenly switch designers, what if the new designer lacks inspiration for the winter sweet blossom? Manager Yan nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, designing is not merely about imposing one's will on the artist. It demands genuine inspiration. If we wish for bespoke creations, we might as well hire a lesser-known designer. Established designers typically possess their own creative visions. The manager of the business department furrowed his brow and remarked, this won't do, nor will that. The product launch conference is imminent. And if we fail to execute it properly this time, we may disappoint some of our long-standing clients, particularly our major clients. It could jeopardize our future opportunities for recovery. I suggest we recall Secretary Lin. She could coordinate with Ada to create a design draft. This approach would be straightforward and efficient, eliminating the need to squander time deliberating over these matters. Upon hearing the manager's words, several individuals began to concur, exclaiming, indeed. Let's bring Secretary Lin back and have her collaborate with Ada on a design draft. Otherwise, we risk leaving this season's product launch vacant, which would lead to customer disappointment and potentially insurmountable losses for us. The company could face a downward trajectory. I too found this method most favorable, thus I said, Mr. C, let us indeed bring Secretary Lin back. A group of individuals then turned their attention towards Si Qingma, with a few senior executives beginning to apply verbal pressure. Mr. C, you cannot jeopardize the company's safety for the sake of a woman. Secretary Lin has been with you for so many years, consistently performing well without any significant errors. How can you allow her to leave the company for someone? This executive cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Yinian, his tone dripping with condescension. What purpose does it serve to replace her with a mere ornament? Without capability, progress in work becomes exceedingly difficult. The executives had been swayed by hearsay, suggesting that Secretary Lin had fallen out with Cheng Yinian, leading to a conflict. Consequently, Presidency favored Cheng Yinian, resulting in Lin Yu's departure from the company. At this moment, there was a palpable tension directed towards Cheng Yinian. Si Qingma listened intently, his brow furrowed in contemplation, and coldly remarked, Ada's design draft was deliberately ruined when she poured coffee over it. This is no mere oversight but a willful act of sabotaging the company's interests. Do we truly need to reinstate someone of such character? Upon hearing this, the executive who had previously labeled Cheng Yinian as a mere ornament interjected, "But, President C. The design was originally procured by Secretary Lin. Now that it has been destroyed, does she possess the capability to source another? This is a company. We cannot allow a secretary such unchecked freedom," Xi Qingma replied, his expression darkening. Seeing the president's irritation, the executive refrained from further comments. Though his dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface as he muttered, Secretary Lin brought in the design. If she wishes to destroy it, what right do we have to stop her? Sui could no longer remain silent and interjected, "Su, your statement is misguided. It was Ling Yu who engaged Ada for our company's design. But she did so in her capacity as a secretary, representing the company. Moreover, the compensation for Ada was provided by the company, not personally by Secretary Lin. Therefore, the design draft belongs to the company, not to her individually. How can she indiscriminately destroy it?" The executive fell silent, unable to counter the argument. Cheng Yinian sat beside Xi Qingma, observing his look of utter dismay, feeling a twinge of guilt within her. She bore some responsibility in this matter. Had it not been for her, Ling Yu would likely not have ruined the design for Ada. Thus, she resolved to lend the company a helping hand. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message. "Did you design the outfit for Imolan Qingyi?" At that moment, Ada, who was lounging on the sofa engrossed in a game, was startled by the message that popped up on his screen. Upon noticing the sender's identity, he sat up abruptly. Excitement coursing through him as he typed back on WeChat, "Master, you finally contacted me." After sending that, he quickly followed with another message, "Master, please listen to me. I did indeed design the outfit for Imolan Qingyi, but I did not sign my name. I did not exploit your reputation. Nor did I seek to profit from it. I merely needed something that only the CEO of Imolan Qingyi possessed, so I exchanged my design with them. Master, if you are displeased with my work for Imolan Qingyi, I shall cease immediately and return the item to that CEO." Cheng Yinian read Ada's messages and smiled gently. "Do not be anxious, I have a request for you." Ada replied, "Master, please feel free to command me." "Do not say request, that frightens me." Cheng Yinian continued, "I require you to create another design draft for Imolan Qingyi, with the theme of the winter-sweet flower." Chapter 103, Do not attempt to pass off mediocrity. Ada responded, "Huh? The design I previously created for Imolan Qingyi was already based on the winter-sweet theme. Why is another needed?" Cheng Yinian, "It's a long story, let's not dwell on it. Please draw as soon as possible. It would be ideal if you could replicate the previous one." Ada, "Understood, Master. I will commence immediately. The last one took me quite some time, as I pondered over every detail for an extended period. I can replicate it swiftly." Cheng Yinian, "Very well, I shall arrange for someone to collect it tomorrow." Ada, "Master. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. I can complete it in 3 hours. You need not send anyone, I will personally deliver it. Where are you currently located?" Cheng Yinian, "Please send it to Imolan Qingyi." Ada, "Certainly." After sending the message, Cheng Yinian noticed the commotion in the conference room. The discussion revolved around her being merely a decorative presence, with nearly everyone advocating for Lin Yu's return. Xi Qingma bore the brunt of their words alone. At that moment, she addressed Xi Qingma, "Mr. C, may I have a word?" Xi Qingma glanced at her. Concern etched on his face regarding the potential backlash from the crowd. He replied softly, "You need not say anything, simply remain quiet." Cheng Yinian cleared her throat and insisted, "I believe I should express a few thoughts." Xi Qingma furrowed his brow slightly. Cheng Yinian continued, "Ada has agreed to create a new design draft for us." Her words astonished everyone in the room. Xi Qingma's gaze bored deeply into Cheng Yinian, yet he remained silent. At that moment, Mr. Su smirked and remarked, "Secretary Cheng. Are you perhaps daydreaming? Do you even comprehend who Ada is? Do you have any idea of his prominence in the design industry? It is certainly not someone as insignificant as you who can simply extend an invitation." Cheng Yinian cast a glance at Mr. Su. Her lips curving into a subtle smile. "Indeed, not just anyone can extend such an invitation, hence, you are unable to do so." Mr. Su's eyes widened in indignation as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You possess no capability whatsoever, yet you dare to compete with Secretary Lin. Have you taken a moment to reflect on your own qualifications for holding this position? Just look at the state you have left the company in." Cheng Yinian maintained her serene smile and replied, "Mr. Su, a sound mind is indeed a valuable asset, why do you persist in leaving it behind when you step outside? As Assistant Sue has just mentioned, the remuneration for Ada is provided by the company, thus the design drafts belong to the company. Secretary Lin has ruined the company's designs. And as a result, she has been dismissed. The company is now in crisis, and these issues are all of her making. What do they have to do with me? How is it that I am the one who has brought the company to this state? If it weren't for your competition with Secretary Lin. Mr. Sue attempted to continue, but before he could finish, Cheng Yinian interjected once more. Moreover, it is I who has reached out to Ada to create another design draft for the company. I shall resolve this crisis. In fact, I am merely tidying up the mess left by Secretary Lin. Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's assertion, Mr. Su chuckled derisively. Secretary Cheng, do you truly know Ada? Do not presume that you can simply find someone to create a design draft to pass off as genuine. We shall see soon enough. Cheng Yinian replied with a calm smile. I am not a designer, and I cannot comprehend the intricacies of design. However, I cannot help but wonder why Secretary Cheng did not mention her acquaintance with Ada earlier. Why wait until now? It is evident that she feels a sense of impending responsibility and is hastily seeking someone to produce a substitute design. Chapter 104, which Ada are you referring to? At this moment, others began to voice their opinions. Secretary Cheng, Ada's design drafts cannot simply be replaced by anyone's work. If you do not know Ada, it is unwise to pretend otherwise. Indeed, Ada is a luminary in the design realm. How could you possibly know her? Cease these futile struggles and bring back Secretary Lin. She can serve as the chief secretary while you remain in your junior role. It is the same, after all. The CEO has not indicated any intention to dismiss you. So why risk everything? Cheng Yinian pursed her lips and replied, Ada mentioned she could replicate the previous design drafts in 3 hours, and she will personally deliver them. Others wished to interject, but at that moment, Si Qingma spoke up, then let us wait for 3 hours. The meeting is adjourned, everyone should return to their respective tasks. With that, he stood first and exited the conference room, followed closely by Sui and Cheng Yinian. The remaining attendees lingered, continuing their discussions. I truly believe Secretary Cheng has lost her mind. I cannot fathom what kind of design she might procure. It seems the one truly unhinged is the CEO. He is actually entertaining such nonsensical claims from Cheng Yinian and is willing to wait for 3 hours. I suspect he is left with no other options. Treating a dead horse as if it were a living one. It seems there are no other options left, and it feels rather awkward to ask Secretary Lin to return. Alas, how significant is one's pride compared to the company's welfare? If Mr. C feels hesitant to make the request, perhaps we should approach him collectively. Surely, Secretary Lin would grant us some consideration. Very well, let us proceed to make a call. I have Secretary Lin's WeChat, let us initiate a video call directly. As the group conversed, they went ahead to contact Lin Yu via video call. Cheng Yinian, listening to the chatter in the conference room, smirked as she distanced herself from the gathering. She settled at her own desk, continuing to peruse the documents Lin Yu had entrusted to her. The individuals in the conference room gradually dispersed, yet their discussions lingered. Luya, who had been unqualified to attend the meeting, overheard the others mention that Cheng Yinian claimed she could persuade Ada to redraw the design proposals. She burst into uncontrollable laughter and approached Cheng Yinian, still chuckling heartily. Cheng Yinian, are you all right? Have you lost your mind? How could you possibly think you could convince Ada to redesign for the company? Do you even know who Ada is? Are you aware of his stature? Do you realize how aloof he is? Is this some kind of dream you're having? Cheng Yinian looked up at Luya, who was laughing uproariously. Is Ada really aloof? Isn't he rather adorable? Each time she communicated with Ada via WeChat, he would respond with a plethora of charming emojis, and during their face-to-face conversations, he would frequently display endearing behavior, embodying the persona of a playful puppy. Upon witnessing Cheng Yinian's bewildered expression, Luya chuckled even more heartily. Cheng Yinian, you surely cannot be oblivious to who Ada is, can you? So, which Ada did you invite? Surely you do not believe that merely adopting a name akin to Ada's will elevate you to the pinnacle of the fashion world? Cheng Yinian chose to ignore Luya and busied herself with her own matters. Luya scoffed softly before returning to her seat and messaging Lin Yu, Sister Lin. It's utterly ridiculous that Cheng Yinian claims she can have Ada assist in redesigning our project. However, just moments ago, when I remarked on Ada's aloofness, she insisted that Ada is quite adorable. Goodness, has she been deceived, or is she merely attempting to show off? Chapter 105, well then. I shall see how you expose her. Lin Yu had just concluded a video conference with several company executives and had assured them she would return to the office promptly. It seemed that, in recent days, the CEO had come to recognize her significance. She did not genuinely wish to see the company ensnared in turmoil, rather. She aimed to demonstrate to the CEO that only she could provide the necessary assistance, while Cheng Yinian was utterly incapable. This evening, she planned to seek Ada's help for a redesign, all the while intending to unmask Cheng Yinian. A playful smile graced her lips as she replied to Luya. I am heading back to the office now to expose her. Luya responded, I'll be waiting. Unlike her usual professional attire, Lin Yu donned a flowing white chiffon dress today, adorned herself with an alluring makeup look, topped off with a sun hat, and slipped into high-heeled sandals as she hailed a taxi to Lan Qingyi. Upon arriving at the company front desk, Lin Yu was not obstructed. Despite her current status of resignation, however, lacking a company elevator card, she reached out to one of the executives who had just video-called her, and he promptly descended to escort her. The front desk staff observed with envy as the executive came to fetch Lin Yu, exclaiming to themselves how remarkable Secretary Lin was to have a director-level individual attend to her. Lin Yu reveled in the envious gazes directed her way, lifting her chin as she followed the executive upstairs, directly to the 37th floor. Upon her arrival, Luya approached her immediately, exclaiming, Sister Lin, you're here. You look absolutely stunning today. Lin Yu reached up to adjust her sun hat and smiled, since I usually wear work attire at the office. It's only fitting to dress beautifully on a rare day off. Luya, eager to please, remarked. It seems you might not be able to enjoy this day off for long. The executive who had accompanied Lin Yu chuckled, those who are capable often bear more responsibilities. With Secretary Lin's exceptional abilities, it's only natural she has little time to rest. Several other secretaries gathered around to greet Lin Yu, while Cheng Yinian remained focused on her work at the computer. After exchanging a few words with the other secretaries, Lin Yu cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Yinian and approached her step by step, standing beside her and looking down. Cheng Yinian, however, disregarded her presence entirely, which irked Lin Yu, prompting her to speak up. Secretary Cheng, I hear you've asked Ada to redesign the company's drafts. Yes, Cheng Yinian replied coolly. Lin Yu curled her lips into a smile and inquired, do you truly know Ada? Cheng Yinian chuckled softly, what do you think? I say you don't know her at all. Are you just trying to find someone to deceive us? I retorted. However, a design draft cannot be created by just anyone. Lin Yu scoffed, such a base tactic is truly foolish. She stepped closer to Cheng Yinian, declaring, today, I have come to expose you and to demonstrate to Mr. See that you cannot possibly replace me. Cheng Yinian smirked, very well, I shall see how you intend to do that. Her gaze shifted towards the elevator, he is coming. With a chime announcing the elevator's arrival, Lin Yu's smile grew more triumphant. Let us see what kind of person you brought to impersonate. But she had barely finished her sentence when she turned around to see Ada stepping out of the elevator, escorted by the receptionist. This had been orchestrated by Si Qingma. As soon as Ada arrived, the receptionist was instructed to bring him up. Upon seeing Ada, Lin Yu's expression shifted abruptly. Ada, why are you here? She had not summoned him, how could he possibly be here? Could it be that Cheng Yinian truly invited him? Impossible, that could not be the case. Chapter 106, there is no obligation to assist you any longer. Several other secretaries and Luya gathered around, including the executive who had accompanied Lin Yu, who cheerfully remarked. Secretary Lin is indeed resourceful, you arrive, and Ada follows. I am Yang Ping, the director of the business department at Lan Qingyi. And on behalf of our company, I welcome you. Now, please, quickly prepare a cup of coffee for Mr. Ada. As soon as he spoke, no one moved. Everyone wished to admire Ada's elegance. Yang Ping turned to Cheng Yinian and said, Secretary Cheng, could you please fetch a cup of coffee for Mr. Ada? Cheng Yinian remained seated, merely curving her lips in a smile as she observed them. Lin Yu, with a playful tone, remarked, Ada. Have you also heard about our company's affairs? Are you here to assist me? Ada cast a glance at Lin Yu and replied coolly. My relationship with Secretary Lin is purely transactional, there is no obligation for me to assist further. Lin Yu's expression slightly faltered as she watched Ada approach Cheng Yinian. Excitedly and obsequiously, he retrieved a design draft from his bag. Excuse me. Before Ada could finish his sentence, Cheng Yinian interrupted him with a glance, signaling her desire to keep her identity a secret. She preferred it that way. If too many people discovered who she was, they would inundate her with requests for designs, and she found that troublesome. Ada, who knew his mentor well, immediately adjusted his approach. Miss Cheng, I have brought you the design draft you requested. Please take a look and let me know if it meets your satisfaction. His face bore a pleasing smile, resembling that of an eager puppy. Cheng Yinian glanced at the draft and replied, I will show this to our company's president. Ada's expression fell, and he pitifully asked, Do you have no suggestions for me? Cheng Yinian regarded him and said, Be patient and wait here for a moment while I consult our president. Oh. Ada pointed with his finger, Please go ahead, I will dutifully wait for you here. Cheng Yinian approached Si Qingma with the design draft in hand, while the others in the secretary's office were left in utter disbelief, particularly Lin Yu and Luya. Luya, in a state of shock, asked, Sister Lin, is this truly Ada? Did you not mention that Ada was rather aloof? Lin Yu clenched her fists tightly, trembling with confusion. She could not comprehend why Cheng Yinian was acquainted with Ada. If she had known Ada previously, why had she not sought Ada's expertise for Ling Yi's designs? With Ada's involvement, Ling Yi would have undoubtedly surpassed Mo Lanqingyi by leaps and bounds. Unbeknownst to her, during Cheng Yinian's tenure with Ling Yi, she had indeed collaborated on designs, which had enabled Ling Yi to consistently outshine Mo Lanqingyi. However, at that time, she was also managing market aspects, resulting in a limited output of designs, approximately 2 collections per year. Without her contributions, Ling Yi would have struggled to compete with Mo Lanqingyi, especially considering Si Qingma's exceptional leadership abilities, which far surpassed those of Ling Zhan. Sister Lin? Luya, noticing Lin Yu's silence, called her name, bewildered as to how Cheng Yinian could also know Ada, and it seemed that Ada was more familiar with Cheng Yinian. I am aware, your reminder is unnecessary. Lin Yu retorted coldly, silencing Luya. Yang Ping, equally taken aback by the unfolding scene, finally broke the silence. Secretary Lin, is Ada not here to see you? Lin Yu's expression darkened considerably, leaving her at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in Si Qingma's office, Cheng Yinian presented the design draft to him, with Sui also present. Chapter 107, This person is extremely aloof. Mr. C. Ada has brought the design draft. Please take a look and let me know if any modifications are necessary. Cheng Yinian placed the design draft on Si Qingma's desk. He glanced at her, and she responded with a slight smile, stepping aside to avoid obstructing his light. Sui was taken aback. What? You actually brought Ada's design draft? Yes, Cheng Yinian affirmed with a nod. Let me see. Sui exclaimed, rushing over to examine the draft from all angles, left, right, up, and down, before scrutinizing it against the sunlight streaming through the window. Is this genuinely Ada's design draft? Indeed. Cheng Yinian maintained her composure. Ah, my goodness. Miss Cheng, you didn't just randomly find some designer to create a counterfeit, did you? Ada's designs are not so easily acquired. Sui queried, skepticism evident in his tone. She is outside, Cheng Yinian replied. Sui paused in surprise. Oh, I must go out and pay homage to the master. I need to see what Ada looks like. Does she possess 3 heads and 6 arms? One design draft has thrown us into such chaos. Cheng Yinian quipped. Is it Ada who has caused this chaos? She created the design draft for you, and it has brought forth issues? Sui touched his nose and cleared his throat. I misspoke, it is not Ada's fault. Nevertheless, I still wish to pay my respects to the master. I must go out and see. He placed the design draft on Si Qingma's desk and hurried toward the exit. Cheng Yinian called after him, by the way, Secretary Lin is also here, she is outside. Sui halted in surprise. Lin Yu is here too? What brings her here? She came to discern whether Ada is genuine or not. Cheng Yinian said with a faint smile. Sui was momentarily taken aback, chuckling softly, and inquired of Si Qingma. Are you not going to step out and witness the excitement, Mr. C? I shall not. Have Manager Yen come to my office. He is more adept in matters of design. Let him review the design drafts, Si Qingma replied. Oh, in that case, Secretary Cheng, please notify Manager Yen. I wish to step out and pay homage to the master, and perhaps enjoy the spectacle, Sui responded with a hearty laugh, preparing to exit. Si Qingma interjected. After you've witnessed the excitement, remember to escort any unrelated personnel out of the company. Understood, Sui acknowledged before departing. Cheng Yinian proceeded to call Manager Yen. Outside. Ada sat obediently beside Cheng Yinian's desk, sitting upright and poised, embodying an air of readiness, which was quite endearing. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood in the secretary's office. Her expression particularly grim, while the other secretaries returned to their respective stations. Upon seeing Sui emerge, Yang Ping hurried over to inquire, "Assistant Su, what did Mr. C say? Is the design draft acceptable?" "I am uncertain, we shall wait for Manager Yen to provide his insights," Sui replied. His gaze sweeping the room until it settled on Ada. "You must be Mr. Ada, correct?" Ada regarded Sui with a cool demeanor and replied, "I am." "Ah, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you." Sui extended his hand in a gesture of greeting, yet Ada merely cast an indifferent glance his way, responding, "Likewise," without offering her hand in return. Sui awkwardly rubbed his nose, muttering under his breath, "This person is rather aloof, isn't she?" He contemplated that since he had come here, he might as well become acquainted with Ada, so that in the event of a similar situation in the future, he could independently approach her for design drafts without having to beg for favors. However, to his surprise, she seemed utterly disinterested in engaging with him. Chapter 108, Contrast in Charm. Luya and a few others were astonished by Ada's demeanor towards Sui. Noting the stark contrast between her attitude towards him and that towards Cheng Yinian. Ling Yu, standing nearby, smirked, observing that Ada was evidently captivated by Cheng Yinian's striking visage. That woman truly possessed a remarkable talent, leveraging her beauty, perhaps even her physique, she drew men to her like moths to a flame. Before long, Manager Yen arrived. Barely casting a glance at Ada as he hurried into Si Chingma's office. After reviewing the newly submitted design drafts from Cheng Yinian, his face lit up with excitement. "This is it, exactly this. It resembles the previous one but with some refined details, aligning even more closely with the theme of the Winter Suite. Excellent, truly excellent. Ada, your design is simply outstanding." Upon hearing Manager Yan's praise, Si Chingma remarked, "Very well, this season's new design draft is finalized." He then signed the draft and handed it to Cheng Yinian, while Secretary Cheng prepared to notify the factory to commence sampling for the new season. The finished products must be showcased at the release event. Cheng Yinian accepted the design draft and departed from Si Chingma's office, followed closely by Manager Yen. Upon witnessing Cheng Yinian's emergence, Ada promptly rose from her seat, resembling an affectionate little kitten, and dashed to her side, beaming with delight. "Teacher. Miss Cheng. What do you think of my design? Is it usable?" Cheng Yinian nodded affirmatively, replying, "Of course, you are Ada, after all. Why do you lack confidence in your own creation?" Ada scratched her head, admitting, "It's mainly because I feel uncertain in your presence." "You are truly remarkable," Cheng Yinian said with a warm smile. Flattered by Cheng Yinian's praise, Ada spun around joyfully like a child, exclaiming, "Wow, teacher. Miss Cheng has praised me. I feel so incredibly happy." The onlookers gazed at her in disbelief. Is this truly the aloof, stubborn, and seemingly unapproachable Ada that the world speaks of? Manager Yen stood there, nearly moved to tears, visibly excited yet at a loss for words, merely rubbing his hands together. Cheng Yinian, noticing Manager Yan's slight disappointment, smiled and inquired, "Manager Yen, do you have something to say to Ada?" I. Manager Yen swallowed hard, "I greatly admire you, Mr. Ada." Ada responded nonchalantly, her expression unchanged, and then turned her eager gaze toward Cheng Yinian. Seeing Manager Yan's subtle discontent, Cheng Yinian cheerfully remarked, "Ada. This is Manager Yen from our company, a designer as well, and quite an esteemed figure in our circle. You should get to know each other." Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's introduction, Manager Yen felt somewhat awkward. What did he qualify as an elder? In truth, when it comes to his years in this industry, he is indeed rather seasoned, yet he has not achieved anything of significance. Ada, noticing her mentor's introduction of Manager Yen, immediately altered her demeanor and smiled, saying, "Hello. Manager Yen, I am Ada, and you are suddenly a bit unsure of how to introduce myself." She glanced at Cheng Yinian in a state of mild panic, but Cheng gently patted her, his eyes filled with reassurance, allowing Ada to calm down. Manager Yen, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "I am Yen Qiming. Ada, you are truly remarkable. Though I have been in this field for many years, I still feel like I am nothing. Perhaps I am simply not suited for this profession. As he spoke the last words, a hint of melancholy shadowed his expression. Chapter 109, Awkwardness, Indeed. It is quite awkward observing his demeanor. Ada blinked and then licked her lips, saying, as long as you establish a clear goal and continue to move forward. Regardless of whether you ultimately reach that goal, as long as you have made the effort, there will be no regrets. You are already doing wonderfully. Hearing Ada's words addressed to Manager Yen, Cheng Yinian was momentarily taken aback. Why did the sentiment sound so familiar? It appears to be reminiscent of the initial encounter when she first discovered Ada. At that time, he was selling clothes on the streets of Country M, showcasing garments entirely crafted from repurposed materials, each designed by his own hand. She was taken aback by the uniqueness and creativity of his designs, though she noted that some aspects were a tad impractical. Recognizing his inherent talent, she decided to observe him for several days. She found his creations to be not only visually appealing but also well-crafted. However, he exhibited signs of social anxiety, shying away from human interaction, particularly any form of physical contact. Consequently, after several days, he had not sold a single piece and resorted to scavenging for discarded food. She invited him to share a meal, and during their conversation, she discerned his remarkable innocence. This prompted her to offer him words of encouragement, leading to an emotional response that left him visibly moved. Gradually, he began to relax in her presence, though he still refrained from any physical touch. It was not until she commenced teaching him about fashion design that a transformation occurred. He immersed himself wholly in the process, losing himself in the art of creation. Over time, he became comfortable enough to allow her to touch him, a fact that astonished both him and Cheng Yinian. Cheng Yinian proposed that he engage with others through his designs as a means to confront his social anxiety. However, this endeavor proved unsuccessful, leaving Ada reliant solely on his interactions with Cheng Yinian. His admiration for her evolved into a profound dependence over time. Cheng Yinian silently shielded him, harboring the desire to provide him with a means of livelihood. She publicly declared that she had taken on a disciple, intending for him to leverage her reputation within the design industry to secure employment. Little did she anticipate that Ada would exhibit such remarkable determination, rising to become a leading figure in the fashion realm. Cheng Yinian smiled faintly. Perhaps this could be considered an unintentional transmission of positive energy? Indeed. Upon hearing Ada's heartfelt words, Manager Yen was moved to tears, longing to grasp Ada's hand. Ada, thank you, truly, thank you so much. No one has ever spoken to me in such a manner. Ada, upon witnessing the outstretched hand, turned pale and instinctively stepped back in alarm. Cheng Yinian swiftly interposed herself between them, chuckling lightly. Manager Yen, keep up the good work. With that, she made a fist and signaled an encouraging gesture. Manager Yen was momentarily taken aback, while Ada quickly mirrored the gesture, solemnly uttering, keep going. Manager Yen, inspired, also formed a fist, reciprocating the gesture towards Ada and Cheng Yinian before he descended the stairs, deeply moved. Sui observed their interaction throughout, his lips twitching in discomfort. How awkward it was. Yet he couldn't help but admire how Secretary Cheng, Manager Yen, and the aloof Ada executed that gesture with such grace. Apart from Sui, several other secretaries and the director of the business department, Yang Ping, were also witnesses to the earlier awkwardness, as was Lin Yu. Chapter 110, How Quickly Affection Fades. Lin Yu, undeterred, gritted her teeth and approached Ada, declaring, Ada, do not be deceived by this woman, she is engaged. Ada turned to Lin Yu, frowning, and retorted, and what of her engagement? What business is it of yours? Lin Yu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, her frustration simmered. She could not fathom what allure Cheng Yinian possessed that compelled everyone to gravitate towards her. Even knowing of her engagement, they continued to treat her with such kindness. Sui, observing Lin Yu's persistence in causing trouble, sighed and said, Miss Lin, you are no longer affiliated with our company. I kindly request that you leave. Lin Yu shot a glare at Sui, biting her lip and scoffing. How quickly affection fades. Without rules, there can be no order. This is a company, and thus, there must be regulations. Miss Lin, please. Sui gestured for her to depart. Lin Yu glared at him fiercely, her heels clicking defiantly against the floor as she turned to leave. As she exited, she encountered several colleagues in the elevator, none of whom spoke to her. Instead, she overheard whispers. I thought Secretary Lin was quite formidable. Yet she pales in comparison to Secretary Cheng. Previously, everyone insisted that for Ada to revise the design draft, Secretary Lin was essential. But today, Secretary Cheng herself has come to assist Ada, not only reworking the design but also encouraging Manager Yan from our company. Manager Yan is quite pleased now. Alas, I have heard that Ada has arrived, conversing solely with Secretary Cheng, completely oblivious to Secretary Lin. She pretends to be quite familiar with Ada, which is rather amusing. Previously, she had incessantly remarked on Ada's aloofness, yet upon Ada's actual arrival today, she appeared exceedingly amiable, even encouraging Manager Yan. It turns out she has no genuine acquaintance with Ada and has merely disparaged her character from afar. How do you know this? There exists a video in the group chat, seemingly recorded by someone present at the time. Allow me to take a look. Thus, several individuals gathered in the elevator to view the short clip, which depicted Ada, with her previously perceived cold demeanor, gracefully passing by Linyu, only to adopt a charming disposition in front of Cheng Yinian. As they watched the video, they discreetly cast sidelong glances at Linyu, who felt as though the multitude of eyes were piercing her very soul. Her hands clenched into fists, a surge of resentment toward Cheng Yinian coursing through her. Her life's aspirations had been utterly dismantled. She had been growing ever closer to President Xi, so why had things devolved into this state? She resolutely vowed to reclaim what was rightfully hers and return to President Xi's side. Emerging from the delicate attire of Mo Lan, Linyu gazed at the sunlight outside, inhaling deeply. She realized she had but a single course of action left. She hailed a taxi to a sanatorium located on the outskirts. Upon entering a room, she found an elderly man resting peacefully on the bed. An oxygen tube inserted in his nostrils, his eyes gently shut in serene slumber. Linyu approached the bedside, settling on the edge of the bed, gazing at the elderly man for quite some time. With a wistful sigh, she spoke, "Father. The opportunity you sacrificed your life for has been squandered by a woman named Cheng Yinian. President Xi has been ensnared by her charms, and his heart no longer belongs to me. Father, what am I to do?" The figure lying in bed remained utterly still, enveloped in a serene slumber. Chapter 111, Help me once more. Linyu reached out to caress the old man's face and suddenly burst into laughter. "Father, how astute you were. In those days, our lives were so dire. You spent 20 hours a day driving, resting only 4, still unable to clear my mother's gambling debts. Was it not in that tragic accident, while you shielded Si Qingma, that you sought an escape from such a burdensome existence? Look at you now, how comfortable you are, merely lying here, doing nothing, while others cover your medical expenses and care for you. You even secured for me the opportunity to be by his side." As she spoke, a smile graced her lips. "Father, do you know that before that woman, Cheng Yinian, appeared, he treated me exceptionally well? He included me in everything, exposing me to myriad wonders and revealing the beauty of the world I had yet to witness. Yet, Father, I crave more. I aspire to become his wife and live a life of affluence, far removed from the hardships we once endured. I am on the cusp of success. Aside from me, no other woman has graced his side. If I exert just a little more effort, I believe I can secure his hand in marriage. Yet, an unexpected woman named Cheng Yinian has disrupted all my plans, usurping everything that rightfully belongs to me. Father, I am unwilling to accept this. How can I come to terms with it?" As her voice grew increasingly agitated, she abruptly stood up and grasped the shoulders of the elderly man on the bed. "Father, you will help me, won't you? You surely will assist me once more, yes?" The elderly man remained unresponsive. Linyu stood there, her gaze fixed upon him for what felt like an eternity, before reaching to remove the oxygen mask from her father's face. As she observed his breathing becoming more labored and his body starting to convulse, she pressed the nurse's call button and swiftly exited the room, pulling out her phone to call Si Qingma. The phone rang 3 times before connecting, and a distant, indifferent voice inquired, "What is it?" Linyu responded, her tone fraught with urgency and helplessness, "Mr. Si, it's my father, he is in distress." After what seemed like an eternity, Si Qingma's voice came through, asking, "What has happened?" Linyu, her voice trembling with emotion, replied, "I do not know, the doctors at the nursing home are attempting to save him. Could you please come? Since the doctors are administering care, let them do their job. I have no knowledge of medicine." Si Qingma's voice, though melodious, was chillingly detached. Hearing the rejection from Si Qingma, Linyu trembled all over, her cries turning into a heart-wrenching sob. "Mr. Si, I am so frightened. I fear I will lose my father. I no longer have a mother, he is my only remaining family. I am terrified of losing him too. Please, help me. How much do you need? Just tell me, and I will transfer it to you. Xinyue's voice remained calm and composed, yet Lin Yu felt a surge of despair. She nearly screamed in desperation, why are you so cold? My father sacrificed so much to save you. Do you have no heart? Xinyue, do you truly lack compassion? How could you be so indifferent to your benefactor? What was my father thinking when he chose to save you? Why? After a few moments of silence, Xinyue finally spoke, I will come over shortly. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief and, with a quivering voice, replied, all right. I will wait for you. Chapter 112, The Final Chance. After hanging up, Lin Yu wiped her tears, her chest heaving as she stood outside, her breath quickened. Eventually, she made her way to the hospital room and inquired with the doctor, how is my father? The doctor informed her. The patient can no longer breathe independently and relies entirely on the ventilator. If the ventilator is removed, it becomes extremely perilous. He spoke briefly before falling silent. The nurse then escorted Lin Yu out. Standing outside the room, an anxious feeling stirred within her. She never intended to harm her father and hoped he would be all right. Approximately 20 minutes later, Xinyue arrived. Upon seeing him, Lin Yu's eyes filled with tears, and she rushed into his embrace. His gaze was chilling, and his voice was as cold as ice. How could Mr. Lin suddenly be in such a dire state? Lin Yu's movements were abruptly halted by his words. She stood rooted to the spot, biting her lip, her eyes slightly reddened, desperately shaking her head, I don't know. Xinyue chose not to engage her further. Instead addressing Sui, who had accompanied him, go inquire with the doctor about the situation. Understood. Sui entered and made a brief inquiry. Just a few minutes later, he emerged and whispered a few words into Xinyue's ear. Xinyue cast a frosty glance at Lin Yu, you truly have no idea why Mr. Lin has suddenly fallen critically ill? Lin Yu shook her head, I don't know. She could not admit the truth. Acknowledging it would shatter her image in Xinyue's eyes completely. Yet, at that moment, Xinyue's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate her very soul, leaving her feeling utterly uncomfortable and unable to meet his eyes. Time slipped away unmeasured, and Lin Yu felt as though she might implode from the tension. Just as she was about to reach her breaking point, Xinyue spoke, what do you desire? Lin Yu raised her gaze to him. His eyes bore down upon her like a blade, causing her discomfort. She remained silent. Xinyue continued. To treat your own father with such severity, do you seek nothing in return? Startled, Lin Yu shot her head up and fervently shook it, I don't. It wasn't me. I truly didn't, Mr. C, please believe me, I. Xinyue disregarded her pleas, simply repeating his question, what do you desire? Lin Yu clenched her teeth, refraining from further explanation. She tilted her head to look at him and said, I wish to return to the company. Very well. Xinyue replied in a subdued tone. Lin Yu gazed at him in disbelief, asking, really? Is it true? Indeed, Xinyue nodded. A surge of joy coursed through Lin Yu, a sense of pride welled within her. It seemed her gamble had paid off, Mr. C valued the life-saving grace she had bestowed upon him. Yet, before she could fully contemplate the implications, she heard Xinyue's indifferent voice resume, however. The reason I am allowing you to return to the company this time is due to your diligent work over the years, during which you have not made any significant errors. This opportunity one am providing you is not a consequence of your father's rescue of my life. Lin Yu stared at him in astonishment as he continued, your father's act of saving me was merely an attempt to atone for his own mistakes. He was the one fatigued while driving during the accident, and I was merely a passenger. He sought to avoid incurring further financial burdens, which compelled him to act. For the past several years, I have been covering his medical expenses, ensuring he resides in this convalescent home, and arranging for his care. I believe I have acted with sufficient compassion. From this day forth, I shall no longer bear the costs of your father's medical treatment or the expenses of the facility. Your father is not my benefactor, and you should refrain from assuming the role of my benefactor's daughter. Nor should you think you can leverage that status to demand anything from me. Chapter 113, I never tread on impure grounds. As Xinyue's words washed over her, Lin Yu's hands gradually tightened into fists, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. She repeatedly reassured herself, it's all right, it's all right. All she needed was the chance to return to the company, and she was certain that she would make Mr. C fall in love with her. She clenched her hand tightly before releasing it, offering a faint smile as she said, "Thank you, Mr. C." Cheng did not glance back at her. Instead, he addressed Sui, instructing him to ensure that the doctors did their utmost to save the patient, and that the medical and nursing home expenses were settled promptly. After finishing his words, he turned and departed. Lin Yu gazed at his retreating figure, biting her lip as her eyes brimmed with tears once more. Sui had not left. He observed Lin Yu and remarked, "Mr. C has treated you quite well. He has never extended such an opportunity to anyone else. You are the first. One must learn to be grateful, Secretary Lin, or rather, Miss Lin." Lin Yu glared at Sui, a cold laugh escaping her lips. "Are you now here to take a jab at me, Assistant Su?" Sui shook his head. "I have not done so, I merely stated a fact. Moreover." Lin Yu fixed her gaze upon him, anticipating his continuation. He smiled faintly and added, "Moreover, I never tread upon unclean ground." Sui. Lin Yu called his name through gritted teeth. Sui spoke again, "Lin Yu, Mr. C has been quite generous to you. You have ruined the company's design and threatened him using your father's life. What exactly are you thinking? A person like you is truly terrifying. What have I threatened him with? Hasn't he rendered me immune to threats? Am I the one who is frightening? Am I ungrateful? It is Mr. C who is truly terrifying. My father saved him, and yet he displays no gratitude whatsoever and speaks such words," Lin Yu said, wiping away her tears. Sui furrowed his brow and said, "Do you realize that in that car accident, Mr. C could have saved himself and your father? It was your father who chose to throw himself upon Mr. C, impeding his escape and hindering any attempt to rescue him. Deep down, he understood that Mr. C could have avoided the mishap. He deliberately restrained Mr. C in order to secure a chance for you, sacrificing his own life in the process. Therefore, Lin Yu, your father is not a benefactor of Mr. C, he merely engaged in moral coercion. What is even more alarming is that you, like your father, seek to morally manipulate Mr. C while simultaneously causing your father further harm." At this point, Sui cast a penetrating glance at Lin Yu and asked, "Do you honor your father?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu felt as if her breath had been stolen, her strength waning as she leaned against the wall for support. Sui continued, "Pay close attention to your father." With that, he turned to attend to the matters Mr. C had entrusted him with. Mr. C had agreed to let Lin Yu return to the company, but instead of allowing her back to the secretarial office, they went to the marketing department. Lin Yu, having previously only worked as a secretary, was utterly unfamiliar with the operations of the marketing department. Mr. C instructed Sui to inform her that if she did not perform well in the marketing department, she would have no choice but to leave the company, and future opportunities would be out of reach. Consequently, Lin Yu refrained from causing any further disturbances, diligently striving to adapt to her new role. She worked tirelessly as a regular employee in the marketing department, yet felt a burning desire to rise above mediocrity. With the department director nearing retirement, Lin Yu was meticulously plotting her ascent to become the next marketing director. In the secretariat, Cheng Yinian has ascended to the position of chief secretary. After several days of diligent study, she has thoroughly comprehended the documents entrusted to her by Lin Yu. Gradually, she has begun to acclimatize to her role, evolving from a state of confusion and helplessness to adeptly arranging schedules for Cheng. Chapter 114, A collective lightening of burdens. She has revised many of the regulations previously established by Lin Yu, causing her colleagues in the secretariat to fret about Cheng Yinian's vigorous initiation in her new role, fearing it might adversely affect them. Each of them has been exceedingly cautious, particularly Luya, who had previously adhered to Lin Yu's directives and opposed Cheng Yinian. Naturally, she now harbors an even greater fear of provoking Cheng Yinian. Luya had anticipated that Lin Yu would swiftly address Cheng Yinian's assertiveness, especially given Lin Yu's close association with Mr. C. However, to her astonishment, it was ultimately Cheng Yinian, the newcomer, who supplanted Lin Yu. Now, she navigates her days with trepidation, avoiding Cheng Yinian wherever possible, hoping to remain unnoticed. Yet, their concerns were unfounded. Although Cheng Yinian fervently altered some of Lin Yu's established rules, she did not impose harsh expectations upon them, even alleviating their burdens. Previously, Lin Yu focused solely on tasks related to Cheng. At times, when she was overwhelmed with her own workload, She would delegate her responsibilities to her subordinates simply because she wished to accompany Qingma on his outings. Moreover, Lin Yu possessed an exceptionally strong desire for control, wanting to be involved in every matter and oversee all departments' affairs. Thus, tasks such as reports from each department, which could have been completed by the clerks or assistants, were unnecessarily delegated to 6 other secretaries, complicating their work and rendering it chaotic. Now, Cheng Yinian has instructed that all departmental documents and reports be returned to the respective assistants and clerks, thereby alleviating the workload of the secretarial office. Not only has she lightened the burden for the secretaries, but she has also reduced the pressure on Qingma. Lin Yu's scheduling for Qingma was excessively meticulous, often requiring his direct involvement in every matter. However, upon reviewing Lin Yu's previous schedule, Cheng Yinian concluded that a good leader should not micromanage every detail. Instead, they should delegate responsibilities to their subordinates. For instance, she would assign tasks related to fabric suppliers, who do not require the president's personal attention, to Sui or directly to the procurement department. Similarly, she dismissed the notion of dining with certain agents, believing that in the fashion industry, the focus should be on quality design and craftsmanship to ensure that agents can sell effectively, rather than on social engagements. Naturally, she also prioritized enhancing internal communication among company employees and fostering good relationships within the organization. Nonetheless, her approach was straightforward. She did not see the need for employee meetings or weekend team-building activities, as employees would likely prefer to enjoy their weekends instead. She scheduled this form of communication during lunch and dinner, allowing Qingma to dine together with everyone in the company cafeteria. Alternatively, if a particular department made a remarkable contribution to the company, he would treat the employees of that department to a meal. This not only conveyed the message that the president was fair in rewards and punishments but also made everyone feel that this esteemed president was approachable, diminishing their fear of him. Such an atmosphere fostered a relaxed working environment, enabling employees to regard the company as their home. Naturally, one would dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to their own abode. Qingma felt that ever since Cheng Yinian became his secretary, his workload appeared significantly lighter, and mealtimes had returned to a semblance of normalcy. She transformed certain social obligations into casual gatherings, allowing him to feel at ease and comfortable. In just a few days, not only did Qingma feel more relaxed, but the company's employees gradually began to perceive that their CEO was not as unattainable as they had once thought. Of course, whenever Qingma dined with everyone, Cheng Yinian accompanied him. Compared to Lin Yu, she was indeed more approachable. Everyone took a liking to her, and she quickly integrated into the company, earning the admiration of several secretaries in the secretary's office. Everything began to fall into place. Cheng Yinian, of course, did not forget her purpose for coming to Emolan Qingyi. She aimed to help Emolan Qingyi surpass Lingyi apparel. And this season's new product launch was especially crucial. She devoted herself entirely to overseeing the preparations for the launch. From design to sampling, and then to promotion, she meticulously monitored every aspect. During each season's new product launch, the entire company operated in a state of heightened alertness, fearful of any potential oversight. On the day when all the designs were finalized, the design department collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, having completed their task. Manager Yan intended to take everyone out for a light-hearted evening, feeling particularly close to Cheng Yinian after she had introduced him to Ada, who had offered him encouragement. Thus, he called Cheng Yinian to invite her to join the outing. At the moment Cheng Yinian received the call, she had just settled into the passenger seat of Qingma's car. After finishing the call, she casually inquired, "Are you going to the design department's gathering tonight?" Qingma pondered for a moment, realizing that she was indeed correct. He ought to interact more with everyone, to foster a sense of fondness and respect rather than fear. He nodded in agreement. "I believe you are right, I should engage more with everyone. Let's go." Cheng Yinian's lips twitched slightly. She had merely extended a polite invitation. And yet he was genuinely going? She cleared her throat and added, "Actually, it's not necessary for you to attend this time. It's not a work-related event. Just a casual gathering among friends." Qingma responded with utmost seriousness, "I need to connect with everyone more, not just in a professional capacity, but also outside of work. To become more familiar with them." Cheng Yinian forced a smile, regretting her impulsive inquiry. Why had she asked him if he was going? Now that he was intent on attending, how would she explain this to Manager Yan? Although the team had gradually found him more approachable, he was still the company president. and his presence would inevitably create an atmosphere of restraint. Where is it? Are we going now? Si Qingma asked. Cheng Yinian smiled lightly. I'll send a message to Manager Yan to find out. After speaking, Cheng Yinian began typing on WeChat. Si Qingma, resting his hand on the steering wheel, turned to glance at Cheng Yinian and inquired, how many friends have you added? Cheng Yinian replied, huh? How come you seem to know everyone's WeChat? Si Qingma asked again. Ahem. Cheng Yinian cleared her throat, it's not like that, I only have the contacts of people I am somewhat familiar with. How familiar? Si Qingma pressed further. Cheng Yinian struggled to articulate, well, it's just for the convenience of work-related communication. Calling is more convenient, Si Qingma remarked. After contemplating for a moment, Cheng Yinian countered, however, if someone is busy, they might not be able to answer a call. Sending a WeChat message allows them to reply later at their convenience. Si Qingma responded, but what if they forget to reply after they finish? Moreover, if your matter can wait until they are free to respond, then it likely isn't urgent. You could simply ask them the next time you meet. Chapter 116, if you wish to announce, you may do so now. Cheng Yinian's lips twitched slightly. Do you have some reservations about WeChat? Since it exists, why not utilize it? Si Qingma replied, not really. I just believe that WeChat is more suited for communication with those who are close to you. Cheng Yinian was momentarily at a loss for words, as she thought of WeChat merely as a convenient tool for communication. Just then, her phone chimed. She glanced at it, then handed her phone to him. Could you check the address? Si Qingma took a quick look and started the car. Cheng Yinian observed him for a moment before sending a WeChat message to Manager Yan. Mr. C mentioned he would also be going. Is that convenient? Manager Yan was momentarily taken aback upon receiving this WeChat message. After swallowing hard, he replied, is President C coming as well? Do you think we should change the venue? Secretary Cheng? Is the place I chose suitable for President C's status? Cheng Yinian responded, there's no need to change, let him enjoy the meal. What right does he have to make demands? Manager Yan pursed his lips, please don't say that, Secretary Cheng. Let me take a look at the menu and order a few limited edition dishes. Cheng Yinian sighed, realizing that President C was making others spend more money again. Just how much was he paying them to allow such extravagance? About half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant chosen by Manager Yan. Cheng Yinian initially intended to get out of the car at the restaurant entrance and enter first, allowing Si Qingma to park the car. However, Si Qingma insisted she remain in the vehicle, driving straight to the parking lot instead. Cheng Yinian felt irritated, thinking, President C, I am already exhausted from work every day. Why must you exploit me further after hours and make me walk so much when I could have simply exited at the entrance? Si Qingma raised an eyebrow and replied. The salary I provide covers 24-hour service. Cheng Yinian found the remark strange. What did he mean by 24-hour service? It made her feel as though he viewed her in an inappropriate light. Let's go, Si Qingma said, taking the lead. As they entered the private room, the once lively atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Everyone turned to face the entrance, and upon seeing Si Qingma, all stood up instinctively, respectfully greeting him with a unified President C. Si Qingma nodded slightly to everyone and walked inside. Manager Yan hurriedly approached, saying, Mr. C, you have arrived. I truly did not anticipate your presence. This place may be somewhat modest, I hope you do not take offense. Not at all, Si Qingma replied indifferently, before selecting a seat for himself. He then pulled out the chair beside him and remarked, Secretary Cheng Yinian, please take a seat here. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned their gaze toward Cheng Yinian. She cleared her throat awkwardly and offered a shy smile, saying, I'm just accustomed to sitting beside my work. Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing how difficult it is to change one's habits. Ah, yes, I have a habit of snoring at night. It's something I can't seem to change, someone chimed in. They all engaged in light banter, attempting to ease Cheng Yinian's discomfort. Reluctantly, she sat beside Si Qingma and whispered, Mr. C, do you really need your secretary by your side while dining? Si Qingma responded in a low voice, no. It's just that your current status is that of my wife. If you're not sitting beside me, where else would you wish to sit? We have not made this public yet. Cheng Yinian continued in a hushed tone, if you wish to announce it, you may do so at any time. Si Qingma. while speaking softly, picked up a piece of stuffed tofu and placed it in her bowl, saying, "This dish is exquisite, particularly fresh, you should try it." Chapter 117, Is this man perhaps mentally challenged? Cheng Yinian, feeling the weight of the curious gazes upon her, could only sigh in exasperation as she picked up the piece of stuffed tofu and said, "No, thank you, I'm quite all right." Unbeknownst to them, a divorce had quietly occurred, yet there was an announcement. The members of the design department observed as Si Qingma and Cheng Yinian engaged in hushed conversations, with their superior even serving Cheng's secretary some food, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Cheng Yinian encouraged everyone to partake in the meal, asking what they had been discussing earlier, inviting them to continue. However, none dared to converse as freely as they had in Si Qingma's absence. All were subdued, cautious not to provoke his displeasure. As the meal progressed, it appeared that only Si Qingma had thoroughly enjoyed his food, while the others seemed somewhat restrained. Cheng Yinian leaned in and whispered, "Now that you're here, everyone seems a bit on edge." Si Qingma leisurely dabbed his mouth with a napkin when Manager Yan approached him, inquiring, "Sir, have you finished your meal? Would you like us to bring out more dishes?" Observing the mountain of bones before Si Qingma, Cheng Yinian realized the extent of his consumption. If he claimed to still be hungry, he would indeed resemble a pig. He was nothing like the domineering CEOs portrayed in novels and dramas, who typically abstained from food. Instead, he consumed with abandon. Si Qingma then remarked, "I am satisfied, but it seems the others are not." The others hastily replied, "We are full, quite full, indeed." Upon finishing his meal, everyone assumed he would rise to depart, only to be taken aback when he suddenly inquired, "Are you all afraid of me?" How could they respond? Silence enveloped the room as no one knew how to answer. Si Qingma furrowed his brow and remarked, "Secretary Cheng arranged for me to interact more with everyone to alleviate your fears of me. Why do you still seem so apprehensive?" Cheng Yinian rubbed her forehead, pondering whether this man might be somewhat mentally challenged for asking so directly. How were they supposed to respond? Naturally, no one answered, they merely exchanged glances. After a moment of contemplation, Si Qingma continued, "This indicates that our interactions have been insufficient. We must engage more. Tomorrow is the weekend, and there is no work. Let us enjoy ourselves today. I will treat everyone to karaoke at the Night Charm KTV." Everyone exchanged uncertain looks, hesitant to agree. However, it was Manager Yan who took the lead, stating, "Since tomorrow is the weekend and our department has completed its tasks, we should take some time to relax." Thus, the group happily acquiesced. Si Qingma called to reserve a large private room at the nearby Night Charm KTV, and soon, a lively group made their way there. Inside the KTV, the atmosphere was markedly more vibrant than in the restaurant, likely due to the influence of alcohol. It seemed that the initial apprehension towards Si Qingma had diminished. Some even approached him to play dice, and a few, emboldened by drink, began discussing certain company policies they deemed unreasonable. Si Qingma listened attentively, nodding slightly, pouring drinks for them, and clinking glasses in a spirited manner. Although the revelry was palpable, he only sipped water, mindful of his responsibility to drive, for his tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high, and he would not become inebriated in front of others. Some individuals indulged in a few drinks and proceeded to pat Si Qingma on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Mr. Si, you are the finest boss I have ever encountered. No other company's leader would share a drink with us mere employees, let alone pour us a drink. I shall diligently follow your lead from now on." Si Qingma smirked slightly and refilled his glass, raising it to his lips and downing its contents in one go. Chapter 118, Toasting Cheng Yinian observed this scene, a smile forming on her lips. Previously, she had thought Si Qingma rather eccentric, but to her surprise, he was indeed quite astute. Silently, she lifted her glass and sipped her drink, a gentle smile gracing her features. At that moment, someone beckoned her, "Secretary Cheng, come join us for a song." She was drawn to the karaoke stage where Tianyu was selecting songs. Upon seeing Cheng Yinian, she quietly inquired, "What would you like to sing?" "I can help you choose." Cheng Yinian, however, was not particularly skilled at singing. She hurriedly waved her hands, saying, "I can't sing, I want to sing." "You all go ahead. Just one song, we're here for the fun after all. None of us are professionals, we're all amateurs, so let us just sing casually," urged the one who had pulled her along. Cheng Yinian continued to shake her head, "I truly cannot sing, you all sing while I enjoy my drink." The person did not press her further and simply poured her another glass, saying, "Secretary Cheng, I toast to you. Cheng Yinian chuckled and replied, "Why are you toasting me? If anyone deserves a toast, it should be Mr. C. No, I toast to you. Without you, we would never have had the opportunity to dine with Mr. C. Let alone come to KTV together. So, I raise my glass to you." The individual seemed to be somewhat intoxicated, yet his words were imbued with sincerity. "I will drink. And you are free to do as you wish." With that, he drained his glass entirely, not pressuring Cheng Yinian in the least. In the past, during her time with Ling Yi, Cheng Yinian had relied on alcohol to secure numerous projects for Ling Yi, thus she possessed a certain understanding of drinking customs. When others finished their drinks, she felt compelled to do the same. Failing to empty her glass would be perceived as disrespectful. Consequently, she too downed her drink in one go. Onlookers were astonished by Cheng Yinian's capacity for alcohol, and soon a few more approached to toast her. "Secretary Cheng. Since your appointment, our work has become significantly lighter. No longer do we have someone from the design department breathing down our necks to submit our drafts daily. Back then, there was someone who scrutinized our every stroke, making it nearly impossible to produce anything. Time was squandered at the company, and most of our drafts were completed at home in the evenings. My mother even lamented about our dreadful company, questioning why we were always sent home to work overtime." As the conversation unfolded, the speaker discreetly cast a glance at Si Qingma, and upon noting his lack of attention to their exchange, he chuckled softly and lowered his voice. "Since you took office, I have been working quietly at the company, and inspiration has come swiftly. I hardly ever bring work home anymore. My mother even believes I have changed jobs. Therefore, I must toast to you, you simply must drink." Seeing that everyone was genuinely sincere and not merely intent on urging her to drink excessively, Cheng Yinian accepted their toasts, each person holding a glass of their own. In a short span of time, she had consumed 7 glasses of liquor. After consuming these 7 glasses of wine, there were still some who wished to offer their toasts. A senior member from the design department intervened, chiding, "You lot, Secretary Cheng is a young lady, and she has already imbibed quite a bit. Are you intent on getting her inebriated? How will she return home tonight? If anything were to happen, who would take responsibility?" The few remaining who had yet to toast Secretary Cheng spoke up. "Secretary Cheng, we merely wish to toast you. It is not mandatory for you to drink alcohol. You may have a soft drink while we indulge in wine." Naturally, Cheng Yinian did not see the logic in allowing others to drink while she abstained. However, having already consumed quite a fair amount, she could not afford to down another glass in one go. Instead, she opted for a symbolic half glass. Once everyone had toasted her, they dispersed to enjoy the festivities. Chapter 119, The Affection of Mr. C towards you. Seated in a corner, Cheng Yinian felt a slight dizziness creeping in. Typically, her tolerance for alcohol was commendable, yet despite consuming a fair amount today, it paled in comparison to her past experiences. Looking down at the assortment of bottles on the table, she realized she had mixed several types of alcohol. While she could usually handle her drink, mingling various kinds rendered her particularly susceptible to intoxication. Rubbing her temples, she rose to wash her face in the restroom. Just as she stood, her foot slipped, and she nearly lost her balance. Suddenly, a pair of hands caught her. Turning, she was surprised to find it was Si Qingma. She offered him a faint smile, saying, "Thank you." Observing her dazed demeanor, Si Qingma furrowed his brow, questioning her affinity for alcohol. Cheng Yinian waved her hand dismissively. No, you don't understand." "Ugh." She gently pushed aside Si Qingma's hand. "I need to use the restroom." After uttering these words, she hurriedly walked outside, her steps slightly unsteady. Si Qingma furrowed his brow, choosing not to follow her, muttering to himself, "I don't understand? What is it that I don't comprehend? I understand everything. Isn't it just spending all day drinking with clients alongside Ling Zhan?" He sulked as he took a seat. Tianyu, noticing Cheng Yinian's departure, also left the private room. Once outside, she spotted Cheng Yinian leaning against the wall, swaying a little. Quickly, she approached and supported her. Cheng Yinian turned to look at her, studying her for a long moment before smiling. "Tianyu, you're Tianyu, right?" Tianyu nodded. "Yes, let me help you to the restroom." "Eh?" Cheng Yinian exclaimed, tilting her head to scrutinize her, but Tianyu was focused on supporting her and said nothing further. The two made their way to the restroom, where Tianyu helped her stand by the sink and gently splashed water on her face. Cheng Yinian rubbed her head and murmured, "I feel a bit foggy. I seem to recall that Tianyu didn't particularly like me." Tianyu paused her actions, gazing at Cheng Yinian before bowing earnestly. Secretary Cheng, I apologize, and thank you. Eh? Cheng Yinian blinked her beautiful eyes, seemingly unable to recall the events in question. It was my mistake before, and I ended up implicating you. So I am truly sorry, Tianyu explained. Cheng Yinian blinked, appearing to struggle to remember what had transpired. Tianyu remarked, when the Ada design draft was destroyed. You not only refrained from placing the blame on me, but you also shouldered the responsibility entirely. It has not been easy for me to join this company. Had you shifted the blame onto me, given the affection the general manager holds for you, I would surely have borne the brunt of it. Yet, you did not. You assisted me, and for that, I am truly grateful. At this moment, Cheng Yinian felt as though her mind were enveloped in fog. As she listened to Tianyu's words, it seemed she heard them, yet also did not. The only phrase echoing in her mind was, the general manager's fondness for you. She placed her fingers upon her lips, her eyes momentarily blinking in surprise, and replied, You are mistaken, he does not care for me. He even advised me against falling for him. Huh. With that sharp tongue of his, who would dare to love him? Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's words, Tianyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The information was overwhelming. Secretary Cheng had engaged in such discussions with the general manager? She chuckled lightly to herself before closing her eyes. And suddenly, she collapsed. Tianyu was startled, quickly reaching out to support her but failing to catch her entirely, merely softening her fall so it was not as severe. Secretary Cheng, wake up, please wake up. Tianyu called out anxiously, yet no matter how she tried, she could not rouse her. In her desperation, she dialed the phone of the senior lady in the design department. Fortunately, the senior lady's phone was kept close at hand. Although the KTV was too loud to hear the ringing, she felt the vibration. She stepped out of the private room, answered the phone, and heard Tianyu's anxious voice. Promptly, she rushed back inside to summon assistance, urging several individuals to accompany her in helping Cheng Yinian. Together, they managed to support Cheng Yinian back into the room. Noticing her severely inebriated state, Manager Yen suggested it was time for everyone to disperse. Given that it was already midnight, it seemed quite late. And thus the group began to depart. Outside the KTV, they gathered, awaiting their rides. Having consumed alcohol, those who drove had to seek a designated driver, while others called for taxis. Yet, as they looked at the utterly intoxicated Cheng Yinian, a dilemma arose. It seemed inappropriate for Secretary Cheng to hail a taxi alone at such a late hour. Considering her striking beauty, concerns of her safety lingered. The head of the design department remarked, Indeed, it is too late. Given her condition, it would be wiser to ensure someone accompanies her home. Sqing spoke up in a calm tone, I drove here and have not consumed any alcohol, she can ride in my car. Excellent. With President C escorting Secretary Cheng, we can rest easy, Manager Yen replied. Consequently, several individuals assisted in placing Cheng Yinian into Sqing's vehicle, allowing her to recline in the back seat. Once settled, they exhaled in relief, expressing their gratitude to Sqing, President C. We greatly appreciate your kindness in seeing Secretary Cheng home. By the way, does anyone know where Secretary Cheng resides? Perhaps we should inform President C. The head of the design department inquired of those around her. As they exchanged glances, it became evident that no one was familiar with Cheng Yinian's residence. The elder sister of the design department voiced her concern, what shall we do? Without knowledge of Secretary Cheng's address, how can President C ensure her safe return? I know. Si Chingma spoke, you need not concern yourselves with her any longer, you may all leave. Having said this, he opened the car door and took his place in the driver's seat. Once his vehicle roared to life and departed, the others remained frozen in place. What did President C just say? Inquired the senior female member of the design department. Tianyu, in a daze, replied, President C mentioned. He knows Secretary Cheng's residence. Oh my goodness, is it true? Does President C even know Secretary Cheng's address? Are there perhaps some underlying feelings between them? Surely there must be a connection. Goodness gracious, could it be the kind of relationship I am imagining? Sigh, back when Lin Yu served as President C's secretary. He always brought her along for everything, and you all speculated about their relationship. Now that Secretary Cheng has taken on the role of President C's chief secretary, you are suggesting an affair with her as well. Must every secretary of President C end up in such a relationship? A male employee from the design department named Xiaowei expressed his discontent towards the others. Deep down, he harbored a wish that Secretary Cheng and President Xi would not share any connection, for he had a fondness for Secretary Cheng. Her appearance, character, and figure all aligned with his aesthetic preferences, and her work performance was commendable. As President Xi's chief secretary, her salary must be considerable, making her quite a suitable match for him. Lately, his family had been pressuring him to attend blind dates, yet he had not found anyone suitable. He was contemplating the opportunity to express his feelings to Secretary Cheng, suggesting they might as well be together, considering she was of a reasonable age, at least 26. If he was not mistaken, it was high time she considered marriage. Xinyue, you have erred in your assertion. In the past, when Lin Yu served as the chief secretary to Mr. Xi, he would always take her along, yet he never once escorted her home alone. However, now he has taken Secretary Cheng home alone, which is a different matter altogether. A girl who constantly claims to be an expert in emotions analyzed the situation for Xinyue. Dismissing her remarks, Xinyue retorted, today's women are truly materialistic, always seeking a domineering CEO without considering whether they are well-matched or compatible. In the end, they merely become playthings. Upon hearing this, the others turned to him, and eventually, no one engaged him further in conversation. Gradually, everyone's taxis arrived, and they departed for their respective homes. Chapter 121, You Are a Scoundrel. As the car driven by Xi Qingma made its way halfway, Cheng Yinian, who had been sound asleep, suddenly awoke. She opened her eyes, gazing at the ceiling of the car, momentarily dazed. Then, she abruptly sat up and lunged towards Xi Qingma, who was driving, reaching out to grasp his hand. Where are you taking me? Home, Xi Qingma replied, frowning as he disengaged her grip. Upon hearing the word home, Cheng Yinian relaxed and returned to her seat, closing her eyes. After a brief moment, she suddenly opened her eyes again. You haven't asked me where my home is. I know, Xi Qingma stated. What? How could you possibly know? Cheng Yinian exclaimed, lunging forward once more to tug at Xi Qingma's hand. You must be lying. You are definitely a bad person planning to sell me. Stop the car, stop the car. I want to get out. She persistently tugged at Xi Qingma's hand, causing the car, which was initially moving in a straight line, to veer into an almost serpentine path. This brought to mind the memory of his arrival in Yunhai City, when he was a passenger in a taxi driven by Lin Yu's father, during which an accident transpired. He vividly recalled witnessing a vibrant life reduced to a mere shell, lying in a hospital bed as a vegetative state. From that moment onwards, he developed a profound appreciation for life. Now, as Cheng Yinian pulled at him, he struggled to maintain control of the steering wheel. The screech of brakes pierced the air as the car came to a sudden halt by the roadside. Anger surged within him, and he gritted his teeth, calling out her name, Cheng Yinian. Upon hearing her name, she immediately fell silent, blinking in surprise. Oh. You know my name. That means you're not a bad person, right? Xi Qingma rolled his eyes. What are you worth? If I were to sell you, it wouldn't even be worth my trouble. Unfazed by his words, Cheng Yinian settled back into her seat, closed her eyes, and drifted back to sleep. Through the rearview mirror, Xi Qingma noticed that she had fallen asleep again. With half the journey still ahead, he feared she might wake and disrupt his driving. Frowning, he removed his tie from around his neck, exited the car, opened the rear door, and bound Cheng Yinian's hands together with the tie. Only then did he feel at ease to resume driving. Fortunately, throughout the remainder of the journey, Cheng Yinian did not awaken, sleeping soundly. Upon arriving at the community, he parked the car in the underground garage and called out, Cheng Yinian, we've arrived. Time to get out. Still in a daze, Cheng Yinian stirred awake and asked sleepily, how much? As Xi Qingma was enveloped in a cloud of frustration, he wondered if this woman truly regarded him as a mere taxi driver, offering his services without charge. Frowning, he urged, please exit the vehicle, it is rather late. Cheng Yinian, her eyes clouded with confusion, queried, no charge? Why is that? As she attempted to move her hands, she suddenly realized they were bound. Her eyes widened in realization. Ah, I see. You are a villain. Xi Qingma, taken aback, thought. How could she label him a villain when he had merely taken her home out of kindness? Indignantly, he retorted, I am, in fact, the finest person in the world. Gazing at her restrained hands, Cheng Yinian recoiled further into the vehicle. I don't believe you. You've tied me up and claim not to want money. you must be a villain. I refuse to exit, you undoubtedly intend to sell me. Xinyue, a man of health consciousness, typically refrained from staying up so late. At nearly 1 in the morning, fatigue was overwhelming him, and he found no desire to engage further with this inebriated woman. Thus, he bent down, grasped her, and hoisted her over his shoulder. Cheng Yinian screamed, "Ah! Villain! Put me down immediately, or I shall call the police." She continued to shout, "Villain! Villain!" as he carried her to the elevator. To his surprise, upon reaching the elevator, he encountered a couple waiting there, each holding a bag of barbecued food. The couple stared at Xinyue in astonishment. For a fleeting moment, Xinyue found himself in an awkward predicament. Cheng Yinian continued to exclaim, "You villain! Release me this instant. I shall call the police." The couple instinctively distanced themselves from Xinyue, and the young woman whispered to her boyfriend, "Should we assist in contacting the authorities?" Although her voice was barely audible, Xinyue caught the words. He cast a glance at the couple, and the man offered an awkward smile before urging his girlfriend, "Let us not meddle in others' affairs." The girl stole a few glances in their direction, her expression tinged with concern. Cheng Yinian's cries grew more fervent, "Villain, let me go. I'm calling the police." Xinyue swiftly delivered a light slap to her backside, commanding, "Cease your noise." At his touch, Cheng Yinian squirmed, exclaiming, "Ah, that hurts. It's unbearable." The girl quietly remarked to her boyfriend, "Do you think she might have been drugged?" The man replied, "It's not our concern." Yet, the girl insisted, "But she looks so pitiable." Before the man could respond, the elevator arrived. Xinyue, carrying Cheng Yinian, stepped inside first and then turned to the couple with a penetrating gaze. The man, startled, quickly said, "Ah. I was just thinking of getting a portion of spicy hot pot. Let us go buy some." With that, he hurriedly led his girlfriend away. Xinyue, perplexed, thought to himself, what kind of impression did they have? Surely they cannot believe he was forcibly abducting an innocent woman. Cheng Yinian continued to argue in the elevator, and Xinyue reached out to cover her mouth. In response, she opened her small mouth and bit his hand. Xinyue instinctively withdrew his hand, muttering, "Are you a dog?" Cheng Yinian reflexively replied, "No, I belong to the ox." Upon hearing her response, Xinyue's lips curled into a smile. This woman, when intoxicated, was surprisingly easy to converse with. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Xinyue used his fingerprint to unlock the door. Once inside, he unceremoniously tossed Cheng Yinian onto the sofa before changing his shoes. Cheng Yinian, resembling a small dog, curled up on the sofa, her large watery eyes fixed on Xinyue, her hands still bound by his tie. After changing his shoes, Xinyue glanced at her and noted her pitiable demeanor, which, compared to her usual self, appeared adorably naive rather than sharp, making her all the more endearing. He recalled her drunkenness in the elevator and how easily she divulged information, prompting him to wonder who she considered more formidable between himself and Ling Zhan. He seated himself beside her and inquired, "Cheng Yinian, who do you think is more powerful? Ling Zhan or me?" Cheng Yinian furrowed her brows, pondering for quite some time before suddenly exclaiming, "Ling Zhan. I remember now, he was my husband in a past life. While you are Xinyue, my husband in this lifetime." Xinyue found her words amusing. This woman was indeed quite intoxicated, weaving tales of past lives. He grasped her chin and asked, "Do tell, who do you think is more formidable?" Cheng Yinian nuzzled against Xinyue like a playful kitten, chuckling, "Xinyue, I believe you are the most brilliant and formidable boss. You truly excel at your work." Upon hearing these words, Xinyue raised an eyebrow in pride and inquired, "Is Ling Zhan not brilliant and formidable?" Chapter 123, The heart truly aches. Cheng Yinian's face scrunched up like a dumpling. "Ling Zhan is not brilliant at all. He is nothing." She added emphatically, "He's not worth anything." As she spoke, tears suddenly streamed down her face. "I treated him so well. How could he treat me like this? Why?" Seeing her cry, still lamenting for Ling Zhan, Xinyue felt a surge of annoyance. He reached out and loosened the tie binding her hands, handing her a piece of tissue. "Stop crying, you look quite unappealing when you do." Cheng Yinian took the tissue, blew her nose vigorously, wiped it clean, and then stuffed the tissue back into Xinyue's hand, choked with emotion. "I am not ugly. I refuse to be seen as an unattractive woman." Xinyue stared at the tissue now tainted with her tears, nearly at his wit's end. He hastily discarded it in the trash before standing up to wash his hands. When he returned from the restroom, he found Cheng Yinian no longer on the sofa. Assuming she had retreated to her room to sleep, he intended to do the same. However, upon turning around, he was taken aback to see her standing by the wine cabinet, holding a bottle of wine, one he had cherished for many years, now a rare treasure. He had never brought himself to drink it, preserving it instead. Yet, at that moment, she had not only opened the bottle but was audaciously sipping straight from it. Xinyue was on the verge of despair, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Cheng Yinian, what on earth are you doing? Drinking? Come, let us drink together." With that, she handed him the bottle, urging, "Come on, pour me a drink." "Oh, but there are no cups." "I'll go find one," she said unsteadily, attempting to make her way to the kitchen. Xinyue, exasperated, pulled her back with a swift motion. He was nearly driven to madness by her antics. Glancing at his precious bottle of vintage wine was a torment to his liver. He placed the bottle on the table and, once more, hoisted Cheng Yinian into his arms. Striding directly into the bathroom, he filled the bathtub with water and unceremoniously tossed her in, declaring, "Wash up properly and regain your senses." With that, he turned and exited the bathroom. Cheng Yinian sat in the tub, momentarily lost in thought, before suddenly grabbing the handheld showerhead and breaking into song. "Sister, you sit at the bow, while I stroll along the shore, entwined in love, the rope sways gently. You are my little apple. No matter how I love you, it is never excessive. Sir, you mustn't, you're getting closer and closer, where are your eyes wandering? Pretending to be so calm. Sir, you mustn't, it's all my fault for being so beautiful, with a temperament so affectionate, beware, I might truly get angry." She alternated between a deep voice mimicking a man and a high-pitched one for a woman, singing joyously all alone in the bathroom. Xinyue, having taken a quick shower in the master bedroom, emerged to fill his glass when he was met with Cheng Yinian's off-key serenade. The corners of his mouth twitched in irritation. This woman had refused to sing at the KTV earlier, yet now she was belting out songs at home? In the dead of night, fortunately, the soundproofing of his house was quite effective, otherwise, the neighbors would likely have lodged complaints. He held a cup and approached the bathroom door, knocking gently. "Cheng Yinian, could you please keep it down?" The exuberant singing within remained undeterred by his request. Sighing deeply, Xinyue was about to knock again when, unexpectedly, silence enveloped the room. He paused for a moment, then knocked again, calling, "Cheng Yinian." There was no response. He knocked once more, "Cheng Yinian, Cheng Yinian." After several attempts, still, no answer came. A chill ran down his spine, given how inebriated she was. Could she have slipped into the bathtub and drowned? Chapter 124, Not drinking, yet on the brink of intoxication he forcefully pushed open the bathroom door and rushed inside. Only to find Cheng Yinian seated in the steaming bathtub, seemingly lost in her own touch, unaware of her surroundings. Upon hearing the door creak, she turned her head. Her large eyes shimmering with droplets of steam, resembling a rabbit as she gazed at Xinyue, asking, "Where's my phone?" Seeing that she was unharmed, he sighed in relief and inquired, "Why have you stopped singing? What do you need your phone for?" Cheng Yinian blinked her eyes, looking pitiful as she replied, "I've forgotten the lyrics, I need to find my phone to search for them." Xinyue responded, "You should take your bath first. And you can look for your phone afterward." "No," Cheng Yinian insisted, her big, watery eyes wide open as she earnestly declared, "I must finish singing. It is the fundamental quality of a singer." "A singer?" Xinyue's lips twitched slightly. "What kind of singer are you with such a lack of pitch? Regardless, hand me your phone." With a splash, Cheng Yinian abruptly rose from the bathtub, grasping the collar of Xinyue's bathrobe. Adorned in a white chiffon blouse paired with black chiffon wide-leg trousers, her outfit clung to her form after being drenched, revealing her curves in full display. Her figure was exquisite, a harmonious blend of slenderness and allure, accentuating her assets perfectly. A long neck and beautiful collarbones radiated sensuality. Xinyue felt his breath hitch for a moment. He had always thought her too thin when clothed, but she was undeniably captivating in this state. Pressing her body against his, she pulled him closer, her lovely eyes blinking playfully, long eyelashes glistening with moisture, fluttering enticingly. Perhaps due to the alcohol. Her cheeks bore a rosy hue, and her luscious lips, glistening with moisture, parted and closed enticingly before him. "I don't want to bathe, I want to sing. Hand me your phone." The scent of alcohol lingered in her breath, intoxicating Si Qingma to the point of near inebriation. How strong was the drink he had consumed today? You drunkard, he thought, scrunching his brows in distaste, instinctively attempting to step back. Yet, her hand gently caressed his forehead. Such a beautiful face, why frown? I come to soothe you, to soothe you. Her damp hand rested upon his forehead, the warmth of her palm gently caressing his furrowed brow, evoking an inexplicable sense of comfort akin to petting a dog. He was utterly bewildered. What was this woman doing? Had he lost his mind to find solace in such an act? Cheng Yinian, He had barely uttered half a sentence when her lips silenced him. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Cheng Yinian, who was so close, at that moment. His mind and heart were both blank. Cheng Yinian extended her tongue to graze his lips, and he felt the softness and silkiness of her touch, tinged with a hint of sweetness. He had never been this close to a woman before, even with his childhood sweetheart, they had merely held hands. This was his first kiss, and it had been stolen by this woman. Anger surged within him as he prepared to push her away, but she had already retreated. Not tasty, Cheng Yinian mumbled softly, I love watermelon flavor. Chapter 125, Does this damned woman intend to seduce me? After her murmured words, she plopped down into the bathtub and began to sing, scrub-a-dub, baby loves a bath, scrub-a-dub, washing joyfully, scrub-a-dub, 1, 2, 3, 4, scrub-a-dub, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As she sang, she splashed the water from the tub onto Si Qingma, who had just showered and was now drenched once more. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Cheng Yinian. Cheng Yinian gazed at his disheveled appearance and erupted into a fit of giggles, playfully urging him to come over. Si Qingma, exasperated, finally snatched a bath towel and wrapped it around Cheng Yinian, carrying her directly into her room and unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed. Cheng Yinian rolled on the bed, cocooning herself in the towel, and flashed a silly grin at Si Qingma, proclaiming, Si Qingma, I am a delectable wrap. Come and indulge in me. Si Qingma rubbed his forehead, determined to ignore her antics. Observing her drenched state, he thought it unwise for her to sleep like that, as it would likely lead to a cold. Deciding to act as a good Samaritan, he rummaged through her wardrobe and retrieved a set of pajamas, tossing them onto her head, urging her to change. Cheng Yinian rolled once more on the bed, declaring, I am a wrap, and I want to change my clothes. Si Qingma, with no patience left, reached out and yanked away the bath towel, revealing her translucent chiffon shirt, clinging to her form after being soaked. The fabric was so sheer that he could discern the color and outline of her undergarments, an unadorned apricot hue, devoid of lace or frills, perfectly enveloping her exquisite figure. Si Qingma swallowed hard, gritting his teeth as he muttered, Damn woman, are you attempting to tempt me? He tossed the pajamas onto her head once more, insisting, Hurry and change your clothes. Cheng Yinian, eyeing the bath towel in his hand, bit her thumbnail and inquired, Do you only enjoy the wrap itself, without caring for the filling? Si Qingma closed his eyes, suppressing his frustration. He said, You are no longer rolling pancakes, you are. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, A well-behaved little darling. Quickly change your clothes and go to sleep. Oh, I am a good baby, I will be obedient, Cheng Yinian nodded, directly reaching to unbutton her shirt. He watched her, one button at a time, revealing her alluring collarbone, followed by a subtle cleavage. Si Qingma hurriedly turned his back to her, saying, I will step outside. Once you have changed, go to sleep, understood? Okay, I am a good baby. She giggled as she changed her clothes. Si Qingma exited her room, closing the door gently behind him. He then glanced at his watch, realizing it was already 3 o'clock. He couldn't help but grumble about how this woman was truly troublesome, having spent 2 hours in this matter. He then returned to his own room to rest. Having slept late the previous night, both Si Qingma and Cheng Yinian remained in bed the next day, with Si Qingma waking at 10 and Cheng Yinian sleeping until 11. When Aunt Zhang came to prepare breakfast and noticed they had yet to emerge, her imagination began to wander. Could it be that their previous night's encounter had been quite intense, leaving them too fatigued to rise? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. And thus she happily sent a WeChat message to Imolan, saying, Madam, I believe you will soon be holding your grandchild. Amo and Nian Nian's night must have been rather vigorous since they are still asleep. Molan replied joyfully, Aunt Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Please prepare some nutritious meals for them to help them recuperate. Zhang Sa cheerfully replied, and proceeded to place breakfast in the pot before rushing out to buy groceries. Although the refrigerator still held some vegetables, she intended to purchase a fish and some shrimp. Upon her return, Xinyue was already awake, seated at the dining table, enjoying his breakfast. Chapter 126, Awakening. Let us settle the accounts. Zhang Sa glanced around and inquired, Almo, where is Nian? Xinyue, not lifting his gaze, casually remarked, she had quite the night, staying up late, she should still be asleep. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sa chuckled softly, nodding in agreement, all right. Let her rest a little longer. I will prepare lunch now, making a few extra dishes to nourish Nian. Xinyue interjected, there is no need. Just prepare the usual. Any leftovers will go to waste. Zhang Sa playfully scolded him, oh, you child, how can you be so insensitive to your wife's needs? Are you truly so lacking in funds for ingredients? Without waiting for his response, she entered the kitchen to arrange a nutritious meal. Cheng Yinian emerged at 11. Suffering from a severe headache due to a hangover from the previous night. Rubbing her temples, she sat down at the table, where Zhang Sa promptly brought her a bowl of porridge. Nian, here you go. You must be exhausted. Drink this porridge to start. I will prepare something delicious for you shortly. Thank you, Zhang Sa, Cheng Yinian replied with a sweet smile. Zhang Sa then returned to the kitchen. Cheng Yinian quietly picked up a spoon to sip her porridge, her mind still in a haze. Xinyue, having set aside the iPad he was previously engrossed in, watched Cheng Yinian intently. Cheng Yinian sensed his gaze and looked up at him, questioning, why are you staring at me? Xinyue coldly replied, I am merely observing whether the inebriated fool has sobered up. Cheng Yinian cleared her throat, thank you for bringing me back last night. Well, I have regained my senses now. Since you are sober, let us settle accounts, Xinyue stated. Cheng Yinian, perplexed, inquired, what accounts? You consumed half a bottle of my precious liquor last night, Xinyue explained. That bottle was hard-earned, treasured for several years, I hardly dared to indulge in it myself. Yet you drained it in one go. Cheng Yinian's lips twitched as she asked, how much do I owe you? I'll compensate you. 2 million, Xinyue quoted. As Cheng Yinian reached for her phone to initiate the transfer, she was taken aback by the price. What kind of liquor costs that much? Xinyue pushed his phone towards her, displaying the chat records from when he purchased the liquor. Through a friend of a friend. He had gone through great lengths to acquire it, and the price was indeed 2 million, he had not charged her a single extra cent. Cheng Yinian gazed at the staggering sum, her heart bleeding, yet she could hardly protest, for she had indeed consumed his liquor. She inwardly chastised herself for her greed. After all, she did not possess such a sum at present. Tentatively, she asked, could I perhaps owe you for now? I don't have that much money at the moment, but I can write you an IOU. That is acceptable, Xinyue nodded. Cheng Yinian hurried back to her room to fetch paper and pen, swiftly composing the IOU and handing it to him. Xinyue glanced at the note before putting it away, continuing to observe Cheng Yinian. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, her heart raced suddenly. No way. Did I do something else? Are there things of greater value? Xinyue fixed his gaze upon her for a moment. Realizing that she did not seem to be feigning ignorance, indeed, she genuinely could not recall. She had forgotten that she kissed him last night? He averted his gaze and spoke, nothing else. It was fine that she could not remember. He continued to eat breakfast while engrossed in his iPad. Cheng Yinian sensed something peculiar about his earlier expression, though she could not pinpoint the exact cause. However, since he chose not to elaborate, she decided not to dwell on it. Shortly after finishing breakfast, Aunt Zhang had prepared lunch. Cheng Yinian scarcely ate, feeling utterly unwell. After lunch, she took a brief rest. Otherwise, her head would ache too much. She resolved inwardly to never drink alcohol again, as the hangover was simply unbearable. Chapter 127, The Odd Man. Throughout the entire weekend, Cheng Yinian felt dazed, but fortunately, by Monday, her mind had cleared considerably. On Monday, she again rode in Xinyue's car to the office. Now quite familiar with the route, she alighted at the nearest subway station and walked to the company. As she strolled from the subway station, she encountered Xinyue, who was arriving at work on his electric scooter. Spotting Cheng Yinian approaching from the subway, he assumed she had come by train and swiftly maneuvered his scooter in front of her, calling out, Secretary Cheng. Cheng Yinian possessed an excellent memory, capable of recalling nearly everyone she had met, and she certainly recognized Xinyue, an employee from the design department. when colleagues greeted her. She naturally responded with a gentle smile, "Good morning, Mr. Xia." When Xiawei noticed that Cheng Yinian remembered him, a wave of joy surged within him. Could it be that Secretary Cheng had been paying attention to him? He struck a pose he deemed charming, resting his foot against the ground while seated on his electric scooter, and called out to Cheng Yinian, "Hop on. I'll take you to the office." Cheng Yinian quickly waved her hand, declining, "No, thank you. I'll be there shortly, I can walk. It's quite a trek, especially during the morning rush hour. The subway must be packed, right? You've likely squeezed in all the way and must be exhausted. Come on, let me give you a lift. Consider it a chance to rest your feet," Xiawei urged. Cheng Yinian remained insistent, "Really, I'm not tired. You should hurry along, it's getting late. And you still need to park your scooter. Don't be late." Initially, Cheng Yinian was merely being polite, but to Xiawei, her words echoed with concern for him. With a cheerful grin, he replied, "All right, since Secretary Cheng is so considerate of me, I wouldn't want to disappoint you. I'll go park my scooter first. And you can stroll over. Let us meet at the company entrance shortly." With that, he winked at Cheng Yinian and rode away on his scooter. Cheng Yinian was bewildered by his words. What did she say that revealed her concern for him? Why the suggestion to meet at the entrance? They weren't even in the same department. Puzzled, she made her way to the company, and by the time she arrived at the entrance, Xiawei was already there, standing on the steps. Upon seeing Cheng Yinian approach, he waved enthusiastically, a broad smile gracing his face. "You sure walk slowly, Nian Nian." Cheng Yinian's lips twitched slightly. What was the matter with this person? Why had he changed his way of addressing her? Clearing her throat, she began, Mr. Xia, we actually..." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiawei interjected, "Since you have feelings for me, and I reciprocate, we need not maintain such a distant formality any longer. You can call me Wei Wei, and I shall call you Nian Nian." Cheng Yinian was taken aback by Xiawei's words. She cleared her throat again and replied, "Mr. Xia. Have you misunderstood something? I do not harbor any feelings for you. Oh, do not be embarrassed. Your concern for me earlier made it quite clear. Our company has no regulations against office romances, so we can freely be together without any worries," Xiawei declared with satisfaction. "No. I truly do not have any feelings for you, and I am not afraid," Cheng Yinian explained, "I was merely..." "Secretary Cheng, we are going to be late. Aren't you two going in to clock in?" A colleague rushed past them, calling out as they hurried inside. Chapter 128, How Did It Come to Marriage? Xiawei glanced at the time on his phone and exclaimed, "Oh dear, we really are about to be late. Let us pause our conversation for now. Let us have lunch together in the cafeteria at noon. I need to clock in first, and you should hurry too, don't risk a deduction from your bonus. We still need to save up to buy a house together." With that, he turned and dashed into the office, leaving Cheng Yinian no chance to respond. Cheng Yinian found herself utterly speechless, for she had never experienced such a profound sense of bewilderment. How could this individual speak so freely without consideration? With a swift pace, she made her way into the company, swiped her card, and ascended the stairs. As she settled into her workstation, her phone vibrated, drawing her attention. Upon glancing at the screen, she discovered a mention from the company group chat. It was none other than the earlier mentioned Xiawei from the design department, Nian Nian. "I arrived just in time, not late at all. My bonus is secure, hee hee. What about you? Did you clock in on time? Is your bonus safe too?" Cheng Yinian clenched her phone, her lips twitching in frustration. At that moment, another message appeared in the group. "Oh, why is designer Xia addressing Secretary Cheng as Nian Nian? Have they grown so familiar?" Xiawei responded, "Indeed, Nian Nian and I are together now. I'm not getting any younger, we might be tying the knot soon. I hope everyone will come to celebrate with us." The business department's Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, is this true? Secretary Cheng and designer Xia are together? And they're about to marry?" Shi-He from the design department interjected, "Wait, when did this happen? I thought Secretary Cheng was quite close with Director C. Last night at our department dinner, both Secretary Cheng and Director C attended, and later, when Secretary Cheng got drunk, it was Director C who took her home. I assumed there was something between them. How did she end up with Xiawei?" Shi-He, the elder sister figure from the design department, had always looked out for Cheng Yinian. Last night, she observed the interaction between Si Qingma and Cheng Yinian. And she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more between them. How could he suddenly announce his relationship with Xiaowei from their department? She found it quite perplexing, especially since Xiaowei seemed rather unfamiliar with Secretary Cheng just the night before. Xiaowei from the design department commented, "Hikari, don't think that just because of your age, you can always rely on it and speak nonsense. I mentioned last night that not all secretaries are meant to be with their bosses. You talked too much and believed there was something between Secretary Cheng and President Xi. Now, how does it feel to be proven wrong?" Hikari replied, "Haha, my apologies, I was just being nosy." This seasoned lady, having lived many years, had developed a particularly smooth temperament, rarely engaging in quarrels. Yet, when Xiaowei tagged her, she found herself apologizing. Soon after, others chimed in to congratulate Xiaowei. "Designer Xia, congratulations on winning the heart of a beauty. Wow, the first time I met Secretary Cheng, I was utterly dazzled. I was pondering what kind of man could be worthy of such beauty, and to my surprise, it's designer Xia. You must invite me to the wedding." Xiaowei responded, "Of course, I will. It's certainly not far off, my mother urges me every day." Cheng Yinian, glancing at the chat in the group, was utterly confused. What was happening? How had she inexplicably found herself in a situation that suggested she was to marry someone? This misunderstanding had escalated significantly. Determined to maintain a cordial relationship with her colleagues, she decided to clarify the situation in the group chat. "Designer Xia, surely you cannot be referring to me? Design department. Xiaowei, Nian, you finally came out. Let us meet at the cafeteria at noon, I'll wait for you to have lunch together." Cheng Yinian, no. "Designer Xia, have you misunderstood something? We are not very familiar with each other, are we? How did it escalate to the point of marriage? I'm quite taken aback." Upon reading Cheng Yinian's message, Xiaowei from the design department immediately became furious. "Xiaowei, Cheng Yinian, what do you mean? You were the one who confessed to me first. Now you're saying such things in the group chat, trying to make everyone think I am desperately pursuing you? We are all adults here, why are you so vain? If we both have feelings for each other, we should just be together. Must it always be the man who chases?" Cheng Yinian, no. "Secretary Cheng, Mr. C wants you to go to his office when you arrive." Cheng Yinian had just typed 2 words when someone called her from behind, causing her to accidentally send those words. She turned around, nodded, and replied, "Okay, I understand." Suppressing her irritation, Cheng Yinian took Si Qingmo's schedule and headed to his office. Following her usual routine, she reported his agenda for the day. After listening, Si Qingmo spoke. In the past, the company's product launch events were hosted by Secretary Lin. Now that you have taken over Secretary Lin's responsibilities, this season's product launch will be entrusted to you. There is no need to be anxious, these events occur each season, and the various departments are quite familiar with the process. Essentially, it is a matter of following the established routine. You simply need to monitor the progress from time to time and provide some oversight. Understood, General Manager C. Cheng Yinian acknowledged, nodding while holding the folder. Prepare yourself, shortly. We will be meeting with Mr. Wang from Hyatt, Si Qingmo added. Sure, Cheng Yinian replied, and upon exiting, she had no time to check the group chat. Focusing instead on gathering the necessary materials for her upcoming meeting with Mr. Wang. By the time Cheng Yinian and Si Qingmo returned from Hyatt, it was already noon. Si Qingmo had a lunch appointment, which was not to include a female companion, so Cheng Yinian decided not to accompany him and took a taxi back to the office. Feeling indifferent about dining out, she planned to have a meal in the company cafeteria. Having almost forgotten about the matters in the group chat, she was taken aback upon entering the cafeteria, sensing that everyone was watching her. Confused, she grabbed her meal card and proceeded to get her food. Just as she settled at a table, she noticed Xiaowei approaching and sitting down across from her, his expression somewhat grim. Cheng Yinian, what do you mean by this? Cheng Yinian looked at Xiaowei and then around the cafeteria. While everyone seemed to be eating, they instinctively inched closer to their table, keenly listening to their conversation. Cheng Yinian frowned at Xiaowei, what do you mean by what do I mean? In the morning, while conversing in the group, he suddenly vanished. What do you take me for? How do you expect the company to perceive me? Xiaowei inquired coldly. Just as Cheng Yinian was about to respond, Xiaowei interjected. Never mind, I am a grown man, it matters not if I give you a moment. This morning, when you mentioned in the group that you wanted me to pursue you, that implies your agreement with my assertion. Therefore, let us embark on our relationship directly. Cheng Yinian was utterly taken aback by his words. She gazed at Xiaowei and asked, "Are you out of your mind? When did I express a desire to be with you?" Chapter 130, Who said I wanted to be with you? Xiaowei scoffed. I have already checked with the HR department regarding your age. You are 26, hardly a child. Why be so selective? Finding someone with my qualifications is quite a challenge these days. We both work in reputable companies and have stable incomes. In the future, we could afford a lovely apartment in the city, and our lives would be filled with happiness. As soon as Cheng Yinian heard him utter, 26, hardly a child, she felt a surge of irritation. She deemed Xiaowei to be an extraordinary oddity, and she longed to retort. However, noticing the curious onlookers around her, she decided to allow this eccentric to finish his discourse, giving others the chance to truly comprehend his character, thus serving as a warning to the other young women present. She chose to remain silent, observing Xiaowei, who, mistaking her silence for agreement, continued to plan their future together. Let's discuss, how much savings do you currently possess? In the future, we aim to purchase a property in the city, and do not expect me to bear the entire financial burden alone. You must be aware of the exorbitant prices of real estate in Yunhai City. Since we are together, we should endeavor collectively. The down payment should come from both of us. However, my mother's name must be on the deed, as she has raised me with great difficulty. To exclude her name would be an act of profound unfiliality. Do not perceive yourself as at a disadvantage. After marriage, my salary will be allocated towards maintaining the house. Thus it can be considered as my investment. Subsequently, your earnings will be directed towards supporting our family. By the way, what is your salary? Will it suffice to sustain our lifestyle? I have high expectations regarding the quality of life. He scrutinized Cheng Yinian from top to bottom. After we marry, you should refrain from using makeup. I have heard that cosmetics can be exceedingly expensive. My mother is not particularly fond of makeup either. After marriage, she will live with us. If you are not adept at managing finances, you should entrust your entire salary to my mother, who has been an accountant her entire life and is quite skilled at managing money. She could hardly believe that this man had such audacious plans. She wondered which unfortunate girl would end up marrying such a man in the future. Unable to contain herself any longer, she smirked and said, "So your mother is an accountant? No wonder, the abacus beads are crashing down on others' faces. You intend to use others' salaries to support the family while the house remains yours. You consider yourself clever, while others are merely fools. What do you mean by that?" Xiaowei's expression darkened. Are you suggesting that you want your name on the deed as well? No, I don't wish to add anything. Cheng Yinian shook her head. Xiaowei finally smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. Once you marry into our family, we are all one, so why bother with formalities? Oh, by the way, you still haven't answered my earlier question. What is your salary? He persistently inquired about Cheng Yinian's earnings. Cheng Yinian smiled playfully. What I earn has nothing to do with you. How can it not be related? We will be together in the future. Before he could finish, Cheng Yinian interrupted him with a laugh. Who said I wanted to be with you? When did I ever declare such intentions? What would I gain from being with you? Your age, perhaps? Or maybe your meticulous calculations? Or, she glanced at his head, is it your receding hairline that attracts me? Chapter 131, Not this one. Xiaowei despised comments about his baldness. He was naturally devoid of hair on the crown of his head. He had tried numerous remedies, all in vain, and was sensitive about others mentioning his baldness. Hearing Cheng Yinian use this to tease him infuriated him. He pointed at her. You woman. Are you toying with my feelings? Cheng Yinian chuckled. Haven't we always been strangers? Strangers? Then why do you care so much about me? This morning, at the subway station, you urged me to hurry to the office and not be late. Xiaowei lamented. Your concern for me clearly indicates you like me, doesn't it? Cheng Yinian's lips twitched slightly. Was that remark an expression of affection? What should she do now? She had uttered similar phrases to numerous individuals within the company. Did that imply she had feelings for everyone? As the two engaged in their dialogue, the onlookers began to grasp the situation, whispering among themselves. This designer, Xiaowei, appeared to be rather narcissistic. It seemed that when Secretary Cheng spoke to him courteously, he interpreted it as an indication of her affection. How absurd. Merely encountering him on the street seemed to have led him to conjure up names for their future children. Remarkably, someone finally dared to confront him. Previously, a new design assistant, a young lady, endeavored to cultivate good relationships within the department by purchasing coffee for everyone. Yet, Xinyue claimed that her gesture was motivated by a crush on him, completely disregarding the fact that she had treated others as well. Such eccentricity was truly astounding. Most notably, he was not only self-absorbed but also had a rather inflated sense of entitlement, as evidenced by his conversation with Secretary Cheng, establishing various rules and conditions. As Xinyue sensed the mounting criticism directed at him, he sheepishly exited the cafeteria, foregoing his meal. In his absence, Cheng Yinian enthusiastically savored her lunch, finishing every last bite. During her meal, others approached to console her, urging her not to be upset, recounting tales of Xinyue's previous penny-pinching antics and eccentric behavior. Cheng Yinian listened in silence, refraining from joining in their disparagement of Xinyue. After dinner, Cheng Yinian planned to take a brief rest at the table. But her phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she discovered a WeChat message from Si Qingma, who had sent her a video accompanied by the words, "Explain yourself." Cheng Yinian opened the video, only to find footage of her earlier conversation in the cafeteria with Xinyue, discussing their future prospects. She cleared her throat, holding her phone, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After some contemplation, she replied, "Who filmed this? The photography is atrocious, making me look so plump." Her curiosity was piqued regarding the identity of the videographer. However, Si Qingma promptly countered, "Do not attempt to divert the topic." Cheng Yinian responded, I'm not diverting. It's all a misunderstanding." Si Qingma retorted, "Remember the stipulation mentioned on the day we registered our marriage?" Cheng Yinian replied, "Oh. I remember, I want to fall in love with you." At that moment, Si Qingma, holding his phone, gritted his teeth upon reading her latest message. Exasperated that this was the only point she seemed to retain. Frustrated, he pressed his phone with such force that it seemed he might break it, declaring, "No. It is this. In chapter 132, I do not appreciate wearing a green hat." The man dining with him had just stepped away to the restroom when he received a video from Sui, which sent him into a fit of rage. Initially intending to confront Cheng Yinian via WeChat, he found himself nearly infuriated to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Li, his dining companion, observed his agitation and chuckled. "I thought nothing could provoke President Si into a fury." Upon hearing those words, Si Qingma chuckled softly, "I am but human, susceptible to the full spectrum of emotions." The other person, jesting, remarked, "You have always appeared so inscrutable, I almost believed you were not of this world." Si Qingma laughed lightly, placing his phone aside, and inquired, "Mr. Li, shall we order more dishes?" Mr. Li waved his hand, declining, "No need for more. If you have matters to attend to, please do so. I shall remain here to contemplate your proposal." "Very well," Si Qingma replied, rising to his feet. "Shortly. I will instruct my secretary to send the contract to your email for your review. We can discuss the details further." Mr. Li nodded in agreement. Si Qingma exited the dining establishment. Once seated in his car, he checked his phone again, only to find that Cheng Yinian had yet to respond to his WeChat message. Frustrated, he typed a terse note, "I do not take kindly to betrayal. Since we are married, I expect you to honor your commitments." Cheng Yinian, upon reading his recent message, felt a surge of anger. Who had failed to uphold their commitments? Was she not the victim in this scenario? In his eyes, it seemed as though she were the one seducing other men. Enraged, she chose not to reply, setting her phone aside and resting her head on the table. Overcome with frustration, sleep eluded her. Instead, she resolved to gather her things and check on the preparations for the upcoming product launch. With the necessary documents in hand, she made her way to the venue designated for the event. The product launch was set to take place in a hall rented at the Yunhai City Sports Stadium, where the marketing team was diligently arranging the space in anticipation of the new season's arrivals. As Cheng Yinian arrived, the atmosphere was bustling with fervor. She gazed at the plastic wintersweet flowers adorning the wall, exuding a distinctly cheap aroma. Frowning, she approached a staff member and inquired, "What is the significance of these wintersweet flowers on the wall? I don't recall seeing them in the previous layout." "Oh. Miss Lin mentioned that the main theme this time is wintersweet, so we were instructed to hang these flowers," the staff member replied. Cheng Yinian paused momentarily, then asked, "Which Miss Lin?" After pondering for a while, she realized there was no one named Lin in the marketing department. It's Miss Lin from the marketing department. I believe she's a team leader, the staff member clarified. Cheng Yinian nodded. All right, you may continue with your work. Once the staff member had departed, Cheng Yinian dialed the marketing director, Fang Jingmin. Director Fang, this is Cheng Yinian. Ah, Secretary Cheng, what can I do for you? Is there something on your mind? Director Fang, seated in his office enjoying the air conditioning and sipping tea, had reached an age suitable for retirement. His home life was quite comfortable, and he planned to resign after this year. Consequently, his enthusiasm for work had waned, adopting a mindset of seeking to avoid mistakes rather than striving for achievements. He had not even bothered to inspect the arrangements for the new product launch, delegating all responsibilities to Lin Yu. Chapter 133, Who is Team Leader Lin? During her tenure as the chief secretary, Lin Yu maintained a cordial relationship with Fang Jingmin. Now that she has transitioned to the marketing department, her diligent work ethic and charming demeanor have endeared her to him. Consequently, he intends to promote Lin Yu to the position of marketing director following his departure. To facilitate her ascent, he has orchestrated the upcoming product launch to create opportunities for her to achieve notable accomplishments, thereby enabling him to advocate for her in front of the company as CEO. Have you reviewed the arrangements for the product launch? Why do they differ from the plans? Cheng Yinian, unreserved in her inquiry, posed the question directly. A senior figure like Director Fang, who comes from a well-off background, is generally held in high regard both at home and in the office. Cheng Yinian's blunt questioning unsettled him, as he perceived it as a lack of respect. He responded languidly, I did not oversee the arrangements, I entrusted everything to team leader Lin. If the setup deviates from the plans, it merely indicates that the initial designs were inadequate and that team leader Lin made last-minute adjustments. Last-minute adjustments? Why were the plans not redrawn? Why was there no communication with other departments? Director Fang, the product launch is not solely the responsibility of your department, all departments are involved. When alterations are made, other departments must also adjust accordingly. To implement changes without proper notification is unacceptable, especially when the modifications in question are not aesthetically pleasing. Cheng Yinian listened to the hotel manager's nonchalant attitude, feeling a surge of frustration within her. The product launch conference was pivotal to the reputation of our company. How could they treat it so carelessly? Fang Jingmin also sensed Cheng Yinian's anger and felt uneasy. However, to him, she was merely a lowly secretary. Despite her proximity to the CEO, after all, her role was primarily to serve tea and water. What right did she have to be so audacious before him? He had no desire to engage with Cheng Yinian and stated dismissively, I have entrusted the arrangements for this event entirely to team leader Lin. Secretary Cheng. You should discuss this with him. I am currently occupied and have no time to manage these trifles. With that, without waiting for Cheng Yinian to respond, he promptly hung up the phone. Cheng Yinian let out a derisive laugh and turned to locate the aforementioned team leader Lin. After searching for quite a while without success, as she witnessed the plastic flowers nearing completion, she deemed it a waste of human and financial resources and decided to intervene. Master, please refrain from hanging those plastic flowers just yet. The workers turned to look at her. Cheng Yinian displayed her work badge and proclaimed, I am Cheng Yinian, the chief secretary to the CEO of Mo Lan Cheng Yi. I will oversee the arrangements for this event. After establishing her authority, she continued. Do not hang those plastic flowers, we should proceed according to the blueprint we provided earlier. The decorators frowned and questioned, what is going on with your company? Previously, we adhered to the blueprints, yet midway you requested the addition of these flowers. We procured the flowers, altered the walls, and now that they are hung, you insist we revert to the original plans. Are we being toyed with? This is an utter waste of our time. Do you not realize we have numerous tasks lined up? Cheng Yinian offered her apologies, expressing regret for the miscommunication on the part of our company, which has caused you inconvenience. We kindly ask for your understanding, and should there be any losses incurred, our company will compensate you at the agreed rate. You may proceed with the original layout as planned. Upon hearing Cheng Yinian mention compensation, the workers ceased their deliberations and readily acquiesced, accepting that the one who pays is to be revered. Cheng Yinian observed as they began dismantling the ribbons adorning the wall. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them, asking, what are you doing? Why are you removing those ribbons? Hurry and hang up the wax plum blossoms. Cheng Yinian found the voice somewhat familiar, turning around. She was met with Lin Yu. Clad in a blue business suit with her hair neatly tied back and still wearing a pair of sky-high heels reminiscent of her days as Si Qingma's secretary. Lin Yu's presence was unexpected. Hadn't she been dismissed by Si Qingma? What was she doing in the marketing department now? Upon speaking, Lin Yu turned to see Cheng Yinian, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile and approaching, saying, "Secretary Cheng, it's been a while." Cheng Yinian's gaze turned slightly frosty as she replied, "What are you doing here?" Lin Yu smiled faintly, "As you can see, I am now the team leader in the marketing department." Cheng Yinian furrowed her brow, "You are the team leader in the marketing department?" Lin Yu covered her mouth and laughed, "Indeed, Secretary Cheng, are you surprised?" As she said this, she leaned closer to Cheng Yinian. Her face adorned with a particularly smug smile. "Do you think you can shake my position with your mere presence? Even if you feel wronged, it matters not. Presidency is merely giving you a superficial assurance. In the end, I remain in the company. Once I was a secretary, relegated to trivial tasks. But now I am the team leader of the marketing department. You may not be aware, but the current marketing director is about to resign. And the next in line will be me. It is a subtle elevation, if you will." Cheng Yinian gazed at Lin Yu with a frosty demeanor. To which Lin Yu continued, "Do you still believe you have triumphed? Presidency's regard for you is merely a formality." Cheng Yinian's hands clenched into fists, her heart simmering with rage. How foolish she had been to regard Si Qingma as the most astute and capable leader she had encountered. Only to discover he was yet another man driven by base instincts. Lin Yu had engaged in actions detrimental to the company's interests. Yet he allowed her to remain and even ascend to such a pivotal role in the marketing department? When she first joined the company and sought a position in the marketing department, he had refused, insisting she be placed in the secretary's office to perform inconsequential tasks. The truth was, he harbored no trust in her, while placing unwavering faith in Lin Yu. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Though she concealed her feelings in front of Lin Yu, merely curling her lips into a smile and responding, "At least I remain by Presidency's side. But what about you? In the marketing department, how often do you see him throughout the year?" It must be said that Cheng Yinian truly has a knack for striking at people's vulnerabilities. She is acutely aware that Lin Yu does not truly care about her position within the company. Her sole desire is to remain by Si Qingma's side. For she harbors feelings for that man. Indeed, as soon as Cheng Yinian uttered those words, Lin Yu's face contorted in anguish, and through gritted teeth, she retorted, "Do you think you can stay by his side for long?" Cheng Yinian smiled, "I am not like you, I do not have feelings for him. Whether I stay by his side or not is inconsequential to me. As long as it drives you away, that is sufficient." Lin Yu, clenching her teeth, hissed, "Cheng Yinian. You wretched woman. If you do not love him, why do you linger near him? You are deliberately aiding Ling Zhan and undermining him, aren't you? You intend to drive away his loyal companions. You are truly ruthless. I will expose your true nature before him. Do as you wish." Cheng Yinian replied with a faint smile. Chapter 135, I seek a secretary, not a lover. Lin Yu turned on her heel, declaring, "I will inform Mr. C." Initially, she was seething with rage as she prepared to confront Si Qingma. However, upon turning around, she found him standing not far away. She immediately approached him, saying, "Mr. C, Cheng Yinian came to our company solely for her fiancé. Do not be deceived by her any longer." At that moment, Cheng Yinian also turned to face Si Qingma. She was seething with anger. Si Qingma truly was a sentimental man. Despite Lin Yu's outrageous actions, he still chose to keep her in the company. Thus, his previous cold and heartless dismissal of Lin Yu before her had merely been a facade to impress her. Hadn't it? Was it to console her, the wronged victim? Indeed, he was particularly adept at navigating human relationships, especially with the company's staff, often leaving the impression that he was a paragon of fairness and justice. Yet, in reality, his sense of fairness was utterly devoid of substance. During the incident concerning the design draft, she was unjustly accused. How harshly the entire company had berated her. Was he truly blind to it all? He publicly dismissed Lin Yu, only to covertly promote her. Reflecting on these thoughts, a sardonic smile involuntarily graced her lips, and she chose to ignore Si Qingma. Si Qingma's gaze, heavy and profound, rested upon Cheng Yinian. He, too, felt a surge of frustration. This woman, already married, was brazenly discussing future prospects with other men at the company. Was she merely seeking a suitable backup? After all, she had openly declared her disinterest in him, which surely warranted the pursuit of alternatives. Lin Yu, noticing Si Qingma's intense focus on Cheng Yinian, felt a pang of jealousy. Clenching her jaw, she interjected, "Mr. Si, Cheng Yinian does not harbor any feelings for you." Only then did Si Qingma shift his gaze to Lin Yu, his expression less profound and tinged with indifference. "I am seeking a secretary, not a lover. There is no necessity for affection, so long as she does not compromise the company's interests and performs her duties diligently." Lin Yu was momentarily silenced by his retort. After a brief pause, she resumed, "Cheng Yinian's purpose in joining our company is to act as a spy for Ling Yi. She aims to steal our confidential information. Mr. Si, you cannot allow her to remain by your side. Leader Lin, have you not learned from the previous incident? One must be accountable for their words and actions. Without evidence, refrain from making baseless accusations." Si Qingma, Lin Yu said with a touch of coldness, "I am not speaking recklessly. I will certainly find the evidence." "Then let us discuss it once you have uncovered the proof," Si Qingma replied, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Yu before redirecting his attention to the ongoing arrangements in the venue. Ultimately, Lin Yu found herself unable to voice any further objections. Listening to Si Qingma's words, she should have felt elated, for he was defending her. However, at that moment, she perceived him as insincere. A mocking smile graced her lips as she continued to ignore him. Si Qingma surveyed the venue, and then coldly addressed his secretary, "Cheng, is this the arrangement you oversaw? What on earth is this setup?" Cheng Yinian forced a professional smile, replying, "Mr. Si, I arrived here just 10 minutes before you did. And only now have I noticed that the setup does not adhere to the blueprints. The staff is currently rectifying the situation." With a disdainful snort, Si Qingma took a few steps forward to inspect other areas. Just as Cheng Yinian was about to follow, Lin Yu seized her arm and said icily, "Did you order the removal of the hanging wintersweet blossoms?" Chapter 136, Are you seeking a backup for yourself? "It was indeed I," Cheng Yinian smirked. Team leader Lin did not follow the company's layout, resulting in a significant financial loss for the company. "Are you planning to compensate from your own pocket, team leader Lin?" Lin Yu scoffed, "Did Secretary Cheng not hear Mr. Si's remarks? He is quite dissatisfied with your current arrangements." Cheng Yinian curved her lips into a smile, stepping in sync with her superior, Si Qingma. She spoke, "Mr. Si, that layout design bears your signature, indicating your agreement to arrange according to the blueprints, correct?" Si Qingma's gaze settled coolly on Cheng Yinian as he replied, "Indeed, but what is currently being arranged?" Cheng Yinian turned to Lin Yu, suggesting that the inquiry should be directed at her. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily defended herself, "Mr. Si, our theme for this season is centered around the plum blossom. I instructed them to hang plum blossoms on the walls, ensuring that all attendees of our launch event would immediately recognize the theme upon entry." She continued to attempt to persuade Si Qingma. At that moment, Cheng Yinian glanced at the lighting. It was nearly set up. She approached and activated the ambient lights. The plum blossoms that had not been removed appeared akin to funeral wreaths on the walls, both cheap and somewhat macabre. Standing there, it felt less like a fashion launch and more akin to a memorial service. Si Qingma's gaze swept over Lin Yu, questioning her taste in aesthetics. Lin Yu bit her lip, rendered speechless. Cheng Yinian turned off the ambient lights, uttering not a word, leaving Lin Yu in a state of utter defeat. Lin Yu glared fiercely at Cheng Yinian, who responded with a gentle smile. "Lin Yu, the budget for this launch event was limited. For the alterations you made without authorization, I kindly request that you cover the additional expenses personally." "Cheng Yinian, you." Lin Yu seethed, pointing at Cheng Yinian with gritted teeth. Stealing a furtive glance at Si Qingma, she silently implored him to speak on her behalf. However, Si Qingma turned to Lin Yu and stated coldly, "Deliver the money directly to the finance department." Lin Yu clenched her jaw, rendered speechless. After reviewing the layout of the press conference, Si Qingma departed alongside Cheng Yinian. The sight of them walking side by side ignited a fury within Lin Yu. She yearned to tear Cheng Yinian apart. Feeling Lin Yu's gaze upon her, Cheng Yinian glanced back and offered a fleeting smile, further igniting Lin Yu's ire, yet she was powerless to act. Once outside, Si Qingma's voice cut through the air. "Why haven't you replied to my WeChat message?" Cheng Yinian, her expression impassive, responded with a single word, "Busy." "Busy with what? Do you lack even a moment to respond to a message?" Si Qingma shot her a sidelong glance. Cheng Yinian retorted with a sarcastic tone, "I am merely an employee. striving to win my superior's favor. I must diligently work to demonstrate my loyalty, lest I lose your trust and find myself dismissed at any moment. Si Qingma discerned the sarcasm woven into her words and furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Are you blaming me for placing Lin Yu in the marketing department, deeming it unfair to you? I wouldn't dare, I am merely an employee. Where would I find the audacity to blame you? Cheng Yinian maintained her sardonic demeanor. Si Qingma, growing increasingly irritated, questioned, why must you speak in such a manner? I have my reasons for assigning Lin Yu to the marketing department. But you, already married, still entertain visions of a future with that individual from the design department. Discussing marriage. Are you seeking a backup, or am I the one relegated to that role? Chapter 137, I see you as the true seductress. Upon hearing those words, Cheng Yinian was seething with rage. She lifted her foot and forcefully stepped on Si Qingma's foot, the sharp heel digging painfully into his instep. Si Qingma gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Cheng Yinian, have you lost your mind? With clenched teeth, Cheng Yinian retorted, yes, I have indeed lost my mind. It must be madness that led me to seek a backup in the office, to pursue such an eccentric man. I once thought you were the epitome of a wise and formidable president, but what wisdom is there in jumping to conclusions without proper investigation? You are no different from that scoundrel, Ling Zhan. Both of you are despicable men who exploit your secretaries. Enduring the excruciating pain in his foot, Si Qingma regarded her. Her assertion of his wisdom seemed reminiscent of something she had uttered while intoxicated the previous night. Did she remember the events that transpired in her drunken state? Surely. She recalled that she had taken the initiative to kiss him. Yet today, she offered no indication of that memory. Did she consider a kiss to be inconsequential? What a brazen seductress she was. In a fit of anger, he declared, if I am the scoundrel, then you are the true seductress. Cheng Yinian, too furious to engage further, turned to leave. Where are you going? He inquired. None of your business, she shot back. It is work hours, and as your superior, I must oversee your actions. I'm returning to the office. Upon hearing her intention to return to the office, Si Qingma refrained from further comment. Turning to his car and stopping beside her. Get in. I refuse to ride in your car, Cheng Yinian replied. This is not a convenient place to hail a taxi. Are you planning to take advantage of your work hours to slack off? Si Qingma raised an eyebrow, questioning her intentions. Cheng Yinian glanced at the street, where nearly every passing taxi was occupied. Ultimately, she acquiesced to reality, regardless of whether she was diligent or not at work. Even if she were to return home from this point, it would be futile to seek a ride. The sweltering heat made her reluctant to walk under the glaring sun to the subway station, which was quite a distance away. Once she entered the car of her superior, Si Qingma, an air of silence enveloped them as they made their way back to the office. Settling into his workspace, Si Qingma exhaled deeply, feeling a peculiar vulnerability in front of Cheng Yinian, as if he could never fully contain his emotions. She possessed an uncanny ability to evoke them. After a brief moment of reflection, he approached Sui to inquire about the lunchtime happenings in the cafeteria. Sui had only recorded a portion of the video and sent it to Si Qingma, intending merely to share the most amusing segment. Unaware that this could lead to misunderstandings between Si Qingma and Cheng Yinian, especially since he did not know that they were already legally united. When Si Qingma pressed him for details, Sui eagerly recounted the events that transpired. Si Qingma playfully kicked Sui, exclaiming, could you not clarify matters before sending them to me? Sui, taken aback, replied, my esteemed CEO, do you also have a penchant for gossip? I assumed you were disinterested, hence I only recorded the most eccentric part for your viewing. If you enjoy such tales, I promise to thoroughly investigate before sharing next time. He chuckled, adding, alas, Secretary Cheng seems rather unfortunate to encounter such situations. Indeed, beauty often invites a plethora of troubles. Si Qingma furrowed his brows and stated, the designer from the design department has openly harassed a female colleague, he need not come to work tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Sui was taken aback. The CEO had never concerned himself with such trivial matters before. What had prompted this change? Not only did he want to hear the full scoop, but he also stood up for Secretary Cheng. Could it be that the CEO harbored feelings for her? He discreetly glanced at Si Qingma and then, with a smile, inquired. CEO, could it be that you have taken a liking to Secretary Cheng? No, Si Qingma replied coolly, I simply detest the toxic atmosphere within the company. Oh, understood. I shall attend to this matter immediately, Sui chuckled as he exited Si Chingma's office. As he stepped out, he coincidentally encountered Cheng Yinian returning from the restroom. With a grin, he remarked, Secretary Cheng, you are quite fortunate. The CEO is aware of your harassment and has promptly dismissed the designer responsible. Cheng Yinian was momentarily taken aback and glanced toward Si Chingma's office but soon replied with a smile, please extend my thanks to the CEO on my behalf, Assistant Su. Sui chuckled, when it comes to expressing gratitude, it is best done personally for sincerity's sake. With that, he went to handle the matter concerning Xiaowei. Upon returning to her office, Cheng Yinian received an internal call from Si Chingma, bring me a cup of coffee. Despite her anger, she never trifled with her work and proceeded to the pantry to brew a cup of coffee, which she then carried into Si Chingma's office. After placing the cup on Si Chingma's desk, Cheng Yinian was about to exit the office when she heard Si Chingma speak. Today, I wronged you, and I apologize. Cheng Yinian pressed her lips together and replied, being wronged is not a first for me, President Si. There is no need for an apology. I have grown accustomed to it. Hearing her words, Si Chingma frowned. Despite his humility in addressing her, she maintained such an attitude? He felt a twinge of anger. Was this the demeanor expected of a secretary? Cheng Yinian forced a standard professional smile and said, I apologize, President Si, I was in the wrong. Si Chingma furrowed his brows, you. Cheng Yinian interjected, President Si, do I have any issues at the moment? Is my smile not sufficiently standard? Or did I not admit my fault quickly enough? Frustrated, Si Chingma waved his hand dismissively, all right, you may leave. Cheng Yinian smiled, very well, President Si. Should you require anything, feel free to instruct me. With that, she turned to exit Si Chingma's office, leaving him seething with indignation. For the remainder of the afternoon, Si Chingma did not seek out Cheng Yinian, brooding alone in his office. It was only at the end of the workday that he waited for her in their usual spot. Upon seeing him, Cheng Yinian, having already secured her transportation funds, did not hesitate to enter his car. An air of silence enveloped them as neither acknowledged the other. Once home, Si Chingma headed to the kitchen to heat the meal prepared by Aunt Zhang, while Cheng Yinian retreated to her room. After warming the food and setting it on the table, Si Chingma sat down with his chopsticks, glancing at the seat where Cheng Yinian usually sat. It was empty. And his heart felt equally hollow. Hence, he set down his chopsticks and rose to knock on Cheng Yinian's door. Cheng Yinian pushed open the door, Mr. Si. It is already after office hours. Do you have any further instructions? Si Chingma gritted his teeth and replied, dinner. With that, he turned and departed. Cheng Yinian stood at the doorway for a moment, contemplating that this man was, in fact, quite considerate. Even after their quarrel, he still invited her to dine. She decided not to maintain any pretense and took a seat across from him. The two of them dined in silence. Today, Aunt Zhang had prepared a dish of lion's head meatballs, but there was only one. As Cheng Yinian reached for it with her chopsticks, Si Chingma happened to do the same. When their chopsticks clashed, Si Chingma looked up at Cheng Yinian. However, she showed no intention of yielding, prompting him to relent and withdraw his chopsticks. Cheng Yinian successfully transferred the lion's head to her bowl and continued to eat with her head down. Chapter 139, You truly are a small-minded man. Si Chingma could no longer contain himself. He set down his chopsticks and spoke. Letting Lin Yu return to the company was a lapse in my consideration for your feelings. However, she is no longer in the secretarial office but has moved to the marketing department, which should not affect you. Why must you still be so petty? Cheng Yinian, noticing his willingness to address the matter, also set down her chopsticks and responded, why is it that she, having committed acts detrimental to the company, is allowed to work in the marketing department, while I am confined to the secretarial office? When I first joined the company, I aspired to be in the marketing department. Yet you did not permit me to go. Why? Si Chingma cast a glance at Cheng Yinian. The reason he had not allowed her into the marketing department was rooted in his lack of trust in her, as he believed she had joined Mo Lan Qingyi merely for Ling Zhan. The decision to assign Lin Yu to the marketing department stemmed from his unwavering belief that she was wholly dedicated to the company. He remained silent. Cheng Yinian scoffed, so? Your refusal to let me join the marketing department signifies a lack of trust in me, while your choice to promote Lin Yu reflects your confidence in her. Am I correct? Indeed, Si Chingma admitted candidly, not concealing his stance. Cheng Yinian was taken aback by his forthrightness, her ire rising. She has committed acts detrimental to the company's interests. How can you still place your trust in her? I have done nothing wrong. Why is your faith in me so lacking? Xinyue's gaze bore into Cheng Yinian as he replied, her actions were a consequence of your absence. When you were not here, she devoted herself to the company, working diligently and earnestly. I believe she deserves a chance. Upon hearing such reasoning, Cheng Yinian laughed bitterly. Oh. So her betrayal of the company and harm to its interests is somehow my fault in your eyes? I never said it was your fault. Xinyue began. That is clearly the implication, Cheng Yinian retorted, her frustration evident as she glared at him, gritting her teeth. Your distrust in me stems solely from that incident 2 years ago. You truly are a petty man. With that, she rose and strode toward her room. Xinyue frowned, glancing at the unfinished meal on the table. Come back, you haven't finished eating. I have no appetite, Cheng Yinian snapped back. Xinyue replied. It is wasteful to leave food uneaten. Then you should eat it yourself if you are so concerned about waste, she shot back, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud. Xinyue gazed at the meal laid out before him, silently consuming it. After finishing half, he could no longer contain his frustration, dropped his chopsticks, and exited the premises. He drove directly to Day Off, a bar that amalgamates various entertainment offerings. Membership is exclusive. One must recharge a minimum of 500,000 to obtain a standard membership card. The VIP Gold card, however, is reserved for those of both wealth and stature, with only 3 having been issued thus far. As the heir of the prestigious C family, the foremost among the 4 illustrious families of the capital, Xinyue naturally possessed a gold card. This bar also happened to be owned by his close friend, Shen Xinyue. The Shen family is one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, and as the second son, Shen Xinyue, unburdened by the need to inherit the family business, pursued Xinyue to Yunhai City. With ample leisure time, he opened a bar for amusement, unwittingly creating a renowned establishment in the process. At present, this bar had become a symbol of status in Yunhai City, with the elite of high society taking pride in their membership at Day Off. As his vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of Day Off, he tossed the car keys to the doorman and strode inside. Within Day Off, there exists a private room, reserved by Shen Xinyue for their circle of friends, located in the quieter rear courtyard of the bar. He had even bestowed upon it a poetic name, Bamboo Melody Pavilion. Upon entering, Xinyue made his way directly to the Bamboo Melody Pavilion. The staff at Day Off were well acquainted with him. Upon his arrival at the private room, they promptly summoned Shen Xinyue. As he entered, he carelessly flopped onto the sofa, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he regarded Xinyue. What brings you here? Aren't you preoccupied with the product launch lately? Yet you still find the time to visit me? Xinyue cast him a sidelong glance, feeling irked, and reached for a drink. You want to drink? Shen Xinyue exclaimed, surprised. How rare. You're usually the epitome of self-restraint, never indulging in alcohol. What could possibly be troubling you? He leaned closer to Xinyue, casting him a flirtatious glance. Have you encountered love? With his naturally handsome features, he exuded a charm distinct from Xinyue's alluring appeal, more delicate, and the way he batted his eyelashes and threw flirtatious glances made him seem rather effeminate. Don't throw me those looks, I am not one of those foolish men, Xinyue retorted coldly, giving him a disdainful look as he poured himself a drink. Shen Xinyue chuckled, clearly amused by Xinyue's irritation. He pressed the bell in the private room, and shortly after, a server arrived. Bring us some wine. From the top shelf of my cabinet, Shen Xinyue instructed. Certainly, the server replied before departing. Shen Xinyue turned to Xinyue with a grin. See, I brought out my prized collection for you. Now, what troubles you? Share it with me, let me lighten your spirits. Get lost, Xinyue shot back, glaring at him. Shen Xinyue burst into laughter. Oh come on, don't be like that. Do tell. Xinyue glanced at him once more, pondering for a moment before inquiring, tell me. If someone has followed you for a long time and later makes a mistake, yet has wholeheartedly supported you and contributed significantly to your endeavors, would you be willing to grant her another chance? Shen Xinyue pressed his lips together, contemplating for a while before replying, I suppose so. After all, who in this world is devoid of faults? It is only fair to offer a second chance. Upon hearing this, Xinyue immediately retorted with indignation, indeed. What is so wrong with granting a second chance? Tell me, why is she so furious? She is merely being unreasonable. Shen Xinyue raised an eyebrow. She? Who are you referring to? Just my secretary, Xinyue casually remarked. Such melodrama, it is truly excessive. Shen Xinyue was taken aback by this revelation. Amo. You cannot be serious. Have you developed feelings for your secretary? Did you not claim to dislike her initially? How is it that you now find her appealing? I knew it. I knew it. It was evident when you took her everywhere with you. I warned you that such proximity would inevitably lead to emotional entanglement. Yet you insisted otherwise, claiming she was merely a shield against romantic advances. And now look, she has become your romantic interest. What will you do about Cheng? At the mention of Cheng, Xinyue faltered. It seemed he had not thought of her name in quite some time. He and Cheng had grown up together. Akin to childhood sweethearts, their families sharing a similar social standing. Since their youth, Cheng had always followed him like a devoted shadow. And adults often jested about their eventual marriage as they matured. At that time, he believed that upon growing up, he would surely marry Cheng. However, to his astonishment, when their families had reached an agreement regarding their engagement, Cheng stepped forward to refuse him. She expressed her desire to forge her own path in life, not wanting to follow the preordained route laid out by her family. She then promptly followed her mentor abroad. In chapter 141, she did not only hurt my pride. It is revealed that Cheng excelled academically from a young age, having skipped grades throughout middle and high school, thus attaining her master's degree at a remarkably young age. Her research focused on advanced AI technologies, and she had long articulated her belief that domestic AI development was still in its infancy. To delve deeper into her studies, she felt compelled to study overseas. He supported her decision to pursue further education abroad, and, in truth, he harbored no romantic feelings for her. If she wished to leave, so be it. Yet, the timing of her departure was unfortunate, as it tarnished both his and the C family's reputation, leading to some discord between the two families. Matters escalated when she publicly announced her relationship with her mentor on social media, which further irked Madame Lan of their family. Madame Lan asserted that Cheng's post was a blatant provocation directed at him. From that day onward, she incessantly urged him to find a girlfriend, pressuring him to marry. And in 2 years, began to insist that he should have children. Initially, it was just Madame Lan, but soon the entire family joined in the chorus of encouragement. He found himself compelled to escape to the small city of Yunhai. Reflecting on these events, he chuckled softly and mused, what does it matter concerning Cheng? Why should I still be vexed? Shen Xinyue interjected, in truth, her decision to pursue her studies abroad is not a grave error, is it? Xinyue nodded, affirming the point. Oh, are you upset about her past relationship with her mentor? Shen Xinyue gazed at Xinyue, understanding that one can often feel lonely abroad. Seeking solace in one's mentor is quite comprehensible, especially since they have since parted ways. Xinyue lightly tapped his fingers on the table and replied. I am indifferent to whom she associates with. What truly concerns me is her lack of responsibility. If she had no desire to engage in an arranged marriage, she should have articulated that from the outset. Instead, she chose to wait until our families had finalized all arrangements, and after notifying all our relatives and friends, she abruptly declared her unwillingness and left with another man. This not only tarnished my reputation but also that of the entire C family. I cannot disregard our family's honor, nor can I overlook the dignity of my parents and elders. Thus, it is evident that we can never be together. Do you understand? Shen Xinyue nodded, lifting his glass for a sip of wine, while internally he grasped the truth. From the very beginning, Amo had never harbored any feelings for Cheng, she simply did not evoke any emotion in him. The mere mention of Cheng elicited a calm analysis of pros and cons from him. Yet, when it came to his secretary, he displayed a different temperament. Anger evident in his demeanor, it was only her presence that stirred his emotions. Shen Xinyue swallowed hard and remarked, you see. Those whom you do not care for have no sway over your feelings. The fact that your secretary is currently vexing you indicates that you have developed an attachment to her. Xinyue, holding a die in his hand, tossed it directly at Shen Xinyue, who caught it reflexively. What was that for? He inquired. Nonsense, you deserve a reprimand. Xinyue cast a sidelong glance at him. I am discussing work with you, yet you prattle on about nonsense. Work? Do you truly become vexed over it? Shen Xinyue expressed disbelief. I find that hard to believe. You, who at the tender age of 13 undertook a monumental project that even the four great families of the capital could not conquer, propelling your family to the pinnacle of those four families. By 15, you were already the king of finance on Wall Street, and by 17, you secured mining rights in Z country, a feat unattainable by any nation or individual. For you, work must be as effortless as play. And now, you claim to be troubled by it? Do you truly expect me to believe that? Xinyue furrowed his brow. In my previous role, I was not the boss. Chapter 142, You truly waste talent whether you are the boss or not, it amounts to the same, Shen Xinyue remarked. Xinyue shook his head. It is not the same. I am not the boss, I have the freedom to express myself without regard for anyone's feelings. My sole objective is to achieve results. The well-being of others in the company is of no concern to me. However, when I become the boss, I desire that those who follow me thrive. And I hope they will remain by my side eternally. Shen Xinyue found Xinyue's meaning somewhat perplexing. He pondered for a moment when the waiter brought in the wine. It must be said that the waiter was quite perceptive, for not only did he deliver the wine, but he also brought a fruit platter, along with popcorn and peanuts as delightful snacks. After placing these items down, the waiter discreetly withdrew. Shen Xinyue uncorked a cherished bottle of wine he had treasured for several years, pouring it into a decanter to breathe. As he speared a piece of watermelon with a small fork and chewed, he remarked, You must try this wine of mine later, Screaming Eagle Cabernet. A vintage I've kept for years. I acquired it at an auction for over 3 million, most people likely buy such wines for collection and appreciation. But today, I've opened it just for you. He poured a glass for Xinyue, placing it before him, and filled another for himself. Barely taking a sip, he was astonished to see Xinyue down the entire glass in one go. His eyes widened. Goodness, did you not hear a word of what I just said? Drinking like that, are you akin to Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruits? What flavor did you even discern? Xinyue raised his hand to pour another glass for himself, lifting it once more to his lips and gulping it down. Shen Xinyue's lips twitched. You are simply squandering this, truly akin to a cow chewing peonies. Xinyue poured yet another glass, this time taking his time before speaking. It exhibits a classic California passion fruit flavor, robust fruitiness accompanied by floral notes. It likely underwent fermentation in a plastic barrel before maturing in an oak barrel, imparting a hint of oak. Shen Xinyue. Xinyue glanced at him again, swirling his glass, and asked, Am I correct in my assessment? Shen Xinyue chuckled softly. Are you even human? Have you retained any semblance of humanity? He drank heartily. And to my astonishment, he could discern the flavors. Never mind, I shall not criticize you further, drink as you please. Xinyue downed the remaining wine in his glass, pouring himself another. Although Shen Xinyue felt a pang of concern, he refrained from saying anything more, for this bottle was originally meant for AMO. Xinyue continued to consume 5 cups of wine. Initially, he felt no effect, but after the 5th cup, a sense of dizziness suddenly enveloped him. Noticing his growing sluggishness, Shen Xinyue spoke up, AMO, I must confess, I find your secretary rather unimpressive. How is it that you became infatuated with such a woman? In terms of appearance, she pales in comparison to Cheng. In knowledge, she is even more deficient, and as for insight. At this, he chuckled heartily. What insight does your secretary possess? None at all. It is one thing to lack insight, but she seems to take delight in pretending otherwise. Remember that auction you took her to? My goodness. With every item presented, she was estimating the prices, wearing a smug expression. Furthermore, when she heard the bids that were beyond her means, she looked down upon them. Pray tell, what does she have to be so disdainful about? Every item, even the least expensive, was worth over $1 million, that is certainly beyond her financial reach. How can a person of such humble means have the audacity to look down upon others of similar status? It truly infuriates me. I feel it is a disservice to Cheng. Xinyue raised his gaze, his eyes somewhat dazed, as if he had not comprehended Shen Xinyue's words. He uttered something entirely irrelevant. I merely wished to experience the sensation of consuming half a bottle of such exquisite wine in one go. With that, he downed half a bottle in one breath, truly a fool. After mumbling, he chuckled again. However, after finishing his drink, he exhibited a playful demeanor, which seemed rather endearing. Seeing him inebriated and still praising his secretary, Shen Xinyue fell silent, fearing that AMO might retaliate against him. His earlier remarks had been made when he deemed Amo merely tipsy yet not completely intoxicated, believing he could still comprehend them. Now, observing Amo's current state, it appeared he was quite enamored, and it was likely that upon regaining consciousness, he would remember the disparaging comments made about his secretary and might very well retaliate. Thus, Shen Xinyue refrained from further conversation, resigning himself to silently sipping his drink. After a while of accompanying Si Qingma, who had succumbed to a state of oblivion, he took out his phone to reserve a room at a nearby hotel, arranging for someone to escort him there. Cheng Yinian, hearing Si Qingma leave the room, paid him no mind and continued to entertain herself, engrossed in a mobile game. By 11 o'clock that night, with no sign of Si Qingma's return, she ventured into the living room, circling around the vast space that echoed with silence, save for the sound of her own breath. In that moment, Cheng Yinian felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. She pondered to herself, the environment of this community was exquisite, yet it felt somewhat lacking, devoid of the warmth of life. At that moment, the silence enveloped her, making her feel as if she were the sole inhabitant of the world, stirring a slight sense of melancholy within her. Gripping her phone, she wandered around the living room, ultimately dialing a number for Lan Yingying. The call connected unusually swiftly. "Yingying, shall we go shopping after work tomorrow?" Cheng Yinian inquired. However, on the other end, there was an unsettling silence, accompanied by an odd sound that resembled kissing. Cheng Yinian stood still, calling out once more, "Yingying?" Yet, there was still no response. Just as she was about to hang up, Lan Yingying's breathy voice came through, "Sure. I was just thinking about shopping." "All right then, let us meet at City On tomorrow," Cheng Yinian replied. "Perfect. We're going to City On for a shoot. I'll wait for you at the Huaxi dessert shop." After a brief pause, Lan Yingying added, "By the way, I want to introduce you to someone." Cheng Yinian chuckled softly. "Is it the person you were just kissing?" Lan Yingying gasped, "Ah. How did you know?" "Nian, you didn't install a surveillance device on me, did you?" Cheng Yinian laughed even harder, "I assure you, I did not. It's just that your kissing was rather fervent, and the sound was quite pronounced." Lan Yingying's cheeks turned slightly pink, and she cleared her throat. "Well, we're both novices and got a bit carried away. Oh, I won't keep you any longer. See you tomorrow." Cheng Yinian hung up the phone and glanced at the desolate living room, muttering in irritation, "That dog of a man, married yet still out all night." After her murmurs, she retreated to her room and lay down to sleep. However, as she lay in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Her mind incessantly pondering whether Si Qingma had spent the night at Lin Yu's house. They had clearly agreed not to betray one another after marriage. Chapter 144, let us see how you explain to your family. Grinding her teeth, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Si Qingma, "Mr. C. If you wish to be with Lin Yu, let us get a divorce. Do not forget the agreement we made on the day we registered our marriage." After sending the message, she waited an eternity, yet there was no response from Si Qingma. Enraged, she wondered if he was too occupied with something else to reply. Her imagination ran wild, conjuring vivid images of Si Qingma and Lin Yu in a compromising situation. The more she thought, the angrier she became, and eventually, she picked up her phone to play games instead. It was not until 3 in the morning that exhaustion finally overtook her, and she succumbed to sleep. In the morning, she was roused by the alarm clock at 7 o'clock, having only managed a scant 3 hours of sleep. As she washed up, she caught sight of her reflection. Prominent dark circles under her eyes compelling her to apply some concealer. Stepping out of her room, she found Aunt Zhang tidying up the house. Upon seeing her, Aunt Zhang smiled and said, Nian, you're awake. Come, sit and have breakfast. I'll go get it." With that, Aunt Zhang hurried to the kitchen and soon returned with congee and steamed dumplings for Cheng Yinian. "Today we're having pork-filled dumplings." "Thank you," Cheng Yinian replied, picking up her chopsticks. Just as she was about to take a bite of the dumpling, a yawn escaped her lips. Though she had adorned her face with makeup to conceal some of the weariness, it was still evident. Aunt Zhang, observing her appearance, inquired, "Did you not rest well last night?" "Yes, I stayed up late," Cheng Yinian nodded quietly in response. Aunt Zhang felt a surge of joy in her heart but nevertheless offered a gentle reminder, "I understand that young people enjoy indulging themselves, yet one must not overindulge, as it is detrimental to one's health. You have a long life ahead, there's no need to work excessively day and night." Cheng Yinian was taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. She cleared her throat and explained, last night, Xinyue did not return home, I stayed up late playing games. CMO didn't he come home? Aunt Zhang exclaimed in surprise. Where did he go? I do not know, Cheng Yinian shook her head, her eyes glistening with feigned innocence. He had a secretary he was quite fond of. Yesterday, I had a disagreement with his secretary, and as a result, he is upset with me. Humph. Staying out all night and not responding to her messages, then he cannot blame her for being ungracious. She was aware that Aunt Zhang had been in contact with Xinyue's family, consistently updating them on their matters. Perhaps it was time they learned of his leaning towards Linyu. Though her interactions with Xinyue's family were limited, she knew they held very traditional values. In due course, they would address Xinyue's behavior themselves. Indeed, upon hearing Cheng Yinian's words, Aunt Zhang furrowed her brow and sighed, oh dear. This CMO is truly being foolish. Cheng Yinian bit her lower lip, continuing to feign vulnerability. Last night, she had waited for him, yet he never returned. I sent him a WeChat message, but he did not respond. This is simply too much, the men of the C family do not behave in such a manner. Regardless of gender, members of the C family adhere to a monogamous tradition, each possessing but one beloved. Mo has clearly lost his senses. Nian. Do not be disheartened. Aunt Zhang will seek justice on your behalf, Aunt Zhang consoled Cheng Yinian. A hint of pride flickered within Cheng Yinian, yet she shook her head. Perhaps it is best to let it be, he might accuse me of tattling and grow to despise me further. Nonsense, Mo cannot be that foolish. Aunt Zhang gently patted Cheng Yinian's shoulder before dialing a number on her phone. Cheng Yinian smirked, let us see how you explain this to your family. You dog of a man. Chapter 145, you dialed the wrong number after finishing breakfast. Cheng Yinian prepared to head to work, only to realize that Xinyue was absent. She would have to take the subway, as she no longer had a driver. Alas, that dog of a man had some utility after all. With a sigh, she boarded the subway. While on the train, Mo Lan sent her a WeChat message, did Mo bully you? Do not fear, Mama will take care of him. Cheng Yinian, holding her phone, nearly burst into laughter and quickly replied, thank you, Mama. Though she felt embarrassed to address her as Mama in person. Typing it in a message felt effortless. As beheld the WeChat message from, her eyes brimmed with tears upon seeing the word mother. She exclaimed to her husband. My daughter-in-law has called me mother. Sighed, alas, as a father-in-law, I have yet to achieve the status of a father myself, how pitiful. Gently patted his shoulder, saying, now you have an opportunity for to call you father, it depends on whether you can seize it. Gazed at her, inquiring, what opportunity? Your son is bullying. If you help her deal with him, she will surely call you father, replied. That rascal is bullying our daughter-in-law, eyes widened, how has he done so? After a moment of contemplation, stated, the situation seems rather serious. Mentioned that your son did not return home last night, claiming he was entangled with his secretary. Even arguing with her over this matter. Did you not say that the family has excellent genes, that a man loves but one woman throughout his life? Why is your son behaving so chaotically? Furrowed his brow, is there such a thing? It cannot be a misunderstanding, can it? Pondered for a moment and replied. I too believe it to be a misunderstanding, your son must have been deceived by that secretary of his. However, he does seem rather foolish, does he not? His ability to discern such matters is woefully inadequate. Remarked, surely not, the family possesses sound discernment skills. Cannot have inherited that trait from your lineage, can he? Eyes widened. Her teeth clenched. Ah, my dear lady, I have erred. I shall immediately reprimand that insolent young man for daring to bully our daughter-in-law. He must certainly receive a proper scolding. With that, Xinyue grasped his phone and promptly made a call. Xinyue was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of the phone. Rubbing his drowsy head, he answered, hello, who is this? Who is this? I am your father, came the reply. Hearing the slightly hoarse voice of Xinyue, which suggested he had just awakened, Xinyue's irritation flared. Xinyue, assuming it was a prank, retorted, you are my father? I'm your grandfather instead. You insolent brat. What did you just say? You wish to be my grandfather? What? Do you intend to call your grandfather father? Xinyue nearly exploded with rage. Startled by his father's outburst, Xinyue shook off his confusion. Frowning, he glanced at the caller ID, and his face turned to stone. What had he just said? He had just claimed to be his father's grandfather. Panic surged within him as he muttered into the phone, "You dialed the wrong number," before hastily ending the call. He rushed to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. When he emerged, his phone was ringing incessantly. He cleared his throat, attempting to render his voice less hoarse, and then answered the call with a serious tone. "Mr. Xinyue, I noticed you have called numerous times. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Upon hearing his tone, Xinyue sensed a subtle difference. Could it be that he truly did not answer the call earlier? Was it possible that he had genuinely misdialed? Regardless of whether there was an error in the previous call, the connection was made now. He inquired, "Where are you? What are you doing?" I responded, "I am at the office, in a meeting. My phone was with my secretary, which is why I missed your call." "You have called so many times, is there something you need to discuss?" He believed that his subtle explanation would lead his father to think that the earlier call had indeed been a mistake, and that his anger would dissipate. However, he was mistaken. The moment he mentioned the secretary, Xinyue erupted. "Xinyue, the men of the Xi family, once married, are devoted to one woman for life. I have taught you this since childhood. How can you be involved with another woman while married? Do you think that because you are not in the capital, far from my reach, you can disregard all our family rules?" Xinyue felt a moment of confusion. What was happening? Why did he find it difficult to comprehend his father's words? Furrowing his brow, he tentatively asked, "Mr. Xinyue, what have I done that makes you believe I have forgotten the family rules?" "You know exactly what you have done," Xinyue replied, his tone filled with indignation. "Xinyue, you had better end your relationship with that secretary of yours, or I will have you return to the capital and you will not be allowed to leave again. You still need some proper upbringing." Xinyue was taken aback. His father was asking him to sever ties with Cheng Yinian? He furrowed his brow. "Wait, Mr. Xinyue. You just mentioned that the men of the Xi family are devoted to their wives, marrying but once in a lifetime. Now you want me to sever ties with her? Wouldn't that contradict our family's ancestral teachings? I instructed you to break ties with your secretary, not to abandon your wife." Xinyue was so enraged that he nearly leaped to his feet. "You little rascal, don't try to twist my words. Let me make it clear, if you dare to bully it won't just be me coming after you, your mother, your grandparents. We will all take turns sorting you out." Xinyue rubbed his forehead and replied, "The daughter-in-law you speak of is, in fact, my secretary." Eh? Xinyue had intended to continue lecturing Xinyue, but he was completely taken aback by this revelation. He glanced at Lan, who was seated nearby sipping tea. Since he was on speakerphone, she had overheard the entire exchange. He hurriedly turned to his wife, "Darling, didn't you say that he was arguing with him over his secretary? Now, Mo claims that he is his secretary?" Lan appeared somewhat bewildered, shaking her head. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask Aunt Zhang." Xinyue nodded, then let us clarify this first. It's better to discipline with understanding and logic. Lan agreed, proceeding to send a WeChat message to Aunt Zhang. Xinyue interjected once more, "You little rascal. Remember not to bully otherwise, we won't let you off the hook. Alright, continue with your meeting. I'll hang up now." Without waiting for Xinyue to respond, Xinyue abruptly ended the call. Xinyue let out a cold laugh, pondering the childishness of Cheng Yinian, who had resorted to petty reporting. Did she truly think such behavior was mature? After considering it, he intended to confront Cheng Yinian over the phone, only to find a new WeChat message upon glancing at his device. It was from Cheng Yinian, timestamped from the previous night. He had been quite inebriated and had no recollection of how he had arrived at his current location, hence his failure to reply to her. As he read her message, a wave of indignation washed over him. This woman was incessantly bringing up divorce. Did she truly wish to sever ties with him so eagerly? He immediately dialed Cheng Yinian's number. Upon arriving at the office, Cheng Yinian noticed that Xinyue had yet to appear, and an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. Her mind raced with thoughts. How intense could his encounter with Linyu have been for him to skip work? Since he was now with Linyu, she felt she could no longer claim the title of Mrs. C, nor did she wish to wear the shame of infidelity. Perhaps it was for the best. Despite her aversion to Linyu, she had no desire to be the villain in their story. Now that she had secured her position at the company, her objective was fulfilled, and divorce seemed inevitable. Yet, the prospect of finding a new place to live troubled her. Tianhua Mingyuan offered a pleasant environment and was conveniently close to the office. Renting a nearby apartment would incur additional monthly expenses. Although she held a 20% stake in Lingyi, dividends would not be distributed until the year's end. Moreover, she had plans to save money for her own endeavors in the future, necessitating a prudent approach to her finances. As she pondered, she took out her phone to check her account balance, then grabbed a piece of paper to begin calculating her expenses. At that moment, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she calmly answered, "Good morning, Mr. C." Hearing Cheng Yinian's composed tone, Si Qingma gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you so eager to divorce me?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Yinian let out a cold laugh and replied, "We had an agreement on the day we registered our marriage, not to betray one another, Mr. C. Surely, you haven't forgotten?" "I certainly have not forgotten." "So, is it you who has betrayed me? Is that why you are so desperate for a divorce?" Si Qingma questioned icily. Cheng Yinian felt an urge to curse. This man was truly adept at turning the tables. She gritted her teeth in frustration and retorted, "You expect me to take the blame for your actions? What have you done?" Si Qingma asked, fuming. "You know full well what you have done," Cheng Yinian replied haughtily. "I am busy with work now. If you decide when to proceed with the divorce, just let me know." You beep, beep, before Si Qingma could finish his sentence. Cheng Yinian had already hung up, returning to her calculations. Si Qingma was infuriated once more. He prided himself on being a composed individual. Yet this woman always managed to provoke him. He sat on the bed, making an effort to calm his emotions. After a while, he called the lawn club, requesting them to send over a suit. After hastily showering and changing, he finally drove back to the company. Upon returning to the company, Cheng Yinian had already calculated the accounts and was presently searching for an apartment online. Si Qingma passed by her office door and stole a glance at her. Yet she did not even lift her gaze. He entered his office, took a seat, and opened his computer, intending to attend to some emails. However, a lingering headache prompted him to rub his temples, and he decided to place an internal call to Cheng Yinian. When she answered the phone, she expressed surprise, saying, "Oh, Mr. C, you've come to the office? How may I assist you?" "Please make me a cup of coffee," Si Qingma requested. "Certainly," Cheng Yinian responded, ending the call and rising to head to the pantry. Her businesslike demeanor left him feeling quite vexed. Consequently, he opted to visit Suyi's office. Chapter 148, Please begin your discussion. Suyi was currently swamped with work, as many tasks that Si Qingma had previously handled had been assigned to him by Cheng Yinian, leaving him with little time to spare. When Si Qingma unexpectedly entered his office, Suyi glanced up momentarily and inquired, "Mr. C, do you need something?" "Nothing urgent. I just wanted to chat," Si Qingma replied. "Oh, then please hold on for a moment while I finish these tasks," Suyi said without looking up, diligently typing away on his computer. After waiting for 10 minutes, Si Qingma noted that Suyi was still preoccupied. Frowning, he asked, "Are you truly that busy?" "Indeed. I am quite occupied," Suyi affirmed with a nod. Yet, Si Qingma remarked, "Now that work has settled into a routine, even I find myself with some free time. How can you still be so overwhelmed? Is your work capacity lacking?" Suyi paused slightly, raising his head to look at him, somewhat speechless. "Dear Mr. C, perhaps you should consider how much of your work has now fallen upon my shoulders. If I were to have any leisure time, I would have ascended to divinity by now." Si Qingma arched an eyebrow and approached to glance at the computer on Suyi's desk, asserting that it was not a matter of capability. Suyi gazed at Si Qingma in bewilderment, only to see him reach out and tap the screen of his computer. Suyi was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. He quickly resumed typing on the computer and beamed at Si Qingma, "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. C." With that, he closed his laptop, adopting a demeanor of "I am at your service now," and looked at Si Qingma. "Mr. C, please, you may begin." Si Qingma spoke directly. "Since you've allowed Linyu to stay, Secretary Cheng is feeling quite displeased. You need to find a way to mediate." "Me?" Suyi pointed to himself. "Yes, precisely you," Si Qingma replied. Suyi actually wanted to express that he should not have allowed Linyu to remain, but he dared not voice this thought. Instead, he managed to muster a professional smile. "Very well, Mr. C." Seeing Suyi acquiesce, Si Qingma nodded. "Good, then you may get back to work." I shall take my leave. He was off to the office for a cup of coffee. Upon returning to his office, he found a steaming cup of coffee awaiting him on his desk. He picked it up and took a sip, a smile gracing his lips. The coffee was quite well brewed. After another sip, he felt his mind clear and his energy renewed, promptly diving into his work. Cheng Yinian was busy drafting a prospectus when a knock resonated at the door. She casually called out, "Come in." Sui entered with a bag in hand, containing a cup of milk tea. "Secretary Cheng, please enjoy this milk tea." Cheng Yinian smiled lightly and, with feigned seriousness, remarked, "Milk tea is exceedingly high in sugar, which can easily lead to weight gain. Assistant Su, you must have neglected your workouts for quite some time, as I can see a little belly has begun to appear. I suggest you refrain from indulging in milk tea, lest you frighten away the young lady who may be fond of you." Upon hearing this, Sui promptly discarded the milk tea into the trash bin and inquired, "Has my belly truly become noticeable?" "Alas, I must admit, I have been too busy lately to find time for exercise. Secretary Cheng, you see, President C is rather idle at the moment. He even sought me out for a chat just now. Could you perhaps arrange a few more tasks for him?" Cheng Yinian curved her lips into a smile. "So, Assistant Su is attempting to bribe me with milk tea merely to lighten your workload?" Sui chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head, saying, "Well, not exactly." Cheng Yinian replied with a gentle smile, "Whether it is or not, I fear I cannot assist you, for I am but a secretary, tasked solely with organizing President C's schedule. Many decisions are beyond my purview." I understand, Sui laughed dryly. "I have other matters to discuss." "Please, do tell," Cheng Yinian said with a bright smile. Sui cleared his throat and stated, "The reason President C has kept Lin Yu at the company is deliberate. He had no choice in the matter." Hearing this, Cheng Yinian raised an eyebrow. "So, President C has sent you as a mediator?" "Indeed, there is no necessity for concern. I am merely a secretary. The decision of whom to retain or dismiss within the company ultimately rests upon the words of the general manager. There is no need to inform me." Cheng Yinian maintained her smile. "Oh, Secretary Cheng, do not say that. The general manager genuinely cares about the sentiments of his employees. He is aware that retaining Lin Yu may cause you discomfort, and that knowledge brings him distress as well. Allow me to explain. When the general manager first ventured into Yunhai City to establish his business, he found himself in a taxi that met with an unfortunate accident. The driver, who happened to be Lin Yu's father, saved our general manager's life. In his final moments, the driver implored our general manager to take care of his daughter. Thus, it was under such circumstances that the general manager decided to keep Lin Yu on board. It was not a decision made lightly." Sui intentionally framed his narrative to elicit sympathy for the general manager from Secretary Cheng. However, this attempt only served to further inflame Cheng Yinian's indignation. With a slight curl of her lips, she retorted, "So, the general manager is merely conflating public duty with personal interest?" Sui was taken aback by how his explanation had led to Cheng Yinian holding the general manager in even lower regard. Would the general manager be angered enough to reprimand him? Just as Sui contemplated further clarification, Cheng Yinian gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Assistant Su, you truly have it difficult." "Ah?" Sui was bewildered. Being alongside someone who cannot distinguish between public and private matters must have caused you considerable strain. Cheng Yinian continued. Upon hearing her words, Sui found himself in complete agreement, nodding emphatically as he lamented, "Indeed, I have endured quite the burden. The individuals in managerial positions are merely capitalists, primarily concerned with exploiting our surplus value." Cheng Yinian pressed her lips together and remarked, "For us workers, life is indeed arduous. We rise earlier than roosters and retire later than dogs, earning meager wages while toiling as if we were engaged in illicit trades. Indeed, our plight is dire." Sui concurred with a heavy sigh. "Thus, we must unite on the same front, rallying against our common adversary and rising in defiance of exploitation." Cheng Yinian emphatically clenched her fist. Sui nodded in agreement, affirming, "Yes, we shall stand together against our foes." He found himself swayed by Cheng Yinian's fervor. Cheng Yinian continued, "Assistant Su, you should return to your duty swiftly, lest the capitalists seize upon our vulnerabilities." Sui nodded and exited Cheng Yinian's office, returning to his own in a state of indignation. After sitting in his office for a while, he suddenly realized the situation. He slammed his palm on the desk exclaiming in frustration that he had been misled by Secretary Cheng. Not only had she failed to clarify matters for the general manager, but it appeared she had formed an even poorer impression of him. It was a shame that this secretary was not engaged in multi-level marketing. Yet, he was at a loss for how to rectify the situation. Very well, he decided, I have plenty of work to attend to. Thus, he set the matter aside and resumed his tasks. Later that evening, after work, Cheng Yinian took a taxi to City On to meet with Lan Yingying, who had been waiting for her at the Huaxi dessert shop. Upon Cheng Yinian's arrival, she found Lan Yingying feeding ice cream to a man. The man furrowed his brow. Seemingly not particularly fond of ice cream, yet he still opened his mouth to take a bite. Cheng Yinian stood outside for a moment, smiled faintly, and walked in. Yingying, she called out to Lan Yingying. Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's voice, Lan Yingying immediately brightened and rose from her seat, exclaiming, Ah, Nian Nian, you finally made it. I was nearly bored to death. Bored? Cheng Yinian raised an eyebrow at Lan Yingying, then glanced at the man beside her, teasingly remarking, Isn't it rather dull when a handsome man is by your side? Lan Yingying cleared her throat lightly and replied, He is quite boring, like an old man. Completely oblivious to fashionable things. Though her words were laced with disdain, her tone bore a playful charm. Cheng Yinian smiled gently and winked at Lan Yingying, sensing an intriguing situation. Lan Yingying's cheeks flushed slightly as she introduced, This is Ming Nan, our boss. Just the boss? Cheng Yinian inquired with a smile. Ming Nan extended his hand, saying, Hello, I am Ming Nan, Lan Yingying's boyfriend. Hello, Cheng Yinian, Yingying's close friend, Cheng Yinian replied, shaking his hand. He merely gave a light grip before releasing it. The three settled down together, and Ming Nan asked, Miss Cheng, what would you like? I can order for you. No need, I'll have lemonade, Cheng Yinian responded with a slight smile. Mr. Ming, please take a seat. Yet, Ming Nan did not sit down, instead. He approached the counter to order a glass of lemonade for Cheng Yinian, along with a small cake. He placed the small cake down and said to Lan Yingying, You should eat less, your sugar intake has exceeded the limit today. Lan Yingying shot him a glare, You are quite meddlesome, hurry back. I'm going shopping with Nian Nian. Very well, I shall return to work and come back later to fetch you, Ming Nan replied to Lan Yingying. She waved her hand dismissively, No need. The company is so busy, you should rest once you finish your tasks. It's no trouble. You two young ladies shouldn't return late alone, I'll come to pick you up, as the office is nearby, Ming Nan insisted. All right then, make haste. Once you finish your work, take a moment to rest. We will call you when we are ready to return, Lan Yingying stated. Understood. Ming Nan nodded at Cheng Yinian as a form of greeting and then turned to leave. As soon as Ming Nan departed, Lan Yingying immediately inquired of Cheng Yinian. Nian Nian, what do you think of him? Cheng Yinian pondered for a moment before replying, He seems quite the gentleman at present. But it is possible he is merely putting on an act, further observation is warranted. Indeed, Lan Yingying nodded, acknowledging the need for more scrutiny. So, you must absolutely avoid cohabiting with him, understand? Should an unexpected pregnancy occur, you would bear the consequences, Cheng Yinian cautioned. Lan Yingying chuckled and replied, Do not worry. That will not happen, he goes home every day and cannot live with me. He comes from a single-parent household, his father passed away when he was 3. And his mother raised him alone, so he must accompany her at home. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yinian contemplated for a moment and said, Yingying, I shall speak candidly. Speak freely, there is nothing we cannot discuss, Lan Yingying remarked, as she scooped a spoonful of cake into her mouth. Cheng Yinian pressed her lips together and replied, Typically. In such families, mothers tend to rely heavily on their children. Their profound love often leads them to interfere in many aspects of their offspring's lives. Chapter 151, A handmade dress from Anna. Lan Yingying tilted her head, blinking with curiosity. He said his mother is very kind. Naive Yingying. Would he ever admit to you that his mother is not? Cheng Yinian responded. Let me put it this way, mothers like that often devote all their attention to their sons. If their sons begin to date or share their affection with a girlfriend, the mothers may feel jealous. Cheng Yinian struggled to articulate her thoughts. Lan Yingying gazed at her in disbelief, No way. Of course. I'm only suggesting that some may behave this way, not all, Cheng Yinian clarified, cautious not to generalize. Lan Yingying nodded, I understand. However, I believe his mother must be wonderful, for he himself is well-mannered. His mother is a teacher, an educated person. Cheng Yinian nodded in agreement, recognizing the evident influence of his mother's upbringing. Let us see how it goes, I'm merely sharing my perspective. Yes, I understand. Lan Yingying offered another spoonful of cake towards Cheng Yinian's mouth, who opened up and took a bite. She gazed at the diminutive 6-inch cake, now nearly depleted, and hurriedly stopped Lan Yingying. You really ought to refrain from eating so much at this late hour. Why indulge in such sweet treats? Exercise some restraint. All right. Then I won't eat it. Let's just pack it to go, Lan Yingying replied, darting to the front desk to request a box, carefully placing the cake inside and carrying it in a bag. Where to now? Cheng Yinian inquired. Lan Yingying tugged at her, exclaiming, come on. Accompany me to buy some clothes. I've had my eye on that particular outfit for ages, and finally, it's on sale after the season. I've got to seize the opportunity. What kind of clothes? Cheng Yinian asked, being pulled along. It's from Lan Qingyi. When it first came out, it was exceedingly expensive, and I couldn't bring myself to buy it. Now that the season has changed, it should be discounted, and I must have it. As Lan Yingying chatted animatedly while pulling Cheng Yinian along, she continued, let me tell you, Lan Qingyi releases a stunning piece every season, and the design style is remarkably reminiscent of Ada's work. However, I've noticed that the particular design doesn't have a name. You really admire Ada's designs, don't you? Cheng Yinian queried. Not exactly, to be precise, I prefer Anna's designs. Unfortunately, Anna never designs for the masses, so it's impossible to purchase anything. Ada is Anna's apprentice, and while her style bears a slight resemblance to Anna's, I suppose I can grudgingly appreciate her work, Lan Yingying explained. Cheng Yinian chuckled softly. You certainly are being quite begrudging. Hurry, hurry. I've seen it, the discounts start at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I'm afraid others will snatch it away, so let's move quickly. I must get it. I want to wear it when I meet Mingnan's mother, said Lan Yingying with a cheerful smile. All right, Cheng Yinian replied, quickening her pace. Upon arriving at the Lan Qingyi boutique, they found quite a crowd inside. Lan Yingying observed the scene and exclaimed, oh dear, so many people. They must all be here for that dress, right? Noticing Lan Yingying's anxious demeanor, Cheng Yinian suddenly remarked, when you get married, I will gift you a handmade dress by Anna. Taken aback by Cheng Yinian's words, Lan Yingying burst into laughter. Nian, you work in the fashion industry. You can't possibly not know Anna. She doesn't design for ordinary people, and no company can hire her for designs, let alone her handmade pieces. It is said that even royal families across the globe struggle to acquire her handcrafted garments. They can only manage to get her designs, which are made by others. To this day, Anna has only hand-stitched one dress, which is said to rest in the palace of the Queen of Country M, and she hesitates to wear it. Chapter 152, Do you understand the feeling of heartbreak? Even if you cannot accomplish it, your intentions alone are enough to satisfy me. You truly are my dear sister. Lan Yingying embraced Cheng Yinian and then pulled her into the store. Quickly, or it will be gone. Hello. Please bring me that dress in a size M to try on. Lan Yingying promptly sought out a store attendant, pointing to a poster affixed to the wall. The attendant glanced at the poster, smiled gently, and shook her head. I'm sorry, madam, that item is sold out. Upon hearing this, Lan Yingying felt a wave of despair wash over her. She clutched Cheng Yinian's arm, exclaiming, Ah, Nian, I have waited an entire year. An entire year. And yet I still couldn't purchase it. My heart is shattered. After saying this, she tilted her head, looking up at Cheng Yinian with a pitiful gaze. Do you know what it feels like to have your heart broken? Cheng Yinian paused, taken aback. She certainly understood the sensation of a broken heart, in her previous life. The anguish inflicted by Shen Xinyue and Ling Zhan had left her in despair and helplessness, which must have been akin to a shattered heart. Lan Yingying nuzzled her fluffy head against Cheng Yinian's shoulder, resembling a little kitten. Oh, never mind. Let us go eat, I shall transform this sorrow into appetite. Observing her friend's demeanor, Cheng Yinian couldn't help but smile wryly. If this store doesn't have it, we can explore others. It's gone, Lan Yingying replied, spreading her hands in resignation. I inquired long ago, there are none left. Each store only has one piece of every size. Allow me to make an inquiry. Cheng Yinian said as she stepped outside to call Secretary Sun from the company. Secretary Sun was responsible for managing the company's sample garments, with each season featuring a single sample piece meant for models to showcase on the runway. Lan Ying hurried out and asked, "Nian, where are you inquiring?" Cheng Yinian gestured for her to wait a moment. Uninterested in eavesdropping on Cheng Yinian's phone call, Lan Ying wandered back into the store to browse once more. The call was connected, and Secretary Sun, trembling with apprehension, inquired, "Secretary Cheng, have I failed in my duties?" Since Secretary Cheng Yinian assumed her position, she has not burdened her subordinates unduly, yet her expectations are exceedingly stringent. In the past, during Lin Yu's tenure as the chief secretary, they could easily remedy their shortcomings with gifts and flattering words. However, such tactics are ineffective under Cheng Yinian's leadership. Consequently, the secretaries fear that any misstep could lead to reprimand, and Cheng's meticulous approach to work might jeopardize their employment. In a soft voice, Secretary Cheng replied, "No. I am calling you today regarding a personal matter and would like to know if you have a moment." "Of course, I am available, please go ahead." Secretary Sun responded promptly. Cheng Yinian continued, "Do we still have the sample garments from each new product launch in our company? Some are preserved, while others are not. We have kept the samples from the past 2 years, but older ones are typically disposed of online," Secretary Sun explained. "Good. Do we have all the styles from last year?" Cheng Yinian inquired again. "Yes, we do," came the reply. "What sizes are they?" Cheng asked once more. Secretary Sun responded. "They are generally size S or M, depending on the model's physique, as the samples are tailored to the model's measurements. Could you please check for me?" As Cheng Yinian spoke, she stepped into the store and asked a staff member for the clothing code displayed on the poster. The staff member recited it, and she relayed the information to Secretary Sunday Chapter 153. A garment is summoned. Secretary Sun retrieved her mobile phone and promptly checked her messages. Although she was responsible for safeguarding these items, she did not directly engage in their organization. Typically, the inventory was meticulously tallied by the warehouse, and the inventory list was subsequently dispatched to her email. She logged into her email account, swiftly locating the spreadsheet, and communicated to Cheng Yinian, "Secretary Cheng. This item is still available, it's a size S." Cheng Yinian glanced at Lan Ying's figure, which wasn't particularly plump, yet could hardly be deemed slender. She usually wore a size M, so a size S might fit, albeit snugly. Since Lan Ying fancied it, it would be best for her to try it on. With this thought in mind, Cheng Yinian responded, "Very well, please inform the warehouse that this garment will be dispatched to the city on boutique. I shall go there shortly to collect it, and I will pay at the boutique according to the company's pricing." Secretary Sun hastily interjected, "No need for that, Secretary Cheng. I will bring it to you. I am currently in the vicinity of the company and have no pressing matters to attend to." "Ah, then I greatly appreciate your kindness. Please deliver it to the city on boutique." "Certainly, I shall be there shortly." After concluding the call, Cheng Yinian proceeded to find Lan Ying. Upon seeing her, Lan Ying inquired, "Shall we go for lunch now? There's a newly opened seafood buffet that we should try." "Not just yet. I've arranged for a garment to be sent over for you, and it will arrive shortly." "Ah!" Lan Ying exclaimed with delight, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Cheng Yinian made a shush gesture, prompting her to lower her voice. With excitement and eagerness, she whispered, "Is that true? Really? Is that the outfit on the poster?" Cheng Yinian nodded. "I am so thrilled." "You are truly remarkable," Lan Ying exclaimed, twirling in place. Cheng Yinian smiled gently, "It's merely a convenience of my work. Have you forgotten that I am currently employed at Mo Lan Qingyi?" Lan Ying suddenly remembered and laughed, "Oh right, how fortunate it is to have such work benefits." The two meandered about the store for approximately 20 minutes when Secretary Sun arrived. She immediately approached Cheng Yinian, "Secretary Cheng." "Secretary Sun," Cheng Yinian replied with a smile. "Just call me by my name when we are outside." "All right," Secretary Sun chuckled, "then you may call me by my name as well." "Sure, Xinyue." Cheng Yinian responded with a light laugh, "Your name is lovely, it feels affectionate when spoken." Sun Xinyue blushed shyly and said to Cheng Yinian, "Miss Cheng, I will take this garment to the manager for inventory." "Very well," Cheng Yinian nodded. Lan Ying eagerly gazed at the clothing in Sun Xinyue's hands and tugged at Cheng Yinian, "Let us hurry over, as soon as it's checked in. We can try it on." Cheng Yinian acquiesced, and the two proceeded to watch Shen Xinyue hand over the item to the manager. As soon as the formalities were completed, Lan Ying exclaimed eagerly, "I want to try it on." Shen Xinyue informed the manager, "This piece was transferred here by our secretary Cheng from the headquarters. She'll be taking it once the procedure is completed." The manager promptly nodded, understood, secretary." Shen Xinyue once again introduced Cheng Yinian to the store manager. Upon hearing that she was the chief secretary beside the general manager of the headquarters, the manager became exceedingly attentive. Cheng Yinian merely responded politely, urging Lan Ying to try on the clothes. After a considerable amount of time had passed without any sign of her emergence from the fitting room, Cheng Yinian couldn't help but knock on the door. Eventually, Lan Ying emerged, looking particularly despondent, lamenting, "I can't fit into these, I'm too fat." Chapter 154, Did you not hear me calling you? Cheng Yinian smiled gently, reassuring her, "It's all right, let us buy them for now. And you can wear them once you've lost some weight." Lan Ying glanced at the cake Cheng Yinian was carrying for her and sighed. "But I'm planning to indulge in a buffet later, how can I possibly lose weight?" With a pitiful expression, she continued, "At home I purchased several dresses in size S, all of which I adore, intending to motivate myself to slim down. However, I have never managed to lose any weight. Those expensive dresses are merely hanging in my closet for me to gaze upon." Cheng Yinian couldn't help but chuckle. Lan Ying feigned anger, "You're mocking me." "Not at all," Cheng Yinian replied, still unable to contain her laughter. "In truth, you're not overweight, it's just that clothing sizes have become increasingly smaller." "Ah. Nian, are you teasing me?" Lan Ying pouted playfully. "I truly am not, I speak only the truth." Cheng Yinian finally ceased her laughter and spoke earnestly. Lan Ying rubbed her nose and sighed, "Forget it, if I can't wear them, you should take them, after all, you're slender enough to wear them." Cheng Yinian countered, "At my height, wearing such a short skirt wouldn't look appealing." "Why not give it a try?" Lan Ying insisted, determined not to let this exquisite dress slip away. She nudged Cheng Yinian towards the fitting room. Reluctantly, Cheng Yinian took the dress and stepped inside to try it on. Lan Ying was indeed correct, the dress suited her well, albeit a tad short, barely covering half of her thigh. She tugged at the hem, then opened the fitting room door to step out. Waiting outside, Lan Ying's eyes widened in astonishment as Cheng Yinian emerged. "This is simply stunning." It wasn't just Lan Ying who was captivated, everyone in the store turned their gaze towards Cheng Yinian. The dress was a short A-line tulle creation in a soft blue hue. The bodice was a strapless design, elegantly draped with a layer of sheer white chiffon that encased her porcelain shoulders, lending an ethereal quality. Her delicate collarbones were perfectly revealed, adorned with embroidered peonies, while the cuffs were intricately detailed with silver threads forming clouds. The hem of the skirt featured a gradient of oceanic hues, and the waist fit snugly around Cheng Yinian's slender figure. Her legs were flawless white, long and straight. Earlier, as she tried on the dress, her hair had been tied up, but now, she let her long black locks cascade down her back. Standing there, she exuded a gentle grace infused with a lively spirit, combining playfulness with elegance, a beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. "Cheng Yinian?" Suddenly, someone called her name. She turned to see Ling Man and Shen Xinyue. It was Ling Man who had spoken. Pretending not to recognize them, she shifted her attention back to Lan Ying and inquired, "What do you think?" Lan Ying gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming how beautiful she was, like a fairy. Cheng Yinian smiled lightly, playfully exaggerating her compliment. "Truly, if you don't believe me, just ask others." At that moment, two girls approached, also praising Cheng Yinian, exclaiming how stunning she looked, remarking on her long, straight, and fair legs. Cheng Yinian smiled and thanked them. Ling Man, noticing Cheng Yinian's indifference, snapped, "Cheng Yinian, I'm calling you. Did you not hear me? Are you deaf?" Cheng Yinian furrowed her brows and questioned, "Who are you?" Ling Man, growing more agitated, retorted, "You're pretending not to know me?" Cheng Yinian ignored her, circumventing Ling Man to say to Lan Ying, "Choose another outfit, I'll buy this one." Chapter 155, The Ultimate Green Tea. Lan Ying shot a glare at Ling Man before turning to Cheng Yinian with a smile, "Sure, let us pick out another set. Now that I'm free, I can finally spend my own money without needing to support anyone." Cheng Yinian smiled, following Lan Ying to select more clothes. Ling Man, utterly infuriated, hurried in front of Cheng Yinian, blocking her and Lan Yingying's path, demanding arrogantly, "I want to know where you've been lately. Why does it concern you?" Before Cheng Yinian could respond, Lan Yingying stepped forward, shielding Cheng Yinian behind her. "I'm speaking with Cheng Yinian." "So you'd best step aside, Lan Yingying," Ling Man asserted arrogantly. Lan Yingying stood her ground, puffing out her chest. "Yinian is already married, you should cease your entanglement." Upon her utterance, Ling Man erupted into laughter, as if she had just heard the most amusing jest in the world. "Cheng Yinian, to elicit my brother's attention. You could concoct such a fib? And to post it on social media? Have you even considered the image you shared? It's evidently a screenshot from a television drama or a video, so picturesque. Is that truly your hand?" Listening to Ling Man's words, Cheng Yinian was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that what she deemed beautiful and captivating was perceived as fabricated by others. Yet, she remained unfazed. Authenticity cannot be feigned, nor can the falsehoods be rendered genuine. Cheng Yinian smiled faintly, observing Ling Man's laughter before she spoke. "If you believe I am attempting to make your brother seek me out, then please ensure you convey to him not to approach me, lest I gain the upper hand." With that, she resumed her task of assisting Lan Yingying in selecting garments. At that moment, Shen Xinyue, who had been silent until now, suddenly approached, gently grasping Cheng Yinian's hand. With a soft and timid tone, she implored, "Yinian, allow me to clarify, there's nothing between me and President Ling. Please do not misconstrue our relationship. I would not wish for you to be at odds because of me. You should promptly return to President Ling's side. If my presence troubles you, I shall withdraw from Ling's employ and leave, alright?" Cheng Yinian furrowed her brow, pulling her hand away from Shen Xinyue's grasp. Although her motion was but a gentle withdrawal, Shen Xinyue turned and fell gracefully, though she did not hit the ground. As the recently arrived Ling Zhan caught her, he inquired in a low voice, "Are you all right?" Shen Xinyue, her eyes brimming with tears, gently shook her head and softly spoke, "Please do not blame Yinian, it was my own carelessness that caused me to fall. However, she still misunderstands us. You should go and explain things to her, and then she will return home with you." As Shen Xinyue's words reached Ling Zhan, he lifted his gaze toward Cheng Yinian, fury evident in his eyes. Yet, when his gaze settled on Cheng Yinian, his expression momentarily faltered. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to seeing Cheng Yinian disheveled in the kitchen, having long forgotten that she was once the belle of their school. At this moment, witnessing her in that delicate blue dress, revealing her slender legs, caused him to catch his breath. Observing Ling Zhan's reaction, Shen Xinyue clenched her teeth and tugged at his hand. "Ling, you must go and explain things to Yinian. Do not allow her to misunderstand us any further. She was clearly still upset just now, which is why I accidentally fell." Hearing Shen Xinyue's words, Cheng Yinian exchanged glances with Lan Yingying, both of them making a face of disgust. Chapter 156, How long do you plan to create a scene? Is Shen Xinyue a graduate of the Green Tea Academy? Her words are so skillfully contradictory, yet they evoke a sense of protectiveness in men. Cheng Yinian, pulling Lan Yingying along, prepared to head to the fitting room to change her clothes and make a hasty exit. She had no desire to partake in any green tea, fearing it would disrupt her sleep that night. Just as she was about to leave, Ling Zhan furrowed his brow and spoke, "Cheng Yinian, how long do you intend to continue this charade?" Cheng Yinian responded in astonishment, "A charade? Do you truly believe I am creating a scene? Mr. Ling, I distinctly recall conveying to you that our relationship has come to an end. Please do not indulge in misplaced affections any longer." With that, she rolled her eyes and, taking Lan Yingying's hand, walked away. Ling Zhan released Shen Xinyue, who had just been in his embrace, and swiftly approached, grasping Cheng Yinian's wrist with fervor. The force of Ling Zhan's movement nearly sent Shen Xinyue toppling over. She barely steadied herself by clutching a nearby coat rack, her gaze fixed on Ling Zhan as he held Cheng Yinian's wrist. A tempest of jealousy surged within Shen Xinyue. Despite her relentless efforts, despite her success in making Ling Zhan harbor disdain for Cheng Yinian, despite their recent amicable interactions and her harmonious rapport with his family, why was it that he still pursued Cheng Yinian at the mere sight of her? Was it truly solely for that 20 stake? She observed Cheng Yinian's enviable physique and her enchanting visage, a surge of envy compelling her to envision marring that beauty. Yet, she knew she could not. She must not create a scene before Ling Zhan. All she could do was stand there silently, watching as Ling Zhan's gaze burned intensely upon Cheng Yinian. "Release me." Cheng Yinian said coldly. Ling Zhan furrowed his brow. I recall mentioning that I do not appreciate your aloof demeanor. Have you forgotten? Cheng Yinian chuckled softly, recalling their university days when Ling Zhan had pursued her for an entire year before finally winning her over. After they became a couple, he expressed his distaste for her cold demeanor, playfully lamenting how painful it had been to endure her frosty facade for a year, insisting that she must treat him gently henceforth, abandoning her icy demeanor. At that time, she was genuinely moved by him and loved him deeply. Thus, from that moment onward, she never spoke to him in such a cold manner again. However, her affection had waned since then. Ling Zhan, do you think you are someone special? When I adored you, I could cherish you, but when my feelings have faded, you are nothing but a mere shadow. Do not pretend to be the domineering CEO in front of me. After Cheng Yinian spoke, she lifted her foot and forcefully pressed the heel of her stiletto against Ling Zhan's instep. Ling Zhan winced in pain and immediately released his grip. Cheng Yinian turned and walked towards the fitting room, intending to change out of her current attire. At that moment, Ling Man noticed her brother had been stepped on by Cheng Yinian and, unable to contain her anger, approached with a sneer. Cheng Yinian, since you are no longer with my brother, can you only afford to wear off-season discounted clothes? Can you not even buy a decent outfit? Lan Yingying scoffed nearby. Some people still have the audacity to speak. After our Yinian left certain individuals, she finally managed to don a new garment. Having been with certain people for years, she had never bought any clothes. After all, the money she earned was spent on raising pigs. Who are you calling a pig? Ling Man glared furiously at Lan Yingying. Lan Yingying smirked. Whoever engages with me shall be my target. Chapter 157, I offer double the price, you wretched woman. Lan Yingying, just wait until I tear your mouth apart. Ling Man exclaimed, preparing to strike. Lan Yingying was unyielding, rolling up her sleeves. Come on, who fears whom? As Ling Man was about to rush forward, Ling Zhan called out to her, Man, be mindful of your image. In public. Do you really intend to engage in a physical confrontation? At this moment, he had just regained his composure and slowly approached Cheng Yinian, his tone softening as he said. Yinian, I realize I have been inconsiderate, and you have endured unjust treatment. From now on, I shall provide you with a monthly allowance. Today, you needn't purchase that discounted seasonal clothing, choose a new style instead. I will cover the expenses. Please, let us not quarrel any longer, shall we? Ling Man erupted, brother. She doesn't even return home to care for me and our mother, yet you still provide her with an allowance and intend to buy her clothes. On what grounds? She deserves nothing but last season's discounted items. Lan Yingying, standing nearby, scoffed, what is wrong with last season's discounted items? They can be quite lovely. Our Yinian is beautiful. With a splendid figure, she can pull off anything, unlike some, who, even in the latest styles, still resemble a country bumpkin, plump and awkward. At that moment, a few girls nearby, shopping for clothes, whispered, that outfit she is wearing is indeed lovely, I adore it. However, I just inquired. And it sold out, only one piece remained. I recognize that piece, it was last year's bestseller, extremely popular. However, it seems they sold it in limited quantities. And many counterfeit versions flooded the market, but none compared to the authentic one. I know. I loved it last year but couldn't afford it. I was hoping to buy it this year, but alas, it's out of stock. The girls continued their hushed conversation, while Ling Man scrutinized Cheng Yinian from head to toe. Indeed, the dress was exquisite, making her look as ethereal as a fairy. Such exquisite attire, how should Cheng Yinian adorn herself? Gritting her teeth, she addressed the sales assistant. I shall take that dress she is wearing, state your price. The assistant, caught in a dilemma, replied, but that is the last piece. I will offer double the price. Ling Man declared haughtily. That is not permissible, that lady has already expressed her intention to purchase it. The assistant continued to struggle. Where is your store manager? Bring forth your manager, it appears your sales staff are incapable of conducting business. Do you not understand the value of selling, even for double the price? Ling Man lifted her chin, exuding arrogance. It was not double the discounted price, but rather double the original price. The assistant gasped, the dress was indeed not inexpensive. Currently priced at 20,000 due to the discount, while the original price exceeded 60,000. This young woman was willing to spend over 100,000 on a dress? Most importantly, this was not even a high-end piece from abroad. The assistant hastily responded, "Madam, please hold on, I will fetch our manager." Ling Man smugly glanced at Cheng Yinian and Lan Yingying, thinking, what good is a beautiful outfit if it cannot be purchased? You. Ling Man. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Have you considered your own figure? You're quite overweight, this dress is a size S. Spending such a fortune only to find it does not fit you is folly, Lan Yingying retorted angrily. Ling Man, undeterred, replied, even if I cannot wear it, I shall buy it, I simply refuse to let Cheng Yinian have it, humph. After saying this, she cast a glance at the silent Shen Xinyue standing nearby and added, if I cannot wear it, I shall give it to my sister Xinyue, what of it? Regardless, Cheng Yinian is simply unworthy. Chapter 158, Let Her Try. Upon hearing Ling Man mention her intention to buy something for her, Shen Xinyue felt a flicker of joy within. Even if it were merely a discounted seasonal item. It was a highly sought-after dress, and the expense incurred was not insignificant. Most importantly, it was something Cheng Yinian desired yet could not attain, while she herself could possess it without lifting a finger. The thought of this filled her with delight. However, she still politely replied to Ling Man, Man. Perhaps it's best not to, spending so much isn't worthwhile, besides, I have dresses to wear. It's perfectly fine, buy it. After all, my brother is paying. Sister Xinyue. Why be so courteous with him? At this point, she shot a glance at Cheng Yinian and deliberately raised her voice, my brother has even bought you a ring. You two are bound to become a family sooner or later. Oh dear, Man, please refrain from such comments, they might lead Yinian to misunderstand. Shen Xinyue also cast a glance at Cheng Yinian. While she spoke of avoiding misunderstandings, her gaze was rife with provocation. Cheng Yinian observed their little performance in silence. Feeling rather bored, she simply stepped into the fitting room and removed the dress. Soon, a store attendant summoned the manager. Manager. This young lady here wishes to purchase the dress at twice its original price. The attendant promptly seized the dress from Cheng Yinian's hands, seemingly confident that the manager would acquiesce to Ling Man's purchase. Ling Man, brimming with pride, remarked to Shen Xinyue, Sister Xinyue, why not give it a try? It would surely look beautiful on you. Shen Xinyue reached out to take the dress, but the store manager frowned and said, this dress belongs to Miss Cheng. Before she could finish her sentence, Cheng Yinian interrupted, Manager, let her try it on. The manager looked at Cheng Yinian in astonishment, wondering if Secretary Cheng intended to let the dress go to those two young ladies. However, their demeanor suggested a strained relationship, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Yet, since Secretary Cheng had permitted the young lady to try it on, she could not object and allowed Shen Xinyue to proceed. Cheng Yinian, of course, was not so magnanimous as to relinquish the dress to Shen Xinyue. Her intention in allowing Shen Xinyue to try it on was to create a comparison between the two of them. Shen Xinyue's figure was not lacking. She possessed a pear-shaped silhouette, being slender on top and fuller on the bottom. This particular short dress would not suit her, as it would expose her shortcomings for all to see. Since Shen Xinyue insisted on competing with her in every regard, Cheng Yinian felt no need to hold back. A faint smile graced her lips. The attendant promptly handed the dress to Shen Xinyue, saying, Miss, this way please, the fitting room is over here. The attendant busily guided her towards the fitting area. Shen Xinyue cast a provocative glance at Cheng Yinian, her silence betraying the unspoken message, see. Your belongings will ultimately become mine. Cheng Yinian paid little heed to her provocation and chose instead to sit in the lounge area. The manager hurriedly brought 2 glasses of water for her and Lan Yingying. Observing the manager's attentive service towards Cheng Yinian, Ling Man furrowed her brow and also settled into the lounge area, requesting, please bring us a glass of water as well. The store manager cast a glance at her and instructed the nearby attendant, please bring a glass of water for that lady and gentleman. The attendant approached to serve the water, but Ling Man felt indignant. Excuse me, manager, have you made a mistake? I am the one willing to pay double for that out-of-season dress, not them. Why are you serving them water? Chapter 159, Comparison. Lan Yingying rolled her eyes. What's the fuss? It doesn't matter who gets served. If they are happy to serve us, why should they not? Ling Man glared at Lan Yingying and was about to retort when Ling Zhan stopped her. The attendant brought over the water, but Ling Man complained that it was too hot and requested a cooler one. The attendant obliged, only for her to then declare it was too cold. Thus, the attendant had to fetch her a glass of lukewarm water. As soon as the water was served, Shen Xinyue emerged from the fitting room. She was still wearing her towering heels, as she stood at a mere height of 1.6 meters, which left her quite dissatisfied with her stature. Therefore, she always donned those sky-high heels wherever she went. She strutted over to Ling Zhan and twirled before him. "Mr. Ling, what do you think?" Ling Zhan furrowed his brow, beginning to doubt whether this was indeed the same dress that Cheng Yinian had just worn. It had looked stunning on her. Why did it seem so out of place on Shen Xinyue? She is not particularly adept at fitness. Each time she attempts to shed a few pounds, it relies solely on starvation. Consequently, her body lacks firmness, especially her thick, sturdy legs that quiver with each step she takes. Noticing Ling Zhan's furrowed brow, Shen Xinyue, with a look of vulnerability, inquired, "Is it not appealing?" She had just been captivated by Cheng Yinian's attire, which prompted her eager desire to try on something similar. She believed her own appearance ought to bear a resemblance to Cheng Yinian's, as she had always considered their only difference to be height. Therefore, to align herself with Cheng Yinian, she perpetually stood on her toes whenever they were together. Now, donning such lofty high heels, she thought their heights should be comparable. Why then did Ling Zhan wear such an expression? Earlier, when he gazed at Cheng Yinian, his eyes were filled with awe. Confusion and a tinge of grievance washed over her. At that moment, the group of girls who had previously praised Cheng Yinian's outfit lingered nearby, awaiting Shen Xinyue's emergence from the fitting room. However, when they beheld Shen Xinyue donning the dress, one girl remarked, "Ah, I realize now, it's not merely about the dress being beautiful or not. It primarily hinges on the fact that the girl herself is attractive. The dress looks lovely on her, yet when worn by someone else." She hesitated to finish her thought, while her companion nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the situation was indeed difficult to articulate. At that moment, another companion seemed somewhat pleased. "Alas, I couldn't afford this dress last year. And I still can't this year. I was just lamenting painfully, but now I feel no regret. My figure isn't great. And I suppose the dress wouldn't look good on me anyway." Shen Xinyue absorbed the words of the girls, feeling utterly mortified. No wonder Ling Zhan's expression was amiss. Clenching her fists tightly, she turned and dashed towards the fitting room. At that moment, Ling Man, holding her cup, forgot to take a sip of water, genuinely taken aback by how indescribable Xinyue looked in that dress. As Shen Xinyue entered the fitting room to change, the store manager smiled at Cheng Yinian and remarked, "Secretary Cheng, it seems neither of those ladies is suited for this dress. You are the most fitting choice. Please, don't be modest." Cheng Yinian nodded, "Please wrap it up for me." Chapter 160, Who Gives to Whom? Very well, the manager nodded and turned to leave, intending to wait for Shen Xinyue to remove the dress. However, Ling Man stood up, blocking the manager's path, and declared, "Even if neither Xinyue nor I are suited for it, I have no intention of letting that dress go to her. I will still purchase it at the price we discussed earlier." With that, she cast a triumphant glance at Cheng Yinian, adding, "Even if I just bring it home to keep, I won't give it to you." Cheng Yinian smirked, "Letting you have it? That dress was mine to begin with. I only allowed you to try it on." She then turned to the manager and instructed, "Wrap it up for me." "Understood, Secretary Cheng." The store manager hurriedly circumvented Ling Man and proceeded towards the fitting rooms. Ling Man, irate, dashed after her, while Ling Zhan furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Cheng Yinian before following suit. The manager brought the dress that Shen Xinyue had tried on to the cash register and instructed the cashier, "Wrap it up, give Secretary Cheng a twofold discount shortly." The cashier nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Cheng Yinian and Lan Yingying sauntered over leisurely. Ling Man, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, "What is wrong with this store manager? Does she even know how to conduct business? I offered to pay double the original price. Yet she refuses to sell it to me, choosing instead to sell it to them and granting them an additional discount. The seasonal discount is only 50%. How can she sell it to them at 20%? Madam, the manager replied, "Ordinarily, this is an internal matter that does not require your involvement. However, considering your keen interest, I shall enlighten you. Miss Cheng is the secretary to our company's president. This particular dress has long been sold out in our store. And this one was specially transferred from the headquarters for Miss Cheng. Our internal price is indeed 20%. Thus, it was originally out of Miss Cheng's goodwill that she intended to let you have the dress, but alas, it seems you are unable to wear it. Consequently, she reclaimed it for herself. Do you have any further questions? Listening to the manager's explanation, Ling Man felt a sense of bewilderment. What did you say? I don't understand. She stammered. To put it simply, this dress originally belongs to our secretary Cheng. If she does not wish to part with it, no sum, even $1 million, will suffice to acquire it. The manager reiterated her point succinctly. Ling Man was utterly dumbfounded, and after a prolonged silence, she finally managed to ask, who exactly is she? Are you the secretary of your company's CEO? Have you made a mistake? Isn't she merely a homemaker? What does she understand? All she knows how to do is cook. The store manager, weary of her presence, awaited the staff to finish wrapping the dress for Cheng Yinian. Upon receiving it, she handed it over with both hands, saying, Secretary Cheng, your dress. Cheng Yinian accepted it, a playful smile gracing her lips as she exchanged glances with Ling Man, and then turned to Lan Ying, saying, Let us go for a meal. All right. Witnessing Ling Man's dismay brought Lan Ying immense joy. She made a face at Ling Man and followed Cheng Yinian out triumphantly. Ling Zhan stood there, momentarily dazed, before he realized what had transpired. He hurriedly pursued them, yet he could not even catch a glimpse of Cheng Yinian. His fists clenched tightly, a mix of anger and anxiety brewing within him. This was the store of Mo Lan Qingyi. And the store manager's earlier words implied that Cheng Yinian was now the secretary of Si Qingma? How could she accept such a position? Did she not realize that Mo Lan Qingyi and Ling Yi were sworn adversaries? Ling Man remained in the store until the manager approached her and inquired, Madam, would you like to look at other styles? Chapter 161, Sibling Quarrel. Ling Man gritted her teeth and shot a glare at the manager, declaring, I'm not interested in this shabby store. I want to buy anything. After saying this, she quickly exited, catching up to Ling Zhan, and murmured, Brother. The manager's words implied that Cheng Yinian is now serving as secretary to your sworn enemy. How can she do this? At this moment, Ling Zhan was both anxious and exasperated. When Ling Man posed such a question, he replied curtly, How should I know? Brother. It is Cheng Yinian who has upset you, why are you directing your anger at me? Ling Man pouted. Ling Zhan, feeling somewhat vexed, gazed at her. From the moment she posted that on social media, I should have sought her out. It was you who insisted that she was playing hard to get. That she was intentionally behaving this way to make me pursue her. You told me to refrain from contacting her and to exercise patience. And now look, she has gone to my arch-nemesis. Do you realize she possesses 20 of Ling Yi's shares? Ling Man, upon hearing Ling Zhan's reproach, burst into tears. How was I to know? How could I have anticipated she would align with your rivals? Why are you being so harsh with me? I was only looking out for your best interests. Haven't you been worried that Cheng Yinian would hold power over you? You always urged me and mother to provide you with advice. Seeing Ling Man in tears, Ling Zhan sighed in frustration. Why are you crying? Stop it. However, Ling Man only cried harder, choking on her sobs as she murmured, Did you not say that she once humiliated the president of your rival company? Yet he would still accept Cheng Yinian? That president must be out of his mind, and you are scolding me over two troubled individuals. At that moment, Shen Xinyue returned from the restroom. Having just tried on some clothes, she felt utterly mortified and wished to avoid company. Thus, she concocted an excuse to retreat to the restroom. There, she took a moment to regain her composure and retouched her makeup before finally emerging. As soon as she stepped out, she overheard Ling Zhan and Ling Man embroiled in a heated argument. She approached them slowly. Catching Ling Zhan's words, Aren't you the one with the most ideas? Hurry up and think of a way to bring Cheng Yinian back. In truth, his greatest concern was not merely the fact that Cheng Yinian held 20 of Ling Yi's shares, but rather that many of his company's clients, agents, and even suppliers were secured through Cheng Yinian's efforts. Should she decide to turn against them, Ling Yi would undoubtedly face a crisis. Listening to Ling Zhan's words, Shen Xinyue forced a bitter smile. Ultimately, he still wished for Cheng Yinian to return to his side. Why? Why was this the case? He had consistently claimed that she was more gentle than Cheng Yinian, more understanding, and far more entertaining. He even asserted that she was the one suited to be a wife, while Cheng Yinian was merely fit to be a work partner. Yet now, why was he still seeking Cheng Yinian's return? The more Shen Xinyue pondered, the more sorrowful and angry she became. She could not allow Cheng Yinian to return to Ling Zhan, absolutely not. Suppressing the fury and grievance swelling within her, she walked over with deliberate calmness and called out. President Ling, man, what seems to be the matter? She feigned ignorance of their earlier conversation. Ling Zhan replied tersely, it's nothing. You should head back. Ling Man huffed. We haven't even had dinner yet. What is the point of going back? Ling Zhan retorted with exasperation, can you even eat at home? With that cooking of mom's. He trailed off, biting his lip, then murmured softly, it pales in comparison to what Cheng Yinian makes. Chapter 162. I only acknowledge you as my sister-in-law knowing that her culinary skills are exceptional, yet you still drove her away. Today, Ling Zhan was truly infuriated. He believed that the current estrangement of Cheng Yinian from him was entirely due to his younger sister. On her birthday. Had she not sought to humiliate Cheng Yinian by preventing her from paying tribute to her father, she would not have left. Hearing Ling Zhan's words, Ling Man wept softly. Declaring him a villain, proclaiming her desire to return home and tell their mother that he had bullied her. With that, she turned and fled. Shen Xinyue hurriedly stepped forward to grasp her, saying, Man, do not be upset. Your brother is merely venting, please do not cry, your makeup is ruined. Upon hearing your makeup is ruined, Ling Man immediately rummaged through her bag for a cushion foundation and began touching up her makeup in the middle of the mall. Shen Xinyue gently advised her, do not quarrel with your brother, he works tirelessly every day. Today, he specifically made time to accompany you shopping, you should be more understanding. Upon hearing Shen Xinyue's words of comfort to Ling Man, Ling Zhan's heart softened. Although Xinyue was not as beautiful as Cheng Yinian nor possessed her capabilities, she was sufficiently gentle and got along better with his family. He found himself torn and conflicted. Unable to relinquish the allure of Cheng Yinian and her ability to bolster his career, while simultaneously yearning for the tender affection and understanding that Shen Xinyue offered. He stood there, motionless. Ling Man leaned against Shen Xinyue's shoulder, saying, Sister Xinyue, you are truly wonderful. With your gentle demeanor, I cannot fathom what my brother thinks. Why must he seek out that Cheng Yinian? Shen Xinyue pressed her lips together, realizing they were indeed a couple. I refuse to acknowledge Cheng Yinian as my sister-in-law. I only recognize you as my sister-in-law, Ling Man declared obstinately. Shen Xinyue, however, felt a surge of joy and discreetly glanced at Ling Zhan. He pursed his lips. His tone softening, all right, let us go for a meal. That sounds more agreeable, Ling Man pouted, linking her arm with Shen Xinyue's. Sister Xinyue. Let us try that newly opened Japanese buffet, their sukiyaki is particularly delectable. Certainly, Shen Xinyue nodded, the two girls leading the way while Ling Zhan followed behind them. To their surprise, they encountered Cheng Yinian and Lan Yingying once again. Ling Zhan chose not to embarrass himself but remained distracted throughout the meal. Observing his preoccupation, Shen Xinyue felt a mix of resentment and frustration. Unable to express her feelings, she continuously served dishes to both Ling Zhan and Ling Man, attempting to draw Ling Zhan's attention away from Cheng Yinian. Meanwhile, Ling Man was almost beside herself with anger upon seeing Cheng Yinian and Lan Yingying. The meal concluded with the three of them feeling unsatisfied, while Cheng Yinian and Lan Yingying completely ignored their presence. Halfway through, Lan Yingying made a phone call to Ming Nan, and by the time they finished their meal, Ming Nan's car arrived right at the entrance of City On. The two of them departed in Ming Nan's vehicle. Ling Zhan hastily settled the bill, hoping to catch up, but ultimately failed. On the way back, Ling Zhan remained silent. Shen Xinyue sat in the back seat alongside Ling Man, who was sulking and muttering irritably about how she seemed to encounter Cheng Yinian everywhere, which vexed her to no end, causing her to lose her appetite. Shen Xinyue chose not to respond, instead fixating intently on Ling Zhan's silhouette. After dropping Shen Xinyue off, Ling Zhan drove Ling Man home, during which the siblings resumed their quarrel. Upon arriving home, Ling Zhan, filled with frustration, declared that if he failed to secure the 20 shares of the company, she could forget about receiving any allowance in the future. After making this pronouncement, he reached for a glass of water. Just as he was about to drink, Ling Man shrieked, if you can't obtain the shares, it's your incompetence, not mine. Ling Zhan despised being accused of lacking ability, and hearing such words from his own sister ignited his fury. With a loud crash, he smashed the glass onto the floor. Seething, why must I have such a sister? I lack ability? Everything you possess is a result of my efforts. The food you eat, the drinks you consume, the things you use, all provided by me. If you think I am incapable, then by all means, stop using what I have given you and get out. Hearing the argument, Yu Huixin, with a facial mask still on, rushed out of her room. Ling Man quickly sought refuge in her mother's embrace, exclaiming, Mom, brother told me to leave. He's being mean to me. Yu Huixin comfortingly held her, gently stroking her back. There, don't be afraid, Mom is here. After soothing Ling Man, she turned to Ling Zhan and said, Zhan, I understand that you are busy and tired from work, but you must not take your frustrations out on your sister. I'm not taking it out on her. Have you even asked what she said just now? Ling Zhan replied wearily, rubbing his temples. Forget it. I don't want to discuss this anymore. I'm heading back to my room. With that, Ling Zhan disregarded Ling Man and Yu Huixin, turning to retreat to his chamber. Yu Huixin inquired of Ling Man, what did you say to provoke your brother to such a degree? Remember, everything we have now is thanks to him. You must treat him well, do you understand? Ling Man sniffled and slowly recounted her encounter with Cheng Yinian at City on that evening. Upon hearing this, Yu Huixin seethed. That wretched woman, how dare she go to your brother's arch-rival's company? Does she intend to sever all ties with the Ling family? Ling Man sniffled again, shaking her head. I don't know. All I know is that she didn't give my brother any face tonight, so he is actually taking out his frustrations on me. Yu Huixin scoffed. I refuse to believe she would so easily give up on your brother. She has been by his side for so many years, helping him build the company. If she loves him as much as you say, how can she simply walk away? She must be deliberately throwing a tantrum. Besides, with her current state, who would still want her? Ling Man thought about how Cheng Yinian was still quite beautiful, but she refrained from voicing that opinion. After all, no matter how attractive she might be, she was not on the same level as her brother, who now stood as a prominent figure in high society. After pondering for a moment, she nodded, affirming her mother's perspective. What she relied upon was merely the 20 stake in Lingy. And her deliberate engagement with your brother's company was intended to induce anxiety in him, compelling him to concede. Now, it was a matter of who could withstand the pressure longer, Yu Huixin asserted with conviction. Ling Man nodded in agreement, certain that this was indeed the case. After a brief contemplation, Yu Huixin suggested, why don't you give Cheng Yinian a call to ask her to come back? It would provide her a way out. And I am confident she will return. Ling Man was somewhat reluctant, questioning, why should I call her? If she chooses not to return, so be it. Anyway, she will inevitably come back. Look, your brother is already anxious, just make the call, Yu Huixin urged. Ling Man pouted in discontent. Yu Huixin pressed her lips together and remarked, if you don't call, must I, as your mother, swallow my pride and do it? Does Cheng Yinian possess such stature that I would have to? If I were to call her, would she still heed my words in the future? After a moment of reflection, Ling Man relented, fine, I will call her to come back. Besides, there's no one at home to cook right now, when she returns, we shall properly deal with her. Chapter 164, Mr. C is truly generous. After a day of shopping, they returned home, and it was already past 9 in the evening. As Cheng Yinian entered, she spotted Si Qingma seated on the sofa. Upon her arrival, he promptly stood up, cleared his throat, and awkwardly initiated conversation. Since you didn't take my car this evening, you needn't worry about the fuel expenses for today. Cheng Yinian responded with a polite smile. Thinking to herself how generous Mr. C truly was. Si Qingma could clearly discern the sarcasm woven within her words. A sense of discouragement washed over him. He was acutely aware that his decision to keep Lingyu at the company had overlooked Cheng Yinian's feelings, and he recognized it as his fault. Thus, he was intent on mending the rift between them. However, he was not particularly adept in this regard, so he resolved to apologize directly. He called out to her. Cheng Yinian. Turning back to face him, she observed his discomfort as he pressed his lips together and awkwardly said, this time, I did not take your feelings into account when I decided to keep Lingyu here. I acknowledge my oversight. And so? Cheng Yinian inquired. Si Qingma was momentarily taken aback, he too pondered the significance of his apology. What purpose did it serve? Just as he found himself at a loss, his phone rang, signaling a WeChat video call. It was Emolan. He answered, and her face immediately filled the screen, accompanied by her gentle voice. Mo, is he back? Yes. Si Qingma replied, glancing at Cheng Yinian. Then let he speak with her mother, Emolan suggested. Cheng handed the phone to Cheng Yinian. Your mother wishes to speak with you. Cheng Yinian furrowed her brows. Clearly, Ms. Mo had her own WeChat account. Why opt for a call through Cheng instead? Nevertheless, as the phone was presented to her, she donned a bright smile and sweetly said, "Hello, what can I do for you?" She found it difficult to call Mo Lan mom over the phone or video call. Firstly, it felt strange to address a stranger in such an intimate manner. Secondly, her marriage to Cheng Mo was merely a facade, a transaction of mutual benefit, with no clear end in sight for their impending divorce. Calling her mom now would make it challenging to retract that title in the future, leading to an awkward situation. Mo Lan had initially been filled with joy at the thought of hearing her daughter-in-law refer to her as mom. Especially since she had already sent the word mom in their WeChat conversations, indicating some level of acceptance of her role as a mother-in-law. However, during the call, when she did not receive the expected address, a hint of disappointment crossed her features as she gently inquired, "Why didn't you call me mom?" "I would love to hear that." Cheng Yinian paused for a moment, noticing the disappointment on Mo Lan's face, and something within her stirred. She had longed for a mother like her, yet no matter what she did or how hard she tried, her own mother remained distant and indifferent. Now, with Mo Lan's warm demeanor, she truly wanted to embrace her as her own mother. With a soft smile, she finally uttered, "Mom." "Oh. Mo Lan responded repeatedly, her smile instantly brightening. Cheng Yinian felt a surge of happiness at the sight of her joy, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Cheng Mo, observing from the side, let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing her smile. "Ah, you mentioned today that Mo is having an affair with his secretary." "Which secretary are you referring to?" Mo said you are his secretary, Mo Lan eagerly inquired. Cheng Yinian glanced up discreetly at Cheng Mo, her expression slightly uneasy. Their disagreement caused her to confide in her family, leaving her with a lingering sense of guilt. Chapter 165, I was wrong, I apologize. Cheng Ma observed the guilt reflected in her eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. Cheng Yinian cleared her throat and stated, "He is his former secretary." Upon hearing this, Mo Lan immediately erupted, exclaiming, "Call Mo for a video chat." Cheng Yinian handed her phone to Cheng Ma, saying, "Here, Mom wants to speak with you." Cheng Ma took the phone, and just as Cheng Yinian was about to retreat to her room, she felt a twinge of discomfort at being caught in her act of reporting to her parents. However, Mo Lan's voice from the video halted her, "Don't leave. Stay here and witness how your mother reprimands him." Cheng Yinian awkwardly replied, "It's unnecessary, Mom, I don't need to listen." "Nonsense, you will listen," Mo Lan insisted gently. "Yi is right here." Reluctantly, Cheng Yinian sat beside Cheng Ma, both facing the phone's camera. Mo Lan's authoritative voice resonated through the device, Cheng Ma. "Do you acknowledge your mistake?" "I do," Cheng Ma replied weakly. "Then why don't you apologize to Yi?" Mo Lan continued to signal Cheng Ma through the video. Clearing his throat, Cheng Ma turned to Cheng Yinian and said, "I'm sorry." Cheng Yinian felt the awkwardness rise, her lips twitching without a response. Seeing her silence, Mo Lan sternly pressed on, "This attitude is unacceptable, why just 2 words? You need to show more sincerity." Cheng Ma pressed his lips together and spoke, "I was wrong. I apologize." Cheng Yinian's lips twitched even more, yet she remained silent. Mo Lan interjected, "The lack of response from Yi signifies that she has not forgiven you. You must continue to express your contrition. Furthermore, could you please include her name? Without it, how can anyone discern to whom your apology is directed?" Cheng Ma replied. "Cheng Yinian, I was wrong." "Cheng Yinian? Cheng Ma, have you acquired new skills? Why does your address sound so unfamiliar?" Mo Lan continued, her tone sharp. This time, even Cheng Ma felt a twinge of embarrassment. He coughed lightly and said, I was wrong, I beg for your forgiveness." Cheng Yinian truly struggled to suppress her laughter. Noticing her continued silence, Mo Lan gently urged, Mo genuinely acknowledges his mistakes. Please do not remain angry. Otherwise, shall we have him write a self-reflection? Cheng Yinian cast a glance at Cheng Ma, whose brow furrowed instantly as he turned to Mo Lan and said, "Mom, please do not suggest such foolishness." "How is that foolish?" "Your father had to write self-reflections for his wrongdoings," Mo Lan declared triumphantly from the video. Soon, The voice of Xinyue echoed, Alan, could you please spare me some dignity in front of the children? Alan shot him a glare, how significant is dignity? Then Xinyue's voice chimed in again, alright, it's not important, not important. Speak as you wish. Consequently, Alan continued addressing the camera, Mo. You shall write a self-reflection for EE and submit it to her either tomorrow or the day after. Xinyue. At this moment, Cheng Yinian was laughing so hard that tears were nearly spilling from her eyes. However, she dared not laugh too loudly, stifling her amusement to the point of near injury. Thus, it was settled. Alan inquired, what do you think? Cheng Yinian glanced at Xinyue's constipated expression and promptly nodded, indicating that it was fine for her mother to make the decision. Then it shall be so. Tomorrow, I will arrange a video call for you, during which you will recite your apology for EE to hear, Alan continued. Xinyue. At that moment, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pan. Chapter 166, wasn't it just to give you a chance? After Alan clarified the situation for the young couple, being Xinyue's mother, she couldn't help but consider her son. Since EE was returning home late tonight, she must be upset. One couldn't be certain if she would seek solace in the company of her male friends. Thus, it was prudent to safeguard her son. With a smile, she inquired, did you go out tonight? Have you eaten? Were you shopping? Cheng Yinian understood Alan's implications. She was likely concerned about her son's fidelity. Such a wealthy matron would not be naive. She chose honesty and replied, I went to the mall today with my best friend and bought a dress. It was originally my friend's favorite, but she couldn't fit into it. So she gave it to me. Oh, what kind of dress? Let me see, dear. I also enjoy shopping for clothes. Once you and Mo return home, you must take me shopping with you. Cheng Yinian offered a faint smile, affirming with a simple good. Yet, in her heart, she mused that such opportunities were likely a thing of the past, pondering when the dissolution of their marriage might occur. Yinian, what kind of dress did you purchase today? Show it to your mother, Alan inquired. Cheng Yinian retrieved the bag she had placed on the sofa and presented it to the camera. As Xinyue observed the logo on the bag, his brow arched in curiosity. You bought clothes from your own company store? Try it on for your mother. Alan encouraged. Cheng Yinian hesitated, feeling awkward about trying on clothes in front of Xinyue. Was she to model for Mrs. Alan or for Xinyue himself? She couldn't shake the feeling that Alan was being intentionally provocative. Do you not want to show it to your mother? Alan's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Oh, it's fine. If you don't wish to show it, then your mother will not look. Perhaps having been overlooked by Baijinsi for too long. Cheng Yinian felt compelled to fulfill Alan's request upon hearing the genuine concern in her voice. I will model it for you, she blurted out. Alan's face brightened. Wonderful. Hurry and try it on, your mother will wait for you. Cheng Yinian took the bag and retreated to her room. Noticing her close the door, Xinyue turned to his mother. Mrs. Mo, why call your daughter-in-law here instead of her own phone? Alan shot her son a disapproving look, exclaiming, you foolish boy. I'm merely trying to create an opportunity for you. Don't provoke Yinian again. Xinyue sighed, she misunderstood me, I have no relationship with my former secretary. One must express oneself clearly, misunderstandings are the folly of the foolish. When there are matters to discuss, one should speak openly, for clarity brings resolution, Alan remarked. With a soft creak, the door to Cheng Yinian's room swung open. Xinyue lifted his gaze, and his eyes fell upon a pair of elegantly long legs. She had merely slipped on a pair of slippers, yet her stature remained strikingly graceful. Her alluring collarbone, slender waist, delicate arms, and swan-like neck each contributed to her beauty. Perfectly balanced, an excess would be excessive, a deficiency would be lacking. The oceanic patterns on her skirt billowed as she walked, akin to rippling waves, while the cloud motifs on her sleeves danced as if a fairy were in flight. Although Xinyue had encountered numerous beauties, he found himself momentarily captivated. Chapter 167, The company lacks such regulations. Xinyue gazed intently at Cheng Yinian for an extended moment. Only when she adjusted her skirt and met his eyes did he nonchalantly redirect his attention to his phone screen, remarking to Alan, she is ready. It is a dress from our company, albeit last year's design. After speaking, he handed the phone to Cheng Yinian. She took the device, placing it on the entryway cabinet, and stepped back. As she turned in front of the phone, the hem of her skirt swirled gracefully with her movements. Suddenly recalling Siqingma's presence, she realized she might not be wearing safety shorts, and hurriedly stood still, reaching down to adjust her skirt. Emma Lan gazed at Cheng Yinian on her phone, utterly captivated. She remarked, "You are truly stunning. With your figure, you would look splendid in dresses. Please wear them more often." "I cannot wear dresses to work," Cheng Yinian replied. "There are no such regulations at the company," Siqingma interjected, uncomfortably diverting his gaze from her, seemingly casually adding, "You should clarify that to avoid others claiming our company lacks humanity." Cheng Yinian disregarded his comment and exchanged a few words with Emma Lan. With a smile, Emma Lan said, "You two should take a break now. I shall not occupy your time any longer. Goodbye." "Good night, Mom," Cheng Yinian replied with a smile. Emma Lan returned the sentiment, "Good night." Following that, there was a beep as the video call ended. Cheng Yinian returned the phone to Siqingma, who appraised her from head to toe. "What are you staring at?" she inquired with a frown. "If you like our company's clothing, we can have the factory customize something for you. We have the latest styles." "There is no need to purchase an out-of-season piece," Siqingma suggested. "I do like it," Cheng Yinian responded earnestly. Siqingma replied, "It seems as though you imply I cannot afford to buy my wife a piece of clothing." Cheng Yinian smiled, "Mr. C, I genuinely adore this one. The design is exquisite." Siqingma replied, If you have no further matters, I shall retire to my room to rest." Cheng Yinian maintained her smile, as she did in the office. Siqingma felt a twinge of discomfort, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet, Cheng Yinian seemed oblivious to his unease and continued, "Mr. C. Is that acceptable?" Siqingma clenched his teeth, questioning the necessity of her phrasing. "Given the nature of our relationship, it is only fitting to speak this way," she replied, lifting her chin defiantly. Siqingma, amused yet irritated, nodded in agreement. "Very well, if our relationship is merely that of superior and subordinate. Why then did you report to my family about my late nights?" Cheng Yinian was taken aback by his sudden shift in topic. Embarrassed, she cleared her throat and replied, "I did not report anything. It was merely a comment made by Aunt Zhang when she noticed I hadn't rested well. I casually remarked that you hadn't returned. Hence my lack of rest." Siqingma raised an eyebrow. "So, your lack of rest is due to my absence?" Cheng Yinian hesitated, then shook her head, asserting, "It is because I was angry." "Oh," Siqingma responded with a nonchalant tone, falling silent thereafter. Cheng Yinian left him with the remark, "I'm going to rest now." Before retreating to her bedroom, Siqingma gazed at her departing figure, a smile forming unconsciously at the corners of his lips. Chapter 168, Gratitude for your brother's choice not to marry. The following day, as Cheng Yinian was deeply engrossed in her work at the office, her phone rang. Without checking the caller ID, she answered, "Hello, this is Cheng Yinian." On the other end, a loud voice erupted, "Cheng Yinian, I will ask you one last time. Are you coming back or not?" Upon hearing the voice, Cheng Yinian was taken aback. It was indeed Ling Man calling her. This was the first time Ling Man had reached out to her, and surprisingly, her opening remark did not involve any rebuke. Not hearing a response from Cheng Yinian, Ling Man grew impatient and asked, "Why aren't you speaking?" Cheng Yinian let out a cold laugh, asserting that she had nothing to say to her. Ling Man was taken aback by Cheng Yinian's bluntness, her teeth clenched in anger. "Cheng Yinian, let me tell you, if you do not return soon, there will be no opportunity left for you. My brother will end up with Xi in you." She believed that such a statement would evoke anxiety and sorrow in Cheng Yinian. However, to her astonishment, Cheng Yinian simply replied, "Then I wish them well." Ling Man screamed, "Cheng Yinian, do not play such tricks with me. We are not fooled by this charade. I will give you one more chance, return within an hour, kneel at the doorway, and apologize to my mother. Furthermore, you must post on your social media accounts, confessing that you framed Xi in you that day. As long as my mother and sister Xi and you forgive you, you may return to live with us. If you take care of my mother and me, you can continue living as you did before." Listening to Ling Man's self-righteous monologue, Cheng Yinian burst into laughter. "Return? And kneel before you? Ling Man, doesn't it feel delightful to indulge in such daydreams?" "What?" Ling Man on the other end failed to comprehend Cheng Yinian's meaning. Cheng Yinian coldly replied, "Otherwise, why do you revel in such fantasies? Kneeling to your mother to apologize? Admitting to framing Shen Xinyue? How much have you drunk to utter such absurdities? It would be prudent for you to wash up and retire for the night, after all. Dreams can encompass everything. Ling Man was infuriated by Cheng Yinian's words. She took a deep breath and said, Cheng Yinian, what are you still holding on to? Today marks the final opportunity one shall extend to you. Should you choose not to comply, do not harbor any illusions about marrying my brother again. How splendid! I am grateful for your brother's decision not to marry, Cheng Yinian retorted with a cold laugh. Just as she was about to hang up, a voice emerged from the other end, Ling Zhan's. Yinian, cease this commotion. Do you have any idea how exhausting my days are? Why can't you coexist peacefully with Shen Xinyue? She is your stepsister, after all, and you were once good friends. Why the discord? Besides, there is nothing for you to compete over, you are my girlfriend, and she is merely my secretary. There is no connection worth fretting over. Please return. I can pretend none of this has happened. Cheng Yinian chuckled. Ling Zhan, is there something amiss with your hearing or your intellect? I have reiterated my stance numerous times. Do you not hear or comprehend? Our relationship has concluded, and I am now married. You are free to associate with whomever you please. Furthermore, please refrain from allowing your sister or her sycophants to contact me again. Do not tag me in group messages, I lack both the time and energy for such trivialities. Do not disturb me further, I fear my husband may grow jealous. Let us remove each other from our lives. Cheng Yinian spoke her piece in one breath, leaving Ling Zhan no opportunity to respond, and abruptly ended the call. Subsequently, she swiftly blacklisted Ling Zhan, then pondered for a moment before also blacklisting Ling Man, Yu Huixin, and the entire entourage of Ling Man, exiting their group. Once these actions were completed, she felt a sense of tranquility envelop her, allowing her to return to her work. Chapter 169, If only she had half your gentleness. Ling Zhan, left hanging, trembled with rage and hurled his phone to the ground. At that moment, Shen Xinyue, who had just brought a cup of coffee to the office door, overheard Ling Man and Ling Zhan calling Cheng Yinian from within. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the cup. It was astonishing that Ling Zhan and Ling Man were contacting Cheng Yinian, after all. Their encounter yesterday had revealed Cheng Yinian's already frosty demeanor. Why were they still pursuing her? Ling Man had previously professed her loyalty to Shen Xinyue alone. Claiming her as the only sister-in-law, how had things changed so drastically? It became evident that relying on anyone was futile, all was mere illusion. And the only true reliance lay within oneself. Drawing a deep breath, she pushed open the office door and spoke softly, Man, do try the coffee I brewed for you. Ling Man accepted the coffee, murmuring, Thank you, Sister Xinyue. Shen Xinyue bent down to retrieve the phone that Ling Zhan had thrown to the floor and placed it before him. After a brief silence, she addressed him, Mr. Ling. A few days ago, I saw Yinian's post on social media announcing her marriage. At first, I thought she was merely trying to provoke you. However, last night, her friend also mentioned her marriage. Is it possible that she misunderstood our intentions and hastily chose to marry someone at random? If she marries poorly, would that not mean we have wronged her? Her voice grew softer, tinged with guilt, and her fragile demeanor evoked sympathy. As Ling Zhan beheld such a vulnerable Shen Xinyue, his heart melted into a pool of water. He spoke gently, Xinyue, you are truly too kind. Despite how she has treated you, you still consider her feelings. After all, Yinian is my good friend. Shen Xinyue managed a feeble smile, laced with a hint of grievance. How does she deserve to be your friend? Ling Zhan gritted his teeth. Her actions are excessively extreme, and she lacks the understanding of humility. At this point, he sighed, if only she possessed half of your gentleness. It would be wonderful. Observing the lingering look of nostalgia and regret on Ling Zhan's face, Shen Xinyue understood that he still missed Cheng Yinian. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh, she offered a faint smile. In truth, Yinian's way is better, she doesn't overthink or concern herself with others' opinions, allowing her to live more freely. Unlike me, who finds existence rather burdensome. Indeed, not caring about others' thoughts is selfish, she is simply too selfish, Ling Zhan remarked coldly. She professes her love for me, yet remains indifferent to whether I am weary, throwing tantrums to provoke me. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Shen Xinyue and continued, she is not married, she merely fabricated a marriage certificate and used a screenshot from a television drama to irritate me. Therefore, Xinyue, you need not bear any psychological burden or feel guilty towards her, you have done nothing wrong. Listening to Ling Zhan's words, Shen Xinyue felt an even deeper sense of anguish. Although he sought to console her, his words revealed that he regarded her as an outsider. While cherishing Cheng Yinian as his girlfriend, it seemed she needed to stoke the flames further, ensuring Ling Zhan grew utterly weary of Cheng Yinian. Not only did she aim to make Ling Zhan disdain Cheng Yinian, but she also wished to tarnish the image of Cheng Yinian's mother, by Jinxiu. If Cheng Yinian longed for maternal affection, then Shen Xinyue resolved to ensure that she would be deprived of it forever. A cold smile flickered across her mind. And she spoke, so she is merely throwing a tantrum, that is reassuring. Mr. Ling, please soothe her. Should you require my assistance in clarifying matters, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall take my leave now and will not intrude upon your sibling conversation. With that, she exited Ling Zhan's office. Chapter 170, The Strategy of Pain. Standing outside Ling Zhan's office, Shen Xinyue immediately transformed her demeanor. Her face devoid of the gentle charm she had displayed in Ling Zhan's presence, replaced instead by a countenance filled with malice. She was determined not only to incite Ling Zhan's aversion towards Cheng Yinian but also to make him feel sympathy for her, ultimately leading him to fall in love with her. With a swift shift in her thoughts, a cunning scheme began to take shape. She was aware that her actions at the hotel had been captured on video by numerous individuals, with the footage circulating privately among them. However, no one dared to make it public. It was likely that Ling Zhan had intervened to prevent its dissemination. Yet, if the video remained unreleased, it would linger like a ticking time bomb, always threatening to explode, causing her perpetual anxiety about when it might surface. Perhaps it would be better for it to be released now. If Cheng Yinian were to leak the video herself, she could then slander Shen Xinyue to the utmost degree. Ling Zhan and Bai Jinxiu must feel deeply disappointed and perhaps even resentful towards Cheng Yinian. They have always been inclined to sympathize with the vulnerable. The discord between them and Cheng Yinian stems from her refusal to appear weak. In due course, she will find herself in a position of disadvantage, a victim of Cheng Yinian's actions, and Ling Zhan and Bai Jinxiu will undoubtedly feel even more compassion for her. They will not stand idly by as she suffers at Cheng Yinian's hands, they will seek to deliver justice on her behalf. She need not lift a finger, for they will ensure that Cheng Yinian is publicly shamed. A cold smile graced her lips as she sought out a girl from the finance department, someone with whom she once shared a cordial relationship. The girl's name was Xiao, and her family's financial situation was rather precarious, much like that of the former Shen Xinyue. In the past, when Shen Zishan was still Cheng Konyu's driver, Shen Xinyue and Xiao shared a close bond. They would often engage in conversations filled with indignation, lamenting the injustices of the world, questioning why some were born into fortune while their relentless efforts left them languishing at the bottom of society. However, after Cheng Konyu's demise and Bai Jinxiu's marriage to Shen Zishan, Shen Xinyue's status transformed, leading her to distance herself from Xiao, whom she began to regard with disdain. Xiao, could you send me that video? Shen Xinyue inquired. Xiao hesitated. What video, Xinyue? Shen Xinyue replied with a gentle smile, the one from that day at the hotel. The video you took of me. Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. I didn't record anything. I saw the video you took. If you wish to continue your employment at Ling Apparel, send it to me, Shen Xinyue coldly remarked. Xiao hailed from a rural background and had repeated her studies thrice before finally gaining admission to university. She lived frugally during her college years, and after much effort, she secured a position at a prestigious company like Ling Apparel. The thought of being dismissed was daunting. Her father was ill, lying in a hospital bed, and her entire family depended solely on her. Losing this job would be catastrophic. Her motivation for recording the video of Shen Xinyue stemmed from her resentment towards Shen's disdain for the less fortunate. Now that Shen had acquired wealth, she looked down upon Xiao, opting to sever their friendship while continuously mocking her both overtly and subtly. Additionally, Xiao had contemplated using the video as leverage against Shen if her circumstances ever became dire. Little did she know that instead of wielding the video as a threat, Shen would turn the tables and threaten her first. With her fists clenched and lips pursed, Xiao replied, "Very well, I will send it to you. But you must assure me that I can retain my position at Ling Apparel." Chapter 171, When the Storm Approaches. Shen Xinyue smirked, "Rest assured. Not only will I guarantee your employment here, but I will also advocate to General Ling for your promotion and salary increase." Upon hearing this, Xiao felt a rush of excitement and promptly transmitted the video to Shen Xinyue. After receiving the video, Shen took her time, watching it repeatedly rather than acting hastily. As night fell, she finally opened her computer and edited the video. She meticulously removed all the parts where she had been frivolous, preserving only the moments where Ling Zhan had safeguarded her. Subsequently, she registered a secondary account on Weibo and uploaded the edited video. In the voice of Cheng Yinian, she penned a post that read, "As a stepdaughter, what right do I have to compete for a man?" The post was articulated in an exceedingly arrogant tone, extolling her affection for Ling Zhan, emphasizing her noble status, highlighting their compatibility, and denigrating her stepsister for daring to covet the man she adored. If her stepsister wished to demean herself, then she would allow her to do so to the fullest extent, accompanied by the video from the hotel. After publishing the post, she enlisted the help of internet marketers to propel the video to the trending topics. Having completed this task, Shen Xinyue smirked, logged out of her secondary account, and re-entered her primary Weibo account before retiring for the night. Tomorrow would herald the arrival of a storm. It would be her storm, as well as Cheng Yinian's. Recently, Cheng Yinian had been engrossed in preparations for a product launch, overwhelmed with tasks and lacking the time to peruse Weibo, thus remaining oblivious to the recent happenings. That afternoon, having just finished her meal without taking a break, she dove straight back into work when a flurry of WeChat messages popped up on her phone. Cheng Yinian opened WeChat to discover several lengthy voice messages from Lan Yingying. She listened to each one in turn. "Yinian, have you seen Weibo? The top trending topic, who posted that? It was written in your style, but anyone with discernment can tell it wasn't you. Nian, you must avoid meeting Ling Zhan recently. He has lost his sanity. He claims that you are exceptionally malicious, having hurt Shen Xinyue, and insists that you apologize to her. He ominously warns that should you refuse, he shall not be courteous towards you." How absurd. Is he truly a fool? Who would ever express themselves so foolishly on social media? After listening to those voice messages, Cheng Yinian opened Weibo. Immediately, her gaze fell upon the trending topic, "Why should a stepdaughter compete with me for a man?" She clicked on it, and her eyes were met with a video set in a presidential suite, adorned with purple gauzy curtains and a barely discernible naked woman, crucial parts obscured, and the video enhanced with filters. In that instant, she recognized it as the video from Ling Zhan's birthday. Upon examining the accompanying text, it was written in her tone yet resembled the words of an exceedingly arrogant simpleton. Did Shen Xinyue truly consider everyone a fool? She initially believed that such a pathetic tactic would only be credible to those like Bai Jinxiu and Ling Zhan, who viewed Shen Xinyue through a heavily tinted lens. To her astonishment, a multitude of people believed it. As she scrolled through the comments section, nearly all were filled with vitriol directed at her. Is the woman posting this on Weibo truly not intelligent? Just look at that video, it's evident that the man clearly favors her stepsister. Even a fool can see that. Yet, she claims her stepsister is stealing her man. It seems she is the one attempting to snatch her stepsister's suitor. My goodness, is this how a stepsister behaves? To harm her own stepsister? If the man prefers the stepsister, it merely indicates her own lack of allure. Why should she wish to harm her stepsister? Wow. Has she drugged her own stepsister? Even if she had drugged her stepsister, inflicting such harm, the man still chose to defend her sibling. Which gentleman among you can unveil the true identity of this woman? I yearn to discover what manner of woman possesses such malevolence. Ding, ding, ding. Do you all know who this woman is on Weibo? I have uncovered her identity. She is Cheng Yinian, once the esteemed daughter of the Cheng family. After her father's demise, her mother remarried her best friend's father, thus rendering her stepsister a former confidant. Unbelievable. Is there truly someone so treacherous towards a friend? This exemplifies a classic scenario where a woman covets her friend's partner and subsequently schemes against her. Therefore, it is indeed wise to be vigilant against fire, theft, and treacherous friends. Chapter 172, Perhaps I am not your daughter at all. As she perused the cascade of comments, she had evidently become a figure vilified as a woman who snatches her friend's man and ensnares her in a web of deceit. Shen Xinyue is truly remarkable. She manages to shift the blame for her own actions onto Cheng Yinian, portraying herself as the victim, turning white into black and black into white. Just as she intended to delve deeper, her phone rang again, and she instinctively pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Bai Jinxiu's shrill voice pierced through. Cheng Yinian, how could you be so excessive? How could you commit such an act? Why are you so malicious? What have you posted on Weibo? Why are you intent on harming Xinyue? What has she ever done to you? Cheng Yinian let out a light chuckle. Harm her? Me? I intend to harm her. When the video is released, there will certainly be no pixelation. Cheng Yinian, do you even hear the words that escape your lips? Xinyue is your stepsister. Once a dear friend of yours, how could you treat her in such a manner? How could I have given birth to such a creature as you? Listening to Bai Jinqiu's sharp and piercing voice, Cheng Yinian scoffed derisively. Ah, I too wish to inquire how someone with such a low intellect, easily manipulated by the likes of a white lotus, could possibly be my progenitor. Perhaps we should conduct a paternity test, for I may not be your daughter at all. Is this how you converse with your own mother? Cheng Yinian, take a look at the kind of upbringing your father has provided you. It is utterly lacking in refinement. Bai Jinqiu continued to fume on the other end of the line. Cheng Yinian retorted with a cold laugh. Indeed, I have a father who provides. Yet no mother to guide me. How could I possibly possess any decorum? My mother is too preoccupied with nurturing another's daughter to spare a moment for me. You. Enough, Jinqiu, let us focus on the matter at hand. What purpose does this quarrel serve? Before Bai Jinqiu could finish her sentence, Shen Zishan's voice resonated on the line. Bai Jinqiu's voice returned, frigid and unyielding. Cheng Yinian, your actions have harmed Xinyue, and you must make amends. You are to transfer 20 of your shares in Ling Apparel to Xinyue and publicly apologize to her on Weibo. Should Xinyue find it in her heart to forgive you, I shall refrain from pursuing further grievances. Cheng Yinian's smile was cold and disdainful. So, it was indeed her shares that they coveted. She curled her lips and said. Then you might as well continue to hold me accountable. What did you just say? Bai Jinqiu's voice pierced sharply once more. I have no intention of granting her that 20% stake, nor do I plan to apologize to her. Therefore, you may proceed to hold me accountable. Cheng Yinian remarked in a tone that was almost indifferent. Bai Jinqiu, are you refusing to comply? If so, do not expect me to acknowledge you in the future. Bai Jinqiu wielded her trump card, acutely aware of how much Cheng Yinian cherished her as a mother and how deeply she yearned for maternal affection. Yet, she had never contemplated bestowing such love upon her. Instead, it was merely a bargaining chip for coercion. In the past, each time Cheng Yinian defied her, Bai Jinqiu would utter those words, and regardless of the circumstance, Cheng Yinian would capitulate, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. Thus, she resorted to this method once more to pressure Cheng Yinian. Bai Jinqiu was never concerned about the emotional toll this took on Cheng Yinian. Her sole focus was on whether Cheng Yinian would heed her commands. She presumed that this time, Cheng Yinian would similarly yield. However, Cheng Yinian merely replied with a calm demeanor, how fortuitous, I, too, have no desire to acknowledge you. Chapter 173, to fulfill Shen Xinyue. Bai Jinqiu was evidently taken aback by Cheng Yinian's response. She exclaimed sharply, Cheng Yinian, you have grown up, your wings have strengthened. And you no longer require me as your mother, is that correct? Cheng Yinian distanced her phone slightly and replied. You were the one who stated that you no longer wished to acknowledge me. Is it wrong for me to acquiesce to your wishes? I shall hang up now. Since we no longer wish to recognize each other, there is no longer any relationship between us. I hope, Ms. Bai Jinqiu, you will refrain from calling me again. With that, she did not afford Bai Jinqiu another opportunity to speak and promptly ended the call. After hanging up, Cheng Yinian resumed her gaze upon the Weibo post. She had to concede that Shen Xinyue truly understood her, or rather, the version of herself from a past life. Shen Xinyue was aware of her affection for Ling Zhan and her yearning for maternal love, thus, she resorted to such a cruel scheme to strip her of both Ling Zhan and maternal affection. The act of tormenting both body and soul could not be more fitting. Could it? Alas, the present Cheng Yinian was no longer the Cheng Yinian of her former life. Therefore, Shen Xinyue had miscalculated. The current version of her felt no sorrow whatsoever. Initially, she had no intention of uploading such an embarrassing video online, tarnishing the digital landscape. And she had even considered sparing Shen Xinyue. However, to her astonishment, Shen Xinyue boldly emerged to post this disreputable video herself. Thus, she felt compelled to oblige Shen Xinyue, ensuring she would not be disappointed. Cheng Yinian held her phone, scrutinizing the video on Weibo. It was evident that Shen Xinyue could not have filmed it herself, as the angle suggested it was shot from the direction of the restroom. Her memory was exceptionally keen, and the scene from that day swiftly flashed in her mind. leading her to discern who had recorded the video. The only person present in the restroom's vicinity that day was a young girl from the finance department of Ling Clothing, whose name seemed to be Xiao Xiao. This Xiao Xiao left a profound impression on her, in her previous life, during the tumultuous events at the hotel when everyone was mocking her. It was this girl who had draped a coat over her shoulders, a gesture of compassion in a sea of ridicule. However, it seems that this young lady has faced quite a tragic fate. Perhaps due to a sense of pity towards her, she later became the target of Shen Xinyue. Employed in the finance sector, she was accused of falsifying accounts, deceiving superiors, and embezzling company funds. Ultimately, she was dismissed by Ling Fashion. Her family circumstances were particularly dire. Her father was ill, her mother had passed away, and she had younger siblings in need of education. After being let go by Ling Yi, she was almost blacklisted, as no other company dared to employ her. She struggled to find work and eventually resorted to becoming a hostess in a bar. In her previous life, she was preoccupied with appeasing her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, leaving her no time to concern herself with these matters, nor did she extend any help to this young woman. In this life, she desired to assist her, not only out of compassion but also for her own sake. After work, Cheng Yinian, guided by the memories of her past life, went to a hospital in the suburbs, knowing that Xiao Xiao's father was hospitalized there. In her previous life, she had once attempted suicide by cutting her wrists for Ling Zhan, and at that time, he had brought her to this very hospital. She recalled standing by the window of the ward, where she had seen Xiao Xiao in the courtyard, pushing her father in a wheelchair to bask in the sun. Upon arriving at the hospital, she accurately located Xiao Xiao's father's ward. Inside, he was alone, unattended, and appeared to be reaching for water but could not grasp it, nearly tumbling from the bed. Cheng Yinian's mind immediately conjured the image of her former self. Feeling utterly helpless, she hurried inside and swiftly caught the elderly man, preventing him from falling to the ground. Chapter 174, You Should Know. I came here specifically to find you. The elderly man's eyes were slightly clouded as he continually expressed his gratitude to Cheng Yinian. Thank you, dear girl. You truly are a kind soul. Cheng Yinian assisted the old man to sit up against the bed and inquired, Would you like some water? I am quite parched. The old man nodded. Cheng Yinian poured a glass of water and gently fed it to him. After quenching his thirst, the old man gratefully asked, What is your name? Dear girl? I would like my daughter to express her thanks to you. My name is Cheng Yinian, and I am a friend of Xiao Xiao, she replied softly. Oh. You are a friend of Xiao Xiao. How fortunate she is to have someone like you as a friend. You work at Ling Fashion, do you not? Our Xiao Xiao is a sincere child, please take good care of her at the company, the elderly man said with a slight smile. Of course. Cheng Yinian responded with a light laugh, then took a fruit knife to slice some fruit for him, piercing each piece with a toothpick so that he could easily enjoy them whenever he desired. She spent a considerable amount of time conversing with the old man, showing no signs of impatience as he rambled on about Xiao Xiao. He spoke of how devoted Xiao Xiao had always been, how she had grown to be even more so, and shared the hardships she faced. He acknowledged his waning days and did not wish to burden Xiao Xiao any longer. Yet he found it difficult to part with his 3 children. Cheng Yinian listened attentively, a rarity for the old man, who felt a profound joy in having someone so patient to hear his stories. Xiao Xiao arrived at the hospital just as twilight descended, reportedly having been caught up in overtime. Upon entering, she was taken aback to find Cheng Yinian present. Recently, she had come across the trending video online, and recognizing it as her own, she felt a wave of panic. Aside from sharing it with Shen Xinyue, she had not sent it to anyone else, trusting that Shen Xinyue would not disseminate such a video either. This only implied that the online post had indeed been released by Shen Xinyue herself. She had not anticipated that Shen Xinyue would resort to such drastic measures, exposing her own video online to undermine Miss Cheng. Now, the entire internet was condemning Miss Cheng as a malicious woman attempting to snatch her best friend's man, only to turn against her friend when thwarted. Xiao Xiao felt complicit in Shen Xinyue's scheme, especially considering that her entry into Ling Fashion was facilitated by Miss Cheng. Yet, here she was, assisting Shen Xinyue in harming Miss Cheng, which weighed heavily on her conscience. However, Shen Xinyue had promised her a promotion and a raise, and in dire need of both the job and the money, she chose silence. Instinctively, she wished to retreat, but Cheng Yinian, with her keen eyes, spotted her. Since Xiao Xiao has arrived, I shall take my leave first, she declared. Unable to evade the situation, Xiao Xiao walked into the ward, her head bowed, softly murmuring. Miss Cheng. Cheng Yinian gazed at her with a smile and said, please escort me out. Xiao Xiao bit her lip, instinctively declining, I still need to care for my father. Xiao Xiao, do escort Miss Cheng out, her father interjected. When you were absent. Miss Cheng took good care of me for quite some time. Now that she requests your assistance, you cannot refuse. It is not how we should conduct ourselves. Xiao Xiao raised her head to look at Cheng Yinian. Cheng Yinian smiled at her, a smile reminiscent of the very first day she joined the company. Xiao Xiao bit her lip and nodded, all right, I will escort Miss Cheng out. She followed Cheng Yinian as they walked outside. In the elevator, Cheng Yinian gazed at Xiao Xiao's reflection in the mirror and said with a gentle smile, you must know that I came specifically to find you. Xiao Xiao lowered her gaze and slightly nodded. So, you are aware of why I sought you out, correct? Cheng Yinian inquired again. Xiao Xiao nodded once more. Chapter 175, Have I helped you? Then, do you intend to assist me? Cheng Yinian asked again. I help you? Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise as she looked up at Cheng Yinian. Miss Cheng, do you not believe that I was the one who posted that on Weibo? Cheng Yinian replied with a soft smile, you bear no grudge against me, and you are not a malicious person, why would you wish to harm me? I cannot fathom a reason, thus I do not hold such an opinion. Xiao Xiao bit her lip, her voice tinged with an almost sobbing tone, Miss Cheng. Thank you for believing in me, but I fear I may disappoint you. The truth is, I am also an accomplice. That video was filmed by you. Was it not? Cheng Yinian asked. Xiao Xiao nodded thoughtfully, Miss Cheng, when I originally filmed that video, it was merely an impulsive desire. I never intended to harm you. My only aim was to leverage that video to coerce Shen Xinyue into granting me certain advantages. However, I was utterly unprepared for Shen Xinyue's request for the video. On that day, she approached me, promising to speak favorably of me in front of President Ling, which would lead to a promotion and raise. I was tempted. Unaware that she intended to use the video against you. Had I known, I would never have given it to her. Miss Cheng, you have aided me before. How could I possibly wish you harm? Please, tell me what you need, and I shall do everything in my power to assist you. Xiao Xiao's heartfelt words caught Cheng Yinian by surprise. Cheng Yinian had initially planned to help Xiao Xiao's father with his medical expenses, thereby making Xiao Xiao indebted to her, compelling her to comply. Yet, before she could take any action, Xiao Xiao was already inclined to assist her. She exclaimed in astonishment, Have I helped you? When did I ever assist you? She struggled to recall any instance of having aided Xiao Xiao, only remembering that in a previous life. It was Xiao Xiao who had come to her aid. With a gentle smile, Xiao Xiao reminisced as she noticed Cheng Yinian had forgotten the incident. On the day I went for the interview at the company, I happened to be on my period, and unfortunately, I forgot to bring sanitary pads. I stained my trousers. And the chair was left with a crimson mark. At that moment, I was utterly at a loss, scarcely daring to rise. The HR department called my name several times, urging me to enter for the interview, yet I remained frozen in my seat. They presumed I had not arrived and crossed my name off the list. I felt an overwhelming despair. I had invested so much just to secure a position at Lingy Clothing. I had prepared thoroughly, only to be deprived of the opportunity to interview. I was in tears when you happened to pass by and witnessed my helplessness and embarrassment. You kindly removed your jacket and wrapped it around my waist, even purchasing sanitary pads for me, urging me to clean myself in the restroom. As she continued, her gaze momentarily clouded with nostalgia, she recounted, upon emerging from the restroom, I discovered that the interview had concluded. Furthermore, the staff informed me that I had soiled the chair and demanded compensation, claiming that the furniture in the interview room was personally selected by President Ling and was quite expensive, each chair costing several hundred yuan. I was genuinely panicked, for I had only 10 yuan on me, which was meant for my meal that day. Fortunately, you intervened, stating it was merely a chair and instructed the staff to have it cleaned. When they mentioned it could not be removed, you assured them you would cover it. At that time, you were a formidable figure within the company, and the staff dared not contradict you, thus sparing me from any obligation to compensate. I am profoundly grateful for all that you have done for me. However, I never anticipated that you would arrange an additional interview on my behalf. Ultimately, I succeeded in the interview and secured a position at Lingy. This job has provided me with a commendable income. allowing my father to receive medical care and enabling my younger siblings to continue their education. Therefore, Miss Cheng, you are not only my benefactor but also a benefactor to my entire family. Regrettably, shortly after my arrival at the company, you announced your departure to return to family life. Chapter 176, I locked the door. Xiao Xiao gazed at Cheng Yinian with deep gratitude. Miss Cheng, I have always wished to repay your kindness. This time, I will assist you as a token of gratitude for your earlier support. Even if it means losing my job, I will help you. After all, this position was granted to me by you, and having worked for 2 years, I consider it a gain. Cheng Yinian smiled gently and replied, rest assured, I will not allow you to lose your job. Once this matter is resolved, I will offer you an even better position. Xiao Xiao looked at Cheng Yinian in astonishment. Cheng Yinian continued with a smile, to those who treat me sincerely, I shall reciprocate with sincerity. Xiao Xiao smiled back, thank you. Miss Cheng, if possible, I would like to be by your side. Perhaps in the future. Once I establish my own company, you may join me then. For now, I am merely an employee. Cheng Yinian sighed softly. Xiao Xiao nodded, I believe that Miss Cheng will surely have her own company. Cheng Yinian nodded with a gentle smile. I believe that as well. After finishing her conversation with Xiao Xiao, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Cheng Yinian had not yet dined. She opted to take a taxi home and subsequently purchased 2 packets of instant noodles from a convenience store downstairs before ascending to her apartment. Upon arriving at her door, she pressed her fingerprint against the lock, and upon hearing the characteristic beep, she attempted to push the door open, yet it remained stubbornly shut. Cheng Yinian felt a surge of confusion. Had she taken a wrong turn on the floor? Or perhaps she had mistakenly approached the wrong door? Or was it possible that she had entered the wrong complex altogether? She quickly reassured herself, confirming that she was indeed at Tianhua Mingyuan, and upon checking the floor, she noted that it was Building 8, 8th floor, room 872, everything seemed correct. She pressed her fingerprint once more, eliciting another beep, yet the door remained obstinately locked. Puzzled, she wondered if she had misremembered something. In a flurry, she fished out her phone and dialed Si Qingma. The phone rang for an eternity without an answer. So she lingered at the door for a moment before attempting to reach him via WeChat voice call, which was finally answered. Mr. C, is your residence at Tianhua Mingyuan? Building 8, 8th floor, room 872? Cheng Yinian inquired. Si Qingma let out a cold snort. My home? Cheng Yinian paused briefly, hastily correcting herself, our home? Si Qingma continued to respond with a dismissive grunt, indeed. Then why can't I open the door? Cheng Yinian asked, bewildered. Are you at the door? Si Qingma queried. Yes. I recorded my fingerprint last time, yet today I still cannot unlock it. Could it be that it was not properly recorded? Cheng Yinian wondered aloud. With a creak, the door swung open from the inside, and Si Qingma's voice resounded from above, are you questioning my capabilities? Upon seeing him had come to open the door, Cheng Yinian cleared her throat and replied, it's not that, it's just that today the door won't. I locked it from the inside. Before Cheng Yinian could finish her words, Si Qingma coldly interjected. Locking the door? Cheng Yinian chuckled, slightly irritated. Mr. C, you are quite amusing. You asked me to provide my fingerprint, and yet you lock the door. What, pray tell, is the purpose of recording my fingerprint? Upon noticing her displeasure, Si Qingma let out a cold snort. Are you still angry? On what grounds do you have to be upset? You returned home quite late without giving me a heads up. Do you have any idea how long I waited for you at the office? Cheng Yinian was taken aback by his words. Mr. C waited for me at the office? Si Qingma shot her a glance. Don't overthink it, it's merely because you owe me half of the fuel expenses. If I hadn't driven you back, you would have accused me of taking advantage of you as a man. Cheng Yinian pursed her lips and replied, I did not take your car home. So that's my own fault. I will share the fuel costs with you, I won't claim you are taking advantage of me. So you won't accuse me of taking advantage of you, is that it? What about the time I spent waiting for you? Si Qingma continued coldly. Chapter 177, it's just a instant noodle, Cheng Yinian pondered for a moment and suggested, how about this, if I have plans to go out, I will inform you in advance. Conversely, if you have matters that prevent you from driving me, you should also let me know ahead of time. What do you think? Agreed. Si Qingma glanced at Cheng Yinian, nodded, and then stepped aside at the door. Come in. With that, he turned and made his way to the study. Cheng Yinian observed him, sensing that unless she offered him a satisfactory response, he would not allow her to enter. Truly, living under someone else's roof is fraught with difficulty. She entered, hung up her bag, changed her shoes, and promptly carried 2 packets of instant noodles into the kitchen. In the refrigerator, she found 2 eggs, a tomato, and a handful of greens, intending to prepare a nourishing dish of tomato and egg instant noodles. She first scrambled the eggs, then washed and peeled the tomato, cutting it into cubes to extract its juices. After adding the eggs back in, she poured in water to create a broth. Once the water reached a boil, she introduced the noodle cakes, covered the pot, and let it simmer for another minute before adding the greens to blanch them. A bowl of rich tomato soup noodles was ready. Cheng Yinian inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful aroma. After years of preparing Michelin-star meals for Ling Man and Yu Huixin, she found this simple instant dish utterly delectable. She swiftly ladled the noodles into a bowl and brought it to the dining table. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, she heard Si Qingma's voice inquire, "Did you cook this?" Cheng Yinian looked up. In this room, it was just the 2 of them, and if it wasn't him cooking, it could only be her. Si Qingma swallowed hard and coldly stated, "I told you not to enter the kitchen, you've wasted my ingredients." Cheng Yinian blinked innocently and replied, "I didn't waste any ingredients. This noodle dish is quite tasty. Why don't you try some?" She extended her chopsticks towards him. Si Qingma arrogantly tilted his head. "I would never eat your dark culinary creations." Cheng Yinian grasped her chopsticks, declaring that this was not merely a dish of dubious culinary merit, but rather a sumptuous creation of tomato-infused instant noodles. The tomatoes, meticulously peeled, were simmered over medium heat until they transformed entirely into a rich sauce, devoid of any lingering flesh. The eggs were quickly stir-fried over high heat, achieving a delightful crispness on the outside while remaining tender and velvety within, melting effortlessly upon the tongue. These eggs were then immersed in the tomato sauce, soaking up its essence, before water was added to cook the noodles, which were allowed to steep for merely 1 minute, resulting in a texture that was neither overly soft nor excessively firm. This was indeed the epitome of delectable cuisine. Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's description, Si Qingma, already famished, felt his hunger intensify, his stomach audibly protesting. Aunt Zhang had originally intended to prepare dinner for them, but upon realizing he had kept Cheng Yinian waiting at the office, he informed her that he and his wife would dine out, thus relieving her of her duties. Consequently, Aunt Zhang departed. After waiting for an extended period without Cheng Yinian's arrival, he returned home, still hungry, not for food at that moment, but rather brimming with frustration. Now, with his ire subsided, he was acutely aware of his hunger. Hearing the growl of Si Qingma's stomach, Cheng Yinian stifled a chuckle and inquired, "Would you care to sample it?" "No, I won't," Si Qingma retorted stubbornly, dismissing the instant noodles as if they were a mere trifle, despite Cheng Yinian's enthusiastic portrayal. She rolled her eyes at his obstinacy, recognizing him as a rather cantankerous man. With a flourish, she lifted a generous portion of noodles with her chopsticks, shaking them gently to release their enticing aroma throughout the room, all the while exclaiming, "Ah, how fragrant it is! The noodles are delightfully smooth and resilient, and the eggs are exquisitely tender and flavorful." As Si Qingma inhaled the rich aroma of the tomato soup and listened to Cheng Yinian slurping the noodles, he could no longer restrain himself. He swallowed hard and said, "How about you serve me a portion of noodles? I do like to sample them and see if they are truly as delectable as you claim. I shall give them a rating." Chapter 178, Do you wish to call me husband? Cheng Yinian couldn't help but chuckle. "Very well, then, I invite Mr. C to rate my culinary skills." She went to the kitchen to fetch 2 small bowls, deftly using chopsticks to transfer a generous portion of noodles into one, adding several spoonfuls of soup, and presented it before Si Qingma. "Please enjoy, Mr. C." Si Qingma accepted the bowl and chopsticks, lifting a noodle to his mouth. The sweet and tangy essence of the tomato, combined with the fragrant taste of the egg, instantly enveloped his palate. He chewed thoughtfully, indeed, as Cheng Yinian had described. The noodles were perfectly al dente, neither too soft nor too firm, delightfully appetizing. He had never imagined that a mere bowl of instant noodles could be so aromatic. Quickly, he picked up another bite and savored it, finally finishing every last drop of the soup. Cheng Yinian observed him eating with surprising speed yet maintaining an air of elegance. As he polished off the noodles, a gentle smile graced her lips. She understood that he might still be hungry, and she certainly wouldn't indulge excessively. So she served him another small bowl of noodles while preparing one for herself as well. Fortunately, she had purchased 2 packs of instant noodles, enhancing them with eggs, tomatoes, and greens, which was ample for both of them. Together, they devoured the generous bowl of noodles with great enthusiasm. Seated in his chair, Cheng let out a contented sigh. Never before had he felt such satisfaction from a meal. Cheng Yinian chuckled softly and inquired, "How would you rate my cooking, Mr. C?" The tips of Cheng's ears reddened slightly. He cleared his throat and replied, "Barely passing." Cheng Yinian raised an eyebrow, noting Mr. C's discerning palate. After this exchange, she stood up to clear the dishes. Suddenly, Cheng adopted a commanding demeanor and said, "Leave it, leave it. Who permitted you to touch my dishes?" Cheng Yinian was taken aback, perplexed by his abrupt shift in attitude. Just moments ago, he had relished the meal, and now he forbade her from handling his utensils. Cheng rose and began to gather the items from the dining table, stating, "Did I not mention that my kitchenware is quite valuable? You are not allowed to touch it. I will handle the washing." With that, he swiftly carried the dishes into the kitchen. Cheng Yinian stood there, a smile curving her lips. This man was indeed peculiar. He clearly wished to assist her with the cleanup, yet employed such roundabout excuses. She chose not to interfere, allowing him to tidy up the kitchen while she proceeded to take a shower. In a shared home, both individuals ought to contribute to its upkeep. A household managed by only one party is unlikely to endure, much like her previous relationship with Ling Zhan, where she bore the entirety of the domestic responsibilities, eventually leading him to take her efforts for granted. After finishing her shower and changing into her pajamas, Cheng Yinian emerged to find that Cheng had tidied the kitchen. She called out to him, "Mr. C, I have matters to attend to after work tomorrow, so I want to be able to return with you. There's no need to wait for me." As Cheng furrowed his brow, he contemplated inquiring about her affairs but recalled her insistence upon their marriage certificate that she had her own matters to attend to and requested he refrain from meddling in her business. Thus, he chose silence on that front but broached another subject instead. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "If you are not at the office, please refrain from addressing me as General Manager C." Cheng Yinian tilted her head in inquiry, "Then, should I call you by your name? What else could I do?" Cheng arched an eyebrow at her, "Are you suggesting I should be called hubby?" Cheng Yinian replied, "Let us stick to your name, then." Having concluded their conversation, Cheng Yinian poured herself a glass of water, carried it into her room, and locked the door to sleep. Meanwhile, Cheng retreated to his study to continue his work, as the upcoming quarterly product launch demanded his utmost attention and had rendered him exceptionally busy. Chapter 179, Protecting Her. Mo Lan reached out to Cheng Yinian via WeChat, inquiring whether Cheng had penned any letters of reflection for her. She insisted that he should read such a letter in her presence. Cheng Yinian hurriedly responded, "No need for that, Mom. There are always quarrels in relationships. We've reconciled now." Mo Lan smiled, "It's wonderful that you've made amends, but do not indulge him too much." Cheng Yinian nodded in agreement. Noticing Cheng was absent from Cheng Yinian's side, Mo Lan suddenly asked, "It's quite late, where is Mo? Isn't he home yet?" Cheng Yinian paused, realizing she was indeed in her room and that Cheng was not there. However, she couldn't disclose their separate sleeping arrangements to Mo Lan. Thus, she pursed her lips and replied, "He's taking a shower." "Is he really bathing this late?" Mo Lan inquired, astonished. After pondering for a moment, she seemed to have come to a realization and asked, "He wouldn't be staying out late again, would he? Is it because I mentioned him last time and he gave you a cold shoulder, making you afraid to speak? Do not be afraid, whatever the matter. Mother will take charge. If I cannot handle it, there are always your grandparents." Mo Lan said. "Do not conceal anything from him, just speak with me," Cheng Yinian urged. Cheng Yinian pressed her lips together and smiled, "There's really nothing to worry about. Recently, he has been particularly busy with the company's new product launch, which is why he has been working late." "I see. You both must take good care of your health. After all, one cannot earn money endlessly," Mo Lan advised. Cheng Yinian replied with a gentle smile, "It's not only about making money, it's also about realizing one's self-worth. In youth, one must strive harder." Mo Lan nodded, "You are indeed an ambitious young lady." Alright then, I won't take up any more of your rest time. Make sure to get to bed early. Lan concluded before ending the video call. Cheng Yinian felt that her daily conversations with Lan had become a habit, bringing her immense warmth. She envied Xinyue for having such a wonderful mother and family. The next day, after breakfast, Cheng Yinian and Xinyue set out together as usual. Just as they arrived at the underground parking lot, a cup of yogurt suddenly flew towards them, seemingly destined to strike Cheng Yinian on the head. However, Xinyue heard the commotion, turned around, and swiftly pulled Cheng Yinian into a spin, narrowly avoiding the yogurt. Cheng Yinian gazed at the cup shattered on the ground, with yogurt spilling everywhere, her brow furrowing. Just then, another bowl of congee came flying towards her, prompting her to dodge hastily. Upon raising her head, she beheld a group of women, each clutching breakfast, pointing at her and exclaiming, "That's her. She is the one, Cheng Yinian. The woman who seeks to steal her best friend's boyfriend. Wasn't she just a mistress? Not only did she audaciously play the role, but she also shamelessly posted about it on Weibo, even going so far as to drug her own friend. How despicable." The post was utterly revolting. Here she was, a mere mistress, attempting to snatch someone's boyfriend while exuding an air of superiority. The disdain for mistresses was palpable among them. Let us beat her. I'll record it and upload it online to let everyone vent their frustrations. The women exchanged words, casually tossing their belongings at Cheng Yinian. One even brandished a phone, capturing the moment on video. Xinyue's brows knitted tightly as he shielded Cheng Yinian, swatting away the objects hurled towards her with a swift motion. His gaze icy as he addressed the women, his voice cold and stern. "Who are you? Do you not understand the law when you act violently in public?" The women looked at Xinyue, their eyes filled with astonishment. One whispered, "This man is exceedingly handsome." Another remarked, "What does it matter how handsome he is? He is still protecting that mistress." The woman who had praised Xinyue's looks earlier mused, "He probably doesn't even know she is a mistress. He seems quite righteous." A woman raised her voice towards Xinyue, exclaiming, "Hey, handsome, that woman beside you is nothing but a mistress who attempted to steal her best friend's boyfriend. She failed. And now she is trying to deceive you. Don't fall for her tricks." Ordinarily, Cheng Yinian would not have been bothered by such remarks, but today, inexplicably, she found herself particularly concerned, fearing that Xinyue might take their words to heart. She cast a cold glance at the group of women, just as she was about to respond. Xinyue, however, reached out and drew her closer into his embrace, his gaze icy as he declared, "At this moment, she is my wife. I have recorded everything you've said today, and I will sue you for defamation." The women were momentarily stunned by his words. And the girl who had just praised Xinyue's handsomeness swallowed hard before weakly retorting, "No matter how you choose to sue, we merely speak the truth." She herself posted on Weibo, not only playing the role of a mistress but also drugging her friend. "We are merely executing justice, go ahead and sue. Let us see if the judge will side with you." Xinyue curled his lips into a faint smile and coolly uttered two words, "Blind justice." He then pulled Cheng Yinian into the car, started the engine, and drove past the group of girls, exhaust fumes billowing in their faces. The girl who had earlier complimented Xinyue clenched her teeth, screaming from behind the vehicle, "Handsome face but a deranged mind. We'll wait for the day you regret this." Inside the car, Cheng Yinian turned her head to look at Xinyue, but he remained indifferent. His face set in a stern expression as he gripped the steering wheel with determination. Cheng Yinian pressed her lips together, wanting to say something, yet unsure how to begin. She lowered her gaze and suddenly noticed blood dripping from Xinyue's hand. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "You are injured?" Yet, Xinyue remained indifferent to her concern. Cheng Yinian continued, "Perhaps you should go to the hospital for a bandage." Still, he ignored her, observing the pallor on his face. She chose to remain silent until the car approached the company. Only then did Cheng Yinian speak again, "I will get out here." Xinyue continued to disregard her, driving directly into the underground parking garage. Cheng Yinian frowned, and before she could voice her thoughts, she saw him swipe his card and drive the car into the elevator. The elevator ascended to the top floor, and the vehicle exited, coming to a halt in a parking space. Cheng Yinian reached for the door handle, but it was locked, rendering her unable to open it. She could only sit in her seat and gaze at Xinyue. Suddenly, his icy voice broke the silence, "Now, tell me. What exactly is going on?" Cheng Yinian pressed her lips together and replied, "This is a private matter. However, it has impacted my life." Cheng fixed his gaze on Cheng Yinian, asserting, "I have the right to know." After a moment of silence, she finally spoke softly. It was Shen Xinyue who posted something on Weibo. She briefly relayed the gist of the situation to Cheng. Suddenly, Cheng chuckled, "Cheng Yinian. Were you not quite formidable? Back when you were with Ling Zhan, opposing us at Mo Lan Qing Yi, you were resourceful and ruthless. How is it that you cannot handle such a trivial matter now?" Cheng Yinian opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. "Is your cunning and iron-fisted approach solely reserved for me?" Cheng mocked. Cheng Yinian cleared her throat softly. "I will manage this and strive to ensure it does not disrupt your normal life." Chapter 181, That which belongs to her, she must seize. "I will give you 3 days. If the matter remains unresolved, I shall take care of it myself." Cheng cast a somber glance at Cheng Yinian before opening the car door and stepping out. Cheng Yinian followed suit, exiting the vehicle. Approaching the elevator, Cheng swiped his card, and the doors slid open. He stepped inside while Cheng Yinian remained rooted to the spot. Growing impatient, Cheng asked, "Aren't you coming?" "Ah? Yes, I will come down," Cheng Yinian replied, nodding and blinking innocently. "Is it permissible to use your elevator?" "If you prefer not to, you may walk down yourself." Cheng responded, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Why would I not want to?" Cheng Yinian smiled brightly and hurried into the elevator just as Cheng swiped his card again, causing the doors to close. The pair descended from the 39th to the 37th floor. Upon arrival, Cheng exited first, with Cheng Yinian trailing behind him. As they emerged, they spotted Lin Yu nearby. Seemingly perplexed as to why Cheng Yinian was descending from the president's elevator with Mr. C. Her pupils dilated in shock. And she instinctively tightened her grip on the folder in her hands, nearly losing her balance. Her mind was in turmoil, consumed by the question of why Cheng Yinian was accompanying Mr. C. In the parking lot on the 39th floor, only Mr. C's car was parked there. Why did Cheng Yinian descend from above? Did she arrive at the company in Mr. C's vehicle? If she could hitch a ride with Mr. C on the way back, how could she manage to do so? Could it be that Mr. C personally went to her home to fetch her? No, that seemed implausible. Mr. C was hardly one to indulge in romantic pursuits. He had encountered far more beautiful and fashionable actresses than Cheng Yinian. So it was unreasonable for him to take an interest in her. It must have been Cheng Yinian. She likely went to Mr. C's neighborhood deliberately, shamelessly seeking a ride with him. But why would Mr. C allow her to travel with him? Previously, when she sought a lift from Mr. C, he had denied her request. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a sense of panic and confusion enveloped her. What had once seemed certain now felt precarious. It appeared that what she believed to be hers was gradually slipping away. No, she must hold on to what belonged to her. She was determined to grasp it firmly. In her flustered state, she approached Cheng and called out, "Mr. C." Cheng turned to look at her, his expression icy. "What is it?" Breathless, she replied. "There is a document that requires your signature." Cheng extended his hand toward her. She hesitated for a moment before finally handing over the document. After glancing at it, he frowned and said, "In the future, such documents should be presented to your director for signature." He returned the document to her. With her head bowed, she explained. "Our director has resigned and is in the process of handing over duties. Currently, I am managing the work in the marketing department. And I cannot make decisions on these matters. I can only bring them to you for your review." As brow furrowed even tighter, he had resigned but had yet to leave. And he could not afford to be negligent in his duties. Lin Yu lowered her gaze and continued. "The director of the department has entrusted me with the affairs of the marketing department." Sighing lightly, cast her a sidelong glance, "And so?" Lin Yu bit her lip. "Currently, I am actually managing the marketing department." Shot her another glance. "You are managing?" He lifted the documents in his hand. "For such trivial matters, I still need to sign off? What have you managed? Do you think you are still just a secretary? Lacking initiative. Summon the director to see me." Chapter 182, Weibo has been almost overrun by netizens. After being reprimanded so harshly by, Lin Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Biting her lip as she glanced at, her eyes filled with animosity, before murmuring, I will go get her." With that, she hurriedly left with disordered steps. seated in the office, pulled out her phone and opened Weibo, discovering 2 new trending topics. One was posted by a user named Wisteria Blooming, stating, "Upholding justice. Assaulting the mistress." The other was from Heartfelt for You, which read, "Thank you all, but please remain rational." Cheng Yinian clicked on the post shared by Shen Xinyue, which featured a brief video recorded by Shen herself. Dressed in a flowing white gown, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and a subtly crafted makeup that accentuated her delicate features, she appeared as a fragile flower. With a soft voice, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude for the recent attention bestowed upon her and her dear friend, Yinian. She also thanked everyone for their support, yet implored them to remain composed and refrain from any extreme actions. "Truthfully, Yinian has misunderstood me. I never intended to vie for Mr. Ling's affection. I am well aware of my position." At this juncture, she lowered her gaze, taking a shaky breath as if on the verge of tears. After a brief moment, she lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she valiantly stifled them, embodying a facade of strength and resilience. "Yinian, we are the best of friends. I would never dream of competing for the man you cherish. Even if Mr. Ling..." She faltered, shaking her head, "Nothing. Nothing at all. What you desire, I shall never claim, just as in our childhood, anything you loved, I would willingly relinquish to you. Yinian, we are still friends. Are we not?" After posing this question, she offered a gentle smile and continued, "Yinian and I remain good friends. So I kindly ask everyone to stay calm and refrain from attacking her. I wish for no harm to come to my friend. Thank you all." With that, she bowed gracefully towards the camera, and the video concluded. Following this heartfelt message, she mentioned Cheng Yinian on Weibo. Initially, everyone believed that the video was posted on Cheng Yinian's secondary Weibo account. At first, the public directed their ire towards her on that account. However, with Shen Xinyue's recent mention of Cheng Yinian's Weibo, the tide has turned, and all criticism has shifted to this platform. Cheng Yinian's Weibo has been virtually overtaken by netizens, inundated with harsh words directed at her. Some have resorted to private messages to berate her, while others have taken to the comment section of her previous posts to express their disdain. To make matters worse, there are even individuals who have scoured through her entire Weibo history, leaving derogatory remarks beneath every single post since she first registered her account years ago. Each time Cheng Yinian opens Weibo, her phone incessantly buzzes with notifications. After viewing the video posted by Shen Xinyue, she checks her private messages and, as anticipated, finds them filled with vitriol. Yet among the barrage of insults, one message stands out. Ling Zhan's private note to her reads, "Yinian, I am truly disappointed in you. You were never like this before. Why have you become so petty and selfish? That video you posted has made it impossible for Xinyue to continue her life. Why must you be so narrow-minded? You have turned into someone so malicious. You are no longer the Yinian I once knew. The events of that day, whether Xinyue harmed you or you harmed her, are now in the past, are they not? Why do you insist on sharing such videos online? You must delete it at once. Cheng Yinian, why involve Xinyue in your quarrel with me? Are you really going to leave this Weibo post up? If so, do not blame me." Chapter 183, He is quite handsome. Cheng Yinian glanced at the timestamps of these messages. They all coincided with the moment the video was released. He must have been concerned about Shen Xinyue's well-being, prompting him to urge her to delete it. However, as events unfolded, it appeared that matters did not transpire as he had anticipated. Shen Xinyue was not harmed. Instead, the target of the vitriol became her, and thereafter, Ling Zhan ceased sending her private messages, leaving her to endure the scorn and attacks from netizens. A cold smile curled her lips. He certainly excelled in safeguarding Shen Xinyue. She chose not to respond to Ling Zhan, shutting off her private messages, and then revisited her past posts. Previously, her posts had garnered only a few dozen comments, but now each bore hundreds, if not thousands, of disparaging remarks. Initially, she had shared her culinary creations and fashion designs. Having learned from a Michelin-starred chef and harboring a passion for design, the comment section had once been a sanctuary of like-minded individuals, filled with discussions about dishes or designs. A harmonious exchange of technical insights. Now, it was a cesspool of vitriol and obscenities. Her previous works, once the culmination of her dedication, were now rendered worthless by the scathing critiques. While she had remained indifferent to Ling Zhan's protective messages regarding Shen Xinyue, she felt a surge of anger upon witnessing the current state of affairs. Just as she contemplated retaliating against a critic who questioned her culinary skills, her phone rang. It was a call from Lan Yingying. As soon as she answered the phone, Lan Yingying anxiously inquired, "Nian Nian, are you all right? Have you been hurt?" Cheng Yinian was momentarily taken aback. How did Lan Yingying know she had been attacked? She asked, "How do you know?" "On Weibo, didn't you see?" Lan Yingying responded. Before adding, "Oh, never mind that chaotic mess, it's better if you don't look at it." She was concerned that Cheng Yinian might come across the video released by Shen Xinyue, along with the harsh criticisms from netizens below. She feared that Cheng Yinian might not be able to bear it. Upon hearing Lan Yingying's words, Cheng Yinian reopened Weibo and noticed another trending topic. Titled Vigilante Justice, Assaulting the Mistress. As she clicked it open, she was confronted with a video depicting the incident from that morning, where she and Si Qingma were attacked by those women in the underground parking lot. Furrowing her brow, she pondered how Si Qingma's appearance in the video, where he had protected her, would be interpreted by the keyboard warriors. It seemed she had dragged him into this mess, thus, she needed to resolve these matters swiftly. While she was still watching, Lan Yingying's voice came through the phone once more, "Nian Nian, are you hurt or not?" Cheng Yinian replied with a gentle smile. "I am not injured." Lan Yingying chuckled on the other end, thinking to herself that Cheng Yinian seemed unscathed. "From what I saw in the video, your husband was quite protective of you. Initially, I thought he was a bit of a scoundrel for not organizing a wedding or offering a betrothal gift. However, seeing how he defends you now, perhaps he is not so bad after all. He is also quite handsome, maybe you should observe him a little longer." Cheng Yinian recalled the way he protected her in the parking lot, indeed resembling a true gentleman, which made her chuckle. He was quite handsome. Oh. Listen to your tone, you must have feelings for him, Lan Yingying teased from the other end of the phone. Cheng Yinian raised an eyebrow. Who wouldn't be fond of a handsome man? Indeed, Lan Yingying nodded. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Were you just scrolling through Weibo? Did you see the post by Shen Xinyue?" "Yes, I saw it, I noticed it quite some time ago," Cheng Yinian replied nonchalantly. Lan Yingying, gritting her teeth, exclaimed. "That Shen Xinyue is utterly shameless. I swear, she's driving me to the brink of madness, I just want to tear her face apart." Cheng Yinian chuckled softly. "Why get angry? It's not worth it to be upset over someone like her. She is insufferably pretentious, more so than a plastic bag," Lan Yingying fumed. "Just listen to the implications of her words. Goodness, her act of being a saint makes me want to regurgitate my dinner from last night." Cheng Yinian burst into laughter on her end of the line. She has always loved to play the saint, but she won't be able to bask in it for long. "Oh, do you have a plan in mind?" Lan Yingying asked. "Yes, I will need your assistance when the time comes," Cheng Yinian stated. "Alright, your affairs are my affairs." "I will certainly help you," Lan Yingying replied. "So, what do you intend to do?" "Help me prepare for an interview, a live one," Cheng Yinian said. The company where Lan Yingying works is a trendy new media firm, specializing in short videos and WeChat public accounts, and it has also established a presence on Weibo. "Lan Yingying, do you have an idea?" Cheng Yinian gently nodded. "Good, since you have an idea, I will make preparations. When the time comes, I will expose that green tea's true nature," Lan Yingying said through gritted teeth. "Certainly." Cheng Yinian replied with a soft smile, sincerely thanking Lan Yingying. "Thank you, Yingying." "Why the gratitude? There's no need for formality between us. Just tell me, when will this interview be published? I can arrange for the most prominent figure in our company to conduct the interview, bringing her fans along," Lan Yingying stated. "No rush. Let her bask in her arrogance a little longer. As the saying goes, to bring about one's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. Let her revel in it for a while." Cheng Yinian replied with a smile. "Alright, could you first share your plan with me?" Lan Yingying inquired. Cheng Yinian chuckled softly. "Of course." She then outlined her plan to Lan Yingying. Lan Yingying burst into laughter. "This is brilliant. However, how will you ensure that Xiao Xiao and Li Nan heed your words?" Cheng Yinian feigned mystery, saying, "I have my methods, just prepare for the live interview. Rest assured. I will start generating hype for your live session right away, ensuring as many people as possible tune in to witness you confront that green tea vixen." Lan Yingying chuckled. "Then I shall count on you, my dear." Cheng Yinian smiled. "I shall see to it with utmost diligence, Your Majesty." Lan Yingying jested, all right. Hurry up and get to work, or else Director Min will accuse you of slacking off again. Cheng Yinian urged Lan Yingying. Humph, I'm not afraid of him. Lan Yingying replied with a cheerful smile. Cheng Yinian raised an eyebrow, noting the difference that having a boyfriend made. Hee hee. Lan Yingying laughed heartily. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Yinian suddenly lost her desire to argue. There was no need to squander her time on mindless keyboard warriors. Having dealt with Shen Xinyue, those individuals would naturally refrain from resurfacing. However, she could not easily let them off the hook. If keyboard warriors chose not to fulfill their roles properly and instead attempted to act on behalf of justice, then she would ensure they understood the true meaning of retribution. She swiftly contacted a lawyer to initiate legal action against a woman named Zhi Zihua and several of her acquaintances. Chapter 185, Siqing Ma's Trust. This lawyer was someone she had previously worked with at Lingy Fashion. He was exceptionally professional and spoke little. Upon her mention of a lawsuit, he immediately began preparing the necessary documents. Cheng Yinian decided not to dwell on these matters any longer. Instead, she opened her computer and began her work, casting these concerns aside for the time being. At noon, she went to the company cafeteria for lunch, where her colleagues subtly scrutinized her and whispered amongst themselves. Cheng Yinian realized that they had likely seen the posts on Weibo and recognized her. However, urban white-collar workers employed in such publicly listed companies have always been rather astute individuals, or perhaps rather indifferent, lacking fervor. They may whisper about you behind your back, yet would never truly take action against you. After all, these matters pertain to others and engaging in self-sabotage is not in their nature. Thus, even though they may currently be gossiping about Cheng Yinian, none would confront her, unlike the few girls encountered in the neighborhood who might have done so. Cheng Yinian remains unfazed, continuing to enjoy her meal. Not far away, Lin Yu quietly peruses Weibo, occasionally glancing up at Cheng Yinian, yet she does nothing, simply leaving the cafeteria without finishing her meal. After Cheng Yinian finishes her lunch and returns to the 37th floor, she first visits the restroom. As she steps inside, she hears someone calling her name, Cheng Yinian. Startled, she looks up in the mirror to see Lin Yu. Miss Lin, what a coincidence to run into you here. Cheng Yinian says with a cheerful smile. It seems you have quite an attachment to this place, even after moving to the marketing department. You still come here to use the restroom. Upon hearing Cheng Yinian's words, Lin Yu's expression shifts, and she responds, I specifically waited for you. Ah, Miss Lin. You skipped your meal just to wait for me in the restroom? So, if I hadn't come today, would you have remained hidden here indefinitely? Cheng Yinian inquires, turning on the faucet to wash her hands. Lin Yu furrowed her brows and said, Cheng Yinian, I have no desire to engage in a war of words with you. I simply wish to inquire if you are here to snatch another's man because someone else has taken yours. In doing so, how do you differ from the person who stole your man? Cheng Yinian turned to face Lin Yu, retorting, so, whom have I stolen? Lin Yu pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from admitting it was her own man. After a brief silence, she spoke, Cheng Yinian, are you attempting to seduce President Xi to provoke your former fiancé? Cheng Yinian smiled gently, if I deny it, will you believe me? I do not believe you, Lin Yu gritted her teeth. Cheng Yinian's smile widened. But what does your disbelief matter? President Xi believes me. You. Lin Yu clenched her jaw, Cheng Yinian, you would do well to step away from President Xi. Or else do not blame me for being unkind. Cheng Yinian smiled lightly, recently, there have been many who have treated me unkindly. I am curious to see how Miss Lin intends to be unkind to me. Lin Yu scoffed. Do not think that President Xi's protection means you are safe from all woes. Which do you believe is more important to him, the company or you? Cheng Yinian raised an eyebrow, observing Lin Yu, who merely smirked before turning and exiting the restroom. At last, Cheng Yinian found the opportunity to use the restroom, having held it in due to her conversation with Lin Yu. When it was time to leave work, Cheng Yinian tidied her belongings and took the subway to Yunhai University, her alma mater. Chapter 186, Threat. Standing at the school gate, Cheng Yinian was flooded with memories of her time with Ling Zhan. Every corner of the campus was once graced by their presence. Regrettably, the present bears little resemblance to the past. She walked slowly down the corridor, traversing the academic building until she reached the edge of the playground at the back. At that moment, numerous couples strolled hand in hand across the field. Her gaze was fixed upon one particular pair among them. This couple was no longer students, having entered the professional world just as she had. Yet they continued to rendezvous at the school daily. The man was none other than Ling Zhan, the individual who had been kicked a few times by Ling Zhan at the hotel, if her memory served her correctly. The girl holding his hand was destined to become his sister-in-law. One could say this was a tale of hidden family secrets. It was rumored that Ling Zhan and his future sister-in-law had been high school classmates, having harbored mutual affections for one another. However, she had pursued further studies abroad. And upon her return, she became the fiancée of Ling Zhan's elder brother, a union likely arranged by their families. Unable to suppress their feelings, Ling Zhan and his future sister-in-law clandestinely met at school each day. Eventually, it seemed she became pregnant, a fact discovered by his elder brother, leading to a bitter rift between the two siblings. Nevertheless, Ling Zhan's brother was the head of the family, subjecting Ling Zhan to relentless torment until he ultimately married the girl. Yet, after their marriage, he continued to torment her mercilessly. And the Li family disintegrated due to the feud between the brothers. This scandal even made headlines, as the Li family was considered quite affluent in Yunhai City. In her previous life, she had once discussed this gossip with Ling Zhan, although he had been utterly disinterested in her words at that time. She let out a mocking laugh, found a patch of grass to sit upon, and took out her phone, activating the camera function to capture the scene of the couple on the playground. Initially, she had intended to film merely the moment they held hands, but to her surprise, as they strolled together, they seemed to get into an argument. The girl ran away, only for Ling Zhan to chase after her, pulling her into his embrace and passionately kissing her. Cheng Yinian recorded every moment, saved the footage, and then leisurely walked over to the pair, smiling softly, "Pardon the interruption." Ling Zhan released the girl and, upon seeing Cheng Yinian, furrowed his brow. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Cheng Yinian replied with a cheerful smile. "I was waiting for you." Ling Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you mean?" Cheng Yinian continued to smile. "I need your help." "Humph, why should I help you?" Ling Zhan retorted coldly. "Because of this," Cheng Yinian said, waving the video she had recorded in front of him. Ling Zhan's expression changed dramatically. "What do you intend to do with that recording?" "Delete it, immediately." "I will consider deleting it, but you must comply with my request." Cheng Yinian replied in a calm tone. "And if I refuse?" Ling Zhan's demeanor darkened. Cheng Yinian pressed her lips together and replied. "Then I cannot guarantee when this video might find its way to your brother's phone, perhaps tomorrow, or even in the next moment." "You." Ling Zhan glared at Cheng Yinian, his teeth clenched. Soon after, he smirked coldly. "Do you really think you have the upper hand?" With that, he began striding purposefully towards Cheng Yinian. Cheng Yinian took a step back and spoke. "This video is stored in my email with a scheduled sending. If you agree to my demands now, I will cancel the scheduled sending. However, if you choose to harm me, the video will still be sent 3 days later." Ling Zhan's form froze momentarily. Chapter 187, Otherwise, what? Cheng Yinian smirked. "You must be aware of your brother's temperament. If he discovers that you have interfered with his fiancée, how do you suppose he will deal with you?" At this juncture, she glanced at the young woman, smiling slyly. "Oh, no, I mean both of you. Perhaps you have the protection of your parents, but what about her? Have you considered her feelings?" Ling Zhan's complexion turned ashen, and he turned to his beloved, gritting his teeth. He asked, "What is your demand? Speak." Cheng Yinian pressed her lips together, smiling gently. "I need you to retrieve the screenshots of the messages Shen Xinyue sent you all, inviting you to the hotel. I require messages from all your friends. Additionally, I need you to come forward as a friend of Ling Zhan and testify that Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue have been flirting with each other. I had an argument with Ling Zhan that day, and many witnessed it. If I testify, the credibility would be low," Ling Zhan stated. "People might suspect I am seeking revenge." Cheng Yinian smiled. "Then, find someone credible to testify, or better yet, have everyone come forward." "Where am I supposed to find such a person?" Ling Zhan replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Cheng Yinian patted his shoulder. "I believe you possess the capability to accomplish this, Li Xiao." Ling Zhan shot her a glare, gritting his teeth. "Fine, I will find someone for you." Cheng Yinian curved her lips into a smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. After the matter is accomplished, I shall present a grand gift to Li Xiao." After expressing her thanks, Cheng Yinian waved her phone at him. Ling Zhan clenched his teeth, glaring at Cheng Yinian, but remained silent. Just as she stepped out of the school, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Si Qingma. She answered the call. Hello. Si Qingma's voice was icy. Where are you? I'm outside. You aren't waiting for me again, are you? I told you last night that I wouldn't be around today. So there's no need to wait, Cheng Yinian mumbled, thinking to herself how forgetful this man could be. Where are you? Si Qingma disregarded her ramblings and inquired again. Cheng Yinian checked her location and replied, near the subway station at Yunhai University. Stay put, Si Qingma instructed before hanging up. Cheng Yinian. Feeling somewhat bored. She settled onto a bench beside the subway station. Approximately 20 minutes later, Si Qingma's car came to a halt before her. Get in, he commanded. Cheng Yinian obediently entered the car, and Si Qingma, in a rather irritable tone, remarked, you really do have quite the audacity. With your current reputation, gallivanting about like this. Aren't you afraid of dire consequences? Cheng Yinian fastened her seatbelt and smiled, you care about me? Si Qingma snorted dismissively. I merely worry that if you were to die, widowed would appear on my household registry, complicating my prospects for remarriage. Oh, Cheng Yinian nodded in understanding. After a brief pause. She spoke again, Mr. C, I would like to request a half-day leave tomorrow. For what purpose? Si Qingma inquired. To handle matters online, Cheng Yinian replied candidly. Very well. Si Qingma nodded, then turned to her, his voice gravely serious, Cheng Yinian, I hope you can return to being the decisive person you once were, otherwise. At this point, he fixed his gaze on Cheng Yinian, who met his stare, otherwise, what? Otherwise, you will no longer be suited to remain in our company. Si Qingma stated. What I desire is the former Cheng Yinian, one who can generate profits for the company, rather than merely causing me trouble. Chapter 188, Live Broadcast. Cheng Yinian smirked mockingly, oh, after all, I have not saved your father, so any minor misstep leads to dismissal, unlike certain individuals who, because of a father who saved them, can remain in the company regardless of their actions. Si Qingma frowned, did Sui tell you that? I figured it out myself. Cheng Yinian retorted, unwilling to betray Sui. He truly is of no use, Si Qingma muttered under his breath. Cheng Yinian scoffed inwardly. Thinking how this man had no right to dictate her employment, especially since she had secured her position through her own sacrifice. Why should he be concerned about his remarriage? If he was so eager to remarry, why even consider marrying her? She rolled her eyes mentally, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. Upon returning home that evening, both Xiao Xiao and Li Nan sent her WeChat messages containing the items Cheng Yinian had requested from them. As she gazed at these items, a subtle smile graced her lips. She called Lan Yingying, saying, Yingying, I am ready, let us schedule it for tomorrow. All right, Lan Yingying responded. A hint of excitement in her voice. Just come directly to our company tomorrow. Okay. Having agreed on the time, Cheng Yinian retired early for the night. The following morning, she arrived at Lan Yingying's company, brimming with energy. Lan Yingying was eagerly waiting outside and promptly escorted her inside to meet the makeup artist. As the makeup artist began her work, Lan Yingying remarked, go for a natural look, something subtle yet clever. Humph, did you see the makeup that Shen Xinyue, that green TBTCH, wore the other day? She's such a schemer, we must make my friend look even more stunning than that manipulative woman. The makeup artist chuckled. Yingying, your friend has excellent skin and attractive features. She only needs a little enhancement to look beautiful, there's no need for heavy makeup. That is for sure. Back in school, she was the campus belle, Lan Yingying replied proudly. Cheng Yinian smiled gently, Yingying, you should go prepare. Let the makeup artist handle the details, it's best to leave professional matters to professionals. Alright, I'll go get ready now. Lan Yingying gestured an okay and turned to leave. The makeup artist felt a surge of joy at Cheng Yinian's acknowledgement of her expertise, which inspired her to dedicate even more care to Cheng Yinian's makeup. All preparations were in place as Cheng Yinian took her seat before the camera. It must be said that Lan Yingying's company exhibited remarkable professionalism, employing 8 camera angles for the live broadcast. Due to Lan Yingying's prior promotional efforts, coupled with their expertise in this domain, the number of viewers in the live stream surged rapidly, reaching over 100,000 in just a few minutes. As soon as Cheng Yinian positioned herself before the lens, the barrage of comments in the chat stream began to flood in. Wow, who is this young lady? She is stunning. Oh my. That face makes me want to lick the screen. This beauty completely aligns with my aesthetic preferences. What should I do? I really want to pursue her. Many viewers were captivated by Cheng Yinian's exquisite looks. However, some more rational individuals, those not swayed solely by appearances, began to inquire. Who is this beautiful woman? Wasn't this supposed to be an interview with the notorious Cheng Yinian? Indeed, during the promotion, it was clearly stated that we would witness the infamous woman being torn apart. We did not tune in to see a beauty. Exactly, we are warriors of justice, not infatuated admirers. Let us get Cheng Yinian on screen. Cheng Yinian remained oblivious to the comments, and naturally, they did not affect her in any way. Ling Zhan, however, could see the chat and felt a surge of anger. Grinding her teeth in frustration. Where on earth do these deluded individuals come from? In what way has our Yinian been vicious? Are their minds filled with nonsense? Ming Nan cast a glance at her and stuffed an apple into her mouth, expressing his displeasure. After all, today was merely about avenging her friend. Lan Yingying pondered for a moment and then felt a surge of happiness. She crunched on the apple, envisioning it as Shen Xinyue. On stage, the host smiled and addressed her, "Greetings, Miss Cheng Yinian. In light of the allegations circulating online regarding your alleged malice towards your stepsister, including claims of drugging her to frame her, do you have any comments?" Upon the host's inquiry, the barrage of comments erupted in chaos. No way. Is this woman really Cheng Yinian? Is she truly this beautiful? Ah. No one ever told me Cheng Yinian was so stunning. Goodness, I must say. Is that man blind? Why would he choose her stepsister over such a captivating Cheng Yinian? Lan Yingying's company had introduced some paid props in the live streaming room, allowing viewers to send gifts or flowers, and even to launch torpedoes to obliterate others' comments. Regardless of the method, these props required expenditure. And they were raking in profits wave after wave. It must be said, their ability to generate revenue was truly remarkable. Just then, the comment from the individual in front was swiftly bombarded by Shen Xinyue's supporters. Not only did they obliterate that comment, but they also began their verbal assault. Hey! Do you have a problem? Is this world merely about appearances? Do you not understand the concepts of propriety and integrity? To the one above. You probably share the same worthlessness as Cheng Yinian. The individual who earlier accused others of being blind seems to be the truly blind one. For not only are their eyes deceived, but their heart is also shrouded in darkness. Do they not understand that true beauty lies within the soul? Though Cheng Yinian may possess a striking visage, she is ultimately a despicable and malicious woman devoid of integrity. This group of individuals has descended into a frenzy, fiercely attacking the person who claimed that Ling Zhan was blind for not being enamored with Cheng Yinian. Subsequently, no one dared to voice such sentiments again. At this moment, the barrage of comments consists solely of vitriol directed at Cheng Yinian. Does Cheng Yinian truly believe that her beauty warrants the affection of every man? When Mr. Ling did not choose her, but instead found solace in his gentle stepsister, she could not bear the rejection and resorted to poisoning her stepsister, tarnishing her purity. Cheng Yinian is evidently just a pretty face. How could Mr.